Welcome everyone, and here today we are back to cover another of Araki's masterpieces in its entirety, a calamitous mystery that takes place over 120 years after we last touched tips with Johnny and Gyro. Like with almost any part of JoJo's, this section takes what we had with the series and dive bombs it off a cliff. Instead of following the previous timeline and returning to Morioh in 1999, here we are taken on a journey through a much more modern version of the small coastal town as we try to get to the bottom of a series of confusing events. So, just like with the Steel Ball run, if you have watched my encapsulation of part 7, here we will be going over everything that makes up the 8th part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, JOJOLION. Of course, if you do end up enjoying the video and want more content just like this, where I go demon mode covering amazing series in their entirety, then subscribe, leave a like, and make sure to let me know what series you'd want to see covered in the future. Either way, enough of me gooning on, sit back and relax as we delve into the 8th part of JoJo's, JOJOLION. Welcome back to a familiar place, one we've all been before. To the west of the Pacific Ocean sits a large city, East City to be precise. They're the coordinates that indicates only one thing in this world. The Great Class A river's name that flows beside it is the Ichiyo River, and spanning across it is the Hagi Bridge. If you cross that bridge from the south to the north side, you find yourself in East City's Momiji ward, Morioh. This small town has a hustling population of over 47,000 people, and like a bunch of other small Japanese towns, it is known for its famous beef tongue pickled in miso. The town is supported by tourism, holiday villas that extend out to the coast, and recently a new microchip component manufacturing plant. Sadly, Morioh was also hit by a massive earthquake, the same one that happened in our own world on the 11th of March 2011, the Tohoku earthquake. According to maps made by Geospatial Data of Japan, the city is 3 kilometers long and located on a plateau 15 meters above sea. So luckily when the tsunami hit, there weren't as many victims as other nearby towns, nor as much damage. That being said, it was still a severe ordeal that forced some major changes. Now though, a second problem has arisen. Late at night on the day of the earthquakes, protuberances suddenly shot up from beneath the earth and became known as walleyes. Some of them appeared a few hundred meters inland due to the fault lines stretching pretty much right through the middle of the city. Walleyes were originally the name given to them by grade school kids at the local Morioh Elementary. The town even got a researcher in to check them out. However, he hadn't done any pre-evaluations of the area, so the things he said weren't exactly reliable. The weird thing about these walleyes that no one else could explain as well was that random things would come out of them.
これは呪いを解く物語。
広瀬康穂。俺は誰なんだ。俺はこんなところで何をしている。
He threw up his hand, symbolizing he needed help. However, and assuming he might have some kind of infectious disease, the girl decided to not approach him and call the fire department. She takes a picture of his wound with her phone and gives the fire department her name, Yasuo Hirose. Yasuo asks the man for his name, but he can't seem to remember who he is or how he ended up where he is right now. Suddenly, the sailor dude starts to sink further into the ground, and realizing that some kind of hole underground opened up, Yasuo grabs his arm in an attempt to stop it. Since she's young, 19, banging, and completely jacked, Yasuo screams for the man to put his arm around her as she tears him for the hole in the earth. Glancing up now to see her phone on the ground, Yasuo can't help but notice that the birthmark had moved from the bite mark on his back and was floating off. This is pretty crack up as well, I can't lie. But finally having come to his senses, Yasuo looks at the man and can't help but notice how he's completely naked. Having a quick peek downstairs, she starts sweating with apprehension. Anyways, randomly a man named Josuke Higashikata stumbles his way over and catches Yasuo in an extremely compromising position. Hitting straight demon mode, bro clenches up, grabs the closest rock and starts walking her down. He questions how something like this could happen. Surely she's making up an excuse not to be with him. Screaming out, Yasuo pleads with him to let her explain, however, he shoves her out of the way, something that triggers the naked sailor. In a flash, Cheeks jumps up and hits an arm lock, stopping the little gooner. Easily overpowering the dude though, Joshua smashes him over the head with a rock. Needing him to let go, Joshua reels up and gets ready to strike the man again, when randomly, a bubble starts to float up through his skin with the same birthmark on it. Joshua, not seeing this bubble, goes to smash his head. However, the moment the bubble pops, Joshua's eyes explode, leaving him temporarily blind. Panicking because of his sudden blindness, Joshua can do nothing but flail helplessly and scream out terrified. slowly getting back to his feet, the mysterious man lets loose, striking Joshua in the stomach, causing him to vomit and pass out from the pain. Sitting there, confused herself, Yasuo can't understand what in the world this man did to her childhood friend Joshu. In the distance, sirens ring out as police and other emergency services close in. Breaking away for a memento, part 8 of JoJo's is a story about breaking a curse. The definition of a curse is an impurity that has been handed down because of a sin committed by a distant ancestor you knew nothing about. Another interpretation could be that when mankind first came into existence and things were firmly classified as black or white, the friction that grew between them is what a curse is. Whatever a curse may be, at the end of the day, it's something that must be broken, otherwise you'll end up defeated by it. Yasuo questions herself a bunch about who the fellow is she found. Who is he? Were the illusions she saw a hallucination or a trick of her imagination? She poses that she wasn't seeing straight because she's been feeling so self-conscious recently. After all, she saw them. Down below, bro supposedly had 4 nuts instead of the stock standard 2. She's sure of it, he had 4. He definitely had a singular lance, but for sure she knows he had 2 times 2 balls. Standing there with the image now just burned into her eyes, Yasuo concludes she's better off not saying anything for the moment. Laying deep in thought himself, the random fellow admits he doesn't know where he is or who he is. In his hospital room, the man wonders why the nurses are dressed in white and ponders on a little girl calling out to her sister and mother, wondering why they all look similar. Looking out a nearby window, he can see very tit birds and butterflies flying about. Surprisingly, the moment a butterfly lands on the window pane, he's able to determine the exact length just by looking at it. He also recognizes the tree the birds are perched on to be a Japanese alder, and also calculates its height. Finally, he sees and recognizes the person walking down the hospital hallway to be Yasuo, also calculating her height to be exactly 166 centimeters. Yasuo enters the room and is initially confused when she can't find the dude anywhere. Turning around to see his head poking out from under the mattress though, Yasuo gets a fright and stumbles back. She asks what the hell he's up to, but that full-on goes over his head as he just claims he's sleeping because the nurse told him to stay in his room. She clarifies her question again though and asks why he would be sleeping in between his mattress and the bed frame, confusing the man who thought it was the obvious way to use a bed. A little while later, Yasuo asks if he can remember anything about himself. From what she heard, he might be someone who was out at sea when the tsunami hit and he got washed inland. The police are currently scanning records and missing person reports to try and locate his family, but she admits that it really looks like they don't have a clue. Then, as bro slowly starts to stand up, she once again asks if it's true that he's lost his entire memory. Admitting that he really doesn't remember anything, the man lists off what he can do and how he knows a bunch of different history. When it comes to who he is though, he doesn't have a clue. He can't remember his name, what his favourite flower could be, if he even was a sailor, he just doesn't have a clue. The only person he knows is her. Pulling Yasuo in close and hugging her, he says her name and exact height, but she obviously pushes him away because bro immediately got a stiffy when he pulled her in. Moving that aside for now, she asks him where he got his hat from, and after inspecting it, notices the label inside is from a store that she is familiar with. I actually love to see that it's got the SBR 1891 dates inside of the hat here, and to my assumption that means that it's most likely from like some sort of Higashikata store, because if you guys all remember, he ended up actually coming in like 3rd or 2nd place and got a huge monetary prize at the end of it. And obviously we know this family must be a part of the story because of Joshu popping up at the very start of the first chapter. Continuing with Joshu, and because of like obviously how he was found, the police have stationed a woman outside of his room because they believe it was probably this dude who injured him. Since she hasn't left yet, Yasuo tells him that she will take a photo of the hat and take it to the shop to ask questions. Immediately stopping her though, bro says it's personal and he wants to go there in person to find out with his own eyes and ears. With his palm then placed on his shoulder, a small bubble starts to form. From their room to the elevator, it's exactly 21 meters, then a further 31 downwards to the first floor and hospital entrance. It's precisely 14 meters to the purified water, and the next elevator going down opens in 25 seconds from now. Using the bubble, the man whips his hand and launches it towards the female cop standing guard near his room. The bubble floats through the air towards the clock, and while it does, bro asks about what's up with the difference in their chest sizes, because you know, women have got like mummy milkers and everything. Either way, the balloon floats until it eventually makes contact with the woman standing there, and pops. Instantly, her face along with the top part of her body pops, leaving her seemingly scarred with a multitude of tiny holes. Following this, water gushes from each hole, leaving the woman completely dehydrated and in search of water. Watching her leave to get a drink from the purified water 14 meters away, the two use this chance to exit the hospital. Blown away with how easy it was for them to escape, Yasuo asks what it was he just did to that policewoman, causing him to question her if she's unable to do anything. Still inside the hospital, and God, I love this fiend so far, standing there just absolutely seething, the unsocial sociology major, Joshu, watches Mrs. Steal Your Girl running off with Yasuo. Suddenly getting the shivers and collapsing to the floor, Joshu pulls his pants up to reveal a bite mark on his knee. Back over with the main duo now and strolling through the town, they make their way over to, the hat store. Upon entering, Yasuo checks out with the clerk while Bro examines exactly what they have in store here. She asks the clerk if he knew who brought this man's hat, and if he had any ideas about when it was sold. Noting how we sold a few of those exact hats over the past few weeks, she checks with him if he remembers what they looked like when they purchased it, and he claims he does. In fact, 3 days ago, it was actually our mysterious man who bought the hat himself. The clerk brings out a book containing past sales and says that his name appears to be Yoshikage Kira. Stunned to finally lure his name again, Kira stands there for a moment, taking it all in. Needing to figure out exactly where Kira lived in town, Yasuo got the clerk to check if he also wrote down his address, which he did. Apparently, he lived in an apartment building, so wanting to check that out, the duo set off to make sure it was actually his place. While the two were walking and talking, Yasuo brought up how she thought the name Yoshikage didn't exactly suit him, as it gave off a different kind of vibe. Probably more like a bit of a murderous kind of vibe if you ask me. Instead, she said he looked more like Josuke because his face kind of looked like a dog she used to have called Josuke, so she wants to call him that from now on. Love how bro's standing there like, what is a dog? What the hell is that? Eventually Kira and Yasuo roll up to the apartment building number 258. Standing inside of the mailroom, Kira can tell that this is his home. He bought things from the nearby shops and possibly rode the bus from the bus stop. His room is number 204, exactly 10 meters and 22 centimeters from the entrance of the building. He kinda wants to go there, but he has no idea of how to get in or if a manager is needed. Having made their way to his doorway, Yasuo feels around the doorframe, something Kira thinks is stupid as no way he'd hide the key there. Surprisingly though, she finds a spare key on the doorframe. Entering the room, they find an extremely clean and beautifully designed single man's apartment. Right next to the doorway, they notice the same sailor outfits Kira is wearing and immediately assume that this is indeed his house. However, while the two of them are sizing up their sailor clothing, they hear something or someone in the other room. Slowly, the doorway begins creaking open. Kira and Yasuo try to call out to whoever is in the bathroom, but no one answers. Moving into the lounge, they also hear footsteps in the apartment above Kira's, but don't initially pay much attention to it. Having made his way to personally check inside of the bathroom, Kira goes to peek his head around the doorway. At the same time, Yasuo enters the kitchen and opens his cupboards, only to find an overload of green food products. Now inside the bathroom, Kira turns off the tap, but weirdly notices the sound of water still. Turning around, bro straight up finds a naked girl just chilling in his tub. Like damn man. In a flash, bro dips out and slams the door closed, just as Yasuo starts to approach the room as well. She asks what's up, and Kira just tells her not to freak out, but there is a woman in the tub. Entering the room for a moment, Yasuo confirms that there really is a girl just straight up chilling in the bathtub. Breaking the ice, Yasuo introduces herself and makes it known that she isn't dating Kira or anything like that. All she wants to know is if she's actually Kira's girlfriend herself. Randomly, the girl's foot is then hit by a small marking, causing her body to flop forward, freaking the others out. Instead of answering the initial question, the girl begs for them to save her and get her out of here. At the same time that she stumbles forward, the woman knocked over a glass jar that in turn smashed on the ground. Since there's glass in the floor, Kira obviously grabs his slippers and goes to put them on like any sane man would. He tells the others to watch out for the fallen glass, however, the moment he stands up, he screams out in pain, falls over, and knocks more jars off the freaking shelf. Turns out, these slippers have been stuffed with a bunch of thumbtacks, causing Kira to start questioning what this even is and who set something like this up. Picking up an unsmashed bottle and examining it, Kira can tell the entire bottle is filled with old clipped nails. While Kira is straight up gagging over how many jars worth of gang-cast nails he's kept on his shelf, Yasuo finds a photo album and opens it up. Seeing her looking at it, Kira asks what's inside. However, Yasuo starts to freak out and demands he get his hands away from her. Stumbling back towards the exit, she tells Kira she wished she hadn't come to a disgustingly dirty place like this. Not wanting his kind in her town, Yasuo demands that he leave at once. Tossing the album at him, she then makes a mad freaking dash towards the exit. Curious himself about what's gotten her so freaked out, Kira opens the book only to be utterly horrified by what he sees, and something that I can't really mention because YouTube will send me off to chill with, good old Yamayugi. Pretty much it was some compromising photos, but putting that aside and back to the naked lady though, Kira demands to know what's happening, but she just blankly stares at him. Actually confused, the girl mentions how she thought he was initially going to help her escape from this place. Before he can properly assess the situation though, another thud from the apartment above causes another bottle of nails to smash onto the floor next to him. Tripping over his own clumsy ass, Kira goes to brace his fall, but cuts himself on a shard of glass on the floor. Immediately, the blood in his left hand and foot start coagulating, and seeing this, the female screams that they need to escape before it's too late. Obviously, this random ability inhibits people from moving whatever a marking is placed on, so with this lady being marked up on all 4 limbs, she's pretty much cooked and needs help escaping from this bathroom obviously, or apartment. Elsewhere in town, and after running into a few friends on their way to the Higashikata fruit company, Yasuo decides to leave them under the guise of heading home. In reality though, she's still trying to understand mentally what she witnessed earlier. From Kira coming out of the wall-eyes holes to the photos she found in his apartment. She isn't exactly sure how to describe it, but he didn't give her the vibe of a complete freak who'd enjoy the kind of cruelty she saw. Pondering it all, Yasuo throws up the idea of the man she found not being Kira Yoshikage. However, the implications leave her worried and questioning what could possibly happen to him if someone else was already living in that apartment. Back at the apartment, our boy is going through it all. He can say with confidence he isn't some creep. He knows the photos are real, but he still doesn't have a clue who he truly is. Barely able to move his arm and foot, he can see his blood is turning into some sort of symbol on his skin. He goes to grab a towel to wipe it off, however, the naked lady screams at him to stop. Moving in and examining the towel up close, it's revealed that the entire thing is laced with tiny needles. Kissing his ass to quit talking, the lady then points above them. She informs him that if he's too loud, the guy above them will hear him, and if they stand directly over you, it's all over. Standing up, the lady plops herself into the bath. She slides in deep, and as she does, warns Kira that she doesn't want to go into the bath one bit. She'd rather dry herself off with a towel. However, before she can say any more, the lady completely submerges herself in the bath water. Leaning over to get a cheeky gander of her, Kira can't help but note the odd way she got into the tub. He curiously points out that if she wanted to feel pressure, then laying under a mattress works really damn well. Obviously under the influence of something else, the lady just starts screaming out from underneath the water for a helping hand. Snapping back into his human mode, Kira plunges his hand into the water to save the lady. Randomly though, the moment he tries to pull her out, he can't, her weight making it completely impossible. He tells her to quit bracing her legs after noticing that she was. However, before he's able to help her anymore, his own hand gets a mind of its own and starts trying to strangle him. Slipping over onto the floor, Kira manages to stop strangling himself and questions why his arms and legs are moving by themselves. Struggling back to the girl's side, Kira notices the plug and quickly pulls it. The bath starts to drain, allowing the girl to breathe again and start explaining her story. Turns out, she's from Tokyo and was kidnapped while on a trip to Morioh. She isn't sure how long it's been, but he was here with her at the start of it and managed to escape. Glancing down at his own hand now, Kira sadly notices that the stopper chain for the bath plug was made of freaking razors, which sliced open his palm. Subsequently, this deems his other arm completely useless. The girl, even more frightened now, exclaims that 3 of his limbs have been taken. When the enemy stands directly above them and they're wounded, a symbol will appear on that limb. If all 4 limbs are taken, then it is physically impossible to escape. Completely weirded out over the situation so far, Kira, or who I thought was Kira, we're just gonna stick with that name for now until we actually get his name, turns back demanding that the girl say his name since he thinks Kira could actually be the man upstairs. Unable to tell him his name, the girl just repeated what I said earlier about how he used to be here but then escaped. She goes to tell him about the man above them, but before she's able, her own hand restrains her from talking. Unable to control any of her own limbs, her arms flail out, smashing the shelf and managing to grab a hold of a falling razor blade. Rushing in, Kira quickly restrains her before she's able to slice off her own freaking tongue with the blade. Getting some space from her, the lady explains how all she is bait. Bait laid to trap him into getting the razor into his hand. Since he already has a symbol on both hands now, she warns him that they're actually being controlled by the man above them. Flailing out all of a sudden, the man controlling Kira's body attempts to slice him with the razor. Using the one remaining limb he has left though to stomp and restrain his hand, Kira realizes something. All he needs is to move somewhere out of the guy's range so he can't affect them with whatever power he has. Telling him that it's completely meaningless though, the woman points out how now that he's holding a razor, he'll never be able to let go of it. In a flash, Kira's hand lashes out, trying to deal the finishing blow on himself. However, in a twist that not even Bill Clinton saw coming, don't know why I said Bill Clinton, but that same bubble from earlier, the one from like actually ages ago now, floats up before simply popping as it hits the nearby wall. Rushing out from behind his body, our boy summons his stand.
Soft and wet.
You see, Soft and Wet uses the popping of its soap bubbles to erase something from reality. Right now, in this room, he took the sound from inside of this environment, specifically the sound from the wall the bubble hit. Without any sound, the man above them is simply unable to locate their exact location, allowing them to move around freely. Lashing out, SW kicks through the nearby wall, giving them a spot to quietly leave the bathroom. Love how the door's literally still open and on the same wall that the bubble hits, but make your own entrance, do what you need to do. Deducing that the man tracking them is on the 3rd floor in room 304, Kira makes a decision to find him and face him directly. Hearing the footsteps above them heading towards the door, Kira darts off, leaving the girl behind. Currently, the man has 3 of his limbs, but he guesses he's panicking over losing complete control. Putting himself in the kidnapper's shoes for a moment, he knows he'd wait in ambush if he was him directly behind the entrance door on the floor above. So instead, he'll take the veranda way up. Making a mad dash towards the ranch slider, Kira uses Soft and Wet to silently smash through the glass out onto the veranda. Randomly though, it turns out there's 2 snakes that had been placed there in anticipation by the man upstairs. Unable to prevent it in time, one of the snakes bites the tendon on his one remaining leg. Climbing up onto the air conditioning unit to figure out what the hell's going on here, he can see the blood on his final foot starting to turn into a symbol. But because the man above can't track his precise location, he's unable to take full control. Catching him by surprise, a snake is then lowered from the balcony above him, giving his enemy an idea of where Kira could be hiding. Adding to his situation, his throat starts to constrict as the venom from the snake enters his veins. Glancing across the room and seeing a book open, I love how this is just on the floor by the way, to the page with these exact snakes, he can see they have a poison strength of A. On top of that, the book sits with a coping saw on top of it, with a sticker asking him, or pretty much pushing him in the direction of cutting his own foot off. Rushing back indoors, it's revealed that our mystery man is unable to use his ability or the soap bubbles on himself, making removing the poison from inside of him completely impossible. Right now, his only option is to try and escape this room, as it'll give him more options when it comes to defeating his opponent. Flowing into his mind, the picture of a random man's face stuns him still. He questions what the hell that was, but since his memories are still missing, he's unable to pinpoint exactly who it could be. Returning to some semblance of reality, the apartment's phone starts ringing. Having made her way out of the bathroom, the lady points out how the man upstairs is calling them. It's a trap, something she can easily pick up on due to how people have continuously used her throughout her life. Not wanting to die as well, the lady then hypocritically picks up the phone and decides to make a deal. In exchange for having her own life spared, the lady reveals our boy's location on the black sofa. Unable to move anywhere in time, Kira is forced down against the sofa and manipulated against his own will. The man upstairs then sprints across the room, and having taken control of our boy, it throws our boy straight into the TV cabinet. Now, with him close enough to the saw, he manipulates Kira into picking it up and trying to slice his own face. Opening his jaw just in time and jamming the blade between his teeth, he barely manages to survive the initial attack. Right as this happens though, the doorway to his apartment opens and Yasuo enters, convinced that Kira isn't actually who he is. Coming to an immediate halt upon seeing what the hell's going on in front of her, Yasuo glances around and notices the naked lady hiding nearby. Honestly, I don't know why she hasn't sprinted out of this room yet. Prying the saw out of his mouth, Kira screams for her to get out of here and run. All of a sudden, the man upstairs starts running towards the apartment door, dragging Kira with the saw still in his hand towards Yasuo, who's still struggling to move. Not allowing her to open the door, the man makes Kira toss the sword at her hand, cutting it before she's able to leave. Pretty much, he also wants to cut her limbs in order to add her to the list of people he controls. Unable to move, Yasuo can only watch as Kira reels up another swing with the coping saw. Calmly though, Kira explains to her that he's going to attack her, but she can relax since there's no way in hell she's actually going to get hurt. Plus that running idea, there's no need to even worry about leaving the apartment now since it's completely safe. Thanks to her entering the apartment, he's now able to move his shoulder freely that was previously pinned against the floor. Having activated his ability, a soap bubble floats up before popping against the ceiling, instantly causing the man upstairs to slip over. Turns out he took the friction from the ceiling above them, and since the man was on the floor, he slipped over and fell. So it's kind of like he's walking on ice now. Hearing the man slip around and struggling to get back to his feet, our guy is forced into acting the exact same way, since obviously he's got to mimic what the dude upstairs is doing. Suddenly, he's then pulled back towards the veranda, back towards the snakes. Not wanting to go through that entire ordeal again, Kira sends out another bubble. Stopping now in front of the smashed ranch slider, mainly because the guy upstairs has to open it and go through it, Kira half reminds the man that he also knows his location at all times by being attached to him, and it looks as if he's trying to take him back outside with the snakes. That doesn't matter though, since the bubble he sent out moments before will be sucked inside when he opens his own apartment door. And when his soap bubble hits a human body and pops, it will naturally take their eyesight. This time around, however, he left just enough light that his enemy will be able to see a shine off in the distance. Naturally, when your vision is in complete darkness, you'll want to walk in the direction where there's more light. Without the ability to see now, the dude sprints off the balcony. Activating soft and wet, he lets loose, pummeling the blind fool as he floats down past him. Grabbing his collar, our mysterious gooner demands to know who he is before soft and wet tosses the dude's ass into the apartment. Angered by the ruckus, the snakes cruise on in, ready to bite him, but he manages to toss them out of the way. Needing his own answers, Kira grabs the man's coat and shakes him silly until a vial of antitoxin falls out. Over with Yasuho, Gil can't believe it. All they want to do is find out who Kira really is, but they keep running into things beyond comprehension. Getting her attention and asking her to look elsewhere for a moment, our boy quickly jabs Redcoat a few more times and demands that he don't move his hands or try and make any sudden movements. Realizing something though, the attacker stumbles over as he tries to point out the hand sculptures on the dresser behind him. Confidently, he claims the person we thought was Kira isn't him, but someone else completely. If he needs proof, then the man implores him to pick up the sculptures and examine them. The real Kira Yoshikage was a narcissist, so he sculpted the hands to be a mirror of his extremely beautiful ones. Confused because he assumed the attacker was Kira, our boy just tells him to quit it. He knows he's Kira because he's also the guy who kidnapped the brunette girl. Baffled, the dude just denies it, claiming he only lives upstairs. Tossing his dog ass into the TV, over it all at this point, our guy just listens as the dude admits he made a mistake. That being said, he once again tells the two of them that he is not the occupant of this room or Kira Yoshikage. Sick of the gooner messing with them, bro gets Yasuo to quickly find the time for him. Turning him back around, he socks Redcoat one more time. Sick of getting beaten on, Red removes a photo that he thinks could explain everything. Looking at it, our duo is shocked to see someone who looks like our mystery man, however, he's obviously someone else, with beautiful palms. Red explains how he's got a grudge against this dude who is actually Kira, so he lets snakes loose on the deck, did a bunch of crazy stuff in the bathroom, even kidnapped a lady and forged the album to make it look like it was Kira. Then, when our duo showed up, he mistook our mystery man for Kira, something he doesn't blame himself for now since they look super alike. He knows he's different though, the shape of his hands give it away, but he also can't help feeling like the two of them are somewhat alike. Not exactly able to compute all of this, bro grabs Red by his collar and demands he give him his name and occupation. Finally, the man introduces himself as Ojiro Sasame, a surfer who lives in room 304. Stunned, our dude points out that being a surfer isn't exactly a job. Clearing the air for everyone, Ojiro explains how the man in the photo is the real Kira Yoshikage. He's 29 years old, a ship doctor, and lives in room 204. 3 years earlier, during summer while he was out surfing, as he always did, Ojiro glanced into the water below and saw a woman being pinned down by a stand. Not any woman though, it was actually the freaking girl he invited to go surfing with him, and she wasn't exactly there through pure coincidence, but because of the type of ability he has. Looks like we got a little Jeffrey Epstein type right here. He used to only have a little bit of fun and was pretty happy of a person. Then that summer came and Kira randomly started standing directly behind him. Initially, he became friendly with that man and his beautiful hands because he could see his ability too. Personally, he never witnessed it as well, but when Ojiro heard him speak quietly to him one day, it just gave him the feeling like the guy had committed a bunch of murders. Then, one afternoon, Kira asked Ojiro if a surfer was a person of the sea or a person of the land. The question though was so vague that Ojiro interpreted it as an insult, something he couldn't stand as an extremely proud surfer. He threatened him, not backing down for his surfer boys, and then one day Kira stalked him out. He questioned him over and over again, fisherman of the sea or dentist of the land. All day he kept telling Ojiro he was no man, outside in, inside out. He told him he was just pretending, and on he'd accuse him, asking him if he was so indecisive that he can't make a single decision in his life. Pulling his gloves away from his hands now, Ojiro shows them how after days of abuse, he ate them all. He didn't know what he was doing, but he just went crazy and ate all 10 fingers. After being driven to this extent, Ojiro could never forgive himself, and the only way he'd ever feel satisfied was if he controlled Kira. Baffled, since he can't understand who these weirdos he's dealing with are, our guy just demands to know where Kira is now, and who he even was. Unable to really give them any more info, Ojiro once again repeats how he laid here in wait, then our mystery guy appeared instead of him. Thinking of something, Yasuo grabs the photo with the real Kira in it and points out the spring that she found our man in earlier on. Putting that aside, he asks her why she came back, especially after what she saw earlier. Mentioning that she's actually got a dog called Josuke, Yas just says his face looks almost identical. Getting Yasuo to look elsewhere for a moment, Bro curb stomps Ojiro into the floor before quickly rushing out of the room with her. A little while later, the duo returned back to the spot where they first met, convinced that it has some larger significance to the entire ordeal. Activating his stand, Josuke sends out a bubble that, when it connects with the small stream, it violently sends the water shooting out. Spotting something that looked like a human hand at the bottom, Bro jumped back into the hole in an attempt to pull out a buried man. Eventually, they got the man out and the cops were called and an autopsy was done. The cause of death was a heart attack and he died around 3 days earlier. No drugs or evidence that it was self-inflicted was found, but it was evidence that he had been buried by someone. According to the DNA, the corpse belonged to a 29-year-old Kira Yoshikage, who worked on a ship as their doctor, meaning that obviously our dude couldn't be Kira since he also died 3 days earlier. When Yasuo found him in the stream, the body of Kira would have actually been directly below him. Lastly, according to the autopsy, Kira didn't have any testicles. On top of that, it was obviously not the work of any surgeon and was completely natural. The dude was just missing his nuts. Standing there, looking out at the man, all 4 balls hanging proud in the wind now, she starts to realize something. Moving past that thought for now, eventually our mystery man got a guardian, someone who came forth to accept him and give him a home. That person just happened to be the father of the creeper from literally right at the beginning of the story, Mr. Higashikata, a distant descendant of the man who came second in the Steel Bull Run race. Due to how everyone in the family said that our guy also looked like the dog Yasuo used to have, Josuke, they decided to stick with it and gave him the name of Josuke Higashikata. Now, we can finally start on the journey to discover who he truly is, and I can finally use Josuke's name canonically. For future references in like other videos and whatnot, do you like it when I keep the names of people ambiguous till like we learn them, or should I literally not care about it and just use everyone's names from the get-go? Like, it could have been a little bit confusing about who I was talking about with Ojiro there for a little bit during that fight because I left his name ambiguous up until we saw him. But either way, out in the car now, Norisuke Higashikata IV happily chit-chats with Josuke and Yasuo while he drives to the Higashikata family mansion. Norisuke also talks about how his family business, which is fruit trade, came to be, a business going back to Norisuke I. The current Norisuke claims he wants to pay back this country and land through public surface. Walking up to the house entrance, Josuke takes a moment to look out at the amazing view. Seeing him do so, Yasuo brings up some more info on Kira. He was never married, had no family and no criminal history. Stumped over how Kira had no relatives, Josuke wonders if anyone's even searching for him, or maybe he's also someone without a family. As Josuke and Yasuo then enter the house, they notice the little Gooner peeking out from a nearby hallway. One by one, each family member starting with Joshu, the second son, introduce themselves. Hato, the first daughter, is your typical mid-20s blonde with a curvaceous body. Daya, their second daughter, pops in from behind, curious if Josuke's also into progressive rock. Walking in with the grandkid, Norisuke introduces his daughter-in-law, Mitsuba, and her son, Tsurugi. I didn't know Tsurugi was only 11 years old here before Modulo started, but very interesting. Norisuke decides to take a commemorative photo in which Josuke insists Yasuo join them. He grabs a hold of her hand and walks her towards the center of the group, enraging Joshu. Jealous, he comments that the eldest son, Jobin, isn't here, prompting Norisuke to cancel the photograph altogether. Happy with himself, the little rat walks off while Datasuke continues with the house tour. They get to his room and show him how they've sorted it out with pretty much everything. Honestly, what a goated family to just be dropped into. The spawn rate's got to be in the low percentiles for sure. Turns out this used to be Joshu's room, who's now actually been relegated to the room above the garage. He goes to complain, but his dad pays him off, giving him a fat stack of cash and telling him to just get along with Josuke. Needing to ask a favour from Josuke too, Norisuke takes him off to the side for a moment and introduces him to reality. He knows he said he was taking him in earlier as a public surface, but nothing in life is free, so he ominously reminds him that what he says goes. Bringing up his youngest daughter Daya now, Norisuke informs him that she's visually impaired and can barely see. When it comes to the favour he was talking about just before, he lets him know that he will now be looking after her. Unsure about all of this at first, Norisuke just tells Josuke it'll be fine. He waves his daughter over, who comes sprinting in, almost tackling Josuke and giving him a hug. Standing there herself, Yasuho can do nothing but watch in disgust as the succubus starts to rub up on her 4x4 mysterious ball man. Moving past that, finally Norisuke gives Josuke the last rule of the house. He must never go inside of the room at the top of the stairs. Outside of the property now, Yasuho goes to leave through the gate when the maid stops her with a message from the household head, warning her to stop tempting his youngling Joshu. Norisuke then bans her from ever entering the house again. On top of that, he demands she never meet with Josuke again and for her to quit poking her nose where it doesn't belong, otherwise something might just happen to her family. Inside of the house now, Josuke sits there thinking about going up those damn stairs. From what he saw, there was a marking on the handrail for the staircase, the same mark that was on Kira's buried body. Entering the room and deciding to make some tea. It's always tea, throwback to the scene with Dio and SBR in that village where he's like turned into a dinosaur and everything. Anyway, Dai stumbles around trying to find the jug. They're always blind as well when they go to make tea. Do you notice this? Like, this is something that's happened in both of these parts now. I'm curious if this is going to be a continuous thing throughout like the next section. Hitting the instant transmission, bro tries to give her a hand, but she instantly picks up on how her dad obviously has given him orders. Annoyed, she asks for him not to fuss over her and just act natural since that's his job. Wondering what he should do specifically then, Dai tells him to not do anything, just watch out for himself. Picking up the jug and starting to pour it on the bare bench, Josuke butts in, trying to warn her, even sliding the cup perfectly below the first drip of water. However, she gets annoyed, telling him she remembered where she put them. It's not like she's trying to put pressure on him, but not acting natural is a landmine. Apologizing for the fuss then, Josuke says he won't do it again, when randomly a flower-like stand shoots out from behind the mugs. Startled, Josuke watches as they fly off the side of the table before seemingly vanishing into thin air. Standing there for a moment, he wonders what that was when randomly he hears Daya start to sniffle in pain. Glancing back, Josuke watches her leg violently explode. Panicked, he runs around the house looking for someone or something to call for help. Grabbing a hold of Daya, whose left thigh bone is still exposed, Josuke is randomly hit by a memory of something. The memory of the square mark he had seen before on the handrail leading to the second floor. Piecing it together, he remembers how he saw it on Kira's wrist too. He isn't sure what kind of meaning it holds, but he's sure there is some kind of connection between Kira and the Higashikata family. Suddenly, he notices that Daya's wound is gone, and stands up adamant that there is something off with this girl. Violently, it shoots out and bounces across the room. Picking it up, Daya calmly walks over and places it on her chessboard of mystery. Unable to figure out what's going on, Josuke notes how he's lost something extremely important. Forgetting about that for the time being, he asks about the things Daya is fiddling around with, and she breaks it down for him, explaining that they're kind of chess pieces, but the exact identity of it doesn't matter. Instead, it's about what they contain inside. Each piece pretty much stores memories from other people. Picking up the Unite, Josuke asks what the mark is inside of it. He can't understand why, but he feels like it's extremely important, as if he's seen it before. Getting up, Daya repeats how fairness is rules, so she'll explain it all. She has an ability called a stand. Its name is California Kingbeard. Earlier in life when she was young, she fell into a fault line causing her vision to get worse, but in exchange, she got her stand. Its ability allows her to take one memory from a person, and because he broke the treating her fairly rule, she obtained the mark memory, which was obviously the thing he was thinking about at the time. Josuke demands to know what she took from him, but it's simply no use. Even if she was to give him a fair explanation, he's unable to remember anything about the mark because she stole that memory from him. Dai thinks that happiness is to share memories with people, not just that, but to also spend all of your time with the people you love. Ignoring her, Josuke picks up the piece and tries to destroy it, but Dai tells him it's no use. If the object breaks, the memory itself will disappear along with it. If he wants a way to beat California King Bed, she gives him one way to get his memory back. Simply, if she steps on the person's shadow that she's stolen a memory from, then it will return. Somewhat understanding what he's up against now, Josuke realizes that in his state, her stand is extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Yasuho returns home and witnesses her mother, Suzuyo Hirose, sleeping on the floor after a night of heavy drinking. Moving into the lounge, Yasuho spots a hickey on her chest and starts to tear up. Crying now over how stupid her mum is, Yasuho gaps it, wanting to leave the house. However, she stops, still not knowing where she would go. Spotting a letter of hers by the door, Yasuho tears it open, eager to see the DNA results that are stored inside. Again though, she's confused when the test reveals that both subjects are the same person with a 95.8% accuracy. Looking at a picture of Kira's corpse on her cell phone, Yasuho notices the strange mark on his wrist, and upon seeing it, it also reminds her of how she saw the same mark at the Higashikata house when she was a child. It was something she saw all of the time when she was playing around with Joshu. She's not sure what the symbol means, but what sparks her curiosity is why a dead man has the same symbol as one inside of the Higashikata household. Over with Josuke, Daya asks him to accompany her to her bedroom as she wants to change clothes in order to go shopping. While she is in the closet, Josuke uses the opportunity to have Soft and Wet remove the sound from the closet's light switch when he flips it off. His thinking behind this is that the light of the bedroom would create an even larger shadow in the closet that Daya would end up stepping on. However, the moment he flicks off the switch, she freezes, feeling like something's up. She accuses him of moving, even deducing his entire plot of using the bedroom light to extend his shadow. Stunned, Bro stands there sweating, physically unable to understand what the hell is up with this girl. Activating his bubble ability, Josuke tries to cut his losses by switching the light back on, but as soon as he moves, Daya picks up on it and demands he take a step back. Sweating, Josuke understands that if he messes this up, he's screwed and he'll be beaten. Instead of having his memories returned, it'll be the opposite and he'll lose more and more as this goes on. Remembering Yasuho, the only person he can actually trust in helping him figure out who he used to be, he figures that he needs her help in order to defeat this Daya girl's stand. Spotting their cell phone across the room and remembering Yasuho's contact number, Josuke decides to make a dash for the phone. Picking it up, he's able to type in her cell phone number, but the moment he calls her, another of his memories are extracted. This time, it's the memory containing his relationship with Yasuho, meaning he no longer remembers her at all. The chess piece then squeezes itself out of Josuke's mouth before shooting around the room, allowing Daya to pick it up. At the same time, Yasuho receives the call, but since she doesn't recognize the number, she pays it no attention. Back at the Norisuke residence, Josuke demands to know who the girl appearing in the chess piece is, but she refuses to tell him. Sweating balls and with a nagging feeling of needing to contact someone, Josuke can't remember who it was. Daya herself uses this opportunity to manipulate him some more. With Yasuho's memories extracted, she decides to use the fact that she is technically the first girl Josuke's met in an attempt to seduce him. She and Josuke lie in the bed together, and Daya asks Josuke to even propose to her. At the same time, Norisuke strolls inside, a little surprised to see no one around. Hearing something though, he takes a peek down the hallway and stumbles upon Josuke, pinning Daya down. Immediately, he flies into a rage, adamant that he's going to kill him, but stops upon seeing how well Josuke is doing. Can't believe I'm saying this right now, but anyway. Happy with Josuke working up a storm, he turns back, still with the plan to eventually kill Josuke. For the time being though, he plans to use Daya to turn Josuke into a slave in both mind and body, a memoryless dope who does exactly what he's told. Inside of the bedroom, Josuke almost falls for Daya, who starts removing her clothes and telling him she thought he was cute. Luckily, the bubble that he created earlier, like the second time when he went to flick the light switch, floats up and pops when it makes contact with the ceiling. The popping sound, which mimicked the click of the light switch, prompted Daya to abandon her seduction and check where the sound came from. She accuses him of doing it, but he obviously denies it since he was with her the entire time. Realizing that his own bubble floated off somewhere earlier, Josuke knows that he came extremely close to defeat, but was saved by complete coincidence. Discovering nothing after looking around the room, Daya decides to go shopping, telling Josuke to wait outside the room while she changes. Inside of the closet, Dai still can't figure out what happened, but knows she needs to keep an eye out for Josuke's ability. If she gains one more memory though, she knows she'll be able to defeat him. Outside of the compound, Yasuo arrives and sneaks up along the wall to dodge any of the security cameras that might see her. Wary of being threatened by the maid earlier, Yasuo pushes that to the back of her mind. It's important to her that she sees Josuke. She wants to help him somehow. In her eyes, there should never be someone who doesn't understand the circumstances of their own birth. Suddenly, Dai arrives right in front of her on her bicycle and calls out for Josuke to open the gate. Seeing him walking up, Yasuo gives him a friendly wave, but only receives a confused look as a reply. Standing there, unable to say anything out of pure embarrassment, Yasuo sprints off and hides just around the corner. She doesn't know what happened, but can tell it's something extremely bad. Meanwhile, Dai tells Josuke to hop on the back of her bike. Getting on, Josuke notices an overhanging branch and quickly comes up with a plan. Activating his bubble ability to remove his own voice, Josuke grabs the branch, lifting him up off the bike. When the bubble pops, it then fakes his own voice as still being behind Dai, giving her motivation to bike forward. However, she notices that Josuke isn't hugging her and questions if his arms are being used for something else. Again, another memory is then torn from Josuke's brain. This time, the memory of how to use anything related to his stand soft and wet. Seeing him fall to the ground, she picks up the chess piece, happy to have seemingly defeated him. Leaning up against the tree himself, Josuke starts to breathe heavily and begins feeling weak, as if his strength was sapped right out of him. Randomly, then getting the duo's attention, they hear a ringing noise coming from somewhere inside of the house. Dai picks up on the dial tone as her phone, but can tell that it's not coming from her room. Speaking up, Josuke reveals that it was him. He took the phone and hid it in the refrigerator before they left. Fairness is rules after all, and he's not about to start lying to her now. Why did he do it though? He asks her if she has any idea. He also gets the weird feeling he was meant to be calling an important person earlier, but can't exactly remember who it was. Actually stunned with his honesty, Dai rages out and bursts the piece with soft and wet in it at the floor, cracking it and in turn inflicting some form of internal damage to Josuke. Demanding that he grab her phone for her, the duo return indoors and make their way to the kitchen where it's ringing. Dai thinks to herself that if the person calling is Yasuo, it doesn't even matter if he remembers her at this point. It's not about losing memories. If it was her, then she vows to destroy all of the memories that she's stolen, ensuring they completely disappear. Flinging the fridge door open and seeing her phone ringing away, she pulls out his memories of Yasuo, cracks them, inflicting even more damage before demanding he grabs the phone and close the door. Grabbing it off him and answering the phone, Dai hears Yasuo call out from the other side, asking if Josuke was there. Sick to her core that he got Yasuo involved in things he shouldn't have, Dai reels up as she goes to smash Josuke's memories to bits. Not realizing what she's done though, Josuke speaks up, telling her she's just walked straight into his shadow. Immediately, all of the memories smash out of the chess pieces and return to Josuke, helping him to remember exactly what he was trying to do. Turns out, bro had actually thought up this plan in case all of his memories, or specific ones like her stand, were taken. He thought he could try placing her phone inside of the fridge as bait for his final trap. He knew that if he could leave the fridge open and not close it, the light inside would illuminate out, and if he stored the sound of closing the door inside of a bubble, later when it burst, she would just assume he'd have closed the door, setting up his final trap. Since she'd actually taken his stand, he'd totally forgotten all about a soap bubble because she made him forget. Now, since she stepped on his shadow by herself, Josuke claims he indeed beat her, but still has one important question he needs to ask her. That being, did she attack him on her father's orders? Hearing her deny this, Josuke immediately believes her before returning to the call with Yasuo. He thanks her for calling and lets her know he'll call back sometime later. Walking into the hallway, Josuke heads for the mystery symbol on the second floor, adamant that he needs to investigate it. Standing nearby, Dai fears that Josuke won't love her anymore, but he tells her to just chill. Currently, he freaking hates her, but since she doesn't lie, he figures out a way to reconcile with her. On top of that, he scores her cell phone and insists that she don't tell her father anything about him going to the second floor. Cementing the deal, he gives her a peck on the cheek before heading up towards Mr. Norisuke's study. Just before they enter, Dai explains how the square mark he's been trying to figure out is probably the mark of a bookseller. Right after this, Josuke and her break into the upper room, which is an office donned with a surrounding library. Taking a gander at the surrounding library and the books that it holds, Josuke spots the same mark that was outside on a book and takes it off the shelf. That book is named The Steel Ball Run Race Complete Record, written by Norisuke Higashikata I. The day after searching Norisuke's library, Josuke slides out from underneath his mattress, gets dressed, and goes to prepare himself in the bathroom. Seeing Josuke convene with Daya, Norisuke hides by a nearby wall and watches him casually deny her advances. Feeling like something's changed, Dude stands there, just confused. Walking into the bathroom himself, Josuke sees Joshu giving himself a fresh shave and can't help but notice his own patchy stubble. He borrows Joshu's razor and initially cuts himself, but after using soft and wet bubbles to enhance the experience, Josuke quickly finishes the job. He then leaves the room, and watching him do so, Joshu can't help but wonder why he was using the razor in such a creepy way. The bubbles used in Josuke's shaving then pop, and noticing the difference on Hato's face, Joshu asks what the hell happened to her. Turns out that when the bubbles from soft and wet popped, they released the hair covering the siblings in it. Out in the kitchen now, Josuke then eats breakfast. He asks for Dai to pass him the soy sauce, and wanting to please him, she sprints over. Flabbergasted again by what he saw, Norisuke starts to pick up on how it's not Dai doing the taming, but instead Josuke who's managed to bring her under control. So back previously, when Josuke broke into the upstairs office, he pulled out a book of interest on the Steel Ball Run. Dai confirmed that Norisuke Higashikata I is her ancestor. The heir to the household has kept that name for generations, and her father is the fourth. Opening the book, Josuke learns about the Steel Ball Run race, a legendary event that started on September the 25th, 1890 in San Diego, California. It was a one-off race where people from all around the globe came to take place. In total, over 3,600 people took part in it, and to Josuke's surprise, Norisuke clutched second place. Most importantly here, Josuke finds the Higashikata family tree printed in the final pages of the book. He curiously examines and learns that Norisuke had a daughter, Rina, who married an American named Johnny Joestar, the freaking GOAT. From there, the normal bloodline that we've all seen plays out with George, then Joseph, and finally Holly Joestar. Surprisingly, Holly married a man named Yoshiteru Kira, and together they gave birth to the infamous Kira Yoshikage. Stunned to learn that there is some form of connection between the Higashikata and Kira families, even if it is weak, Josuke searches their names on his phone. He learns that both Kira and his father are dead, but the mother, Holly, is currently alive, having recently retired from full-time work now and having taken up the role of a guest professor. Knowing he needs to find and meet this person, Josuke hides his true intentions for the time being from Daya. Moving outside and finding this random ass tree branch to mog the locals on, Josuke begins his investigation into the family line of the Joestars and Kiras. Later on, in what I'm assuming is the same day, Josuke takes his laundry out of the dryer, which has been mixed together with that of Joshu's. Noticing something, Josuke removes some of Joshu's ruined money from the pocket. However, Joshu catches him. Initially, he doesn't see the cash, but after a moment he catches on and demands Josuke get his paws off his shirt. Josuke tries to explain how he misinterpreted the situation, yet he's stunned to silence when Joshu slaps him across the face. He always figured this poor nobody would show his true colours eventually, but Josuke, trying to give the money back, claims he read the situation wrong. Slapping him across his freshly shaved mug once more, Joshu accuses Josuke of getting caught, then raging out when confronted. He finds it hilarious, and while removing the switchblade, keeps trying to goad Josuke into taking a swing at him. Walking on in and screaming at the two of them, Norisuke quickly diffuses the situation. Joshu tried getting his dad on his side, but it was clearly obvious to him after examining the crinkled cash that got accidentally washed. Plus, he reminds his dumbass son that he shouldn't embarrass his dad, especially after he explicitly demanded he get along with Josuke. Taking Josuke back into the kitchen, Norisuke also uses the opportunity to let him know that they've been thinking of enrolling him in the local school. Left alone now, bro hits the gritty and gaps it from the house. After making it to the gate, he secretly makes it past the estate cameras by stealing the fur off a cat and obscuring the camera's point of view with it. Making a mad dash into town, Josuke flicks out the flip phone and informs Yasuo that he's away scot-free but can't stay out long. Turns out Yasuo has been trying to make contact with Holly. Sadly, she's been unsuccessful so far. In the meantime, they plan to meet up at Mutsukabe Shrine, then head over to the nearby university. When it comes to Holly and how she has common ancestry with the Higashikata family, Yasuo feels like there's definitely something more there. With an idea of who to contact, she calls the Morioh University Hospital, where Holly is supposed to work part-time. However, after manipulating the receptionist a little, she discovers that Holly is currently a patient. Elsewhere in town, Josuke uses his voice guidance system to navigate in the alleys and streets on his journey to the shrine. Randomly, after turning onto Kosaka Street, the GPS starts acting strange by instructing him to make a U-turn without any apparent reason. Turning back, he walks towards the alley where it tells him to turn right, head straight, and make another right in 30 meters. Baffled with all these right turns leading him back to the direction of the Higashikata house, Josuke knows the GPS must be cooked and can clearly see the next street to take is left. Rounding the corner, he however comes to a halt after seeing that the road was closed due to something ripping up the ground. Convinced now that the GPS wasn't cooked, he listens as it tells him to continue right straight ahead for 50 meters. While he does this, his phone rings, and Yasuo informs him what she learned about Kira's mother and her condition in the hospital. Even if they can't meet her, she says they'll figure out more if they head to the hospital as well. Coming to a large intersection now, Josuke's GPS starts acting up, trying to get him to once again take the next right. Refusing to listen to this malfunctioning crap, Josuke pulls out a pad and sketches the remainder of his path. Hearing the GPS not shutting it, he goes to turn it off when randomly, the steezy-ass mofo pulls up on what looks like a MotoGP bike. Suddenly, the man revs up, catching Josuke's attention, who turns around only to be straight up sideswiped into the nearby telephone pole, the force of which causes the sign at the top of it to fall off. Catching sight of the steel edge poking out of the sign, Josuke activates soft and wet to block and deflect the sign away from him. Regaining his composure now, Josuke knows the shrine is down the stairs and across the railroad, so instead of using the GPS the rest of the way, he uses his drawn map. He makes his way to the next intersection, where again, he's confronted by the man on the bike. If you notice as well, the wheel actually has a similar kind of design to that of California Kingbed, so I'm assuming it's probably someone in the family or related to them, or at least that's kind of what I've initially suspected here. Still on the call with Yasuo, love how dude's just not hung up the entire time, but he lets you know that he thinks someone is following him at the moment. They're going away from him now, still, he can tell something ain't right. Randomly, the air pressure from the bike speeding off flicks up a floating leaf into Josuke's face, the force of which causes him to fall backwards, slipping over another leaf in the process. Dangling there in midair for a moment, Josuke can do nothing as he falls back and impales his head on the handrail. Damn dude, that's one series of unfortunate events, but you know, moving on. Dazed from the damage, Bro remembers that he has no idea who he is, and in order to find out, he needs to find the woman by the name of Holly Joestar Kira. The GPS he is using continues to tell him to make a U-turn, and although he dislodged himself in the rail, Josuke is too damaged to move. A cold wind then begins to blow, flicking up more leaves that start to cover his body. The leaves then begin to freeze into ice on Josuke's face, which makes him realize that he's actually being attacked by the mysterious Black Rider's stand power. The wind begins to blow again, and Josuke is forced into grabbing the rail to stop himself from flying off. He manages to rip the part of the handrail from the back of his head and then summons Soft and Wet to use its power to plug the injury. Once getting down the stairway, he gets back on the call with Yasuo, explaining that there is a change of plans. He's only 378 meters away from the shrine, but it doesn't look like he'll make it there anytime soon, so she should go on ahead by herself. It'd be dangerous if they met at the moment, and he needs to do something about the guy tailing him. He hangs up on her and looks at his GPS, however, that confuses Josuke as it appears to be constantly changing. He gets to the next intersection and takes a peek around the corner when suddenly he's hit with another blast of freezing wind. This time it pins him against the wall and infuses with the blood from his previous wound. Slowly the blood on his skin and the moisture in the air along with his eyelashes then begin freezing into ice. Unable to see, he tries pulling the ice away only for it to transfer to his fingers. Flowing in, another gust shoves Josuke off his feet, however he quickly summons his stand to cushion his fall. Unfortunately, the pen he had in his pocket managed to stab him in the process. The Nazgul then reappears, causing even more wind to blow. Josuke starts freaking out and tells the dude that if he comes any closer, then he's going to attack them with an intent to kill. Not listening, the Black Rider gets in closer, forcing the wind to drop even more in temperature and turning the moist air inside of his mouth to ice. With Josuke starting to suffocate now, the dude flips the throttle switch to demon mode and starts doing the fattest skids while relentlessly charging forwards towards Josuke. Laying there, unable to do anything, Josuke randomly listens as his GPS now tells him to turn upwards. He's initially confused, but deciding to listen this time, he reaches upwards and grabs the handle of a nearby pole. Heaving himself up, Josuke is able to effortlessly dropkick the biker off the motorcycle, sending his ass tumbling back down the path and dislodging the helmet. Subsequently, the wind stops, and free now from the dude's ability, Josuke is able to rub the icy blood away from his eyes. The biker is dazed initially, but eventually it gets up and reveals itself to not exactly be human, but a stand, meaning that the real user has to be somewhere nearby. Before Josuke can actually see this or do anything, however, the unknown stand quickly gets back on its motorcycle and drives away. The GPS then tells Josuke to turn downward, and with that he realizes that this thing cannot be a normal GPS. Instead, there appears to be two stand abilities at work here. One is the stand that attacked him by blowing wind, and the other is the GPS. Initially, the GPS seemed cooked, when in actuality it appears to have been guiding him, telling him how to avoid the Black Rider stand. He understands that he may have an enemy here, but is completely baffled as to who the ally giving him guidance is. Elsewhere, and with a concerning itch, Yotsuyu makes her way into the hospital to find some medicine as well as Holly. While walking to the pharmacy, an extremely stylish lady can be seen sitting behind her. Turns out that this is no one other than Holly Kira, and she, like Josuke, was calculating the distance between her and the birds outside the window. Inside of Holly's room, she spots Yotsuyu coming down the hallway, removes her glasses, and acts as if she's looking for something on the floor. When Yotsuyu walks in, it becomes apparent that she's actually interested in Yosuyu's shadow. Jumping back surprised at this random person at her feet, Yotsuyu glances up, reading the sign on the door, and realizes that this person must be Holly Kira. Before Yotsuyu can ask her for her identity, Holly immediately claims that she looks similar to someone she had seen before. Like Josuke, she reaches under her mattress and pulls out what appears to be a Doujin mag. This is completely wild, but Holly claims Yotsuyu is one of the girls featured inside of the volume. Immediately refuting her, Yotsuyu begins arguing with Holly, claiming that she is not the woman in the magazine, but Holly pays her no attention. Putting that aside for now, Yotsuyu introduces herself and how she specifically came here to meet with Holly. She asks if her son's name is Kira Yoshikage, but gets no reply. Yotsuyu tries pulling up an image on her phone, but the nurse enters the room and interrupts everything. She tries telling the nurse that she needs to ask Holly a few questions, but is forcibly removed from the hospital by security due to not being a relative or even knowing why Holly was hospitalized. Still within ear's reach, Holly rambles off Yosuyu's 3 measurements, like some mentally insane patient. Turns out her measurements line up exactly with the girl inside of her magazine. Pulling her away, the guards lead Yotsuyu down the hallway. However, Holly notices her shadow again and starts rambling some more. She claims Yotsuyu is already using it subconsciously, but if she figures out how to control it, she can help her son. Slowly, Yosuyu's shadow begins to change and takes the form of what appears to be a stand with a map covering its entire body, a map similar to the GPS Josuke is using on his phone. Across town and straight up rummaging through the backyards of everyday Japanese folk, Josuke follows the GPS directions. He's completely convinced that it's now protecting him by leading him away from the Black Rider stand. He pushes past some old lady and opens the gates of the yard of another property, where he's confronted by the aura farming Black Rider. Like, why are you on the water on your bike? The phone immediately starts telling Josuke to make a U-turn. However, before he's able to move, his eyes are frozen shut and he's thrown back into the old lady's property. He darts inside her house hoping to get away, only to bring the snow and enemy stand user in with him. The rider continues blasting wind into the house, causing it to fill with more and more snow. Turning right into a nearby hallway, Josuke manages to escape the snow and forces the door closed behind him. The GPS then tells him to go up the stairs, yet he starts to feel hesitant to do so due to the possibility that the rider may corner him on the second floor or the roof. The stand appears to be locking onto his location or the GPS. He knows the GPS is on his side, but he can't figure out how the rider is tracking him down. He peers through a small window on the door to the bathroom and notices that there is a window leading to the outside. Upon opening the door, however, an avalanche of snow rushes forth from the bathroom along with the Black Rider stand. With no time to spare, Josuke calls out for his stand and releases a flurry of punches on the bike, causing a few dents to form on the motorcycle. Unfortunately, the back wheel manages to hit Soft and Wet's hand, cracking its form and injuring Josuke. The force from the previous punches, however, pushes the biker back, giving Josuke enough time to run onto the second floor bedroom and shut the door behind him. Not knowing what to do, Josuke flips out his phone and listens to it as it tells him to make an immediate U-turn. Turns out the biker was already inside of the room waiting for him. The biker rushes him, but just before they crash, a kid randomly opens the door and starts complaining about the cold. Josuke tells him to shut it and closes the door when he realizes something. Close the door, opening the notebook, closing the notebook. The back door was closed and the back door was opened. Making a mad dash for the doorway, he screams out for the kid now to hurry and close the door behind him. Slamming the door shut behind Josuke, the duo are left alone together in the area that's just above the staircase. Glancing across and seeing no biker near the window, Josuke takes the kid over to it and gets him to slide the window open. With no one appearing outside the window, he lastly gets the kid to reopen the door's room with his hand. Seeing no one in the bedroom, it confirms to Josuke an assumption he had just moments earlier. It happens with doors, notepads, the cell phone, and even windows. If he opens anything up, he appears to be locked onto by the enemy stand. The same ability doesn't appear to work when another person does it, so it only seems to be targeting him specifically. Jumping onto the window's ledge, Josuke wonders who would want to target him and why. This entire debacle started after he left the estate, and he knows the enemy location can't be too far away from him. Rushing past the person's house that he just ransacked, Josuke stops briefly at a window and peers inside. He sees a family photo and starts to ponder it all. He questions whether or not he had a family. He's sure he doesn't though, because if he did, he knows there would be people looking for him, but no one is. Soon disregarding this, he runs towards the back fence of the house. He reaches for the knob to the back fence door, but stops himself, realizing that it would probably summon the enemy stand. Quickly jumping over the fence, he runs towards a random ass dude standing in the middle of the street. Josuke asks the man for directions to the hospital, to which the man happily obliges by pulling out a map. He then weirdly asks Josuke to grab the other end of the map and pull it open, but Josuke quickly becomes aggravated, telling him to open his own damn map before running away. He eventually arrives at the hospital, but is unable to go in due to having to open the front door himself, so he decides to wait for someone else to open it and slowly backs away. However, and only in a way that Araki could have predicted here, he accidentally bumps into a taxi nearby, causing the door to swing open and borne this way to come driving out. Immediately, Josuke summons Soft and Wet and pushes against the stand in an attempt to keep himself from getting run over. While doing so, the enemy stand power kicks in again, and Josuke is forced to endure the blinding hurricane winds as he is driven back by the motorcycle. Slowly but surely getting pushed further and further back, Josuke realizes that it's attempting to crash him into a nearby wall. Levering his hand off the bike's front, Josuke tries to send out a bubble, but it quickly shatters against the ice on the tip of his finger. Following up though, Soft and Wet jumps above him and the enemy stand user and launches a barrage of strikes. The punches connect with the stand's helmet and shatter it, allowing a brief moment of respite. Quickly though, the stand regains control and continues to drive him towards the wall. Getting closer with each second, Josuke knows he needs to find out where the stand user's body is. He can't currently use soap bubbles since they freeze the moment he sends them out. The only thing currently working for him is that the stand's true form has been exposed. As Born This Way continues the attack, Josuke realizes that with their continued trajectory, the stand will eventually collide into a metal pole. Jumping in, Soft and Wet tries to use a bubble on the bike itself. However, the rider hits the brakes before he can make contact, sending Josuke sliding forward. Immediately stepping back on the gas, the rider then slams his tyre into Josuke's face and continues to push him towards the pole. Seeing no other option but to reach for his phone, Josuke flips open the GPS and asks for another route. As he does so, the phone calls the taxi driver, allowing Josuke to scream at him to close the car's door. Moments later, the door closes and the enemy stand vanishes. However, and due to the retained momentum, it looks as if Josuke is still going to collide with the pole. Luckily, Soft and Wet manages to use its shoulder to deflect Josuke off towards a planter, reducing the damage to a minimum. Getting back to his knees, Josuke takes a moment to look at the path he was dragged across. Jumping up onto a nearby wall though, he reveals how he managed to touch the rider with a bubble for a brief moment. It was a frozen bubble, so instead of popping when it touched the rider, it attached to his body. Now with a tracking bubble equipped to the stand, he follows the trail and eventually finds the user. Turns out the user was no one other than Kyo Nijimura. She's actually the Higashikata maid. I just never introduced her back in that first section of the story because she didn't really play a part right there, so I felt no need to. Realizing who she is though, Josuke goes to talk to her. However, she whips around and throws an ink pen that as it connects with him, opens and summons her stand. Thinking quickly while the rider falls from above, Josuke summons Soft and Wet and pulverizes Nijimura with a plethora of punches directed at her dome. With her finished off now, he demands to know if it was Norisuke who sent her. However, she just screams out that if he goes near Holy Joestar, she will kill him. Grabbing a hold of her in an attempt to determine her objective, Josuke surprisingly finds a star-shaped birthmark on her shoulder, one in the exact place as him. He tries to ask her for more info, but again, she rages out claiming she'll one-shot him if he goes near Holly. Actually over people repeating themselves at this point in the story, he reassures Kyo that if she's really upset, he will not go to the hospital. He goes to walk off, but at this moment, she drops to the ground and pleads for him to turn back. She gets in close, pokes her tongue out, and asks him to do the same. She thought he was her enemy, but now it's becoming evident that he's honestly lost his memories and knows nothing about her or their past. Upon a closer inspection, she informs Josuke that he has seams going down the middle of his eyes and tongue, proving that, like his balls, he has 4 eyes and 2 tongues. Outside of the hospital, Yasuo feigns a pain on her foot to get the security guards off her. She sees what she believes to be Josuke in the distance and calls out to him. However, the bite mark throbs, causing her to drop to the floor. By the time she looks back up to see where he is, he's vanished. Obviously this was like just during the fight that he was having, so as he opened the door of the taxi there, he got whipped away. Looking quite ill, a nearby medical assistant helps Yasuo onto a stretcher without asking and forcibly rushes her into the hospital. Yasuo tries telling the assistant that she isn't actually in pain, but the woman shuts her up by placing a cloth in her mouth and telling her to be quiet while they move her into intensive care. Eventually, the assistant finds a room and puts Yasuo inside. After getting up, she notices that she's been placed near Holly, and not being locked in her room, she decides to walk over to hers. Yasuo, standing outside, manages to listen in on a conversation between Holly and her doctor. Turns out Holly is in hospital because the doctors detected that parts of Holly's brain and vital organs had been removed, despite her denying having had any surgery. Because of this, she appears somewhat erratic on occasion and has started treating people as objects. Meanwhile, Kyo and Josuke are still conversing in the alley. Since she must know who he really is, Josuke asks her to finally reveal his identity. Kyo claims that the Higashikata family has a secret, and she went undercover as their maid to find out what it was. Apparently Holly and Kyo are the only living members of the Kira lineage. Cutting in on this explanation, Josuke tells her that he asked for his identity, not freaking hers. Again, he reminds her that what he wants is to answer who he is. Reminding him that the Higashikata secrets are important, she tells him that their current location is not suitable to give him an answer. Finding a better, much more scenic location that overlooks a good section of Morioh, Kyo points out a few of the town's historic locations. Before the explanation, she decides to bury a lemon and tangerine in the ground. After the earthquake happened, she figured it out, but apparently there's always been someone in the Higashikata family that's known of this phenomenon for years. It's been handed down generation after generation. Digging up the lemon and tangerine, then cutting it in half, Kyo shows Josuke how the two fruits had merged together. Decisively, she explains that his identity is that of her older brother, Kira Yoshikage, and someone else. Not just have the bodies merged, but even their minds are fused together. The current Josuke's spirit though has a different stand to that of what her brother had. His stand has a similar power of using a bubble, although Kira's stand, with a form identical to Killer Queen in this version of JoJo's, had the ability to explode things with its bubbles. Josuke asks who the other one inside of him could possibly be then that was mixed in with Kira, and Kyo responds that those things are what they need to find out next, and the Higashikata family knows something. The next morning, Josuke thinks about the previous events, his double identity, and the need to question Norisuke. When he sits at the table for a normal breakfast, he sees all of the girls and Mr. Norisuke bizarrely enter the room in their swimming trunks. After hugging Josuke, Dara explains that the reason the family is wearing sweatsuits to breakfast is due to them having missed their flight to Hawaii. The mansplaining pose from Hato while she's sitting on that chair is absolutely wild, but you know. Continuing on, noticing Joshu trying to sit down in his clothes, Norisuke tells him to put his togs on, but he refuses. Apparently he didn't do it because he believes in God, and there's no way in hell he'd get on something as insecure as an airplane. After their short argument, Josuke asks Norisuke for a phone and permission to go to school. Wanting to think about the phone first, Norisuke agrees to send him off to class, but orders Joshu to escort him. Shortly after Deluxe drops them off, Joshu threatens Josuke about his relationship with Yasuho. Back at the Walleyes, he claims he tripped and fell on the ground and then got some germs in his foot, so he lost consciousness. There is no physical way he'd ever lose to him again in a fight, so he demands Josuke quit messing with Yasuho. Analysing the man-child, Josuke has trouble understanding if this dude's a stand user or just straight up retarded. Pointing down the curved street, known by some as Dead Man's Curve, Joshu lets him know where Hasakura High School is. Joshu actually goes to another school in the city, but he asks Josuke for a favour to help him handle some thugs that had robbed him in the previous years. Not replying to that and just saying he wants to go to class already, Josuke and Joshu travel down the street known as Shakedown Road. On the way, they see a variety of people, an old man with his dog, a young woman and her child, and a group of 3 massive men. Picking out the group of 3, Josuke asks if it's them, however Joshu was unable to confirm that it was. Cutting in, the young woman apologizes for interrupting them, it's just she believes Joshu has stood on something. Actually confused why this random woman was talking to them, Joshu was told by her that he stood on and broke her child's toy. Looking down at his boot, he finds the remains of her broken toy, confirming he really did stand on it. Insistent he didn't though, all of the surrounding bystanders start closing in, seeing that something's wrong. Joshua attempts to apologise to the lady, promising that he really didn't intend to step on it, but he must have. Insulted with his pathetic upbringing, the woman calls him out for only apologising because he got caught. Pulling out a cheeky rack though, Joshua pays the woman for the broken toy. Annoyed that he got extorted for something he totally didn't do, Josuke tells Josuke that this time it was different. Last time it was 3 older men who tried robbing him. Pulling out his phone, Josuke now tells him to walk down the road and he'll record everything that happens. If anyone else tries to extort them, they will have proof and be able to extort them back for money themselves. Suddenly, an old man nearby asks Josuke why he has blood in his elbow. He inspects it and knows for sure it is in his blood, something that calms the old fella's nerves. What doesn't though is that the blood came from something inside of his fish tank. He'll need compensation for what he's done, so asks they don't do anything silly like run off. Turns out the specific fish Josuke decapitated with a glass shard was a turtle, one from Ecuador with a hefty price tag of 330,000 yen. Initially, Josuke stands there stunned, but after the old man tries running his mouth, he clearly states that he wasn't the person who broke the fish tank. In fact, they captured everything with a phone camera, so if they just check the footage, they'll know for sure he had nothing to do with it. Pulling out his cell and checking the footage, Josuke is blown away by the fact that Josuke had somehow instantly gone from his location, broke the fish tank, and returned to his original spot without ever realizing he moved. Inspecting it further, he notices that the ginkgo tree leaves under Josuke's feet seem to be acting strange. In an instant, he's sure of it. The tree leaves moved him back and forth without the two ever realizing. Knowing the implications of revealing this footage, Josuke decides to keep what he saw on his phone hidden for the time being in an attempt to help Josuke's case. The old man asks for recompense, wanting over 300,000 for the broken water tank and dead turtle. He suggests he might call the police to handle the situation if he doesn't, but Josuke quickly summons Soft and Wet and grabs the old man's neck. The old man doesn't appear to see the stand, which makes Josuke assume he isn't the enemy stand user. According to the old man, the tank and turtle cost around 330,000, but Josuke explains he doesn't have that kind of money. Slap in the pocket holding his wallet and calculating what he felt with his cane, the man accuses him of having 20,000 yen on him. However, he gives him an out. If he gives him the 20k in his wallet, he'll forget about the full amount for now. Solving the problem even further for him, he tells him to forget about taking the bus to school and instead walk every single day from now on. Then, once every month when he comes down this road, the old man will tax him 20k from the overall debt until it's paid off. Baffled with what the hell just happened, the two walk off and discuss what just went wrong. He knows there is some sort of other side to this road, and if they can find the cause, he's sure they can earn some cash themselves. Getting an idea, Josuke asks Josuke for his cell phone since he wants to take a video. Walking up behind the duo though, the 3 gangsters from earlier confront them and accuse them of prowling the streets. The boys initially pay them no attention, however, after one of them calls out as Japanese, Josuke rages out telling them that they don't speak human piece of trashies. Speaking between themselves now about how Josuke was taking a photo, one of them calls him perfect. The larger man signals him out and accuses Josuke of breaking his cell phone. He demanded they look at the puddle where his phone had now randomly appeared and asked him how he was going to fix it. Josuke gets nervous, telling Josuke that it looks like they're talking about him. More concerned though with what he just recorded, Josuke hits play to see what actually happened. Stunned, he notices that he somehow flew backwards and elbowed one of the gangster's arms, causing him to drop his phone into a puddle. He shows Josuke exactly what happened and asked him if he saw him move backwards. Josuke says that maybe he did. It definitely looks that way on the footage. The 3 men bring up how simple the situation actually is. He recorded it and was also the one who broke the phone. This is Shakedown Road after all. Moving forward now, the big one points to a pot plant, asking Josuke to pick it up and look at the bottom. Once again, the gangsters explain that on Shakedown Road, money is extorted as an unspoken rule, and now the boys are getting extorted. Walking over to it, Josuke takes a peek and sees a small package underneath of it. The big guy points to the chick with massive tits at the end of the road and asks him to take the package to her. Wary of the random black guys in suits acting suspicious near her though, he asks what's inside the package, but they just demand he pick it up and walk. Josuke, wanting to know what it is himself, casually picks it up and shakes the object. Looking at Josuke, he then asks if they are companions or not, to which he replies that they are family. Activating Soft and Wet, Josuke uses bubbles to try and figure out what's inside of the package, but to no avail. The gangsters insist that the package be delivered when the girl with a fat rack shows them her tattoo. All they gotta do is nod, then hand it over. They double check the boys understand what they are going to do by getting them to repeat back what they were told, and Josuke does. Confused about the 2 randoms in suits, Josuke asks who they happen to be, but the gangsters pretend to have no clue. Josuke calls them out on it, like the old man literally said they were cops a few moments ago. Asking if Josuke has been getting followed today, he reassures him that if he hasn't, then they have no problems, there ain't a cop in sight. Having a feeling of what's really inside of the package, Josuke assumes the gangsters are making them carry something dangerous and trying to make themselves completely unrelated to the exchange. He's sure that they were also using the leaves to help them achieve this. Getting pissed that these uneducated bozos got them caught between a rock and a hard place, Joshua wonders if it's possible for him to manipulate the Ginkgo tree leaves as well. Over with Josuke, bro is sure something is moving on the street that can't be seen with the naked eye, something here causing him to slip. Everyone else on the road knows what it is, and they pretend as if it's a sort of rule. What he doesn't get though is where the stand user could be. He wonders if there isn't even one, but quickly disregards it since he knows that's physically impossible. Making eye contact with the woman now, the boys come to a halt and watch as she slowly reveals the tattoo on her thigh. Figuring that it's time they nod, Josuke does so, and following which the woman starts to gather some leaves. Also behind the guys, the gangsters do the same and start piling up a few leaves. Without any other choice, Josuke and Joshua approach the big-chested woman, getting ready to hand the parcel over. Seeing this and getting ready to intervene, the two dudes in suits start closing in. Suddenly though, the same phenomenon occurs again and Josuke shoots backwards, hitting one of the cops in the side of the face. Instantly, he then moves back to his original location, unaware that he just one-shot one of the bots behind him. The other man in black attempts to call out Josuke for what he did, but before a word leaves his mouth, the same thing happens and Josuke crushes his windpipe with an elbow. As Josuke returns back to his original location, Joshua watches the purse get exchanged with something the gangsters had placed on the other side. Jumping on Josuke, the two policemen who had managed to recover from his blows pin him to the ground and arrest him for the sale of narcotics and the obstruction of justice. Watching the lady walk off, Joshua himself can tell that the bag she has is now different. Instead of black, it's being replaced with a white one. All along, they were actually planning to use the leaves to perform a transaction between themselves. They gave a mysterious substance to that woman at the exact time she sent the money, and because the police suspected Josuke, they set it up so he'd be arrested in their place. While pinned down himself, Josuke examines the leaves and notices tiny little stands hiding beneath them. At the same time, the gangsters walk off, happy to be getting a fat rack. However, the moment they look inside their wallet, they see that it's completely empty. Sprinting across the road at the same time, Josuke watches Joshua running from something. Looking around themselves, the gangsters see the woman casually walking and Joshua sprinting. Turns out dude actually managed to use the leaves to his own advantage and stole the cash while the men were walking off. How he did it was, in the moments leading up to the woman placing the purse on the floor, he covered his leg in leaves, becoming a sort of middleman when the purses passed through. The moment the black purse reached his grasp, he stole the cash before sending it along to the gangsters. Glancing at his own hand as he sprints off, Joshua sees a few screws which he just chucks to the side, paying them no attention. Back behind him, pinning down Josuke, the cops call for more backup to chase after the suspect fleeing. Peeved with how they've been taken advantage of, the gangsters boast that they should not be underestimated when it comes to manipulating the leaves. Launching off from where they stood, their three men catch up and somersault around Joshua before slamming him into the ground. Immediately, Joshua tries to flee using more of the leaves, but the guy in yellow tackles him, stopping him from fleeing any further. Pummeling him in the stomach, the group drags him around the corner and starts explaining their devious plan. They're gonna slice him up as a little greeting for taking the cash. If he even thinks about talking to the cops, they will definitely come after him. Unable to move, let alone do anything, Joshua watches them take his stolen cash out of his pocket. The large purple guy then keeps watch, making sure the cops don't show up while his cronies get ready to give Joshua a mark to remember them by. Moving the knife in, surprisingly, the moment the big man cuts him with the knife, a screw and bolt appears on his hand. Confused by what it is, he takes a few moments to inspect it. He grabs the bolt and starts to unwind it. As soon as he finishes doing so, the guy's hand simply drops to the floor as if the bolt held his limb together. Emerging from Joshua's shadow and leaning over him as the gangsters start to freak out, Joshua wonders if he did that. Grabbing his ugly mug, the yellowcoat gangster slams him against the ground while asking what he did to him. All of a sudden, 3 more screws appear on the man's hand, and seeing this, Joshua spins the bolt, causing the other hand to fall apart. Realizing it was actually him who did it, Joshua uses this opportunity to escape the area. After he is far enough away from the gangsters, the stand effect wears off, obviously allowing their hands to return back to normal. However, this time they've been switched around. He initially doesn't even realize this since he's so stoked to just have his hands back. After his boys point out that he should probably take a closer look though, dude finally catches on. Over with Joshua, dude makes it to a nearby playground as police close in on his previous location. He also snagged a few 100k off those gangsters just before he fled, completely changing his initial opinion of Shakedown Road. Pulling out the envelope and checking, however, Joshua discovers that the money he had stolen was nothing more than leaves, something that confuses him since he was certain he grabbed the money from the purse. Meanwhile, the cops take the package off Josuke and open it up, only to discover it contained nothing more than candy. They quickly grab a hold of him to check where the drugs went and instead discover a fat stack of cash hidden inside of his clothes. Speaking up, Josuke lets them know that if they were after an illegal transaction, they should follow the chick with massive melons. This is Shakedown Road, and this cash doesn't belong to, well, anyone. At the same time, Josuke drops to the ground, almost in tears, trying to figure out where his money went. Slowly floating up around him though, leaves attached with soft and wet bubbles catches attention. Everyone who walks down this road knows about how it works, but they are all deceived. Earlier on, Josuke actually sent some leaves into Joshu's clothes with his soap bubbles and moved the money back into the envelope. Then, when Joshu started to flee, he replaced the cash with Grinko leaves and brought the money back from the envelope to himself. Bringing up how he really needs to pay back this pet shop owner for his previous mistake, Josuke leaves the cops. Just before he does though, he gloats for a little and tells them that he won completely. After paying the old man for his turtle, Josuke makes a call to Yasuo while she's still in class, though she doesn't answer since she thinks it's Joshu entering his stalker mode. Curiously checking her GPS while the app was open to see where Joshu was, Yasuo notices another random marker, one for Jizou, Joestar. Searching the mysterious man on her app, Yasuo learns that the monument was built as a memorial to the GOAT, Johnny Joestar, who died an ominous but tragic death approximately 100 years ago. Johnny had come to Japan as a visiting American jockey to aid the government's horsemanship program, as well as help in the importation of foreign-grown fruits. On the afternoon of the 11th of November, he was murdered by an unknown assailant who used a boulder to crush his head. His body was discovered on the morning of the 12th, and although no perpetrator has been found, his wife Rina was a prime suspect. On the 17th, they changed the confirmed homicide to a reported accidental death and gave his wife Rina an apology before releasing her. Due to the spot that he died at, on March the 23rd, half a year later, the town constructed a Jizou in dedication to him for passing away on a foreign land, and obviously, like all of the horsemanship stuff. Blown away with this info, Yasuo rushes out of class, and remembering the Higashikata family tree, she confirms with herself that Rina was the eldest daughter of the first Norisuke Higashikata, and is the connection between the Joestar and Kira's. Back at Extortion Road, Josuke can't help but feel some sort of nostalgia for the town, even though not a single soul knows him. Spotting this random statue with the same attire as himself, Josuke goes up and takes a look. The old pet shop owner from before sees him do so and can't help but give him a rundown of what the statue represents. He brings up how it's for an American who died, who wore the same kind of hat as him. Curious, Josuke asks if the American's first name was Johnny. Blown away that Josuke knows about the legend of Johnny Joestar, but not Shakedown Road, the oldie just says it's a simple folklore tale his grandmother used to tell him. Back in the day, Johnny came to Japan to teach military horsemanship, however, this was a cover-up for his true intention. Remember Rina, the Japanese woman he crossed the Atlantic with? Well, they were very much in love and lived happily on a farm. Weirdly, and after several years, Rina was struck with an incurable disease, one Johnny travelled the entire world in order to treat. The side effects of the disease were sort of misplaced memories that she'd regain, then lose forever. Eventually, it became so life-threatening that Rina's skin began to fold like origami, becoming stiff and rigid. Eventually, Johnny decided to bring his wife back to Japan, as he felt it was best that she spend her last days in the land that she was born in. This wasn't the end for him trying to save her though. He agonized over it for a nauseating amount of time before he decided to do the unthinkable. Those who watched my SBR video can probably see where this is going, but man went back to New York to obtain the Saint Corpse parts, which he believed would remove Rina's disease. However, the corpse had been sealed by itself, the guardian deity of North America, and was supposed to stay hidden underground. I can't remember the exact amount of years it was meant to be hidden, but it was like 200 or something, or 150. Someone can let me know down in the comment section below. Breaking the promise he made years earlier, and for the sake of the one he loved, Johnny Joestar unearthed the corpse. Back in 1901, the existence of the Holy Corpse was only known to a scant few. He needed to buy as much time as possible before the government would pick up on what he'd done. Using the special rights he'd been granted, Johnny managed to escape them in time and boarded a boat that took him back to Japan. The government didn't stop though and sent agents to pursue him, so Johnny hid the corpse in a cave at the base of the meditation pine on Morioh's coast. Fetching Rina, he carried her from the carriage to the coast. The Holy Corpse never exactly healed diseases, as we all know. It's more that it has a power to bring about the phenomenon of removal. With light, however, there is always dark, and of course some risk was involved, necessary to balance out the universal positives and negatives. Equivalent exchange is what it's called after all. It was for that very reason it was sealed in the first place. Johnny pleaded with the corpse for one time to give the illness to someone he doesn't know in her place. Miraculously, the corpse is removed from Rena and she immediately starts speaking again, asking if their son George was all Johnny wished for in a boy. Noticing that George was silent from the carriage though, Johnny rushes back over to see that the exchange affected only his son, turning him into a complete vegetable. Dropping to the floor, Johnny screams out in disdain for his reckless actions. Making sure his wife couldn't see what he did next, he then got on his horse and began riding with his son on top of the briefcase that held the corpse. Activating Tusk's infinite spin, and with tears pouring from his eyes, Johnny shoots George in the head, forcing the curse out of him. Due to the rule though of equivalent exchange requiring something of equal value, Johnny takes the curse upon himself and is shot in the head by his own stance ability. After falling to the ground, Johnny gets straight up kill confirmed by God. Like, it's gotta be God who's doing this to the Joestar bloodline, who threw a fat boulder at his head, crushing it. In the moments just before he was hit though, Johnny touched the Ginkgo leaves, giving them the mysterious power they currently have. Having run after the duo, Rena eventually catches up with them and grabs George, who's alright now. Pulling up just seconds after, the American pursuers and locals start to notice what happened, and that's obviously where the story starts to get skewered. When it came to the corpse, according to the old man, so obviously now we're back on his kind of folklore story, the people from America recovered it and took it back to the vault. That same day, the Ginkgo tree disturbances started, and that is the legend of Joestar Jizou. With the old man's story finished, Josuke asks him about the illness and how it was related to the corpse. The old man points out that the story is a legend, a complete fantasy. Even if he tried looking in the library, different articles say different things about what happened. He then insists Josuke pay him 3,000 yen for the story the next time he's down this road. Slowly, Josuke catches on to how Rena was a Higashikata and Holly was her descendant. She also lost her memories and then they'd randomly return sometimes. Questioning it all, he wonders if it was really just some fantasy, and on top of that, why is he being sheltered by the Higashikata family? Meanwhile, and straight up licking her elbow, Yasuo returns to the walleyes, specifically the spot where she found Josuke. She finds the location of the meditation pine, but struggles concealing herself from the view of the Higashikata mansion. This is because one of the two pines that could actually be the meditation pine, it used to be known as twin pines, was on the Higashikata property, or like a big branch of it. She pulls out a newspaper article dating back to November 1901, the date Johnny Joestar was murdered. On the same day, the article tells of a 1 or 2 year old soaked infant holding a necklace of gemstones found at the roots of the meditation pine. A local fisherman rescued the child, reporting that his arms and legs suffered from light frostbite due to possibly drifting along the coast before washing up by the pine. She questions what happened to the baby after the article was written, but upon searching couldn't find any information anywhere. One of the pines in the Higashikata yard is also on a tilt now due to the walleyes coming up, as I kind of mentioned before. Getting in closer to it, Yasuo sees a massive black hole at its base. Suddenly, a hand reaches out of the hole and drags Yasuo under, leaving only her sneaker behind as evidence that she was even there. Inside of the dark hollow, a random fellow starts licking and trying to impose himself on Yasuo. Coming to, Yasuo finds herself with only one sneaker and a cellar-like room directly below the meditation pine. She looks around the room and only finds Tsurugi, confusing her. She asks where they are, but the girl doesn't answer, instead asking if she'd like something to drink. Walking out of the room and seeing that she's still a distance from the main house through a small window, she wonders why the family would construct such a thing underground. Turning back, she examines the room, which is filled with a bunch of memorabilia dating back to 1937. She asks Tsurugi if she pulled her in here, to which she confirms that she saw her peeking into the room from the meditation pine. After the earthquake that happened in 2011, the ground lifted up and the vent broke apart, connecting to the root system of the meditation pine. According to Tsurugi, no one in the family knows about this hidden basement. Sitting down with a child, Yasuo then takes part in her game of paper fortune teller. The game is quickly shut short though as soon as Tsurugi gets far too personal with Yasuo and starts trying to sniff her hair. Snatching the paper out of the kid's hand, she opens it up and sees all of the final possibilities inside of the paper fortune teller. Spotting her missing shoe behind the kid, Yasuo grabs it, gets up, and asks where the exit door is. She then goes to grab her phone, but realizes that it's missing. Expecting the kid, and realizing her phone was first on the list of paper fortune teller, Yasuo demands it back. Tsurugi starts to get cheeky, pretending she never had one to begin with, absolutely enraging Yasuo. She grabs the kid and roughs him up, trying to figure out where they hid the phone. However, the more they examine the child, she starts to realize something. Tsurugi isn't actually a girl. Surprised she didn't know, the young man explains the history of the eldest male inside of the Higashikata family. His family believes in using charms to ward off evil spirits and have done it for generations. The eldest son of each generation in the Higashikata family is raised as a girl until his 12th birthday to ward off a curse, just as his father and grandfather did beforehand. A little bit surprised to learn all of this, Yotsuyu apologizes for, what she just did earlier. What concerns her more though is that her phone wasn't there. He didn't have time to hide it, so she assumes it possibly fell out earlier when she, fell into the hole. To aid Yotsuyu, Paisley Park, which is the name of her stand, I'm just gonna say it now, summons itself and travels towards Josuke's location, while Dude's trying to form up another message to send her. I love how he comes up with using an email instead as well, specifically the email of, "I'm not Joshu, guess who? Let's go eat dumplings tonight at Sesame Honey Cafe, 4 balls." 4 balls is the signature for who it is just great. On the other end, the message tone for Yosuyu's phone pings, confirming to her that it's definitely in the room. She gets down on the rug and tries to search the area, but it isn't on top or below, confusing her even more. Noticing a bit of blue paper on the floor, Yotsuyu goes to flip it. Immediately, Tsurugi tries to stop her, however our girl breaks his weak-ass Guna grip and pulls the paper up. As suspected, she finds the phone, but it's weirdly folded like an origami frog. Too stunned to move, the phone launches off the floor and lands on her face before inflicting her with some sort of curse. Dropping to the floor, Yotsuyu reels in pain. She asks what the kid did to her, but Tsurugi doesn't answer. Instead he asks if she was able to see his stand, something that actually confuses her. Realizing that she hasn't figured out her own ability yet, Tsurugi says he absolutely adores her. Fed up with whatever this little goon is on, Yotsuyu goes to leave. As she exits the cellar, she comes across another room, one with a bed, toilet, dresser, several pop culture items, and a sailor suit similar to that of Josuke's one. She attempts to enter the room, but is spotted by Tsurugi, who asks if they need to be shown the exit. Telling him she's fine, Yotsuyu makes her own exit and concludes the room was designed as a basement to keep someone prisoner. With her connection on the phone fully restored too, she notices the message Josuke sent earlier, telling her to meet at the cafe later on. Excited but slightly confused over what the 4 balls thing meant, she heads for the city and decides on not replying, just in case Joshua has his phone back. Now in town, Yotsuyu picks up on the little runt still following her. Confronting the kid, she tells him to go away, and he does, but not before telling her to return to the room if she's in any need of help. Unaware of the changing environment, Yotsuyu continues on her slow walk through town. Stopping and giving direction to a random woman, Yotsuyu sees that her face is blunt, unmoving, and emotionless. She sees a passerby with almost the exact same unmoving gaze, glances through a store window and finds that even the mannequins have the Peter Griffin chin of destruction. A bit frazzled with this, she leans against the window when a random window washer with the same damn face asks her to move. Sweating balls, she rubs her eyes and accidentally knocks out a contact, which falls and lands next to a random origami frog on the ground. Knowing it's Tsurugi's frog, Yotsuyu can't help but get an overwhelmingly bizarre feeling. Returning home, Yotsuyu finds her mother on the rack, literally on the piss, playing a video game. She pushes right past her and goes to apply some new contact lenses. Her mother follows and keeps prodding her, trying to get her to jam out as well, but Yotsuyu brushes off her attempts at conversation. Once she gets the new contact in, she goes to run back past her mother, but stops after realizing that her mother's face has been replaced by the same one she kept seeing earlier. Scared and confused, Yotsuyu trips over while asking who the random woman in her house is. Looking past her and catching her own reflection now in the mirror, she starts to sweat. Even her own face is completely unrecognizable. The guys playing soccer, the photo with Yotsuyu and her mother, everyone's faces have changed in her mind to an unrecognizable mess. She questions if perhaps Tsurugi gave her some sort of drug without her realizing, or did she smash her head while falling through the meditation pine? While standing there, probably out of it after smashing back half a bottle of whiskey herself, Yosuyu's mother notices how her daughter's in a bit of a hurry to leave and taunts her over having a new boyfriend. Yotsuyu tries to tell her mother to stop since she's unable to tell the difference between anyone at the moment, but her mother just hysterically starts laughing at her, bursting out in tears, not knowing if this random woman was her mother or not. Yotsuyu runs from the house into the streets where she begins to cry. She has a feeling this change is not temporary and wants to contact Josuke to meet him straight away at the Sesame Honey Cafe. Spotting Tsurugi across the road, she walks over and watches him folding up another origami animal. He reminds her that if she needs any help, he's here for her. Standing there looking around, Yotsuyu picks up on how everyone but Tsurugi's face looks the same, something that makes her even more suspicious of the kid. Hearing her phone ring, Yotsuyu picks it up and hears the voice of someone she knows, Josuke. telling him that she'd like to meet right away since it's an emergency. Josuke lets her know he'll head on over and should arrive probably within the next 5 minutes. Turning back and confronting Tsurugi for the time being, Yasuo accuses them of doing something to her, possibly slipping her a drug, and demands to know what the end goal is. Elaborating on how if you unwrap a cicada, it's a semi-nude, Tsurugi says it's simple, the prosperity of descendants. Shooting off from the ground below her, the origami cicada Tsurugi made flies through the air. Locking onto its target, it rockets down like an ICBM heading for Iran and precisely lands below the foot of Josuke. Back over with our girl, somehow she managed to reach the Sesame Honey Cafe. Still very distraught by her inability to distinguish objects and people, she spots Tsurugi, who still has his same face. Whacking the grape juice bottle out of his hand and onto her skirt, soaking it, she yells at him to not follow her any longer. He may be a kid, but whatever he's doing to her is still a crime, and he'll eventually be punished for what he's done. Tsurugi then finally leaves her, and just as Yasuo enters the Sesame Honey Cafe, she unknowingly misses Josuke, who is standing outside staring at his phone. Over with our boy, Dude spots Tsurugi and asks what he happens to be up to in town. Obviously, Dude's just been told to leave and, he's kind of on his way out. Feigning a complete ignorance, he says nothing, but tells Josuke he should go home soon. After all, he was there before, in that room. He's probably talking about that kind of prison-y room in the basement there that had the same, shirt as Josuke, or the same outfit as Josuke on the wall. It would just make sense that he's been there before. Snatching his phone out of his hand mid-conversation with this little kid, Josuke shows up and calls him out for calling Yasuo on his phone. Not being able to differentiate between the people standing around him though, Josuke tries to find him, but can't. Obviously he can still hear people's voices, but he just can't differentiate between who they are, so the voice probably sounds familiar. Getting pissed, Josuke grabs his collar and pulls him to the side, telling him he'll pay for what he did later on. Confused, Dude just asks who he is. Inside of the supposed Sesame Honey Cafe, Yasuo realizes that it's in fact a disc score, and that she can't even distinguish between words at this point. She panics and goes to rush outside, but absolutely corks herself on the glass door. Seeing her laying on the floor, a few staff members rush over to try and give her some aid. Screaming for them to not come any closer though, Yasuo then hears her phone ringing and quickly picks up the call. She asks where he is and for him to come to her since she isn't able to differentiate between the stores in town. Telling her to walk outside since he's already at the cafe. Yasuo does what she's told and eventually finds the man she thinks is Josuke. She immediately hugs him, pulling him in close. However, it turns out not to be Josuke, but Joshu, who'd got a hold of his phone just moments prior. Obviously, he's stoked with how the events have turned out and even mentions how he'd been looking for her. Grabbing her ass since she's, hugging him so hard, Joshu tries to get his freak on. Snatching his dirty ass wrist, she tells him to stop since it's wet, sopping wet from the moment he called her. Stunned with how badly she'd fallen for him in his eyes, Joshu listens to her tell him they need to find a more private place. Dragging her away, Joshu takes Yasuo to the bathroom, expecting to get lucky. He shuts the room, locks the door, and starts removing his clothes. After he removes his underwear and seeing what the dude is packing downstairs, Yasuo knows for sure that this is not Josuke, and he don't have the 2x2 balls, you know what I mean, and starts screaming for her freaking life. Joshu, now partially unclothed, tackles Yasuo into the stall and starts undressing her with his stand's power. Honestly, what an L to give him that stand. He can just take people apart. It's not a good one. Barely able to keep herself decent, Yasuo tells him to stop since she knows he isn't Josuke. Coming to a complete standstill, Joshu can't understand why she'd bring up Josuke's name at a time like this. Having grabbed the toilet lid while he was talking, Yasuo slams it over his head and sprints out into the street where she sees a police car. In another wild twist though, the car isn't a police car, but one owned by punks who kidnap her believing she's high on drugs. Wanting to impose themselves on her more, one of the punks tries to force a pill into her mouth. Luckily, her stand Paisley Park intervenes and grabs the driver's foot before snapping it. Unable to break the car now, it flies into a power pole, sending the kidnappers all over the place and allowing her to escape freely. Turns out the spot where she actually got to escape the car was pretty much back at her own house, and Susie, seeing her daughter, calls out to her apologizing for how she acted earlier. She's probably sobered up a little bit by now, but not knowing who that random woman is, Yasuo disregards her and spots the one person she does know, Tsurugi. Wanting to rest at this point, Yasuo finally surrenders and walks back to the basement with him. At the same time, Josuke realizes that he was never the target of this stand's ability. It was for Yasuo, and he believes somebody is using that ability on her because she tried to locate him. Trapped again in the secret room below the Higashikata estate, Yasuo just gives up on her escape. Tsurugi appears again, apologizing for the trouble he caused her beforehand, and even saying that, he's removed his ability. After small talk, he explains to her that he didn't drug her at all, it was actually a stand attack he used. Confused since she's only heard the term once in passing, Tsurugi elaborates on what stands are and how everyone inside of the Higashikata family has one. His ability is called Paper Moon King since it's made out of origami. Tsurugi guesses Yasuo already has an ability since she could see his one, and hands her phone back to her saying that she dropped it earlier on in town, specifically, when she was in that debacle with the car and the kidnappers. Absolutely knackered from everything so far, Yasuo doesn't pay the info much attention, instead getting ready to have a nap. She tells Tsurugi to not worry about her and even put some of the blame on herself for what happened earlier. Just before the kid then exits the room, Yasuo asks why this place was built with such an elaborate hatch entrance. Dropping a little bit more of the Higashikata lore, he turns back and tells her how every eldest son in each generation always gets ill when they turn 10 years old, and this building was made for curing them. It is only ever the eldest son, it has never throughout the family's history ever affected any of the other siblings. From what he's heard though, the disease makes their skin rock-like before eventually killing them. Obviously, he's been stressing about it since he's around the age that all of that cursing starts to kick in. Luckily, the Higashikatas have managed to cure this illness by keeping themselves in this room, and now they're all living good healthy lives because of it. Yasuo asks why they don't go to a hospital to get checked out, to which he mentions how doctors are completely unable to cure it. Confused with all of the bizarre info she's fed, Yasuo assumes he's saying some weird stuff just because he's a kid. For some reason though, she can't shake the feeling that this all has something to do with Holly and her brain diagnosis. If you guys all remember a little bit further back in the story, Holly had like holes in her brain that had become hard, and she had intermittently stopped remembering who she was too. Too tired to tie all of it together just yet, Yasuo falls asleep on the floor of the Higashikata basement. A few moments later, and after everyone leaves, I don't know how this human was hidden the entire time, it's actually insanity, but emerging from behind the coat rack, a man wearing a freaking fire leaf-based getup makes his way over to Yasuo. Sniffing the area around her, he can tell it's not soft nor wet. With his stand power, he then attempts to suffocate her with a sheet of film and a jug of water. Turns out he's not actually trying to kill her here, but he's more or less doing it in an attempt to dry her stand so that he can examine it. Once Paisley Park manifests, he uses his stand to trap it in place and seems to be able to identify Yasuo's unique abilities, such as being a weaker long distance type stand that has a sort of map type ability. Managing to escape from this rando, Paisley gaps it through the ether and makes its way over to Josuke. Connecting into Josuke's shadow, Paisley helps him remember how, just before he was attacked by that random phenomenon, Tsurugi was in the area. Assuming that it couldn't be a coincidence, he sprints back to the Higashikata mansion, convinced there is something up with his family. Back underground, the mysterious man decides to introduce himself. He's been watching them for a while, learning all about them and was going to continue, but his name is Yotsuyu Yagiyama. He is a 28-year-old, works as an architect, and where he lives is a secret. He's very ambitious, but what he wants most is social prestige, and for that reason, he cannot let Josuke get his memories back, because he's going to die one more time. Yasuo, in one last ditch attempt to free herself, manages to fold an origami bunch of bananas on the floor, which he successfully uses to trip Yagiyama over. The moment he crashes down onto the ground on top of a broken glass cup, Yagiyama vanishes into thin air. Since he's gone though, the film rips apart and Yasuo is able to breathe again. Hitting the burners trying to get out of this damn place, she gets up and sprints for the exit, not knowing who the hell that man was as she'd never ever seen him before. Gotta love our goofy ass boy, but where we left off in the last video, Josuke had returned home determined to search for Tsurugi since he was sure he had something to do with what had just taken place. Instead, he went to bed, and now waking up the next morning, he skirts over to his windowsill and just happens to see Tsurugi walking across the yard towards a set of stairs holding a bag of groceries. Hilariously, the kid trips over, and seeing this, Josuke rushes to help. Tackling him before he was able to make it out the door, Dia gives him a cheeky squeeze. With the girl still latched on, Josuke drags her around to the sunroom that overlooks the garden. Once there, he asks where Tsurugi was walking off to down the stairs. Denying that he would even be doing this, Dia knows the kid wouldn't go down the garden stairs as his mother would yell at him. She deemed the area out of bounds due to how the walleyes tore the ground up, exposing a bunch of dangerous materials. Lounging out behind them, Norisuke asks Josuke how school is going, but since he never actually attended, he can't figure out how to answer the old man. Leaning in, Joshu surprisingly covers for him, claiming that Josuke was getting teased at the basketball club for failing and smashing his head on the first base. A bit stunned with the news of him getting schooled in this baseball/basketball mixture of a sport, Josuke spots the massive ass bump on Joshu's head as he walks past. Obviously, this is the injury from when Yasuo King hit him with the toilet cover, but with the others not knowing about this, Josuke switches it up. He claims that on his way home, he bumped into Yasuo at the cafe and she confessed her love to him. Accusing his gooner ass of hallucinating all of this, Josuke demands that he call her then. At the same time, in inspecting his son's apple-sized bruise, Norisuke points it out, along with all of the inconsistencies in his story. Taking a moment to feel his own dome, Josuke curls over, now noticing the pain, and full-on claims the last thing he remembers was entering the bathroom with Yasuo. With Josuke then walking off to sulk, Josuke takes the moment and slips out the side door into the garden. He makes his way over to where he saw Tsurugi and surveys the entire area. Spotting the brat, he sprints off, certain that Tsurugi had something to do with yesterday's mishaps. Whacking his head on a branch as he ran through the garden, Josuke pauses to take a look at the fruit he'd never seen before. Appearing from behind a nearby tree, Norisuke tells him how the Higashikatas are a fruit-growing family and this orchard is their pride and joy. The thing he's wondering though is where Josuke's headed. Deciding to be brutally honest with the old man, Josuke explains his suspicions around the family and demands some answers. Not really concerned, Norisuke stun-locks him by allowing him to ask whatever he'd like. To him, he is like a son, and that's why he even took him in to start with. Admitting that he felt like Norisuke was the most suspicious family member of them all, Josuke opens up how he thinks Tsurugi has something to do with his past. It's not just that, he's also certain Norisuke himself is involved with Holly getting sick. Most important of all though, Josuke asks him if he killed Yoshikage Kira. Immediately, Norisuke denies that he did, and for 3 specific reasons. 1, he knows about the war lies and the power of atomic fusion, proposing the random idea that Josuke is half of Kira, and if Kira was really so much of a nuisance he wanted to off him, then why on earth would he take custody of someone who is half of that person? 2, if he wanted Kira dead, he would not have taken Josuke in as a son. In fact, he feels great regret over Kira's death because of how his bloodline shared a similar fate to theirs. As the eldest child of his own bloodline, Norisuke wanted to conquer this before it struck Tsurugi. The 3rd reason is frankly the opposite. Norisuke actually needs Kira. He thinks the dude had figured out a way of curing it, and for that reason, he was killed. Spotting the plot hole in all of this though, Josuke wonders how Norisuke's here if the disease had been passed down from his ancestors. Unable to tell him the exact details surrounding this, Norisuke says that he was saved from the disease by his parents sacrificing themselves and figures he will have to do the same to save Tsurugi. When it comes to what happened with him and Yasuo yesterday, Josuke is sure it had something to do with Tsurugi and needs an answer on it. Curious himself, Norisuke asks if she's Joshu's girlfriend, but he tells him he's completely wrong about the idea of the 2 of them dating. Not really understanding what he's saying about that, the oldie decides to just follow Josuke. However, Josuke isn't exactly sure if he can trust him yet and demands to know what his stand is. He is pretty sure every Higashikata has one. Tsurugi had the ability to manipulate faces and minds, so he wants to know about Norisuke's. Norisuke is quite surprised Josuke actually managed to decipher Tsurugi's stand and agrees to go with him to investigate the garden basement, where Tsurugi most likely is. As they approach the trapdoor leading to the basement, Norisuke then gives Josuke a glimpse of his stand, a pinky purple humanoid figure made out of jigsaw pieces. He explains how it's a long distance ability stand, but gives no other information, stating your stand is like your asshole. You can't exactly go around showing it off to people, which I can't lie, such wise words from a wise man. Randomly, Josuke then feels the hand of some dude touching his feet. Immediately flicking around to expose the sneaky minx, Josuke stands there, confused as he sees absolutely nothing. He tells Norisuke, who in turn advises him to not touch any origami that he might see, since it's obviously Tsurugi's. Certain that it was human and not the hand of just a kid, sweat starts to drip from his brow. He reminds Norisuke that Kira had died near his property a few weeks ago. It may be his place, but he can tell a darkness seems to have settled here. In fact, this entire area has felt fishy to Josuke for a while, and he can tell something's odd with the scenery. Getting down low to examine it some more, he picks up on how all of the flower pots are slowly drawing in towards them. All of a sudden, the pots start accelerating in from all 4 directions, and unable to move in time, they slam into the duo. Fractions of a second later, the pots shatter from the impact, before bizarrely sticking and starting to infuse with the humans. Peeking out from the nearby trapdoor, Yagiyama deviously questions if Josuke came all of the way here only to die a second time. Slowly, the broken remains force themselves deeper into the duo's skin, causing Norisuke to scream out that Josuke has to do something. Obviously, with his stand being long-ranged as far as we know, it's probably completely useless here. Snapping into gear, Soft and Wet starts removing the rubble. However, it quickly reacts to the change and slams back into Josuke. Weirdly enough though, Norisuke managed to slide out and now uninhibited by the enemy stand, gets to his feet. Seeing the old man looking down at him, Josuke is sure they're trying to kill him, and at this rate he doesn't have long. Norisuke gets down and tries removing the stone off him, but Josuke, freaking out, tells him not to touch him. Asking him to calm down, Norisuke reiterates that he isn't his enemy. There is no doubt to him that someone is with his grandson, and that person is specifically targeting him now. They've got an incredibly strong stand, still he understands that because of that, the distance has to be short-ranged. He starts trying to drag Josuke along the ground, but due to the added weight of 4 flower pots on top of him, is unable to do so. Quickly thinking of a way to move out of the range of it, Josuke activates Soft and Wet and uses the stand's bubbles to remove the friction on the ground around him, finally allowing Norisuke to pull him out of the enemy stand user's range. Getting to their feet somehow unscathed, the duo looks around and spots Tsurugi peering at them from the entrance to the bunker. Angered, he tells his grandfather to leave as this has nothing to do with him. Feeling violated over being told what to do by a preteen, Datasuke screams for answers and if someone is down there with him. Questioning why Josuke is so important to him though, Tsurugi reiterates his earlier demand before slamming the bunker hatch shut. Turning to Norisuke, Josuke asks if he has any idea who the stand user is. Obviously denying this since he would have just admitted if he knew who the user was, Norisuke bets that if Josuke had his memory back, he'd probably know who the person is. Turning their attention back to the underground hatch, Norisuke mentions that he completely forgot about the bunker. To him now, it looks as if something deeper than what he ever imagined had started happening right under his nose. Now the enemy is trying to lure them in and trap them, but first he knows he has to convince Tsurugi he's being deceived. Cutting him off, Josuke tells him his priority is Yasuo for the time being, something that confuses Datasuke. He can't help but wonder why he keeps bringing up Joshu's girlfriend. Reiterating what he said earlier about sticking those two words together, Joshu and girlfriend, Josuke opens up about how it's more or less Yasuo is the only person who knows him, and if she's wrapped up in all of this, then he has to save her. Walking over to the hatch, Norisuke points out how they can easily use their stand to get inside and open it that way. Volunteering to go himself, Josuke quickly gets Dad to watch his back before he does so, but pauses for a moment to listen to him and impart some knowledge. While he does this, he places his hand on a nearby rock. Slowly appearing from the other side of the rock, Yagiyama quickly touches his fingers before vanishing. Unnerved by what he felt, Josuke turns around but once again sees absolutely nothing. Jumping back, he exclaims that again, from behind a rock someone touched his hand. Norisuke runs over to try and spot who the perpetrator was, but is instead touched on his own ankle, forcing him to dive back confused. He tells Josuke he is correct, but he has no idea who is currently trying to touch them, where he's from, and where he's vanishing to. Glancing at the property's surroundings, he can tell that something bad is happening. The scenery around the house is changed, and there's something strange about the sound. Josuke also picks up on the weird rustling noise, and Norisuke, realizing that they are probably in a trap right now, thinks it's best they flee the area. Getting down first, close to the ground to figure out what could be making the noise first, Norisuke can immediately tell it's the sound of a chestnut rolling down an incline after falling off a tree. Understanding the implications and with sweat dripping from his dome, Norisuke looks up to see not just one, but a flood of chestnuts rolling their way down the hill towards him. He tells Josuke to get out of here right away, but with his own plan in mind, Bro kicks into the nearby gazebo. He is sure the enemy has to be nearby due to his limited range, so in his eyes, it's quicker to just beat his ass than run off. Pleading with him to get back since the chestnuts have already started accelerating towards them though, Josuke turns around and uses Soft and Wet to smack one away. Turns out this completely backfires on him as the chestnut explodes, sending the hard, husky spikes into his hand. Behind him, Norisuke pleads with Tsurugi to please open the hatch before it's too late. Flowing back into the past now, Norisuke remembers the time he asked his mother about the disease he had. Wondering how he heard about the family curse, his mother Tomoko pulls him in close and tells him to not believe everything he hears. Anyone born into the world will have trials to overcome, but their family is a strong one that walks the righteous path. Diseases can always be cured, and there is a method to it. Even his father once had it, but he now lives a healthy life and works a respectable job. Suddenly, we then get a glimpse of a bricked up Norisuke infected with the curse. We can kind of see that it's similar to how Johnny's kid, George, was affected by the Holy Corpse. Coming back to reality though, Norisuke tries desperately to get Tsurugi's attention. Spotting the brat through the small window, he demands he open the freaking hatch. Telling his grandfather to give Josuke up and that the stand user won't attack him, Tsurugi reveals that according to Yotsuyu, he knows how to cure the disease, so they made a deal. If he lured in Josuke to hand him over, then he promised to tell him all about how to cure the disease. In his own domain battle though, Josuke picks up a 2x4 and smashes a few of the incoming chestnuts. However, this immediately backfires as the broken shards of the husks spray all over him, causing these small spikes to dig into his face. Seeing the needles dig further into his skin, Josuke tells Norisuke to forget about relying on Tsurugi and use his own stand to open the door from the inside. Activating the puzzle piece stand, Bro was completely cut though to find Tsurugi used a lock and chain to reinforce the hatch entrance. Unable to get inside in time, both of the boys are hit by what seems to be 30 odd chestnuts that immediately start digging into their skin. With his eyes blinded from the attack, Norisuke tells Josuke that it's going to take him some time to break the lock. Getting in past him though, Josuke activates Soft and Wet with the plan of using his soap bubbles to steal the moisture from inside the chestnut husks. As the moisture is then slowly drained out of the husks, he tells Norisuke to pick up a rock and smash the lock. The moment the husks all turn to dust, due to obviously running out of internal water content, Norisuke leans over the hatch and smashes the lock, finally allowing the two boys to flee underground out of the enemy's range. Slamming the hatch over him as he drops in, Josuke catches a glimpse of Yotsuyu peering back at him from outside. Putting that aside though, the duo rush deeper into the compound to escape the few chestnuts that made it in. Once safely in a locked room, Norisuke turns to Tsurugi, who was actually hiding in the corner of that same room, and demanded to know who the man is that he's working with. Fessing up, the kid reveals the man's name to be, as we all knew, Yotsuyu Yagiyama, something that stuns Norisuke. Turns out he actually knows the dude. He is the man who did the architectural design on the Higashikata mansion. Seeing how confused and terrified Tsurugi is, Norisuke brings up how he understands the stress he feels, but he needs to have the courage to overcome the trial. If he mans up, he promises that he will protect him. Popping back in, Josuke asks where Yasuo is, and Tsurugi says she's safe, sleeping in the room down the hall. Opening the door to see her completely out of it, Josuke can't help but feel a wave of relief. He goes to make a noise to wake her up when Norisuke brings up how he first met Yotsuyu. 3 years earlier, he had decided to renovate and had several architects give him layouts for a new build. Obviously, Yotsuyu's design piqued his interest. Not just that, but how he was also interested in Frank Lloyd Wright's style. For those interested, Frank Lloyd Wright's style centers on organic architecture design buildings that feel inseparable from their landscape, combined with the prairie school emphasis on long, low horizontal forms. So just like long, flat kind of roofs, making it look like it's meant to be in the land and all that kind of stuff, which, you know, his matching kind of looks like. It doesn't look like it's carved up the land around it, it's meant to be built where it's supposed to be. Either way, after he completed the main house, the next job he gave him was to design his tea house in town that sells fruit. While he did that, he allowed him to stay in the basement. Due to how they only communicated on a professional basis, Norisuke admits he really doesn't know anything more about him as a person. Wondering if the man said anything to Tsurugi, he just goes off on a tangent about how he saw Yagiyama heal a petrified dog by doing something to it, though he didn't see what it was. So this actually all took place, if you remember, when Yasuo saw the same random dog. I'm pretty sure it was on the day that she pulled Josuke from the earth at the walleyes and whatnot. On that day, Yotsuyu confronted and told Tsurugi of the curse that would affect him at 11. Promising to give him a cure though, all he asked from him was that he lured Josuke down into the basement, and that's exactly what he did. A bit stunned to learn about this dog sharing their curse, Norisuke asks about how he cured the dog. Simply saying he fed it, Tsurugi couldn't exactly see what it was, but as soon as the dog ate it, it got up and the disease was cured. Not giving a damn about this disease or the dog, Josuke just wants more information because it's so obvious to him the man wants him dead. He's got a devious plan and won't hesitate, but for what reason? Norisuke admits that he doesn't have a clue. All he can say is it was like he was waiting for him, and even as stand users, they can't physically see him. Worried that he could attack them again, Josuke says he's going to look for more entrances to the basement. Funnily enough, Tsurugi lets slip that there is another way into the cellar aside from the trapdoor. Rushing into the room, the same one that held Yasuo, Josuke finds her once again kidnapped. He dives onto the bed and makes a mad dash at the vent when Norisuke tells him to wait. Activating his stand, this crazy puzzle piece Joestar stand appears behind him. Dismantling itself, all of the puzzle pieces coat themselves over all of the things that Yasuo had just been touching. Norisuke Higashikata the 4th stand is called King Nothing. Reassembling itself back next to Josuke while walking towards the vent, Norisuke shows him some more booty hole, but revealing his stand's ability to track people through a visual scent. It's long distance, it has no physical power, but as King Nothing slips out of the cracks of the basement vent, knows he can use it to track Yasuo. Josuke and Norisuke then begin to chase after the man, but Tsurugi warns them, mainly his grandfather, that since they know nothing about Yagiyama, going outside is pretty much kurmicidal. He doesn't even want him, so why would he purposefully put himself in danger? Giving the little man a life lesson, Norisuke tells him that this is the family property. You should never be okay with someone just entering your home and doing whatever they like. The two then follow King Nothing to the coast, and Norisuke tells Josuke of the time he was afflicted with the disease in 1971. Everything became stone, but he was still conscious and felt pain. Sadly, his mother took his place in his stead, with equivalent exchange. He states that even before the walleyes, this ground was a place where equivalent exchange would take place. It's never set in stone. In order to protect the eldest son, someone else in the family would perform an equivalent exchange on the disease. Tsurugi claimed that it was some food that cured the dog, something that defies all logic in Norisuke's mind. Randomly, Josuke starts to note that King Nothing is wrapping around, turning completely back towards the duo. Frantically, they search the immediate area for Yasuo, knowing that Yotsuyu has to be nearby. Almost right away, Josuke finds Yasuo stashed behind a rock, something that confuses the both of them as it makes no sense how she got behind them. He reaches out to grab her when randomly the rock in front of him appears to reach up and touch him. Instantly, Soft and Wet appears, striking at the rock man and sending him tumbling backwards. Unconcerned, Josuke finally gets Yasuo safely back under his guard. Moving on to the main target, he tells Norisuke that Yotsuyu is here. Here's a rock, one of the rocks he's just punched into this random hillside quarry. Norisuke asks for a little bit more of an adept explanation, and Josuke goes in on how his physical makeup is rock-like. He's a human that's managed to live while having rock skin. Moving back in time to a snowy day in 1963 outside of the Higashikata mansion, Tomoki carries the solidified Norisuke to a spot beneath the meditation pine. There, she used the power of equivalent exchange to move the stonification from her son to herself. Standing there in the current world, Norisuke is flabbergasted with Josuke's explanation of how the dude was stone. Looking at Yasuo though, Josuke gets more worried over how she isn't waking up. Alert to how this plan was set up very carefully from the beginning to get him, the two scan the area and hear a rustling sound from the nearby trees. Using King Nothing to detect Yagiyama's scent from on Yasuo, Norisuke watches his stand break apart and reappear on a nearby rock. With a fire in his eyes, Josuke rushes over, pushing King Nothing out of the way as he activates his own stand. Letting loose, Soft and Wet pummels the boulder, but to no success. Absolutely certain that King Nothing led them in the right direction, Josuke grabs a nearby rock and smashes it against the Yotsuyu looking boulder, chipping a piece of it off. Almost immediately, blood starts to seep out of the rock, confirming his suspicion. Blown away that the rock man is really human, Norisuke examines his statue-like appearance. Turning the duo's attention back to the forest though, both of them watch as a bunch of plastic containers slowly start rolling towards them. Right now, they have two options: finish off Yotsuyu or run before they're surrounded by his next attack. Unlike the earlier attacks though, these bottles contain a liquid in them. Norisuke had stored them nearby, behind the warehouse of his mansion due to its possible contamination. They are pesticides, and for those not in the horticultural agricultural world, agricultural grade pesticides are often much stronger than home garden versions. During mixing or spills, the concentration is high enough to cause significant toxicity, even if it just gets on the skin. These look like high concentration bottles, plus with Yotsuyu's ability, it will add to the skin's absorption rate since it forces things towards, obviously the core, causing them to take in more of the poisonous compound. Turning back around, the duo is then shocked to find Yagiyama snuck off while they were distracted. Merging into the rock behind Josuke, Yagiyama mogs him physically. However, the moment they look at him, his form vanishes. Finally revealing his full self and splitting away from a nearby boulder, a completely stoned Yagiyama stands over them, confident that he will obtain it, not Kira. He then goes on a monologue about how they've already lost. Entering the Higashikata house was Josuke's path to a certain defeat. Lashing out, Soft and Wet tries to land some strikes, but Yagiyama dodges them all before fleeing into the field of rocks. The pesticide jugs roll closer, and Norisuke yells at Josuke to leave Yasuo behind and get out of Yagiyama's effective range, but Josuke decides to stand his ground. He's sure that if he did leave her behind, she would be attacked. Somehow, he knows what this guy is like. He'll keep calm and use anything at his disposal for the sake of trying to take everything from him. He screams out, hoping that Yotsuyu hears him, and promises the stone fool to beat his ass, to make him regret from the bottom of his heart that he ever got Yasuo involved in this. Running back and finding the previous boulder that he just made bleed, Josuke uses soft and wet to hit the rock with a large soap bubble. Slowly, the bubble forms around the rock before it begins floating up off the floor. With the plan of sending his ass out to sea now, Josuke proudly states that the one who'll be out of range is him. Still bricked up though, Yotsuyu places his hands against the bubble and states, "I am a rock, I am an island." Quickly shooting past the duo, a bunch of rocks fly into the bubble, popping it and allowing Yotsuyu to land safely back on the cliff's edge. Since Josuke's plan failed now, the bottles of pesticides tumble in, having gained even more speed. Unable to dodge, both the Yasuo and Josuke are hit by the bottles, causing all of the liquid to spill over them. Norisuke, who wasn't hit, asks Yagiyama to stop, only for the dude to drop some crazy ass bombs. He declares that he still needs him alive because one day he will steal his entire fortune. Yagiyama then comments that Josuke's power is completely ineffective against him. Right now, the pesticide is being drawn into the core of his body, and Yotsuyu claims it's impossible for him to get it out. Getting his attention though, Josuke reminds him how he never said he was trying to defend the attack. He's got literally no memory at all when it comes to how Yotsuyu's ability works. That being said, for a while now he hasn't been trying to use his soap bubbles to escape his attacks or add layers of defense. He simply brought him here so he could push him off, stepping forward and thumping into the rock man. The two then soar out over the seas below. Floating there, Yotsuyu asks what his plan is now. Does he expect the pesticides to be washed away once he lands on the sea? He calls Josuke a disappointment and goes to continue rambling when Josuke stops him to say he's the one cornered and should be worrying about himself. Plunging into the ocean water, Josuke mentions how he used the bubbles to push him into the sea. This is indeed one way to use them, but another feature is how he can use them to converse underwater. Using his stand power, he can put voice lines inside of the bubbles. Not only does it work here, but he can also converse with Norisuke up on the surface at the same time. He asks Yotsuyu what he thinks, and if he's able to figure out what he's doing to drown him, he's making him sink. So either he can die here or tell him who he really is. At the same time, up on the surface, a bubble pops next to Norisuke, asking him for a favor, to provide Josuke the same nets that you'd use to catch fish. Splashing into the water behind him now, Josuke reaches out and grabs the net provided by Norisuke. Quickly, he wraps it around Yotsuyu, inhibiting his movement even more. Splashing in around them and seeing even more nets land in the water, Josuke sends out a few more bubbles, asking Norisuke for as many nets as he can find. With the plan of continuously wrapping these stone freaking nets, Josuke proudly states to him that he won't be getting what he wants because he's going to be a stone on the ocean floor forever. Protesting that the one truly born from stone is Josuke, Yotsuyu reveals to him how he was the one who stuck him between rocks and killed him, yet because of Kira's intervening and the Walleye's faults, he's now survived. Screaming for him to just drop dead, I Am Rock tries to land some strikes, however Soft and Wet easily dodges them and retaliates with a jab of his own. At the same time, one of the bubbles hits Yotsuyu in the eye and explodes, taking a chunk of his face along with it. Josuke then tells him one last time, either he reveals who he really is, or he will attach weights to him and leave him here forever. Again, Yotsuyu lashes out with his stand, I Am Rock, but Soft and Wet uppercuts the mofo and starts filling his mouth with bubbles. Josuke tells him he's taken all of the air in his lungs, so he needs to hurry up. Randomly, Yotsuyu instead mutters that he will one day be betrayed by the Higashikatas and that Tsurugi's actions are only the correct one. Right after, his body then fractures, turning completely into a harder stone. Floating out from inside Yotsuyu's stone pouch though, a mysterious fruit with spiked appendages catches Josuke's attention. Didn't know JJBA was going in the One Piece freaky fruits route. I'm assuming Josuke grabbed it as well, but he then obviously returns back to the surface with the remains of Yagiyama. Don't actually know how we dragged him up there if he is stone as well, but after reuniting with Norisuke, both of them are amazed at the strange organism they are observing and decide on doing a chemical analysis to analyze it later. Norisuke guesses that the reason he died was because he was unable to take in oxygen through the skin while underwater, making his body hypersensitive to any loss in oxygen. Rolling back up to the hatch now, Norisuke decides on keeping Yotsuyu's death a secret from, the wider public, so that they can investigate where he came from themselves. Tsurugi, who had met them at the hatch entrance, admitted to them that he did some investigating of his own on Yotsuyu, but he couldn't pin anything down. The dude didn't have a bank account or even a cell phone as far as he knew. He thinks it's possibly because the guy didn't need a house and simply used his ability to hide throughout society. Tsurugi then asks if the guy was carrying any sort of food, and Josuke confirms that he did, having seen it in the water with him. Unlike I assumed though, he was unable to get it because it got washed out to sea. Yotsuyu, the rock human, the disease that makes you look like a rock, Holly with her disease, and her son Kira who died at the walleyes. The thing that connects all of them is the disease, and Josuke is certain the fruit might have something to do with it. Meanwhile, and back in that room, Yasuo briefly wakes up and discovers a half-eaten piece of fruit in her hand. Still out of it though, she pays it no attention and goes back to sleep. I can't actually believe that. Girl's just literally got the fruit in her hand and goes back to sleep. Later that day, Josuke enters the underground storeroom, bringing a box of sesame dango to Yasuho. He happily daydreams about finally speaking to her again and gifting her the gift, only to find the room empty. He hurriedly searches the room, even checking the hatch above, until Norisuke lets him know he had sent her home. He knows he helped rescue her, but this is the Higashikata's family issue and she's better off not knowing. As they speak, Norisuke goes on about how he set up a chemical analysis on Yagiyama to find out what kind of organism he is. After checking the family registry to learn more about him, he learned that 10 years earlier, the dude stole the identity of a child with no relatives and swapped places with him. Randomly, the stone dog then faces into the room next to them, jumps up onto the bed and grabs the remaining half of the fruit. Seeing the fruit in the dog's mouth, Josuke initially gets confused over how it even got on the bed. He rushes in telling the others to not let the dog get away and grab what it's eating. Falling from the dog's mouth though, the fruit rolls over, allowing him to pick it up and confirm that it's the same one he saw in the ocean, the same one Yotsuyu also used to heal the dog's stonification. Norisuke grabs and inspects the random fruit, one he'd never seen before, although it smelt a lot like a fig to him. Tsurugi jumps up trying to grab it, however Norisuke thinks it's best they find the tree it comes from first. They have to know what type of fruit it is and where it can be sourced. During his investigation of Yotsuyu, he didn't see any record of overseas travel, so to him it means there's either a tree with this fruit somewhere in Japan, or someone else brought the fruit tree from overseas. Activating King Nothing, they all watch as Norisuke's stand predicts what form the tree branch might have took. It's one that he's never seen before, but if it ever comes within his stand's range, it will track it down automatically. Wanting to check the record at the store before they use his stand, he tells Josuke about how he has a list of every recorded fruit on the globe at the Parlor store in town. Skipping into town, Norisuke provides him a tour of the Higashikata Fruit Company and how he's incorporated it on Morioh's high streets. Throughout the explanation of his business, Norisuke emphasizes to Josuke the importance of flow. Eventually, they made their way to the second floor cafe, where Josuke tasted the famous melon parfait. While he was slurping away on his parfait, Norisuke checked his phone and was surprised to see his eldest, Jobin, had gotten back to Japan. At the exact same time, a bit of slurry from Josuke's parfait lands on this random fellow's tassel loafers. Leaning down, the man ominously wipes his shoe clean before lifting his head to make eye contact with Josuke. I love how this dude is designed, just with the spikiness all over him similar to the fruit that we just found. Either way, Josuke apologizes for his goonage, and the man tells him it's fine to make mistakes, he's only human after all. Norisuke immediately curls over, fanboying at his son's impression of Mitsu Ida. Getting up, the two embrace and have a short yarn over what Jobin got up to in Vietnam. Spotting Josuke now and remembering how he had no memory, Norisuke confirms to Jobin how they still haven't returned, but he's a part of the family now. Josuke thanks them for having him, and Jobin formally introduces himself to Josuke by giving him a jar of dirt. Well, it's not exactly a jar of dirt, it's got a special kind of beetle inside that sells for upwards of 300,000 yen. Pointing out that it's a plain ass stag beetle though, Josuke refuses the gift. He doesn't know what to do with it if it's alive and can't exactly return it for the money. Getting super awkward over having his gift denied, Jobin takes off his wristwatch and tries offering it as well. Quickly taking him off to the side though, Norisuke tells his son to stop making Josuke so uncomfortable. The moment Norisuke wraps his arm around Jobin though, King Nothing appears and partially forms the shape of the random fruit on his son's handkerchief. Seeing this, Josuke knows that King Nothing had memorized the smell of the fruit and would automatically pursue the scent if it came into range. Moving on from that afternoon though, the next morning, Joshu, Daya, Hato, and Kyo all show off the tacky souvenirs gifted to them by Jobin. A plaster lobster for Big Joshu, a coconut ashtray for Daya, a t-shirt featuring a green sea turtle reading Fighting Spirit for Hato, and a replica Oscar statue for Nijimoto respectively. Leaving the group though, Josuke says he needs to find Jobin to teach him how to keep a stag beetle. Daya tries taking him to the room herself, but Jotsu tells her to stay out of it and shows him the way instead. Entering the man's room, Josuke sees a bunch of shelving units filled with display cases of exotic beetles and Jobin fiddling with his robots at the table. Seeing them, Jobin states that if you take something by force, there is never enough. If you share it, there will always be something left over. For a moment, Joshu stands there moronically confused, whereas Josuke asks if he was quoting Mitsuo Ida. Let down by the fact that his own brother didn't even know the words of the incredible poet Mitsuo Ida, Jobin gets up and daps Josuke up. What do you feed a stag beetle? Jobin tells him that, well, he shouldn't feed them watermelon rinds or things like that. What beetles love is protein. Earlier that day, Josuke had met with Tsurugi because he wanted to learn more about his father. From the one time they met, he learned that for some reason Jobin had been to the place where the mysterious fruit is located. He has to know something, and Josuke is certain it's the location of the tree. Wondering if he told Norisuke, Josuke lets Tsurugi know that he didn't, but he understands how his grandfather's ability works. It was only for a moment that King Nothing appeared on his father's handkerchief, but it was there for a moment. Josuke is sure he saw it take form, indicating that the smell remained on his handkerchief and making it clear to him that Jobin knows how to cure the disease that makes them all like a rock. Norisuke is indeed a wonderful person, and Josuke admires his character, but he wants to keep this a secret for the time being because it involves his eldest son. He knows Norisuke would, no matter what, take the side of Jobin, but Tsurugi is different here. He's in a position where he has to know the truth, so again Josuke demands to know his father's stand, otherwise he's going to end up beaten. Confused with the moral dilemma that he's been placed under, Tsurugi says his father has his interests at heart and really isn't a bad person. Being a realist though, Josuke says the only thing that can decide what his father truly believes is the facts. No matter what though, he'll figure it out and wants to know what side Tsurugi is on. Back inside of Jobin's room now, he continues going over what you'd need to do when it comes to feeding Josuke's new stag beetle. Examining the room though, and not really listening to him, Josuke doesn't see any living bugs and curiously asks Jobin if he keeps any. Falling back into that same flashback, Tsurugi gets Josuke to promise to him that he will not hurt his father. If he promises to do that, he will then help him mentally corner him. Wanting to hear him swear on it, Josuke promises to Tsurugi, stating that he believes himself a member of the Higashikata family now and will respect their bloodline. In a crazy paradox to currently what's going on, Tsurugi reveals that Jobin's weakness is stag beetles. According to him, his father is even more of a child than he is and is the type of person who always thinks it's summer vacation. Josuke has to defeat this pride, and when he gets excited, he's sure that he will expose his weakness and talk. Josuke needs to take each thing one step at a time, otherwise his father will start to realize something is up. The plan is, he will go, meet up with Jobin and ask if he'd like to make their stag beetles fight. He needs to specifically invite him in, while curiously wondering which beetle is stronger. If his father falls for the trick, then they'll have a chance. Back in reality, Jobin proudly swings open the door to his room containing the live insects. He grooves his way on in and explains to the two boys that unlike other insects, beetles have intelligence. Their ability to score girls is purely based on looks, no matter the exception. According to basic observation and statistics, the insects think for a maximum of 45 seconds and forget everything right after. Josuke then points out one beetle in particular, curiously wondering if his own stag beetle could beat it. He even thinks that its mandibles look weaker and thinner than his own. Joshu, embarrassed by what he's saying right now, calls him out for speaking out of line, and Josuke apologizes for doing so. He casually mentions how he spoke without even thinking. He was sort of curious, so this crazy idea sort of just plopped on out. With Jobin's pride slightly hurt by this, he challenges Josuke to a stag beetle, but Josuke, remembering Tsurugi's words about taking his time, backs out completely. He feigns a complete ignorance, pretending as if he didn't even know why he brought up the idea to start with. Slighted by this, Jobin questions if he's saying that him, a human taking these beetles from their natural habitat and raising them to be athletes, was stupid. Naturally, Jobin then starts explaining how the fighting happens atop the Cork arena. The battle is one 45-second round, and if you're pushed out of the arena before the time is up, you lose. If another raises the other beetle into the air, they also lose after a 10 count. Paintbrushes cannot be used to touch their bodies, but are allowed for exciting them to get them amped for the fight. Again, he questions Josuke if he'd like to test his simple curiosity and see their beetles go at it. Josuke then exploits the mood to propose a bet of his own, and Jobin accepts, promising to give him a Hercules or Rhino beetle if he wins the fight here. Grabbing another case off his shelf, Jobin first plans to give his beetle one 45-second round with a wasp to train it before the upcoming battle. Placing the beetle inside of the habitat, the two insects face off, circling each other for a moment. In a flash, the bee then dives in, stinger first, but it's unable to get past the beetle, who tears its body in half. Speaking up, Jobin tells Josuke the final rule. If a beetle is killed, it loses, and if they're going to be betting, what is he going to put on the line? Picking up his brush, Jobin then uses it to wipe his beetle and excite him before the fight, confident that with the fighting spirit it acquired, it will win the match. Reminding Josuke of the bet, Jobin decides to lower the stakes and instead opts to just have the loser shave one eyebrow. Fine with this, Josuke accepts and confidently chucks his beetle into the arena. Before Jobin puts his own beetle in, Josuke uses the brush to hype his beetle up. Placing a board in between the two insects now, Jobin quickly raises it, initiating the battle. Both insects are the same exact type of beetle, but Josuke's is slightly longer and in turn heavier than Jobin's. Back during the conversation between Tsurugi and Josuke, the little guy told him he'd never actually seen his father's ability, and it could totally be an unconscious one. Like Norisuke said, everyone in the family might have one, but it's not like they're going around showing each other their booty holes. The most important thing is they need to find out the truth without being discovered, and he absolutely needs to win with his stag beetle. If his pride is broken, Dude will reveal all of the information they want to know. When it comes to beetles, the best way for a male to fight is after they've received female pheromones from a brush. Their mandibles are a key factor in their strength and have helped them mainly protect their territory. They're not something to kill with, and that's why using pheromones works best. Flashing into the fight, both beetles begin to grapple each other, with Josuke slowly being pushed back towards the border of the arena. Suddenly, Josuke's Palawanicus, which is the scientific name I guess you could say for a beetle, gets a mandible cut off, and Jobin smugly reveals that, well, he sharpens his beetle's mandibles. Determined to win for his queen, Josuke's beetle holds its ground. Despite that, Jobin's beetle manages to hook its mandible in behind its opponent's exoskeleton and starts ripping the creature in half. Absolutely love this, but in that moment, Josuke chose to pop the small bubbles he had stored inside of the arena's barrier, and of course, they contained female pheromones. Where he got them from, I have no clue at the moment. His beetle gets the fattest whiff of all whiffs from these pheromones, and as if he was given a jab of pure adrenaline, lifts Jobin's beetle up into the air. With the beetle hanging there, Josuke quickly calls for Joshu to hurry up and start the 10 count. Before he does though, Jobin's beetle flees the arena, leaving Josuke as the winner. Sitting there, almost vibrating with rage, Jobin can only seethe knowing he has to shave his left eyebrow now. Confidently, and like the boss he is, Josuke celebrates that his Dorus Titanus Palawanicus is the winner. Flicking his own cutthroat razor out, Jobin starts getting to work on his own eyebrow. Elsewhere, and just chilling there doom scrolling, Yasuo notices this weird map-like layout slowly coming to life on her hand. All of a sudden, the Lambo on her phone shoots from there to the TV before it turns off a second later. Unable to get over how she's been hallucinating on a daily basis, Yasuo tells herself she's no different from Josuke due to how long she's been cooped up alone. Hearing the doorbell ring, she goes over to see Tsurugi at the door asking for her help. They need her ability to help them find the location of the fruit tree. Back at the Higashikatas, Jobin finishes up shaving the eyebrow, and with things all done in one, Josuke decides to get going. He packs things up when Joshu halts him, accusing him of cheating, theorizing correctly that Josuke planted pheromones in the side of the ring. Disgusted with his actions, Jobin stops Joshu and calls him dull and uninteresting. Grabbing a beauty mirror, he reacts surprisingly well to his defeat, smiling and saying that he feels like a kid on a summer vacation. He reminds Joshu that if you don't get caught, it's not against the rules to cheat. Interested in Josuke, he demands that Joshu support him from now on. Confused himself since he'd never agreed to a second match, Josuke is told that of course they have to fight again. This is a place where gladiators do battle. Josuke obviously tries to refuse, saying that his fighter's mandible is broken. Jobin, however, retorts that beetles remember what it's like to win a fight, which makes it more able to win again. Curiously then, Josuke wonders what they'd bet on if they were to have another bout, and Jobin simply asks what it is he wants. He himself just wants to win and dominate Josuke in a way that forces him to surrender. Having waited for this exact moment, Josuke accepts. This time, he wants the Lamborghini Gallardo. At that exact moment, Tsurugi hits Yasuo with the info around Josuke trying to get the Lamborghini off his dad. Once Josuke gets the key and car, there is an event data recorder inside and he wants Yasuo to take a look at it. Something happened with his father that's linked him with Yotsuyu, and they think it's the location of the fruit tree. Dropping some more knowledge on her ass, he then tells her about the stand ability that she has and how it can help them lead them to the fruit tree. Back in the room and having glued the mandible back on his beauty, Josuke prepares for round 2. Slamming the Lambo key on the table, Jobin accepts the bet and gets an Elotopus Rosenbergi golden stag beetle to fight for him this round. Just as the name implies, it is gold in colour and has horns similar to those of an Oni. Seeing this, Joshu goes to gas his brother up, but is quickly told to sit his ass down and be Josuke's ally. Following through, Bro actually gives the man who stole his room a compliment. Love how cucked Joshu's been throughout the entire story so far. But, kicking things off, the second bout begins, and Josuke, still curious, asks what it is Jobin wants if he wins. Being the devious gooner he is, Jobin asks to let him lick his eyeball if he loses. Obviously he accepts, and after a few seconds, the two beetles begin to lock mandibles with each other. With the size advantage being in Josuke's hands, his beetle begins to push the Rosenbergi towards the edge of the ring. Suddenly though, Jobin ducks under and gets a tight grip around the base of the beetle's shaft. Watching this happen, Joshu starts to understand that he was put on Josuke's team so he wouldn't spill all of the info. He knows that the smaller size of his brother's beetle is not a weakness, and because of its mandible shape, its grip is a lot stronger. On top of that, that beetle's type of mandibles is brutal, with the ability to cut things apart like a saw. Down on the mat, Josuke's beetle locks in and forces Jobin's up against the boulder ring. Undercutting the big beetle again though, the Rosenbergi drops its shoulder, managing to bunt Josuke's back off it. This bunt randomly causes the beetle to roll over onto its back and curl up. Josuke grabs the brush, and seeing him do so, Jobin reminds him that if he touches the beetle's body again, it's an automatic failure. Unable to do much, Josuke can now only watch as his beetle is mounted and its left leg chopped clean off. Snapping back to its feet, Josuke's beetle has not a moment to spare before it's grabbed and thrown across the ring. Hitting the floor and almost bouncing out of the arena, Josuke's beetle's leg curls up. Luckily, as the leg curled up, it caught the edge of the arena, saving it from falling completely out. Closing in, Jobin's Rosenbergi prepares to slice the leg off and cement its victory. Quickly though, Josuke demands that Joshu grab him the illustrated insect guide off the shelf. Getting it, Josuke opens it to a page on beetles and learns that when they feel strong vibrations and shocks to their joints, they instinctually react by playing dead. It is a defense mechanism insects use to protect their bodies, a tactic they use for a short period of time to confuse birds that are searching for food from above. Jobin's beetle is using that trick now to stop his one's movement. Wondering if this is usually an attack insects use, Josuke is sure that Jobin is pranking him in some sort of way. He can't see anything yet, but he's got to be doing something to control the fight. The beetle then lashes back out, and Josuke notices its almost mechanical movements. Having targeted another one of the beetle's legs, the creature tenses down when randomly a white substance busts out of a hole on its shell. Right after, the Rosenbergi beetle then tears through its opponent's leg, putting it back into that playing dead state and sending it over the edge of the ring. Josuke tries to defend by sending a few bubbles from his brush towards the beetle, but before they are able to reach the target, Jobin's beetle lifts it up into the air. Floating in between the Rosenbergi's grip though, a SW bubble pops, causing the insect to momentarily lose grip. Obviously, he probably made like the friction around the beetle's leg or whatever completely vanish, meaning that it could drop to the floor. Having witnessed all of this go down, Joshu stands up and announces that they have a winner. Pointing to the clock though, Jobin tells his dumbass to sit down. That round went way over the 45-second limit and they're gonna need to square off again. Not overly worried, Josuke tries to pick up Jobin's brush, but he doesn't let him. Quickly, and while being unsuspecting, Josuke uses some SW bubbles on it. He then asks about the suspicious liquid oozing from the Rosenbergi, which Jobin presents as wax, the same kind that you'd use to polish your shoes. He opened up a hole in the nerves behind the brain center and packed it with wax. Everything is normal while the wax is solid, but when the wax melts, it causes convulsions on the beetle, and one can control it like a zombie. The beetle will die in 20 minutes or so, no matter what, but for the time being, it is completely fine. Demanding that Josuke now place his beetle back in the ring, Jobin says that in the next 45 seconds, they will have their winner. Just as the second, or I guess third round begins now, Josuke stealthily transports a bubble towards Jobin's back room containing the other insects. The bubble eventually makes contact with the room's thermometer and pops. Instantly, it sparks in temperature, rising through the 50s without stopping. Wondering if this could be a mistake, it's revealed that Josuke took the temperature from the end of Jobin's brush with his soap bubbles. It may be as simple as Jobin packing wax into the back of his beetle. It would have an effect on the creature's nervous system, and it's true that wax melts once it gets warm. Still, he can't understand how the bubble got to 60 degrees, especially when Jobin's brush never came into contact with it. Coming to a conclusion, he guesses Jobin is controlling it through temperature manipulation, meaning that there has to be a heat source somewhere. Suddenly though, Jobin's beetle speeds up and launches itself into Josuke's, absolutely violating it. The mandible is once again snapped off and a part of its wing entirely removed. Feeling around, Josuke can tell the arena's temperature is normal. The only place where it's continuing to increase is on the back of Jobin's beetle. As the wax melts, the Rosenbergi then lunges at the Palawanicus, dives under it, and cuts off another leg. Flipping onto its back to feign death, the Palawanicus lays there as Jobin's beetle mounts it, mantle pressed against its neck. Glancing up, Josuke surprisingly catches a glimpse of Jobin's stand manipulating things from behind him. He figures that the heat has to be coming from a stand that's helping him melt the wax, meaning the stag beetle battle has been a stand fight from the very beginning. He pretends to not have seen his stand ability for now. After all, he kind of expected him to have one, and doesn't really think the ability is going to be anything special. Standing there, Joshu, ecstatic with how the fight's been going, knocks the tank where the Hornet was killed, and seeing this, Jobin tells him to not place things like that near their feet. Going to move it, Joshu realizes that the bottom half of the Hornet is missing, though after a moment he then finds it on a small plate on the chair next to him. Suddenly, the Rosenbergi then starts convulsing and wildly attacking almost anything it comes into contact with. Smugly, Josuke mentions that he saw wrong before when he said there was a tick on his beetle. He tried wiping it off, but it wasn't there, at least on his one. Kicking things up a notch, a white ooze then starts to drip from every orifice on Jobin's beetle. Getting back onto the few remaining feet that it had, Josuke's demon of a beetle goes over and curb stomps the Rosenbergi, causing it to explode. I can't even believe I'm saying this right now, but the white substance busts all over Joshu's face. Unconcerned with his brat of a brother, Jobin pushes the chair aside and picks up the small plate with the Hornet's rear end on it. Examining the paintbrush, he can see the liquid is the same as the stuff that came out of the beetle. Proudly, Joshu grabs the keys and gloats that he never had an intention of losing. Turning his ass around, Bro then gets to it and starts to leave. Demanding that he stop though, Jobin asks who he is and bars him from leaving the room. He tells him to close the door and come back into the room to face him. At that exact moment, a small bubble containing the Lambo key floats to a window where Tsurugi just happened to be waiting for it. Catching it after the bubble pops, Tsurugi informs Yasuo on how they need to check his dad's event data recorder. He reckons his dad knows where this fruit tree is, and if he realizes they're onto him, he'll hide the proof of its existence. Back inside Jobin's room now, he ominously asks Josuke what he really came here for and accuses him of planning the battle from the very beginning. Around the back of the house, Tsurugi gets all handsy with Yasuo as he helps her through the window into the garage. Crawling through himself, he points out the laundry door and how there are security cameras in front of the garage and gate. Going over to the Lambo, Yasuo curiously asks about what this stand thing is he brought up before. Not exactly knowing how hers works, he guesses that it's because it still works subconsciously. Feeling her phone vibrate, Yasuo pulls it out and weirdly notices it giving her a choice between a grilled meat box lunch and a flashlight. She shows it to Tsurugi, who initially tells her to do whatever it was on her phone later, but quickly catches on. Reacting before the time was up, he urges her to choose something, and she picks the flashlight. Flashing into reality, Paisley Park fully appears in the Lamborghini with the flashlight in hand. The stand leans in and grabs her face before activating itself on the car and bringing up its GPS system. Meanwhile, Jobin notices that Josuke is sweating and gives him a box of tissues to wipe himself with. He knows he didn't come here because he wanted a car, so questions why he's here. Josuke tries to play dumb by retorting that he was given the beetle. However, Jobin doesn't listen and focuses on why Josuke had come to his room. Josuke himself is big chilling. He knows he got the fob key to Tsurugi, so all he needs to do is end this without Jobin picking up on anything that he was trying to do. When Jobin asks who Josuke is again, Josuke's nose starts to drip with blood. Curling over while grabbing his face, Josuke can feel that his nose is getting hotter. Ominously, Jobin once more offers him a tissue, but Josuke silently refuses. He's more concerned with how his nose is getting warmer. He thinks it has to have something to do with when Jobin made him wipe his nose. He melted the wax from inside his beetle and also wiped the beetle with a brush. It's not just a part of a blood vessel that is conducting heat, but more likely a small area in a part of his body. Getting in close again, Jobin demands that Josuke wipe his nose. Still internally thinking though, Josuke wanted to buy some time so Tsurugi and Yasuo could investigate the data recorder, but right now he's being cornered. Curious himself, Jobin asks who it was that told him about liking beetles, but Josuke feigns it as ignorance since it was a gift Jobin gave to him. Randomly calling attention, the sprinkler system goes off, causing the brothers to rush into the back room to see what happened. At that exact moment, Josuke makes a mad dash and escapes Jobin's room. Once out of the room, he runs out of the back door and turns towards the garden stairs. Back inside, Jobin begins to suspect something. There's been way too many coincidences for his liking. He doesn't know who he is or how he did it, but wonders if he just took part in a stand battle. He leaves the room and decides to go in the opposite direction to where Josuke went. For Josuke to pull this off, he guesses someone has to be guiding him and assumes they've been close for a while. The idea of it being a family member crosses his mind for a moment, but he quickly rejects it. Outside in the Lamborghini, Tsurugi can't believe it. There is not a single record of the car stopping anywhere other than the Higashikata mansion or fruit parlor. Since he arrived back in the country, he's only driven 3 kilometers. Tsurugi is sure it has to be some sort of mistake, but it's evident through Yasuo's stand that he only drove on the roads and stopped at the traffic lights. Since the recorder wasn't tampered with and Jobin definitely touched the fruit, they decide to check every time the car stopped, including even lights. Before they can do so though, they catch sight of Jobin entering the garage from through the laundry. While Tsurugi panics and asks himself why his dad would keep the cure a secret from him, Yasuo takes the initiative. When Jobin and Joshu check the Lamborghini, they see no one inside. Joshu weirdly brings up how Josuke's goal must have been the event data recorder from inside the car, something that confuses Jobin since he doesn't even know why they'd be looking on it. Wanting to investigate something himself, the guys both leave the area. Turns out Yasuo and Tsurugi had moved themselves into Norisuke's car just before Jobin entered the garage. Thanks to the flashlight, she noticed the keys on a shelf, allowing her to unlock the vehicle. On top of that, there are actually security cameras visible in the Lambo's event data recorder that she can wire to her phone. Hacking into them, they eventually find that at 4:37 and 48 seconds, it stopped at a red light. 12 seconds later, a mysterious fellow approached and exchanged the fruit with Jobin. It's too blurry to see whether or not Jobin handed it over or vice versa, however, it is certain the two chatted for a short time after. From further research, Yasuo can see the same man named Aisho Dainijiyama passed through the same intersection in the days before he met Jobin. He's a 29-year-old male, single, and works as a part of the management staff at Morioh Stadium. Previous days' recordings on the security cameras show that he's really no different from anyone else. Further, the stadium was damaged in the tsunami and Yotsuyu Yagiyama planned its renovation. Having a look through her binoculars, Yasuo points out that the dude is already out there in the exact same spot that he was the day before. Having a look himself, Tsurugi sees that he actually brought another pot plant with him. This here convinces him even further that the plant's fruit is the cure to the illness and they are being grown somewhere in Morioh. Aisho then begins to walk away and not wanting to lose him, Tsurugi goes to follow him on foot. Getting his ass to hold it, Yasuo convinces him to chill. He hasn't noticed them yet, but if they follow him on foot and he notices them, it will all be over. She instead comes up with the genius idea of turning Paisley Park into origami with Paper Moon King and tracking him that way. Pulling out the laptop, Yasuo loads up the connection to her phone, which they'd turned into the origami frog, just as it starts to close in. Examining their point of view, Tsurugi can see the man doesn't have the fruit plant anymore. He spazzes out trying to figure out where the plant went and turns the frog around only to see a wheelchair knocked over and the pot plant broken on the ground. Crawling up the hill behind their wheelchair, they spot an old man. Bizarrely, his leg starts pulsing before it mutates into honestly just a horrific form. Pulling himself up the tree, the oldie munches back another of the plant's fruit, causing his leg to continue with its mutation. Suddenly leaping down the hill, the old man then joins the joggers in a cheeky little sprint. With tears of joy flowing from his eyes, he sprints over to his waifu who's waiting in a nearby car. The old man starts raving about his new leg, when randomly his eyes turn to stone and fall out of his head. Turns out these fruit work through the exact same practice of equivalent exchange, and in the old man's non-existent eyes, all he needs to do to get them back is eat more of the fruit and trade something else for them. Getting back on track though, Yasuo pretty easily figures out that Aisho is a dealer selling these fruit to people. Seeing a few bits of the fruit left over, Tsurugi says they need to recover it, obviously to, check it out. He sends the camera origami fruit in its direction, when all of a sudden, Aisho, having returned, stands on it. Instead of him getting inflicted with the memory manipulation, probably due to the stands mixing together, Tsurugi and Yasuo get squashed against the roof of the building. Confused with what this thing is on the floor, he then kicks the phone frog into the air, in turn launching both Tsurugi and Yasuo across the roof. Tsurugi guesses he's figured out that they've been targeting him with their stands, but Yasuo tells him to relax. She doesn't think it's likely he's come into contact with other stand users and probably just wants to figure out who they are. He probably doesn't have a clue why he's being tailed, and she's sure he's just trying to figure out what's going on. Pulling out his phone to call someone, Aisho gets chills when he hears the network announcement telling him that the phone is out of service. Turns out the person he was trying to get in contact with was, of course, Yotsuyu Yagiyama, but yeah, obviously, bro's at the bottom of a bay right now, broken up into little bits of stone. Still freaking out himself, Tsurugi tells Yasuo that if Aisho breaks apart their cell phone frog, their bodies will break apart too. Aisho then goes to stomp down on the frog phone when Yasuo gets a notification from Paisley Park. With 2 seconds remaining, it asks her to pick between a banana peel and dog turd. Choosing a banana peel, the phone quickly morphs into a banana peel fractions of a second later before Aisho stood on it. Weirdly, Aisho doesn't seem to slip. Instead, he calmly pops to the side and gets down to examine it. Picking it up and tossing it back onto the ground, the banana changes back into its frog state and bounces off. Landing in a pile of leaves, it hits the substitution jutsu on Aisho, creating 15 or so fake thrown frogs, completely baffling him. Raging out over this inconvenience, Aisho stomps down on them, relentlessly searching for the original. However, with each stomp, all he finds left over is ginkgo leaves from a nearby tree. Up on the roof, and as the two escape the area, Yasuo reveals that she used Paisley Park to determine Aisho was in his office in the stadium just 9 minutes before he arrived at the intersection, meaning that the tree that grows the spiky fruit must be in the stadium or the surrounding area. Back at the park, Aisho tries to call Yotsuyu again, but gets the same message. Because of it, he assumes something might have happened to him, or that it's an illusion created by the thing he touched with his foot. Trembling as he reaches for the banana skin on the ground, Aisho determines he's being trailed by 2 people who are the same as him. Their stands are long-range types, meaning that they have to be in a remote location. Over with them in the stairwell of the building they were hiding in, Yasuo tries telling Tsurugi that they have to investigate the stadium now. Randomly though, Paisley Park gives her the option of a strawberry or ladder. Turning around and feeling that something just isn't right, Yasuo tells Tsurugi that they have to keep an eye out in case something happens. Looking down the stairs in anticipation to see someone, Tsurugi only sees the paper moon frog happily pounce its way back in. With the phone back in her hand, Yasuo exhales and tells Tsurugi to follow her to the stadium. Halting the duo though, a random ass tornado appears on the guardrail next to her. They go to move past it, however, it quickly changes position and tries to cut into Yasuo's hand. Whipping her hand away from it, the duo jump back against the stairwell wall. While standing there examining the tornado, they see the humanoid figure of a stand encased in a torrent of wind. Tsurugi tries to reach out and pick up the laptop, but before he can do so, the tornado cuts in front and destroys it. Not stopping there, it swoops in and connects with a part of Tsurugi's shoe, slicing the poor kid's foot apart. Grabbing the kid and fleeing up the stairs, Yasuo assumes it's Aisho's stand and he was able to track them because he technically touched them when he stepped on their frog phone. Needing to get her phone if they mean to escape the area, Yasuo straight up dives under the tornado with Tsurugi in hand and grabs her phone off a step. Landing on her feet, she slides around the corner, only to be blocked off by the tornado. Thinking quickly, she launches off her feet and opens a window leading to a 3rd-story ledge where they sit stranded. Noticing the ladder 2 stories below them, Tsurugi asks if it was the one Paisley summoned. However, Yasuo tells him that she wasn't quick enough before and missed out on picking an object. Looking back inside and wondering where the tornado stand went, the duo then exhale. However, it immediately causes another tornado to form. Unlike before, this one forms on Yasuo's hand and immediately starts to drill into it. Over at the park, these 2 birds take a fat dump on Aisho. Absolutely peeved by this, he rages out, throwing a boot at the birds and screaming out like an actual mental case. Falling further into decay, his mind is swamped by the thought of drowning in a river of bird poop. Snapping out of it, Aisho quickly gets up and sprints out of the area. He knows for a fact that right now, Yotsuyu wouldn't be sleeping or hiding. The reason he is unreachable is because something happened to him, and it is also linked to why someone is spying on him. Popping a tonic pill out of a jar, Aisho comes up with a plan of disposing of the two tracking him first. He isn't sure if his first attack did any damage, but what he is sure of is that they witnessed the equivalent exchange of the Locacaca fruit. Meanwhile, on the windowsill, Yasuo slips, only just recatching herself moments before she fell to the ground. Freaking out and almost with nowhere to go, Yasuo activates her stand and leans out towards where the ladder is. Seeing her do this, Tsurugi throws a paper hornet at the ladder and jumps off a ledge towards it. Jumping herself, Yasuo, who now had Tsurugi on her back, manages to loop her arm through the ladder, crashing to the floor and still in pain, but nowhere near as much compared to if they just jumped off the ledge. The duo scrambles to get back on their feet and leave the area. While running, Tsurugi informs her that the stand after them has a driving force that will make it constantly chase after them until they leave the attack range. The distance could be anywhere from 100 to 10,000 meters, something that shocks Yasuo as she never realized just how deep this all went. She ponders what would happen to them if Aisho was to figure out who they are, retorting that it's the other way around and they've almost figured out the fruit's true nature, which is a power to cure diseases. Tsurugi says he isn't sure what his dad and Aisho are planning, but they need to call Josuke and head to Morioh Stadium. Taking them out of the moment though, Yasuo's phone buzzes with another notification from Paisley Park. Does she want a bus or magazine? Items she can see not too far off in the distance. Immediately, she informs Tsurugi that they haven't escaped Aisho's range and need to leave within the next 1 second. Smacking bus before her phone timer ran to 0, the duo tries to make it over to the bus, however a tornado starts forming and drilling into Tsurugi's shoulder. Grabbing his gooner wrist and pulling him off his feet, they boost it over towards the nearby bus. Using Paisley Park's ability to unlock the door, they jump on and scream for the driver to close the door before the tornado follows them. Stepping on the gas herself, Paisley gets the bus moving, leaving the tornado to fizzle out behind them. However, the moment Tsurugi goes to relax, he notices another small twister growing next to him. Stumbling back into Yasuo, he alerts her and she assumes it somehow got through the door. Denying this, Tsurugi says it didn't go through the door, it's literally been appearing in response to his exhaling. He jumps onto Yasuo and closes her mouth while holding his own breath. The vortex then completely envelops Tsurugi. Surprisingly though, it didn't cut him because he held his breath. Slowly then, the tornado in reaction to their halted breath decreases in size. Unable to hold her breath long enough to make the tornado disappear though, Yasuo eventually coughs, causing the vortex to increase in size. Reaching for the newspaper, Yasuo rolls it up and tries to physically suck the tornado up and blow it out of the window. This backfires though when the vortex with too much rotational velocity bursts through the tube's weakest point. Meanwhile, Aisho contacts Jobin to discuss some stuff regarding the fruit, which goes by the name of Locacaca. He's not sure who they are, but some people are tailing him right now and he's no longer able to get in contact with his partner Yotsuyu. He thinks it's most likely linked to whoever's tracking him, so curiously asks Jobin if he has any idea of who it may be. The thought of Josuke crosses his mind, however he simply replies that it doesn't ring any bells. Back on the bus, somehow Yasuo with the blown out newspaper manages to maneuver the vortex over and out of the window. Flowing into the past, we learn that a few years ago, Aisho Dainijiyama had a mansion on a hill and a loving girlfriend. One day, he tells her his secret, that if he falls asleep, he will turn to stone and sleep for a month, but she brushes it off saying that other men have much weirder tropes. After sleeping with him, his so-called girlfriend then steals the mansion and invites other men over to lay her out. The entire time this happened, Aisho was stored underneath the bed, unable to move for a complete month. Standing in the road now, looking for the people who were tailing him, Aisho wonders how many seconds longer they'll be able to hold their breath. Back on the bus, Yasuo gets the vortex outside, allowing them to breathe for a second. The moment they do though, another vortex forms. Acting quickly, Tsurugi throws an origami car along the floor of the bus. Making a mad dash for it now, Paisley then opens the door for the duo, giving them an easy escape from the bus. Causing havoc behind them, the twister bursts from the bus and begins chasing them along the side of the road. Falling back in time again, we see that the girl who stole Aisho's house chose to have it demolished with him still inside. Luckily for him, it was on that day that he met Yotsuyu. The man saved him and told him about how the woman stole his land and then did a runner. Now, back in the current day, Aisho realizes that he'll most likely never again see the man who saved his life. He swears he'll figure out who did it when randomly he spots Jobin looking for someone at the intersection nearby. Running along the streets themselves, Yasuo and Tsurugi continue to hold their breath, but it doesn't seem to be working. The growing tornado eventually catches them and makes contact with Tsurugi's ass, causing him to stumble forwards. Catching him and fixing his momentum, Yasuo looks back to see that the vortex is once again shrinking. Spotting a nearby ambulance, the duo sprint over, bust it open and grab the oxygen masks so that they can start breathing normally. Sitting there absolutely exhausted, they finally watch the tornado shrivel up and completely vanish. However, the moment Yasuo breathes out again, another small vortex forms inside of her gas mask. With nowhere to go, the vortex hits her face, slicing it in multiple spots and causing blood to shoot everywhere. In a flash, Paisley then appears and catches the vortex in the mask. Slamming it down onto the floor, Paisley goes ham, trying to beat the tornado into submission. Slipping out through a gap, the vortex quickly expands in size though. Understanding that they can't run from it anymore, Tsurugi finds it insane that there are people living like this in this city. He curiously ponders if it was Josuke who blew the lid off this thing and plunged the entire town into some kind of new world. That being said, there is no going back now, and unless they beat the stand user's real body, they will be killed. All of a sudden though, they come to a halt upon spotting Jobin standing off to the side of the footpath. Leaning out from behind him, Aisho can't help but be surprised. He tells Jobin that he thought he'd see where he went, but that kid. This whole mess has developed into something dangerous, and Aisho can confidently say that the person tracking him all this time was Jobin's son. He finds it extremely difficult to believe that Jobin didn't have a clue about what Tsurugi did to his missing comrade. Cutting in, Tsurugi screams out that he will protect his father no matter what. Aisho finds it hard to believe. He tells Jobin that the kid may be his son, but he needs to take responsibility and give him permission to finish him off. Zooming into the frame though, the small origami car Tsurugi made earlier makes its way back to him. Confident now, especially since Paper Moon returned to him, Tsurugi informs Yasuo that it's a forbidden move, but it was kill or be killed. Randomly noticing multiple Jobins appear all around them, Aisho tries calling out to him. However, before he can say much of anything, his body crumbles apart and turns into no more than a few large rocks. Revealing what he just did, Tsurugi tells Yasuo how he made all of the buses in the city look just like his dad. The Jobin he chased throughout the city streets and was talking to was never actually him, it was a bus the entire time. The next day, Yasuo and Tsurugi digest what happened to Aisho. He was hit by a bus and disintegrated into stone and sand. Even his clothes and personal items vanished. They conclude he's dead, but that there are more people with the stone skin. Tsurugi isn't sure if they got it like him through an illness or through another way like evolution. Both Aisho and Yagiyama were rock humans, and according to the small conversation he witnessed, his father has some sort of contract between them. He knows the fruits have to be the motive behind this, and now everyone is circling around them. They load up the Morioh Stadium security cameras and watch Iso on his regular duty as a security guard. After he changed and left the arena, he's next seen leaving with the pot plant in hand. When Morioh Stadium security staff leave for the day, they pass through the staff entrance. There on the camera, they could say that he didn't have it, but in the 5 minutes or so between him appearing on the next camera, he had picked it up. Coming to a conclusion, they agree he has to be storing the plants or growing them within a 5-minute radius of the staff entrance. Suddenly, Yasuo's phone pings, asking her to pick northerly or southerly. Freaking out and thinking that something is after them, she frantically looks in both directions, only to hear footsteps of someone approaching them from behind. Turning around to see him for the first time in a good 2 days or so, because she was asleep the last time and couldn't differentiate between faces the time before that, Yasuo and Josuke finally meet back up. Yasuo bursts into tears and goes to embrace him, but bro's stupid ass doesn't recognize her with all of the plasters on and runs to give Tsurugi a hug. Ripping the plasters off her tearful face to get his ass to realize who she was, the two embrace. Even Josuke starts to cry a little, obviously overjoyed that he got to see her as well. They then walk off to talk, leaving Tsurugi alone for the time being. As they catch up, Yasuo tells Josuke to sing something, and bro comes up with his own little song about liking large fries, but not fried chicken. I gotta love the random JoJo songs that are put in, pizza mozzarella and now large fries. They go to walk off when Josuke is randomly hit by a beam of gleaming light. He looks at where it came from and sees an absolutely banging, curly-haired woman munching on her lunch. She gives him a wave and calls him C-chan, something that confuses the hell out of him. Yasuo asks him what's up, but by the time he turns around to see where the woman was, she was gone. Yasuo again asks him what's wrong, and seeing the woman in the distance, he tells her something caught his attention. He needs to address it, so tells her that they'll meet back up in 10 minutes or so. Absolutely confused with this change of attitude, she now asks where he's going. Replying that he really doesn't have a clue, Josuke tells her not to follow him. Running over to the spot where he last saw the woman, he frantically looks around trying to find her. Peeking out of the shadows, the lady tells him to follow her and double checks that the other woman isn't still with him. Turns out she knows him and hadn't been able to find him after he got out of his cell. Not knowing what to do since she must already know him, Josuke thinks it'd be too dangerous to give her more information than what she already knows. If she was to find out he had no memories of her, he's not sure how she would react, and it's still possible she's mistaking him for someone else. He tells her that he doesn't have a phone now since some stuff happened to it, and surprisingly, she guesses it had something to do with the earthquake. The earthquake from like 6 months ago, which is hilarious. Calling him C-chan again, she asks what he's up to now, but doesn't get an answer. He wonders if perhaps this name she's been calling him is his real name, and wanting to know more, asks about how she found him. Telling him that it was just a coinkydink, she happened to see him chilling at the fruit parlor. At first, she didn't even realize that it was him. It weirdly looked like he'd taken on the look of the boat doctor guy, Kira Yoshikage. Getting a weird vibe all of a sudden, the girl picks up that he really is different. It's not just the clothes, but his eyes have changed, and compared to earlier, his aura is all messed up. Turning and sprinting off, the girl freaks out over not knowing where her friend actually is. Blown away that this chick's the real deal and that he can finally figure out the answer to his other half, Josuke screams out for her to wait. Activating soft and wet, he throws a bubble in a direction that floats and sits perfectly inside of the top of her wallet. Staring intently, Josuke uses the convex shape of the bubble to magnify her ID, allowing him to read her name. Telling Guerrilla to wait, Josuke pleads with her that she didn't make a mistake, it really is him. Unable to believe his words though, she slowly turns back to face him. Her name is Guerrilla Sakonami. Josuke is sure that he knows her name, and if he looks her up, will be able to shed some light on everything that has happened so far. In downtown Morioh still, with Guerrilla, Josuke observes a pair of street performers impress a crowd with their ball handling skills. Gotta love men with ball handling skills. They move from there to a cafe where Guerrilla proceeds to fill her bag with all of the free complimentary condiments and has a snack by putting lard, sugar and soy sauce on a slice of bread. Meanwhile, Josuke is in internal turmoil, troubled by Guerrilla's apparent vagrant lifestyle and vulgar demeanor. Because of this, he doesn't know how to interrogate her and feels like telling her about his lost memories would be a bad idea still. Lost in his thoughts, he notices that Guerrilla has headed off to the bathroom with an old man. Taken aback for a moment, he quickly gets up from his chair and barges into the restroom, sure that the old man was laying pipe. True to his suspicions, he finds the man with his head down in her crotch area. This isn't what it looks like though, I promise. In pure Iraqi style, the old man runs out of the bathroom with some growths of hair on his head. As expected, Guerrilla has a stand ability where she's able to make hair grow, but only when men put their hands. Her range is 80 meters, so it all falls out after they leave the area, and usually ends up with them asking for their money back. Wondering why she came to the city, Josuke asks what she was doing up until now. She claims that she returned because she wanted to see him, but he quickly debunks that and demands her real goal. Again, she admits that she really did love him. She understands he doesn't feel the same way. Still, she can't help but feel relieved when around him. Telling her flat out that they will never be together, Josuke moves the conversation to her family and why she's looking for him instead of going to stay with them. Guerrilla tells him that she couldn't really care less about her family members, what really matters is the here and now. She couldn't care for the past at all. Living your life so your now is a treasured, fun, wonderful experience is true happiness to her. Taking this in, Josuke sees her as his polar opposite and really only wants to know about the past. Josuke then tries to get her phone off her, but Guerrilla is suddenly distracted and antagonizes a pair of customers, causing her to be expulsed from the cafe. Outside now, Josuke's quest takes a dramatic turn as Guerrilla asks if he suspects her of something. Not replying, she says her phone got messed up in the earthquake, but she made sure to save an old photo of him. Flipping the phone around, Guerrilla shows him a photo of her, Kira, and someone who is strikingly similar to Part 4 Josuke, chilling near the courts. She thinks that if he was trying to hide himself from people, he's doing a fantastic job. If she didn't love him like she did, she wouldn't have had a clue who it was. Promising not to tell anyone about his disguise, she finally calls him Josefumi Kujo, leaving him standing there completely stunned. A flood of emotions hit him. Everything he's been through from the moment he was pulled from the ground led up to this exact moment. Meanwhile, Guerrilla uses her power to fish a credit card from the customer she argued with, then figures out the owner's PIN code, emptying the account. Shocked and speechless by what he just witnessed, he departs with her while the street performers are seen being approached by policemen for their soccer antics. When the policemen try to arrest them, the elder brother uses a mixture of the rocky goonery we've seen and probably a stand ability to cover himself to one of the policemen's jaws. The second, seeing his partner in pain, dives in trying to pull the maniac off. He grabs at the man's hand, however, the moment he does, it turns to stone and breaks apart. Simultaneously, the man being grabbed touches the police officer's hand, transferring the cuff from the stone hand to his and in turn cuffing the police to each other. Walking off, the pair of rock humans then continue on their search for Guerrilla, somewhat impressed that she's held them off for this long. The guys walk over to a nearby taxi and show the driver a photo of the woman, asking if he's ever seen her around. With him telling them no, the footballers walk into the streets and question other bypassers. At the same time, Josuke and Guerrilla get into a cab and head to Kira's place. After they get out, he questions who exactly she is and what she's trying to do. Telling him that she's going to his house because that's where she wants to go. She told him she was going to crash there before, and it's obvious to her he's staying at Kira's home. Coming to a stop in the road, Josuke asks her if she didn't hear about Kira's death. Stopping herself, Guerrilla starts to shake with an intense fear. She shiveringly asks how he died and frantically looks for a place to hide. It's been half a year since the earthquake, and she figured things had cooled down by now, but it looks as if the situation is even more dangerous than before. She again asks how Kira was killed, and Josuke curiously asks her why she thinks he was killed. He brings up how afraid she seems and asks to know what made her feel that way. Kira was buried in the ground near the meditation pine. The truth is that he wasn't murdered, and it could have been an accident caused by the earthquake. There were no external injuries, and his body was dried out when he was eventually found. Josuke also knows how similar the situation is to his. He was buried under the ground, but survived. He lost his memory, however, his body seems to have undergone an equivalent exchange. All of a sudden, Guerrilla brings up the fruit tree, thinking that Kira still had a single one stored in his kitchen. He disposed of all of the others, but according to her, he hid one Locacaca tree to treat his mother's sickness. She asks if he knows where it is, and assumes his entire appearance change was so that it'd be easier for him to hide from everyone. Spotting some fellow spying on them in the distance though, Josuke watches him walk out from behind the pillar and start to close in on him while juggling a soccer ball. Guerrilla goes to ask who the man is, when randomly, the second baller appears from behind, tearing her away. With her in his grasp, he flicks open the fuel flap on a parked car, takes out the plug, sticks 2 fingers in, and he uses his ability to douse her body in gasoline. Getting up and shoving her drenched dust forward, he then pulls out a lighter, clicks it, and places the flame against her skin. Unable to move in time, the fire quickly engulfs her entire body, and she immediately screams out in pain. Activating soft and wet, Josuke, thinking on the spot, uses the bubbles to encapture all of the fire and put it out before any of the lasting damage could be done. The pro ballers who had walked off turned back somewhat baffled that some dude interfered with their plan. The guy with a fat rat's tail squares up against Josuke, but he easily parries his punch and counters with a straight jab of his own. The moment the punch landed, he placed a soap bubble inside of the baller's mouth that exploded moments later, cutting apart his face. The second brother tries kicking the ball at Josuke, though it misses and bounces off a nearby power pole. Taking the opportunity to attack from behind, the injured guy uses his stand to take some of the steel from a nearby fence and begins strangling Josuke with it. Seeing the girl now running off, the brothers remark that Guerrilla can be left to flee. For now, they are changing the order, starting with Josuke. So what even are these rock humans that we've mainly covered throughout this part of the story? Rock humans are fond of parks with statues, shrine grounds, gardens of expensive houses, and underneath trees with squirrels. Sleep hits them all at different times, but once they fall asleep, they are out to it for anywhere from 30 to 90 days. Once woken up, they won't sleep for no less than 2 months. They have cracks all over their surface that represent the age in years. They put off nearly no scent, and their body heat completely disappears when in stone form. The hardening technique works by making all of the moisture move to the center of their cell, drying out the rest, and if they are carrying anything, it will also be covered with a membrane that breaks apart when they wake up. 95% of rock humans are also stand users. Like humans, they only have males and females that procreate to make children. Visually, they are no different, however the skin of a rock person is slightly moist, damp and erotic. Sometimes humans and rock people fall in love, but according to statistics, they break up 97.5% of the time. Sadly, a lot of the time, these breakups end in murder, and biologically, they can never have children with humans. A rock human will transform every 6 years until they reach a prime state. They do not change slowly over time like humans, but all at once, kind of like a Pokemon evolution. The transformation occurs only during sleep, and they have an estimated lifespan of 240 human years. Along with their age, the poses they make will change throughout the course of their lives. They have an allergy to mango and believe in the powers found in earth and nature. They have a reverence and humbleness towards it, and for some reason it is impossible for them to reach a mutual understanding or coexistence with humans. Due to how they are able to live for great periods of time, and through drastic weather changes, they don't need assets as well, nor do they look to seek any form of power. However, and because of the rise in human population and the decrease of their own living environments, some have taken the form of what they call parasites. These parasites live with humans in their society, gain their knowledge, steal land and assets, and slip in among them. Rather than having the desire to possess things, it is purely parasitism. These rock humans are just using human society for their own ends, though with their weird sleeping habits they can't hold jobs inside normal business hours, hence you know why one dude was an architect running his own business and the other one is a security guard working probably part-time. Back in Morioh now, Guerrilla decides on changing her mind. She thought that this was all her fault, but guesses the dudes are actually after him because he knows about the Locacaca fruit. By the way, I have no idea if I'm even saying this fruit name right, I'm just like bam. Also, if you are noticing the Locacaca translation and why I'm saying Locacaca, it is mainly because the fruit is called that according to Araki. Locacaca sounds exactly the same from a Japanese speaker's perspective and probably looked that way translation wise early on, but in English and according to Araki, it is Locacaca. Either way, and over with Josuke, the brothers deduce that he has a similar ability to Kira's and decide to kill him. Looking at the footballers, Josuke watches the zipper slowly open up and a small stand poke its head out. Quickly activating soft and wet, he grabs some nuts and bolts off the broken fence next to him and throws them at the brothers. The brothers block the attack, but it gives Josuke enough time to break free from the steel wire. Getting close, he ducks one brother's jab, grabs his arm and uses it to block his football stand from hitting him. Swinging his elbow in, Josuke breaks his arm, kicks his shin with an oblique kick, then whips his leg up, cracking his head with a snap kick. Surprisingly though, the man doesn't fall into the road, but recovers onto the footpath, all while never dropping the football. Impressive skill for sure. Rolling the ball from his feet onto his body, then back, dude juggles it in a spot Josuke can't physically see. All of a sudden, the ball then shoots down from above. However, Josuke leans back and summons Soft and Wet, who sets up a defensive layer of bubbles. Dripping out of the ball, a yellow ooze runs off the bubbles and falls onto Josuke's leg. Instantly, it starts to burn, and he rips off a part of his pants to see a blistering burn starting to take form on his skin. Curling over, almost vomiting from the serene pain, Josuke wonders if the reason the dude uses the ball is so that he doesn't have to touch the gas himself, or does he have some antibodies for it? Coming in, grabbing him from the back like a sneaky little minx. The other brother struggles to pin him in place, then signals for the ball. Anticipating the attack, Josuke summons Soft and Wet the moment he kicks the ball. Catching it, the baller wraps his hand around and plunges it into the ball. Knowing that he's about to take it from the left to the right hand, Josuke tells him that he should stop using that dumb ability. He knows his little bro kicked him the ball, and he caught it with his left hand, which he stuck inside the ball. If that ball contains poisonous gas, then he will win, so he urges them to stop. He tells them one more time, but they don't listen, and the elder brother activates his ability, covering Josuke in a plume of gas. Weirdly, the gas then vanishes and bubbles start enveloping the baller's arm. Confused, the ballers stand there while Josuke explains what he did. He filled the ball with his bubbles, and when those bubbles pop, all of the poisonous gas will envelop him. God, I love how ridiculous this series is. The elder brother, a little bit stunned, asks who he is. The ability he uses looks like that of Kira's, but his face is different. He asks if he's Joseph, but not giving him time for an answer, the other brother screams for him to throw the ball back. All of a sudden, the rat's tail protruding from the back of his head catches alight and he starts screaming out in pain. Following the burning line of head on the road, Guerrilla squats there, telling the bozos that she's back. Unable to see himself because of the flames inhibiting his vision, the elder brother runs to his boy, asking him to put it out. The moment they get within a few feet of each other, Josuke pops the soap bubbles, and both of the guys are quickly enveloped in their own toxic gas. Slowly, cracks start to form on the back of the elder brother's head before it explodes like a hot rock on a fire. The explosive force sends a few shards cutting through his younger brother's brick dome, which further allows the gas to start breaking his cellular structure down. Collapsing to the ground, both brothers fall to bits before either of them got to explain what they were even up to. With a smile on her face, Guerrilla says that she decided to not run away, and might stay in this town a little bit longer. Plus, the Locacaca is worth a fat stack, and she can't exactly allow Josuke to have it all to himself. She then drops a bomb, guessing that he looks the way that he does because of the equivalent exchange he performed with Kira. She then leaves, telling him they will meet again. When that will be though, will be a secret. I love this whole will be a secret thing. I have a feeling that she's a stone person just because of or a stone human, just because of the fact she doesn't really care too much about her family members. She just lives wherever she goes by the looks of it, doesn't care too much about personal hygiene and stuff, and could possibly be a lot like the other stone humans, except she doesn't want to take things from humans, and maybe she is a rare case, one of the 2.5% of humans that loves and gets along with them, and maybe it will result in a murder towards the end of the story, but we'll have to see if that ends up happening or not. So going on a little bit of an explanatory rant here, but during the age of exploration, Europeans discovered the island of New Guinea. In 1938, during one of the early expeditions, a plant called the Locacaca was discovered by Australians. The plant appears to be a tree, but it's actually a small perennial plant that bears fruit and will only grow to a height of 2 meters. For those confused, a perennial plant is a plant that lives for more than 2 years and can regrow every growing season instead of dying after just one cycle. This plant, as a little add-on to its specialty, can only contain 1 to 3 fruit from its branches, making it very rare. Even for the native New Guineans that had been living there for the past 50,000 years, the fruit was extremely rare. There were many reports of the fruit doing miraculous things to the locals, but then the Second War happened and Japan took over half of the island. From there, reports of the fruit disappeared and it eventually became legend. Here in modern day Morioh, Yasuo wonders if the fruit they came across is the same forgotten plant. A few hours after the battle against the Rock Brothers, Yasuo and Tsurugi hop on a call with Josuke to go over what they've found. Turns out Yasuo had been looking for this random Josefumi dude who seems to make up Josuke's other half. She found out a few things like his father's name, birth location, and residence near the Higashikatas. When she asks why he's so fixated on him, Josuke explains how he thinks Josefume could be him. Though, just like before, it confuses him on why the police wouldn't be making an effort to find this person. Determined to find out the truth, he prepares to head to Josefume's house and confront whoever lives at the address. The conversation though is cut short when Josuke spots Hato returning home. Buzzing with energy, Dia jumps onto the couch next to Josuke and lets him know that it's the first time Hato has ever brought home her boyfriend. Love the car in the background. The excitement hits a wall though the moment this cheddar cheese goop devourer enters the house. Norisuke and Joshu stand there examining his unexpected physical appearance. He's a short, overweight man with a horseshoe moustache from the 80s and a tracksuit. Honestly, this whole dude's vibe is straight out of the 80s. Excusing himself, old No-Neck introduces himself as Tamaki Damo. He's a 23-year-old who works as a dry cleaner store manager. Joshu, unable to contain himself, finds the mismatch hilarious. Being the actual troll he is, he lunges out and forcibly swipes Daimo's sunglasses, revealing a prominent bald spot on his forehead when he did so. Obviously he did this because he didn't want him wearing sunglasses indoors, which, makes sense. Awkwardly though, Hato fixed up the supposed 23-year-old's diminishing hairline. Nearby cleaning, Kyo finds some wet handprints and wipes it up. She goes to walk off, but weirdly stops when she notices even more handprints in another room. Back in the lounge after receiving his yokan, Norisuke also spots the weird wet handprint which confuses him. Curiously, he asks how long they've been dating, and Hato nonchalantly says he's already destroyed her level 99 dungeon a few times. Furiously, Norisuke breaks out in hot sweats, whereas Joshu, unable to contain himself, straight up doing the Gwop Gwop 3000 in the background. Unbeknownst to him, those same wet prints Kyo and Norisuke had seen have attached themselves to Joshu's wrist. Moving into the sitting area, Daimo tries to squeeze into a guest chair. It's a tight fit, and although Norisuke offers him the seat of honor, Daimo politely declines, only to have the chair splinter and then break beneath him moments later. Attempting to salvage the conversation, Norisuke asks how the couple first met. While he does this, he distractedly wipes more of the strange handprints off the window and wall. However, when he sees the two lean in to kiss, he breaks out in a manic rage and demands that they stop. Unconcerned, Hato deals him a final, heartbreaking blow. She casually reveals that on top of Daimo laying pipe, they've already shared 5 baths together. Amidst the chaos, Joshu opens a bottle of champagne and sends the cork rocketing across the room. It bounces and ricochets off multiple surfaces before passing through Daimo's comb over and blowing his hair all over the place. As Joshu then stammers out an apology, he realizes with confusion that his bracelet has somehow slipped completely off his wrist. Over with Josuke, dude full on realizes that he never really hung up on Yasuho and returns to the call with her. I love how Paisley Park is just kinda this AI type of stand with the info that she feeds to Yasuo. After a bit of searching, with Paisley Park, she tells him that she's found a photo of Josefume's passport, though she admits the picture looks nothing like Josuke. She thinks it might just be the angle, so decides on faxing him over a copy to look himself. Back with Norisuke, he asks about Damo's store, which apparently he recently renovated. According to Hato, when she was at a photo shop next to Damo's shop, one of the necklaces she was wearing snapped. Appearing out of absolutely nowhere at the time, Damo didn't just pick up the pieces, he painstakingly repaired it and returned it to her. Now, if you actually look really closely at it, it's got a personalized design that reads, "I love you." To Hato, it was an irresistible, romantic gesture that sealed her affection for him immediately. Not concerned with this though, Josuke announces that he's gonna step outside for a moment. Quickly stopping him, Norisuke asks if he could just check up on Kyo since she hasn't come out of the room she went into a while back. At the same time, Damo also asks to be excused in order to wash his hands. Getting up, Joshu points him down towards the door on the right, but Damo, not listening, strolls into the room on the left. Catching him do it and not wanting him to actually be in that room for, reasons we'll get into in a moment, Joshu yells for him to go into the other room already. In the foyer, Josuke finds Kyo's discarded dish towel and disturbing traces on the floor as if she has literally slipped into the walls. Curious himself why Damo actually just didn't listen to him, Joshu enters the room to the right of the Higashikata bathroom. Creeping his way in, he finds the protective locker for the camera equipment smashed open and the hardware inside destroyed. As the fax machine then finally hums to life, an absolutely confusing image emerges. The man in the photo, labelled Josefume Kujo, is obviously Tamaki Damo. Before anyone can point out the discrepancy, we dart back over to Joshu continuing his examination of the security system. He goes to open the cabinet more when he somehow gets his hand looped in behind the locker handles. When he tries to wrench himself free, his arms stretch out, causing him to trip and strike his head on the tap. The tap easily sinks into his weirdly malleable skull, forcing him to peel his head off it. Doing so though, turns the tap on, and unable to move in time, the running water drills him down into the sink. As it forces him further and further down, Joshu and his stand slowly start to liquefy. Trapped in a vortex of liquid, Joshu watches powerlessly as his own body begins to drain into the sink. In the other room though, Daya's blind ass hears the fax and goes to check it out. From what she can see, she can only make out the name Josefume and refuses to let anyone else see the fax since it's probably for Josuke. She runs to find him, but before she can make it into his room, she collapses onto the floor. Standing there, Josuke watches in horror as she too begins to now melt into the floor. Back over with Damo, dude calmly strolls into the family room as if nothing even happened. He remains eerily calm and turns to Hato with a chilling politeness, asking her to go into the foyer and retrieve the fax document. While she does this and goes off to get it, Norisuke takes a sip of his champagne. Weirdly, the bubbles then transfer from the wine to his skin and start violently bouncing around. Unable to control his movements, his arm spasms and forces the rest of the glass into his mouth. The added weight of the wine glass collapses his jaw and causes his body to start melting. Pulling the glass off his face, Norisuke manages to stop the liquidification of his own body and sits there, freaking out. Having sat down in the chair next to him, Damo drops his act and reveals the true reason on why he entered his home. You see, he has 3 problems he needs to solve. Revealing his stand, a greeny jester-like figure, and the thing responsible for softening the family members' bodies into a jelly-like state. Damo explains his first objective, investigating the suspicious disappearances of 4 of his acquaintances. They consist of an architect, 2 twin brothers, and a security guard. Obviously, we all know who they are. If they never return or are to be found dead, then he's determined to eliminate whoever is responsible. While Damo cruelly toys with the softened, helpless Norisuke, he demands information about Yoshikage Kira, someone he heard Norisuke was close with. Norisuke tries to play dumb, saying he doesn't know anything about this hunt of his. Not buying this, Damo starts going on the most random of tangents. You see, at the very beginning, there were flying fish. Dropping 2 years back in time, we find ourselves with the 27-year-old ship doctor, Hiro Yoshikage. After getting to the site of the incident, in which a dude fell from high up in a container, Hiro orders a few guys to get his gear and the remains of the victim as he intends to perform surgery. He goes to ask about the other injured party, only to be informed that he had fallen from the upper levels after being struck by a school of flying fish. While examining the scene, Hiro points out to a second pool of blood, wondering who it had come from then. He follows it to a shipping container that had burst open and finds a pile of rocks. Getting out a torch, he scans the boulders and notices a cracked one bleeding. Wiping the dirt away to get a better look at what the object was, Kira was frozen still by what looked like a human encased in rock. Curious, he later inquired about the container with his skipper and learnt that it was from Port Moresby in New Guinea, that its cargo is listed as perfectly legal stones used as decorative gardens, and that the Higashikata Fruit Company is the client. What also stood out to him was how the company was importing some sort of fruit trees and other containers on the same shipment. A few days later, after they make port in Morioh, Kira hops off the boat and takes his watch at a cafe near the docks. During one of his rounds, he spots Hojiro Sasame eating at a restaurant. Kira, ever the intimidator, rolls over and stalks out the surfer. He quickly decides that the dude is no more than a hindrance and demands that he don't go near the coast and hits him with an explosive bubble that I'm assuming would pop if he ever re-enters the water. Freaking out, Sasame flees. However, as he does so, he accidentally knocks a thing of pepper into another customer's soup. Not caring for that random customer, Kira's attention soon returns to the docks, where he watches Aisho exit the hangar where the rocks had been stored. Deducing that Aisho was a part of a fruit trade, one that might not even be illegal, Kira decides to tail him and steal the shipment. He goes to turn to leave, but it was in this exact moment that Kira noticed something odd. The customer who Ojiro spilt the pepper into was now somehow extracting that same pepper from his soup using a bubble type ability. Back in the present, Josuke now desperately shouts a warning for Hato not to move. He tries explaining to her that the man in the lounge is currently trying to eliminate their family, but time is running out. He made some sort of preparations before coming into the house, and the fingerprints are obviously a stand attack. Josuke attempts to escape the area by then hurtling a flower pot at the glass door to break it. However, the pot simply ricochets off the glass door and swings back towards him. Unaware of the danger, Hato stands in the foyer with the enemy stand lurking silently in the shadows directly behind her. To truly understand though where this story is actually going, we have to slip into the past again, all the way back to a very specific day on the beach. There we found a young woman, here we go Cody, another Japanese name, named Kiyomi Kyujo, who after getting spotted by a few bricked up demons, is getting hit on by two men. They quickly back off though, once they notice the children's toys resting beside her on the sand. Distracted and stressed, Kiyomi shouts at her young son, Josufume, warning the little boy not to play where the bugs can get him. Hearing her phone buzz, she picks it up and quickly makes an excuse for missing work, only to be fired on the spot for constantly failing to show up. When Kiyomi finally hangs up and turns around, her heart drops. Josufume had vanished. Approaching the rocky shoreline, she spots him now helplessly drowning in the crashing waves, but in a dark, harrowing moment of weakness looking at her son's desperate struggle, Kiyomi actually hesitates. She hides, letting him drown for a few agonizing moments before a sudden wave of guilt forces her to change her mind and save him. Once being pulled from the water, Josufume is rushed to the hospital in critical condition, having technically died by drowning. There, a brilliant doctor named Holly determines that the impact against the rocks completely crushed his occipital bone. In an immediate action to actually save his life and, fix him, she calls on her own son, Kira, to deal with a lethal blood clot. Jumping into action, Yoshikage unleashes his stand and uses some small Killer Queen tanks to invade the veins of Josufume, successfully clearing the clot and saving his life. Then, because it's 1997 and the movie Titanic just came out, Kira leaves the room, adamant that he's going to watch it even if his mum can't come along. As he leaves, he catches a glimpse of Kiyomi and updates her on the condition of her son. Noticing the random-ass expression she gave though, one that didn't seem like glee for her son surviving, Kira calls her out, wondering what else she could be feeling right now. Fast forward from that childhood trauma to around the year 2010, here we see a former star baseball player being taught all about how to consume the Locacaca fruit. Removing a large suitcase from underneath his seat and showing him the cash, Aisho explains the fruit's fundamental law of equivalent exchange, and that there is always going to be a sort of risk involved. With the plant having no fruit, he picks it up and carefully weighs it before going to leave the room. Just before exiting though, he warns the star athlete to not under any circumstances try and find out the mystery behind the fruit. But unbeknownst to them, this entire transaction isn't as secret as they think. Turns out, someone had placed a Temu-ass camera to view the transaction, and on the other end is Kira and a teenage Josufume. Turns out the star athlete is a guy called Atsunori Iwakiri, who a year earlier had almost signed a deal with the Satan Birdies for 300 million yen. Days before the confirmation though, he severely injured his shoulder, a devastating blow that obviously destroyed his career. He knows that this is exactly why Aisho targeted the desperate athlete for a deal. In a game that must have taken place at a little bit of a later date, Iwakiri then sets the commentator's light as his pitch clocks in at over 162 km per hour. Kira believes Aisho won't ever consider most people as buyers and will only sell the fruit to a few select wealthy people. Apparently these fruits come from New Guinea, but he can't pin down exactly where. He's certain though that these things can cure any illness or heal any wound, so instead of trying to track down and find where they're growing and stuff, he plans to steal one of them from the dealers. He proposes a partnership, convincing Josufume to tag along under the pretense that they can flip the fruit for a fat stick of cash later on. What Kira doesn't realise though is that Josufume knows exactly why he's after the fruit. He knows all about the devastating rock disease consuming Holly. Driven by pure gratitude for the woman and the son who, saved his life years earlier, Josufume agrees to help. Kira then starts going a little bit of a monologue about how there has to be some sort of dangerous organisation behind the group and that they need to be wary for what's to come. Bringing up though that they're only going to be in danger if they steal it from a group like this, Josufume pitches a much smarter play. Grafting, snapping a branch off their plant, whittling down the end, and grafting it onto another one. He then uses his own stand to effortlessly demonstrate how they can splice plants together to cultivate their own supply. Astonished with just how goated of an ability Josufume's soap bubbles are, Kira agrees to the plan. Later on now, and near a parking lot, both of the boys tail Aisho on their mission to steal one of the plant branches. The opportunity finally presents itself at a local pharmacy. Aisho Dainijiyama is just, trying to do some casual shopping when Josufume puts on a masterclass of distraction. Pretending to be an incredibly enthusiastic customer, he finds the item he's looking for and starts openly praising it, loudly hyping up its extreme rarity and potency, which, obviously things the rock humans like. To force Aisho's hand, he grabs nearly every single bottle off the shelf, leaving just one behind. Right on cue, Kira steps into the pharmacy and asks the clerk if there are any boxes of eye drops left. Spooked by the idea of missing out on a rare commodity, Aisho takes the bait and quickly snatches the very last box of eye drops for himself. Paying for the items, Aisho heads out on his way now to another lucrative deal. Before he does though, he decides to try out his newly acquired medicine. The moment he goes to use it, the boys initiate their plan. Josufume strolls up behind him as Killer Queen detonates a nearby bomb and plants it in a motorcycle's front wheel. This obviously causes a loud, jarring accident that instantly pulls Aisho's attention away. While he's completely distracted by the wreck, Josufume crouches in behind him. Slowly, he opens Aisho's transport case, snaps off two precious Locacaca branches and flawlessly replaces them with ordinary branches from a completely different tree. All while this was going on, Aisho had his vision partially obscured by the bubbles that Josufume had infused with the eye drops. With the heist now pulled off, the boys stroll off before the same bubbles that were obscuring Aisho's vision then pop. Getting dragged now back into the grim reality of the present day, we see Tamaki Damo reflecting on how the war lies have radically warped the landscape, casually wondering if it's because they're protecting something deep beneath the earth. Realizing Norisuke is stressing over what's going on, Damo wonders if it's because his daughters left the room earlier and never came back. His focus shifts quickly though, and he starts pressing Norisuke on whether or not he knows anything about the Locacaca. He brings up the origin, assuming Norisuke knew about it and how Yotsuyu had been searching for it. Apparently, he'd even gone missing while looking for the Locacaca on his property. Norisuke tries to deny this accusation, but Damo pushes even further, asking him point blank if he was the one who killed Yotsuyu Yagiyama. Norisuke hesitates for just a fraction of a second, and a fraction of a second is all Damo needs. With terrifying precision, he uses a crisp 1,000 yen bill to slice clean through Norisuke's left arm. Revealing his stand's name to be Vitamin C, Damo tells him that he'll start with his daughters too if he doesn't answer the question. Crippled and cornered by this, Norisuke screams out the truth that it was him. He sunk Yotsuyu into the depth of the sea because he found out he was a rock human. Moving to the next step of his questioning, Damo knows that it would have been difficult for him to defeat Yotsuyu by himself. He guesses he wasn't alone, and knowing he needs to find that man as well, he asks Norisuke who it could be. To understand how the villains caught onto this trail here, we have to sail back in time to August 19th, 2011. One day while returning from the open ocean, Kira pointed out Guerrilla waiting on the docks for them. Apparently, she'd been relentlessly following Josufume, something that really confused them since all she is a fellow classmate. They share a brief fleeting conversation about her, already understanding somewhat how her stand ability works before refocusing on the mission at hand. Josufume notes that the fruits are almost ripe and ready for harvest, but Kira wants him to keep his distance until the official date. He then tells his boy to, go take care of the docking, and Josufume gets up to tie the boat's mooring line to the bollard, but gets confused when he notices that the rope has mysteriously slipped into the water. He goes to reel it in when he spots what looks like wet fingerprints covering the rope. Just across from him, Kira watches a seagull land on the boat, only for it to slip off a moment later. Getting up, he can immediately tell something isn't right. For some reason, their boat has become abnormally slippery. Peering down into the dark cabin, it is revealed that sitting right there in the shadows are Tamaki Damo and Yotsuru Yagiyama. Damo calmly reveals how they uncover the deception. Since the day of thievery, it has been 10 months, 16 days, 3 hours and 24 minutes. He elaborates on how they checked the weight of every plant before and after a trade no matter what. The main reason is if someone was to do a scientific test on the plant, it would out the rock human species, creating all sorts of trouble for them. On the day 10 months ago after Aisho sold the fruit, the plants had increased by weight in 9 grams. Not much, so they really didn't have any suspicions and figured it might have something to do with the water and soil content. He is truly blown away, and the truth of what happened was only revealed to them after the earthquake hit. In some Iraqi reasoning, it caused the plant to wilt, revealing the 2 branches that were grafted on. From that moment, they spent 4 grueling months hunting down the culprits, using medical records to learn of incurable diseases, and their search finally led them straight to Holy Kira. Panicked over this, Kira tries to strike back with Killer Queen, but it's already too late. Daimo's stand, Vitamin C, completely coats the entire area, instantly softening Kira, Josufume, and their stands. In a last-ditch attempt, Kira tries using sheer heart attacks mini bombs, but they are too stopped before they could reach Daimo. Completely drained of their strength, Kira and Josufume can only watch in horror as Daimo walks over to them, adamant on having his questions answered. Ominously, he takes a crisp 1,000 yen bill, folding it with terrifying precision. Without a shred of hesitation, he slices directly into Kira, cutting out his liver, just to retrieve a cell phone that the man had actually hidden inside his own body. Daimo then examines the bloody phone along with Josufume's, searching for any digital footprint of the fruit plant. When he finds absolutely no trace of the fruit on either device, he flies into a blind, vicious rage. Screaming at the duo, he mocks their pathetic, conceited attempts to cover their tracks before violently hurling their phones directly at Josufume. Flicking his wrist with a 1,000 yen bill still in hand, Daimo then slices his leg, causing him to scream out in pain. Forcing him to calm down, Daimo makes a cold, calculating declaration. He is going to kill one of them and spare the other. He offers a twisted ultimatum. Whoever betrays the other and reveals exactly where those Locacaca branches were grafted to will walk away completely free. They won't be allowed to cultivate the fruit, obviously, but they will live. Daimo almost mockingly frames this as a mercy, claiming he feels a sense of personal responsibility for letting the secret of the fruit leak in the first place. To press for answers, Daimo shoves the sharp edge of the 1,000 yen bill deep into Josufume's skull. He whispers that since Josufume isn't biologically tied to Holly, he's the one Daimo would actually prefer to spare, coaxing the boy by telling him that there is absolutely no reason to throw his life away here. Stricken with agony and bursting into tears, Josufume's mind flashes back to his childhood, remembering the harrowing moment his own mother almost left him to die in the freezing ocean. He bitterly tells himself that he has been abandoned his entire life. If the world has always abandoned him, why shouldn't he just abandon Kira right now to save his own skin? But just as despair threatens to take over, Kira breaks the silence. He urgently commands Josufume to calm himself and get ready to flee, claiming that backup is already on the way. Turning a defiant gaze towards a completely stunned Daimo and Yagiyama, Kira boldly vows that he is going to track down every last one of them and seize the Locacaca for himself. Incredulous, Daimo scoffs, reminding Kira that they are just a pathetic 2-man team, only for Kira to mockingly belittle Daimo for being too stupid to even figure out where the branches are being stored. Right on cue, Carrera Sakonami is seen walking down the dock towards the boat, calling out for Josufume. Realizing the threat, Yagiyama instantly uses his stand, Iron Rock, to pin Carrera down to the ground. As she falls, everyone looks on in absolute shock to see Josufume's missing cell phone still clutched tightly in her hand. In that fleeting second, Kira looks at Josufume, softly apologizing for dragging him into this nightmare and telling him that none of this is his fault. Before Daimo can even process what is happening, he spots a deadly surprise, sheer heart attack meticulously hidden right inside Carrera's hairline. Before anyone can react, the automated bomb detonates and a massive, blinding explosion rips through the harbour, completely destroying the dock, Kira's boat and the surrounding infrastructure. The sheer force of the blast flings Daimo and Yagiyama through the air, leaving them dazed and distorted as they scramble to recover from the devastating shockwave. Seizing the moment, Josufume manages to break free and drag Kira's seemingly lifeless body onto the mainland. Holding him close and weeping in desperate agony, Josufume pulls his friend's corpse towards the secret location where they originally grafted the Locacaca branches. In a heartbreaking, tearful confession to the unconscious Kira, Josuke admits that he was weak, that he was actually going to give in and reveal their secret to the rock humans. Begging for forgiveness now, he desperately drags him towards their plant in a hope to feed it to him and bring him back from the brink of death. Meanwhile, back at the smoke-filled marina, Daimo's patience has entirely evaporated. Realizing the stakes, he discards his plan for interrogation and shifts to a ruthless kill-on-sight order. Analysing the tides and the flow of the water, he correctly deduces that the duo must have washed ashore somewhere along the poaching coastline. He immediately radios in reinforcements, calling on Aisho and the Aphex brothers to scour the area, lock down the train stations, and closely watch the local hospitals. He knows for a fact that he dealt Kira a life-threatening wound with his previous attack, and assuming they are using the plant now to heal those wounds, he thinks they'll head that way after they make landfall. Close by, and shielding herself from the sight of the two rock humans, we see that Guerrilla had somehow survived the explosion. Honestly, it probably just has something to do with her hair being built different, but crazy she somehow managed to survive that explosion. Farther up on the shoreline, Josuke desperately tries to force feed the Locacaca fruit to Kira, but there is no longer any pulse, no movement. Kira is entirely unresponsive. Refusing to let death take him and still fiercely determined to save the guy who once saved him, Josuke summons the bubbles of soft and wet and uses his own stand's power to force the miraculous fruit into Kira's body. Suddenly, his body jolts and shakes before Killer Queen itself, who had appeared, starts fragmenting. Meanwhile, back in the present day at the Higashikata house, Josuke attempts to push open the front door. To avoid touching its melting surface directly, he uses his bubbles as a makeshift shield, but they slip away and his bare hand makes contact with the door. Watching it instantly turn to liquid, Josuke turns to a confused Hato. With dead serious urgency, he tells her something is up and needs her permission. He needs her permission to kill the man right there in the living room. Daimo, for some reason, has set it up so the glass door can't be accessed or destroyed, coating everything in a slippery barrier-like substance that if you touch it, you'll start to droop and melt away. He's adamant Daimo's ultimate goal is him. He came here looking for who he was before he lost his memories and to kill anyone involved. Snapping back to that fateful day in 2010, Josuke watches all of Kira's horrific wounds miraculously close up, yet he still presents absolutely no signs of life. In an odd twist, the equivalent exchange then begins to claim Josuke, blood dripping from his mouth and nose before his ear suddenly detaches from his head and the entire right side of his face along with his left hand begin crumbling into stone. Understanding that there is some sort of equivalent exchange going on with his body, Josuke thinks that it has to be fundamentally different from anything they expected. Refusing to give up though, he continues his desperate attempt to wake Kira up. At the very same time, Yagiyama is walking along the coastline, talking on his phone about the seismic aftershocks from the explosion and the subsequent tsunami warning because of it. His eyes scan the ground until he finally spots a trail of fresh blood. Letting Daimo know, he tracks the trail towards the far side of a lone pine tree, marking the exact location where the duo was hiding. As Josuke cradles his friend, he notices even more damage to the back of Kira's head. Despair completely washes over as the truth hits him. Kira had deliberately used his own body to shield him from the brunt of the blast. Just as Josuke then turns his eyes towards the second and final fruit remaining on the graft, intent to use it on his friend, he hears someone closing in. The Aphex brothers emerge from the tree line. I honestly like how we didn't really get their names till after they canonically died, but once spotting their fruit, they flick out their cell phones and inform Yagiyama on what they see. Moving in for the kill, the younger brother kicks his soccer ball straight at Josuke, but in an attack similar to that of Josuke's, Josuke fills the balls with his own bubbles, causing it to float away harmlessly. Seizing the opening, Josuke then lashes out, snapping the rock human's leg with a perfectly placed oblique kick. Unable to contain his rage, Josuke then continues to ruthlessly stomp on his head, putting him out of the fight completely. The elder twin immediately retaliates, trapping Josuke in a headlock. Using his brain though, our boy bursts a cluster of bubbles right next to a nearby branch, propelling it like a spear directly into the elder brother's head. With both of the Aphex brothers completely incapacitated, Josuke lets loose. Using soft and wet, he unleashes a devastating barrage, pummeling both of the brothers right off the edge of the cliff. Having almost arrived himself, Yagiyama can only watch as both of his allies plunge onto the distorted hellscape around him. With time running out, Josuke breaks the final Locacaca fruit from the branch. he notices that for some inexplicable reason, the parts of his body touching Kira's are rapidly fusing and exchanging. Wondering if this bizarre anomaly is being caused by the unique properties of the soil or the grafting process itself, Josefumi selflessly cuts the food apart, ready to feed it to his friend. He tearfully tells the unconscious Kira that he never felt dragged into this nightmare, he just wanted to serve some sort of purpose for Holly. He's thought about it for a while now and is certain, but saving her would have been his image of happiness. Sending all of the cut fruit into Kira's body, Josefume then places his hand on his chest and begins the process for the full body equivalent exchange. Breaking apart now, he admits he died long ago, drowning in the ocean. The one to live on shouldn't be him, it should be the child of the person who saved him that day, and that's why he will gladly offer him his entire body for equivalent exchange. Suddenly, the earth cracks and shatters directly underneath Kira's body. Looking back, Josefume can tell the branch is okay, so all Kira will need to do is grow a new one once he's back. Back at the Higashikata estate, a younger Norisuke and Tsurugi feel the sudden shockwave of the earthquake and decide it's probably best to head back to the safety of their house. Back out on the coastline though, the violent tremor rips open a massive fissure directly beneath Josefume and Kira. Completely spent and bound by the law of the fruit now, the two men plummet together into the dark depths of the crevice, buried side by side beneath the earth. Also, if you can hear, it is raining right now. Winter in New Zealand is going hard. I've got the fire roaring right next to me. Like, I honestly, I couldn't ask for a more amazing job. Thank you guys so much. Like, this is just the go-to-this job ever. Nearby, that same stray dog that we keep seeing picks up a bit of the fruit and wanders past the subterranean spring where Josuke will eventually be discovered. Inside of the Higashikata estate, the entire living room has been completely covered by the melting handprints of vitamin C. Norisuke lies utterly powerless, forced to watch Daimo's sadistic plan unfold. In a bizarre display of his power, Daimo drops several live fish directly onto Norisuke's liquefied body, letting them swim right through him while gleefully recording the entire scene on his phone. Getting back to business though, Daimo demands to know the current whereabouts of Josefume Kujo. He can't fathom Norisuke taking down Yotsuyu by himself, so is sure that Josefume had something to do with it. When a bleeding Norisuke desperately insists that he doesn't even know anyone named Josefume, Daimo flies into a manic rage. He shoves even more fish into Norisuke's body and smashes him in the face. He coldly elaborates on his third goal, the eradication of the entire Higashikata family. Right now, Hato is being kept alive in the foyer, and he purposefully set it up this way also he could call her in and kill her in front of him now. While then slicing a part of Norisuke's hand off, Daimo calls out to Hato to join them. Back in the entrance room of the house, Josuke warns Hato that if she enters the room, Daimo will kill her. She has to prepare herself for a fight, something she can't even comprehend. In the lounge, Daimo continues calling out. Unable to bear the thought of his children being murdered and pushed past this breaking point, Norisuke makes a stunning confession. Josefume Kujo might actually be Josuke. He explains to an incredulous Daimo that the boy was found completely naked and devoid of his memories near the same shore where Kira died. He knows he was a stand user, and the Locacaca's equivalent exchange was involved. All he did though was simply invite Josuke into his home. Suddenly though, the door to the living room swings open, and despite everything Josuke just told her in the hallway, Hato enters the room. Instantly, Vitamin C's power takes over, softening her body and allowing Daimo to effortlessly kick her out of the way. Making his way into the entrance room of the house, Daimo finally confronts what remains of Josefume Kujo. Dropping some info bombs for Josuke, he lets him know that he fused parts with the deceased body of Kira, something that baffles him since he didn't even know the fruit had those capabilities. Seeing Josuke hit the floor though, Daimo immediately unleashes Vitamin C, who comes out swinging. Doing the same, Josuke commands Soft and Wet to counterattack, but before a single punch lands, its hands are manipulated by the softening effects of Vitamin C. With no form of protection, Daimo closes in himself and lands a few brutal punches that paste Josuke's body all over the wall. As he collapses, Josuke flicks out a few bubbles that surprisingly manage to connect with and break off Daimo's shades. Fascinated by this revolutionary new application of the Locacaca fruit and how it's mixed both stand abilities together, Daimo sadistically slices out Josuke's liver, just as he did to Kira in the past. He even mocks Josuke, informing him on how this was exactly how he killed Kira before straightening out the 1,000 yen note in order to slice Josuke's throat. Kinda rhymed, kinda cringe. Randomly though, Daimo spots something impossible land outside the entrance window. Turning, Daimo can really do nothing but just stand there in a cold sweat as Hato, no longer under the effect of his stand, slowly rises to her feet. Confused, he questions if Josuke had used a bubble to carry her safely up and out through the house's chimney. Unable to comprehend this betrayal and completely heartbroken, but fueled by an intense righteous fury, Hato awakens her stand. With a flick of her stiletto, she punches a hole through the glass and drives her elongated heel directly through Daimo's neck. With tears in Hato's eyes, Josuke elaborates that until Daimo betrayed her, she had never stopped believing in him. Retracting her heel, Hato then from afar continues to stab through the glass screen, hitting Daimo all over and causing him to flee afraid into the lounge. He pleads with Hato that he really did love her and was always going to turn her family back, but the time for mercy is long gone. Hato uses her extended heel to scale the outside of the estate in order to finish the fight. Inside of the foyer, Josuke rapidly evaluates their situation. Daimo had to have come here alone. The network of the rock humans trafficking the Locacaca is incredibly small, and Daimo is not just after their leader, he is the last one left alive. He warns the suffocating smuggler to leave the premises immediately, pointing out that Hato will defeat him if he stays. But Daimo, staring back at this bizarre hybrid of Kira and Josefume, refuses to back down. He gleefully reflects on just how incredibly profitable this new, resurrecting strain of the Locacaca fruit will be for him, completely confident that he can still outsmart and defeat Hato. What he really needs to do is find the grafted Locacaca branch and preserve it. Cutting through his thought, Hato's footsteps echo across the roof and start to make him sweat. He figures she's tried to locate and finish him off with her stand, but he simply dismisses her confidence as moronic bravery. Scrambling over to the fireplace, Daimo rummages through a toolbox and pulls out a lighter. He grabs Norisuke's heavily softened body, layers the clothes and hairs with his fingerprints, and sets him alight. He is certain that Hato was approaching the chimney, so will use her father's burning corpse to pull her back inside his range. As the flames take hold, Vitamin C's handprints begin hitching a ride to the outside world, drifting upwards on the ash and smoke from the burning Norisuke. Hearing her father's agonizing screams and seeing the smoke rise, Hato is baited right towards the end of the chimney. Daimo gleefully declares his victory, but the celebration is cut short when a massive spike suddenly crashes down through the ceiling, impaling him directly through the skull. At the exact same time, a few of Josuke's bubbles float their way out from inside Daimo's pocket. Pulling out Josuke's liver from inside his pocket as well, it is revealed that Josuke had hidden his own bubbles inside of the bloody liver that Daimo had sliced out of him earlier, using them to perfectly track and signal the smuggler's exact position to the roof. Without any hesitation, Hato again drives her extended heel down, impaling Daimo through the roof and forcing him to release his stand. As Vitamin C's grip finally releases, everyone in the Higashikata family instantly snaps back to normal. Except, good old Joshu. Where the hell is Joshu? Outside, Josuke spots the retreating figure of the rock human and gives chase, relentlessly tracking him through the streets until he finally corners him in an alleyway. Desperate and bleeding out, Daimo pathetically begs for his life, even trying to team up with him by reminding him of Holly and the devastating illness that only the fruit can cure. But Josuke doesn't hesitate. Soft and Wet delivers an unceremonious, devastating punch straight to Daimo's head, shattering the rock human and finishing him off once and for all. Standing over the defeated remains of his enemy, Josuke finally holds the truth about himself. He is Josufume Kujo. Parked nearby in an alleyway, watching silently from the shadows, is of course Jobin, who witnessed every single second of Daimo's demise. Meanwhile, far away from the chaos of the Higashikata estate, the gears of a familiar prison door open. Inside of the walls of the infamous Stone Ocean prison, a woman is undergoing her final release procedures. The guards hand her back her personal belongings, along with the meager wages she earned for her labour over the last 15 years, which equates to like 4.5k USD. After changing back into her civilian clothes, the woman slips a hidden cell phone out from between two cards in her deck. Calling someone, she asks them to come and pick her up, explaining that she wants her sudden release to be a complete surprise to the rest of the family. Sliding the phone back between the cards, it is revealed that the person she was calling was her own son, Jobin. This woman is Kato Higashikata, the 52-year-old wife of Norisuke. All of a sudden though, the clock winds back 2 weeks, shifting our focus to a completely different, bizarre side story. Honestly, this is kind of one of my little favourite stories throughout JoJolion so far. It's a Joshu feature. We find Joshu cornering his father, begging to borrow some cash. You see, he absolutely needs to purchase the official signature fragrance of his favourite pop idol, Nanami Rina. And he doesn't stop there. He demands extra cash to secure a limited edition photograph, a paper fan, and an idol wristband to complete the set. Fed up with the freeloading, Norisuke suggests that instead of constantly begging for handouts, Joshua should finally man up and get a real job working for his older brother. Joshua completely tunes his father out, ignoring the lecture, only to ask for money until Norisuke finally gives in. Later that day, Joshua was standing in the chaotic crowd at the idol meet and greet, staring at the merchandise table but utterly paralysed by indecision. While he's completely distracted, a rude young man cuts directly in front of him and arrogantly orders a massive amount of items. Joshua aggressively yells at the man to get to the back of the line, but as the man walks away with his haul, Joshua notices something left behind on the counter, the guy's wallet. Seizing the moment, Joshua snatches it and cancels his order before bolting into a nearby bathroom before the victim can even realise what happened. Safe inside a stall, Joshua inspects his prize, pulling out like 20 odd bucks in a single credit card. Getting a clever idea though, he easily deduces that since this guy was a hardcore Nanami Rina fan, his debit card pin must be connected to her. He takes the card to a nearby ATM and guesses the code, typing in numbers based on the syllables of Nanami's name. To his absolute shock, the machine chimes and a stack of cash is dispensed. Stoked with how he managed to snag 500,000 yen, or like 3k USD, he hurriedly leaves the area. Once far enough away, he snaps the credit card in half, tosses it in the trash, and justifies the theft by blaming it on the guy's sheer stupidity. Riding high on his stolen fortune, Joshua decides to blow the cash on an incredibly expensive luxury watch, specifically the titanium alloy rim jobber. But just as he's about to finalise the purchase, the store owner spots a microscopic scratch on the watch's glass. Out of pure professionalism, he refuses to sell a defective item to Joshua, promising to order a brand new replacement in 10 days if he just waits. The owner hands Joshua a full refund on the spot, but as Joshua looks down at the cash, a cold sweat breaks out on his neck. He rushes back to the bathroom stall where he was previously to recount the money, and when he finishes, his jaw drops. He was given his full 500,000 yen back, plus an extra 10,000 yen, which was accidentally mixed into the stack. Shrugging off the eerie coincidence, Joshua decides to celebrate his insane luck by hitting the movie theatres to watch the latest Johnny Depp pirate movie. He blows a massive chunk of his cash, buying out multiple rows of empty seats just so he can sit there completely isolated in the dead centre of the theatre. After the movie ends, he enters his ticket stub into the theatre lottery and miraculously wins a rare Jack Sparrow action figure. Instantly, a hardcore collector spots it and offers a mind-blowing 30,000 yen for the toy. Later that night, he visits a high-end cabaret to live like a king. During his meal, he spots a stray hair in his food and calls over the waiter, apologising for the inconvenience. Mysteriously, instead of an apology, the terrified waiter informs him that the entire meal is completely free and the establishment actually wants to give him extra cash as compensation for the trouble. Enamored with the power of money, Joshua finds it incredibly eerie that no matter how hard he tries to spend it, more money just keeps coming back to him. Fully intoxicated by his fortune, he starts aggressively throwing breadcrumbs at a group of women until one lands directly in a girl's cleavage. Acting like Timothy himself, he uses the bizarre icebreaker to invite the ladies to his VIP table. While that bro sent the girls with no melons away, but either way. Later that night though, as he goes to leave, he reads his receipt, a massive bill for 540,000 yen. But Joshua just scoffs, saying it shouldn't really matter since he already paid the amount in full. Elaborating that they are not trying to rip him off, the man suddenly gets angry while asking Joshua where he got this cash. Refusing to answer where he got his own money from, Joshua says he can just go home and get more if he wants. Raging out, the bar patron tells Joshua that he's known about the Milagro Man for a long time, something that really confuses Joshua since he doesn't have a clue what he's on. Joshua desperately explains that he has absolutely no idea who or what the Milagro Man is, but the dude, who turns out to be the owner role-playing a poor bum, refuses to take any chances. He violently shoves Joshua's 540,000 yen back into his hand and asks for his boys to grab the black bag in the back of the restaurant. Sweat pouring off him, the owner just wants to ensure that Joshua is the only one to see hell. He then tells his guys to take him down in the elevator and beat him so he never returns to the establishment. The thugs violently force Joshua into an elevator, but Joshua summons Nut King Call, unfastening the screws on their hands and locking their faces together to make an easy escape. Sprinting into the night, Joshua ducks into an alleyway near a row of vending machines, his heart pounding as the bizarre reality of the situation sets in. That shop, they also gave him the money back and never took any. On top of that, he can tell his backpack's even heavier. He takes it off, removes the black bags the thugs forced into it, and examines its contents. Inside is what would feel like an uncountable amount of physical cash. Knowing that it isn't just the money in his bag that's confused him, Josuke remembers the owner's warnings about the Milagro Man, sending a wave of genuine panic through him. Trying to calm his racing thoughts, Dude tries to dismiss it as a fluke and drops a few coins into a vending machine to buy a drink. But as the machine rattles, Josuke looks down at the coin slot in sheer terror. The change spitting back out at him is significantly more than the money he originally put in. After trying a few more vending machines, Josuke stares at the excess change in utter bewilderment. Every single vending machine he's visited has given him back more than he deposited. Finally growing genuinely suspicious, he pulls 2 banknotes from his massive stash and inspects them under the streetlights, but can't seem to find a single difference between them. Because of this, he assumes that there is no danger to it. However, depositing so much cash into a bank could look extremely suspicious. Desperate to test his boundaries of this money duping ability, Josuke opens up the Japanese version of the same cooked betting platform and places a massive 50,000 yen bet on a boat race. Surprisingly, he wins, netting an absurd 3.1 million yen. Happy with the win and how it can obviously disguise where he's getting the cash from, Josuke goes to zip the bag up, but it unexpectedly implodes from the inside out, splitting open and exposing the mountain of money to a few nearby strangers. Panicked and unable to force the bag shut, Josuke scrambles over to a nearby public coin locker to hide his fortune. As he does this, he can't help but notice something odd. Every single one of the serial numbers on the banknotes ends with the same 3 characters, 13R. Moving forth, he tries to slam the locker door shut, and eventually does with great strain, though the mechanism falters under the pressure and the door springs open, releasing a few stacks of cash. Gusting through, the wind catches those banknotes and scatters them across the street. Weirdly though, a few police officers and random bystanders quickly gather the loose cash and politely hand it back to him without question. Of course, the amount he received back from everyone was more than he also initially lost, adding to the confusion. Desperate to get away, he flags down a taxi but is told to look for someone else since he's headed in the other direction. Being Josuke, someone who always gets his own way, doesn't listen and shoves the driver 50,000 yen in advance. Midway through the journey, the cab driver accidentally takes Josuke over Hagi Bridge, which just happened to be closed at the time. Apologizing profusely for the mistake, the driver reminds him of how he really needs to get back to his wife for her birthday and hands him back his 50,000 yen. Sick of the game, Josuke tries to refuse the money, sparking a brief struggle between the guys. Adamant on paying for the journey even if it is just, Hagi Bridge, Josuke slams the wad of cash into the driver's pocket. Weirdly, he swipes the note against the driver's lighter, causing a spark, but the fire that catches doesn't destroy the cash. The moment the bill starts to completely burn up, it aggressively multiplies, duplicating and overwhelming Josuke until he's completely covered in a suffocating mountain of burning paper. Suddenly, Josuke gasps awake, finding himself on the floor of the Higashikata living room. His father, Norisuke, is standing over him, annoyed and assuming he had won too many magic potions the night before. Josuke stumbles towards his bedroom, curiously wondering if the entire ordeal was just a horrific nightmare, until he throws open his door. His jaw drops, his entire room is completely filled to the ceiling with the exact same banknotes. Sometime later on, the man Josuke had robbed at the idol event is seen walking back to his apartment. Watching his ass from the shadows, Josuke steps out, calling the man by his true name, Zohai Nigatake. Bro, Araki, why have you got me saying stuff like that? Felt illegal. Either way, cornering him now, Josuke aggressively demands answers about the cash. To his surprise, Zohei looks at him with pure gratitude and thanks him from the bottom of his heart. You see, he assumed Josuke has managed to destroy the Milagro Man's money, and that's why he's come here now. This entire thing was never his doing to start with. The curse of the Milagro Man was passed to him, and will only pass to someone else when some of the money is destroyed. The story of our Zohei here started around 2 years earlier, when he went to Germany to see a band play. While out there with no extra cash on him, he did have extra cash but he left it in his room, he stole a single bill from a homeless band near the concert's exit. That one bill was one of the Milagro Man's bills. The rules of the curse are simple, but devastating. It makes you infinitely wealthy, but strips away your ability to actually ever buy or spend anything normally. The only way to break the cycle is to trick someone else into taking the money and getting them to either destroy a bill or attempt to return it to a previous owner, which is exactly why Zohei deliberately left his wallet and credit card exposed at the merchandise table. The idea of the Milagro Man's money is actually an open secret among the public, which is why the store owner, the cabaret staff, and the bystanders instantly returned it to Josuke with interest just to keep the curse away from themselves. the original source of the Milagro Man was apparently an incredibly wealthy arms dealer. After a few generations, someone inside of that family went completely mad after losing a massive lawsuit, brutally murdering their own family and burning the estate to the ground. All that was left behind was a single scorched bill. That was the Milagro Man's first bill. No matter where you would go after, obtaining that bill, the curse would follow, and the bill would eventually migrate too. The only choice is really to pass it on. Finally, Zahei mockingly advises Joshu never to buy anything again, warning him that losing the ability to participate in the world is a fate worse than death. Grinning wickedly, Zahei bows and turns away as he casually opens a fresh bottle of melon juice to celebrate his freedom. Immediately, with a smug smirk though, Joshu calls forth his stand, Nut King Call, to secretly screw several of the curse balls directly into the cap of the melon juice bottle. By twisting that said bottle open, Zahei accidentally tore and destroyed the hidden cache, instantly snapping the trap shut and forcing the curse right back onto himself. Needing to gap it, Joshu quickly slams the door shut, leaving a screaming Zahei behind to be smothered and overwhelmed by the returning mountain of Milagro Man cash. On his trek back to the Higashikata estate, Joshu passes by a billboard for a mainstream idol group. He mocks their stupid looks for a moment, but a quiet, sobering thought crosses his mind. He doesn't even compare to them and the talent that they possess. Meanwhile, back with our boy, Josuke stands in deep reflection. Pieces of his fractured past are finally locking back into place. His former identity is that, as we know now, of Josefume Kujo, and half of his physical body belongs to that of Yoshikage Kira. I love how it's like just not a 50-50 combination of both bodies, it's kind of, maybe like a 60-40 or a 70-30. With his original story fully uncovered now though, and the rock human Daimyo finished, Josuke shifts his absolute focus to the catalyst behind his creation, the Locacaca fruit, and if the grafted version is still out there. These rock humans for some reason have monopolized control over the fruit and the equivalent exchange that they bring about. Driven by his newfound memories, Josuke heads to Morioh University Hospital to find the woman who saved his life. When he arrives, he sadly finds Holly completely unconscious, heavily strapped to a bed and tucked away in a dusty, neglected room in an abandoned wing of the hospital. Outraged by these horrific living conditions, Josuke strolls back towards reception and corners a doctor, demanding answers. When the doctor coldly asks if he is a relative, Josuke doesn't hesitate. He confidently states that he is Holly's son. Hearing this, the doctor reveals a harsh reality. No one has paid Holly's medical expenses since August, and her insurance doesn't cover her specialized care. Even worse, her condition has taken a grotesque turn for the worse. The illness has caused her to hallucinate, mistaking her own fingers for food and eating 6 of them before the staff noticed and was forced to strap her down and sedate her. The doctor explains that her current treatment is only delaying the inevitable progress of the disease, and unless someone settles the massive fees, amounting to a staggering 120,000 yen per night, the hospital will completely halt her care. Staring now at Holly's frail, broken form, Josuke is entirely overcome with grief. Surprisingly, a feeling fills him and causes him to recognize her as his own mother. Through his tears, he promises the doctor that every single yen will be paid and Holly needs to be put back on the treatment she was on before. Lastly, he warns them that if any other bad things happen to her for whatever reason, he will not forgive them. Making his way back through the hospital parking lot, he knows what he needs to do now, and it supports the idea that his lost memories once existed. He will find the Locacaca and cure Holly because he's already used the same power of equivalent exchange before. Later that morning, Josuke returns to the Higashikata estate. In the living room, Norisuke is practicing his usual morning breathing exercises as he does every day before his stretches. Dia casually mentions that she left a DVD box on the couch with an exercise video by fitness guru Miki Ryosuke. Norisuke, I love how their names kind of, match up, tries to look around for it when, randomly, a pale white hand gently hands it to him. It takes a few agonizing seconds for the family's brains to properly process what they are even seeing. A complete strange woman is casually sitting on their living room couch. The moment Norisuke sees her, he panics and slowly starts to back away from her. Turning the TV off, she quips that it's been quite a while. Seeing her, Hato too stands there sweating, unable to comprehend what's currently going on. With no one talking, Kaito comments on how much Dia, Joshu, and Hato have grown. The younger kids ask who she is, but Norisuke first demands to know how she got into the house. Standing there, Josuke curiously asks Hato who the woman is, and she reveals that it's their mother, Kaito Higashikata. Obviously, her siblings were too young to remember her at the time, and Hato herself was only 9 years old when she left. Norisuke himself furiously demands to know why she's doing this now and didn't call to announce her release. Kaito coldly justifies her silence, stating that she simply wanted to see her children as soon as possible. To break the tension, Hato chimes in to explain the horrific truth to the rest of the family. She had looked into it because Norisuke barely ever spoke about what happened to her mother. According to the Justice Department, she was locked away because she was found guilty of murdering a child. Completely unfazed by the reminder of her crime, Kato aggressively informs Norisuke that since she's back, she's going to run his damn pockets for all he's worth. Even though she did nothing to improve the business while he was locked up, she now demands compensation for it to improve her own life. Daya, bless her heart, curiously asks if that's really their mother, and sensing an opportunity, Kato warmly invites a curious Daya over for a hug. Infuriated by this random-ass woman entering his domain, Joshua aggressively shoves a chair forward, causing Kato to trip and fall. Going demon mode, Joshua begins antagonizing his own mother, attempting to humiliate her and strip away any authority she might have over him. He reminds her about chairs and how, outside of prison, they ain't glued to the floor, so maybe she should pay more attention. Noticing a loose bit of fabric on her clothes, Joshua points it out for her. Kato goes to pull it off, and as she does, that same bit of fabric loosens a bolt from Big Nut King that causes her dress to unbutton itself. In the scuffle that, obviously came from this, a deck of cards slips out of Kato's belongings and scatters across the floor. Joshua reaches down to, help pick them up, but the trap springs. Using her hidden stand power, a heavy wooden chair suddenly materializes directly out of one of the flat cards, violently impaling Joshua right through the jaw, which is actually an insane thing to do for a mother. Furious and breathing heavily, Kato stands over her son, scolding him for grossly underestimating her and expressing her utter outrage that their love for her family is being met with such disrespect. Offended with the initial reunion, Kato storms out of the room. Just as she exits though, Jobin nonchalantly strolls into the kitchen, casually revealing to the stunned family that he was the one who let their mother into the house. Seeking answers, Josuke asks Norisuke to teach him how to ride the motorcycle stored in the family garage. The two walk off discussing what they'd need to get for Josuke to ride, but obviously the bike is just a front. Josuke doesn't care about learning to ride, he simply needed an excuse to get Norisuke away from the rest of the family so they could speak in privacy. Once inside of the garage, Josuke pulls up the security camera footage from the Higashikata estate, specifically targeting a clip captured at 4:08 AM. Norisuke watches, completely frozen in shock, as what appears to be a solid rock slowly morphs into the unmistakable form of his eldest son, Jobin. The footage shows Jobin intently examining a specific branch hidden deep within the family orchard. Norisuke struggles to even process the sight, trying to rationalize that Daimyo was the syndicate's boss, and since the rest of the crew has already been wiped out, there shouldn't be any allies left. Josuke lays out the cold facts though. There is damning evidence that Jobin and Daimyo were actively in business together, not teamed up per se, but in a business relationship. Josuke believes it was Jobin's specific role to launder the smuggling ring's massive revenue, using the Higashikata fruit parlor as a perfect, legitimate front to import the legal Locacaca into the country. I don't know why they need a front to import legal fruit, but continuing on. Norisuke's blood boils over with the accusations towards Jobin, claiming the footage is no more than Jobin examining the plants, but Josuke remains completely unshaken. He is fiercely determined to locate the exact tree holding the grafted Locacaca branch to save Holly's life. Due to the constant aftershocks, the wallows violently shifted the landscape, and now it's impossible to distinguish the grafted branch from the hundreds of regular fruit trees in the orchard. But he can tell it's alive, and if it is, he should be able to get it to grow another Locacaca. Josuke sincerely thanks Norisuke for taking him in and sheltering him, but he won't allow a single soul to stand in his way, and if he has to hunt down the branch entirely on his own, he will. Hearing this, a wave of profound guilt washes over Norisuke. He remembers how his grandson is also suffering from the family's genetic illness and realizes he cannot simply let Josuke go at it alone. Making a choice, Norisuke hands Josuke a cell phone containing a bunch of highly classified photos of some new product. He goes over the prices of each, but what he mainly wants to talk about is the man that cultivates these beauties. His industry secret is a plant appraiser, a man only Norisuke knows about, who possesses the unique expertise to identify the grafted branch from the original. Norisuke instructs Josuke to go find this man immediately, and as Josuke turns to leave, he reminds him that he will not let Jobin discover what they're up to. The moment Josuke departs, Norisuke catches sight of Kato casually relaxing on a hammock in the garden. Storming over, he angrily reminds her that he refuses to give her a single cent of compensation and demands she get out of his sight. Honestly, I could kinda see her accidentally murking a kid with her card ability, but still, I'm curious why he's got so much hate towards her at the moment, what exactly did she do? Left completely alone in the sun though, Kato casually grabs her phone and calls Jobin, alerting him that his father and Josuke are up to something. Jobin quietly thanks his mother for the crucial tip, his mind flashing back to the horrific sight of Josuke brutally executing Daimyo in the alleyway just days earlier. Knowing the walls are closing in, Jobin drives out to a secluded shrine. He carefully pulls on a pair of gloves before stepping out to toss pieces of fried chicken near a quiet pond. Making a sharp clicking sound with his mouth, a grotesque rock human with absolutely no arms or legs emerges from the shadows. Seeing the critter try to bite him, Jobin dodges the snap, calmly handing over the bucket of fried chicken to the creature. He drops the grim news to him, informing the limbless man that Daimyo and the rest of their syndicate have been entirely wiped out, before asking the creature for a desperate favour. Meanwhile, back in the city, Josuke is intercepted on the street by a young courier boy who specifically asked for him. Always gotta be a kid in baseball attire in a JoJo's manga at some point. Taking it off the kid, he sees that the envelope is explicitly addressed to Higashikata Josuke-sama. Seeing the boy go to walk off confused, Josuke asks him who it's from. Innocently, the kid explains that a strange man from around the corner handed it to him, giving him a nice cash reward to just deliver it to Josuke. As Josuke turns the envelope over, wondering who could possibly be reaching out to him, an odd detail stands out. A strange bizarre tooth stain dried onto the corner of the paper. Instantly sensing a trap, Josuke drops the letter onto the pavement. His mind races as he tries to figure out whether or not the letter was dangerous. He looks around trying to see who gave it to him when randomly the courier boy stops, turns completely around and begins walking slowly back towards Josuke. This is a tough scene for sure. Slipping away from the current day, we find a young man and his girlfriend lying peacefully on the grass. The man softly tells her about a dream, one of the Blue Lagoon, where the two of them completely stranded together on an island had to survive off the land. Suddenly, he looks up and panics. His girlfriend had mindlessly wandered dangerously close to a high-voltage electrical dispenser. Racing forward, he throws his body into her path to save her from certain death, but in his desperate attempt to stop her from grabbing it, he accidentally makes contact with the generator himself. While taking the full-body shock, the man can only watch as his girlfriend leaves him to die. The electrocution itself fried away all 4 limbs, leaving his body partially deformed and with a hankering for KFC. Back in the present, that very same man claims he is perfectly happy now, living a quiet life by the pond at the Mitsukabe shrine. He says it is sad to hear that all of the others passed on, but he really has no interest on serving any sort of purpose in society anymore. Apologising for if he offended him in any way, Jobin refuses to back down. He pulls out a photograph showing the creature the faces of Kira and Josefume. Jobin explains to him what happened. The two of them used a radical new form of the equivalent exchange with a modified Locacaca fruit, fusing together to create a brand new human man named Josuke Higashikata. Jobin pleads with this creature for his help to ensure their grand plan succeeds. Taking this in, the deformed man, whose name is revealed as Dolomite, slowly reveals the terrifying presence of his stand. Meanwhile, back out on the streets, Josuke barks at the boy to halt, demanding to know exactly who handed him the letter, but the boy is completely unresponsive. He continues to trudge forward blindly until he slams directly into a metal bus stop sign. Instead of backing away, the boy mindlessly keeps forcing himself forward, repeatedly smashing his own face into the sign with an almost mechanical consistency, to the point that one of his eyeballs nearly pops out of its socket. Horrified with this, Josuke instinctively moves to help him, but the boy suddenly slips past the sign and starts falling towards him. Reacting instinctively, Soft and Wet sweeps the boy's legs out from under him, while Josuke dives onto the road to avoid making any direct physical contact. Despite being covered in his own blood, the boy snaps back up like a feral animal, relentlessly pursuing his target. Suddenly, a car screeches to a halt between them. The driver, an older woman, rolls down her window to furiously chastise Josuke for standing in the middle of traffic. As she screams about almost running him over, the feral boy mindlessly bashes his head against her car window. Watching the madness unfold, Josuke's mind races. He suspects that the tooth dried onto the envelope is the thing that started it all. Losing her temper, the woman rolls her other window partway down to yell at the boy too, but the kid takes this opportunity to start reaching into the vehicle himself. With his body cutting off the mechanism for the window, he forcefully pulls his way in, past the woman as he climbs over the seats. Needing a distraction, Soft and Wet grabs a nearby coffee cup and uses the bubble shape to spill the hot liquid directly over the boy's face, temporarily blinding him. Josuke then seizes the opening, hauling the terrified woman out of the car to safety. Still in there though, the feral boy trips and flails as he scrambles out after them, but by the time he wipes the coffee from his eyes and stands up, Josuke has completely vanished. Bizarrely, the boy collapses to the pavement, just as an anxious crowd of onlookers begin to gather around. Safely hidden behind a nearby brick wall, Josuke catches his breath and observes the aftermath. While the crowd was checking the kid, he successfully used a bubble to steal the tooth from the envelope. Somewhat confused, he wonders who could possibly be targeting him. Tamaki Damo's allies have all been neutralized, and a random attack makes no logical sense. The enemy has really nothing to gain by striking now. If they wanted the Locacaca, then they should wait since he hasn't even located the branch yet. Pulling out his phone, a curious thought crosses his mind. Someone is trying to systematically block him from reaching the plant appraiser. Ignoring that possibility, he knows that absolutely no one apart from Norisuke even knows about his secret search. However, just as he, goes to continue on, he looks up to see the same woman he just rescued from the car now towering over him like some sort of feral animal. Back at the Matsukabe shrine, Dolomite violently smashes his mouth against a hard rock, intentionally causing one of his own teeth to fly out. Picking it up with his gloves on, obviously, Jobin thanks the rock human for making the right decision. This place, this shrine, it may be beautiful, but it certainly isn't his blue lagoon. Everyone, even himself, born as the eldest son in a wealthy family, needs to keep climbing higher, or they will never achieve true happiness. Showing Josuke's photograph to Dolomite one last time, Jobin tells him that they must stop this hybrid from ever reaching the unknown ally that can help him identify the fruit's branch. Dolomite asks about Josuke's phone and if it really has all of the information they need, to which he confirms. He really is in dire need of his blue Hawaii. Jobin then carefully places Dolomite's bloody tooth into an envelope. As he seals it, Dolomite asks him if he is truly prepared for the dire consequences that his stand, Blue Hawaii, could unleash upon Josuke or even the entire city of Morioh. But Jobin doesn't care. Flashing right back to the current battle, the older woman who almost ran over Josuke now towers above, blood dripping from her nostrils. Josuke glances back and notices that the boy has regained consciousness, but he has no time to strategize. The infected woman violently lunges at him, forcing him to dodge backwards. She slams herself face first onto the asphalt, completely ignoring Josuke's frantic commands to stay back. It quickly clicks in his mind that the tooth he threw away is the key to fighting this unseen enemy. The infection is passed from person to person through direct physical contact, meaning he must avoid touching her or even getting a single drop of blood on him. Slowly retreating into an alleyway, Josuke snatches up a heavy trash can lid to use as a makeshift shield. When the woman charges, Soft and Wet delivers a powerful bash through the metal barrier to push her back, but even as Josuke breaks into a sprint to try and escape her and hunt down the user, the infected woman pursues him with unnatural resilience. Almost getting grabbed by her, Josuke has to scramble up some nearby construction scaffolding, leaving her to mindlessly bash her head against a concrete wall. Thinking he's finally safe, Josuke goes to relax, but stops after he hears the woman continuing to smash her head against the wall. He examines how she isn't really heading for him and is instead travelling in a linear path. He goes to climb higher when some of the blood from the woman splatters onto the scaffolding next to him. Immediately sensing his presence, the feral woman locks onto him, grabbing his sneaker and aggressively scaling the scaffolding to attack him. Josuke tries to kick the woman off him, but is forced to abandon his shoes and opts to leap back down to the ground to escape. Snapping after him, the woman grabs Josuke's arm and successfully pins him against the side of the scaffolding. Unable to do anything, Josuke summons his stand to hit her a few times, but the woman refuses to break her grip. Slowly, her teeth start tearing through the plastic, allowing her to snap her jaws like a deranged psycho. Needing to do something, Josuke uses the bubbles to grab a nearby shovel and gives it to Soft and Wet. In an instant, the stand violently batters the woman, smashing her over the head and forcing her through a window. Finally free to escape from this woman, Josuke drops down and goes to leave the area when he hears the woman banging against the inside of the building. He can tell she's still tracking him, which means she's automatically trying to contaminate him with her blood so that he can also become a controllable zombie just like the lady. Whoever these people are, they're obviously trying to get info from the appraiser before he does. Above all else though, he knows that he cannot let this infection touch him and allow them to do whatever they want with his body. Meanwhile, inside of the abandoned building, 3 local hoodlums watch in utter bewilderment as the woman mindlessly bashes her head against the wall. Seeing an easy target, the thugs decide to rob her, while the only girl in the group pulls out her phone to, joyfully film the event. I love how that cell phone camera footage could turn into some found footage material or something that gets uploaded on YouTube in this world in the future, but, either way. Sprinting through the city streets, Josuke realizes he desperately needs an ally. His first instinct is to dial Norisuke, but he freezes and abruptly changes his mind. He remembers that multiple members of the Higashikata family were present when they discussed the secret plant appraiser. If the sudden enemy is tracking him, the leak could be coming directly from inside the Higashikata household itself. Instead, Josuke opts to dial Yasuho, who is obviously stoked to hear from him again because it's been I don't even know how long since they last hung out. Dropping her directly into his problem though, Josuke rapidly explains the nightmare he's in and instructs her to head immediately to the Ryoshu Temple bus station to investigate the discarded tooth. He lets her know that it should probably still be wrapped in his soap bubble, but warns her with absolute urgency never to touch it. Once she's got it, she needs to use Paisley Park on it to figure out whose tooth it is. Josuke thinks that through the medical records, if there are any, she should be able to find the enemy's stand before they get to him. Without a moment of hesitation, obviously, Yasuo sets off to help him. Back in the city, Josuke looks around and finds himself swallowed up by a massive, dense crowd of people. Panic starts to set in. He listens as a dazed woman starts stumbling in his direction, and the man slowly points at him as well. Josuke immediately drops into a defensive posture, bracing for another attack, but his paranoia plays tricks on him. Both of them are just cooked out of their mind ordinary citizens, completely minding their own business trying to find a store. Ducking into a shoe store to get away from it all for a moment and obviously picking up a new pair of shoes, Josuke wonders if right now he's even more cornered than he thought. He walks back around the street with visibly no way of knowing who the enemy stand has infected. A suffocating paranoia sets in as he looks out at the dense crowd surrounding him and guesses it wasn't the best idea to come to town. His thoughts are interrupted when a woman bumps into him from behind. Startled, he obviously takes a glance at her and sees a few drops of blood on her chest. In a flash, she tries striking him, but Josuke blocks her attack with his water bottle. Pushing past her guard, he makes a few bubbles to protect his hand before uppercutting her jaw. Seeing it do literally no damage to her, he realizes his efforts are completely futile against a puppet with no sense for pain. Turning while questioning if it was even possible to escape this ability, Josuke breaks into a full sprint. During the frantic chase, the infected woman mindlessly plows through several pedestrians before recklessly sprinting into traffic, where she is run over by a speeding motorcycle. The impact obviously kills her on the spot, but the curse doesn't skip a beat. Due to the blood spraying onto a nearby dude, he quickly becomes the next infectee and starts chasing after Josuke. The jogger is dangerously fast, forcing him to leap over a row of parked bicycles to create a makeshift barrier, but the crazed puppet pursues him with a savage persistence. He even loops his hand inside the braking mechanism of one of the bikes and violently tears it apart as he forces his way through. Just in front of him, Josuke flicks himself over the fence. Crashing into the mesh wiring directly behind him, the man presses his face so hard against the chain link mesh that the metal slices into him, spraying out a load of blood. Instantly, Soft and Wet deploys a protective barrier around Josuke, shielding him from the contact. Sadly though, when the bubble pops, the deflected blood sprays outward, splashing directly onto the face of an innocent young child riding a bicycle. The kid instantly becomes the new host, and left with no choice, Josuke uses his bubbles to lift the infected child into the air, steals his bicycle, and gasses it from the area in order to put as much distance between himself and the puppet. After reaching a safe distance, or what he thinks is, Josuke knows they'll eventually find him. They probably have an infinite range, and he has a bad feeling that they could keep up the tracking for days. Without finding the user, he knows there is frankly no way of winning. His only hope of survival rests on Yasuo finding out some information on the enemy stand user. Meanwhile, Yasuo arrives at the Ryosho temple and successfully locates the discarded tooth. Immediately, she summons Paisley Park to investigate its origins. Surprisingly, it takes her away from her initial plan of searching the dental records and instinctively breaks her into an extremely secure system. There, Paisley Park uncovers the string of highly suspicious reports involving the bizarre deaths of small animals in the area surrounding the Mutsukabe shrine. The prime suspect in the file is a 39-year-old man named Masaji Dodokoma, a man who completely vanished, evading police capture, but whose dental records perfectly matched the tooth in question. Having figured out who the stand user is, Yasuo still doesn't know his exact location. However, noticing a distinct layer of dirt caked onto the tooth, she quickly formulates a plan to track the specific composition of the soil to find out where Dodokoma is hiding. Before she can go anywhere though, Speed King blindsides Yasuo from behind, instantly heating the bloodstream in her head to dangerous levels. Deprived of oxygen, Yasuo loses consciousness, collapsing silently over the nearby bushes. Leaning over her, Jobin recognizes her as Joshu's girlfriend. Figuring that she's also in cahoots with Norisuke and Josuke, he guesses it's probably best not to kill her since they'd start to get suspicious of him. Instead, he decides to simply clean up the evidence. He recovers the cursed tooth and steals Yasuo's mobile phone, ruthlessly tossing the tooth down into the sewers and crushing her phone to pieces as he walked away. Bitter, he reflects on how clueless his father truly is, completely blind to the fact that the entire future of the Higashikata Fruit Company hinges on securing their Locacaca. A while later, Yasuo groggily wakes up from her blackout. Her head is pounding and the terrifying realization hits her. Someone just blindsided her from the shadows. She looks around in an attempt to find her phone, only to see every single piece of evidence she had gone. Stricken with a wave of panic, her thoughts immediately flash to Josuke, left completely defenseless against the relentless faceless curse. Meanwhile, Josuke has abandoned the bicycle, successfully hailing a taxicab to put miles of distance between himself and his pursuers as quickly as possible. Inside of the car, he desperately tries to ring Yasuo over and over again, but his calls go straight to voicemail. Growing more anxious by the second, he tells the driver to pull over so he can change tactics on foot, but the moment he goes to leave, a heavy thud echoes from the rear of the vehicle. Josuke springs around, scanning the empty seat and sees no one. Intrigued by the noise, the taxi driver steps out of the car to investigate the trunk, and as he does, Josuke spots a bit of blood oozing down the side of a rear window. He screams at the driver to stay back, but dude's concerned with cleaning up his whip. Peering outside, Josuke spots the lifeless body of a bird crumpled on the pavement, and the reality of the situation hits him. The sound of the impact just now was the bird being controlled towards him. Before he can exit the cab as well, the taxi driver, having sadly got a few drops on him, is instantly possessed. His eyes roll back as he mechanically tries to break his way through in order to reach his target. Reacting on pure instinct, Josuke delivers a heavy kick to the door, launching the driver flying backwards out onto the asphalt. Watching the man lay there, unmoving, Josuke notices a few flies buzzing frantically around the fallen driver. Instantly, one of them detaches from the cloud, charting a trajectory straight towards his face. Josuke obviously bolts down the street, fleeing to the opposite side of the road and ducking into a brightly lit Orson convenience store. The JoJo Lawson convenience store counterpart, gotta love it. He bursts through the entrance so violently that he crashes directly into a display aisle. However, the fly, having caught up, buzzes me inches away from him. Desperate, Josuke snatches a can of heavy-duty insecticide off a shelf and sprays a thick cloud of chemicals into the air. Instantly, the fly drops out of the sky, hits the floor, but it doesn't die. Instead, it begins to crawl across the lino floor towards Josuke. Josuke retreats further into the depths of the store, slamming himself inside the tiny employee's lavatory. Knowing the infected puppets can only charge in a straight line, Josuke leaves the bathroom door slightly ajar, planning to use this narrow gap as a funnel to trap and smash the fly with his heavy bug spray can. With the weak point secured, his eyes drift down to the floor outside the stall. He now spots an overturned baby carriage and just a few feet away, a young mother lying motionless on the ground. A cold, suffocating sweat washes over Josuke as the pieces click together. Through the crack in the door though, small, bloody fingers slowly force it open. Jumping back onto the toilet, Josuke watches the baby try and force its way past his blockade. Realizing what must have happened, Josuke deduces that the fly had infected the mother, causing her to fall and crack her skull on the floor. Her splattered blood had then landed directly on her own infant, infecting him. Now, the baby is dragging his tiny body across the floor, violently injuring its own fragile limbs as it tries to smash its way through the door. Staring down at the infant, Josuke knows he cannot simply let this child continue to hurt itself and, like the goat he is, relaxes his grip on the handle. The door swings open, and the infected baby makes contact with his shoe. Instantly, the overwhelming power of Blue Hawaii takes total possession of Josuke's mind, his eyes glazing over as he steps out of the store, mindlessly heading towards the Mitsukabe shrine. Once there, Dolomite sits on the edge of the murky pond, watching as a blank-faced Josuke emerges from the trees. Mockingly remarking that it took an awful lot of effort to finally reel him in, Dolomite smugly orders his puppet to walk directly into the deep waters of the pond, but not before he gives him a few answers. He uses his stand and swipes Josuke's phone, along with confirming exactly what he was up to. His destination was the Hanadero mountain to meet a plant appraiser with the ability to find the branch. Completely satisfied with the information, Dolomite orders Josuke to immerse himself in the water while he reminisces over the girl he used to love. Lost in a self-indulgent daydream, Dolomite completely fails to notice a heavy metal pipe suddenly smash against the back of his skull. Collapsing to the dirt, Dolomite gasps in shock as his attacker is revealed to be the goat herself, Yasuo. Dolomite tries asking who she is, but she barks back at the rock human that he should worry less about who she is and more about what's going to happen to him. Dazed and bleeding, Dolomite struggles to understand that she must have tracked Josuke's position after he was zombified and used the GPS to figure out where he was. After Yasuo monologues about how goated of a map user she is, she doesn't waste a single second and demands to know the exact identity of Dolomite's accomplice. In a desperate bid to defend himself, Dolomite hardens his body into solid stone, but Yasuo is entirely unfazed. She casually shoves his petrified torso into a mud pit. Turns out she was actually able to find this mud pit by using a topographical map provided to her by Paisley's ability. Realizing he's got no limbs to claw his way out and will rapidly suffocate beneath this sludge, Dolomite panics, shedding his stone armor and pathetically begging Yasuo to stop. Instantly, he releases the hold he had over Josuke and confesses everything. It was Jobin who approached him at the shrine and ordered the hit on Josuke. That's not all. Letting all the info out, he reveals that Jobin may be the eldest son in the Higashikata family, but he's no more than a high-level gopher for a massive shadowy Locacaca smuggling organization. He mocks their complete ignorance of the true scale of the nightmare they've stumbled into. He really didn't want to have anything to do with the group. Damo and his boys were just bad to begin with, but getting close to the Locacaca is a one-way ticket to a horrific death, especially now that the fruit has evolved into a completely new, unpredictable version. Stepping back for a moment, Tsurugi elaborates on how this land, the place he was born, has been deeply tainted. From what he heard from his grandfather, his mother sacrificed herself to save him. It's something the parents of this bloodline have historically done for generations. Not for tradition or out of being forced, but because they decide to do it on their own. Due to this, the lifespan of men and women inside of the family are extremely short after they marry. Years ago, Kato Higashikata decided that she would be the one to break that mold. While pregnant, we see her enjoying a peaceful family picnic with her children near the lone pine tree and the shrine beneath it. Terrified for her son's safety after seeing him climb too high, Kato begs him to climb back down to earth. Sometime later, a teenage Jobin prepares to head out on a trip with a local scouting group. Just as he's about to head off, Kato notices that one of his shoelaces has come undone and being, the goated mother she is, gets down to tie it despite Jobin's embarrassment. At this point in his life, the family's rock disease has already begun to take root with Jobin. Jagged stone cracks mar his skin, and the illness has started causing him a severe memory loss. Knowing his condition, Kato lovingly gives him a list of exactly how to use everything, along with his medication and her emergency contact information. Unfortunately, Jobin's vulnerability makes him a prime target for the other kids. Later during the scouting trip, the older scout leader, a cruel, goofy-ass loser, drags Jobin away from the safety of the group to beat him. They steal his pocket money and aggressively demand to know if he retrieved the stuff for them. In a crazy Araki-level twister, it revealed that under these bullies' horrific orders, Jobin had been forced to steal his own mother's underwear. Not just that, they also demanded he take a photo of her in the shower, which surprisingly he did. Suddenly, a young Girl Scout wanders over to check on Jobin, but the terrified boy remains completely silent as the bullies smoothly and falsely reassure her that nothing is wrong. Later on, the Girl Scout apparently reported the incident to both the school and the police, putting the main bully's future in serious jeopardy. Furious over this, the bully corners Jobin once again. Jobin tries telling him that he didn't say anything, but the kid doesn't listen. He instead drags Jobin around in an attempt to force him to break into the girl's house and set it on fire. Not hearing him right while being dragged around, Jobin gets him to repeat what he just said, utterly confused with the direction this man wants to take his stupid life. Obviously, after hearing it again, Jobin refuses, something that baffles the older bully. Checking the surroundings, the bully hits Jobin a few more times before he starts to douse him in flammable oil. Peeved that he defied him time and time again, he flicks the lighter on and holds it mere inches away from his skin. In that moment of absolute terror, Jobin's stand awakens. The moment his fingers make contact with the bully's neck, his blood starts to boil. Shooting through his body, the expanding vein reaches his brain and it explodes, causing an aneurysm and subsequently triggering a massive instantaneous stroke. Back at the house now, probably a few hours later, Kato hears the door close and turns around to see a battered Jobin walking back in. Determined to protect her son at any cost, she immediately kicks into gear. They locate the kid, carry his unconscious body to her car, and load him inside. As Jobin panics, crying and asking why they're putting him in the boat, Kato calms him right back down. She looks him in the eye and tells him he did absolutely nothing. She won't be calling the ambulance, so needs to know the truth. He didn't do anything. Refusing to be a woman whose life is decided by men, she drives Jobin out to the lone pine tree by the shrine. She drags the disabled scout leader out into the dirt a few meters away from the tree. Looking out over the land, Kato believes that not every place is equal. You can't choose where you're born, but people climb to try find happiness in those places. From today, she tells Jobin that he is going to start climbing, and the bully is someone who by his nature is at the bottom, and now he's going to sink into the depth of the earth where he belongs. Moving into a deep cave-like hole, she instructs her son to drag the bully into the hidden crevice behind the shrine and start covering him with soil, just like they had with every other, subsequent family member when this had been done beforehand. Obviously, this sacrifice ended up working, and ever since that day, Jobin grew into a healthy, outgoing teenager. though I do question if it's completely worked, since he now has this fascination with the fruit. Either way though, years later, Norisuke brings up how long it had been since Jobin got a physical checkup for the family disease. Jobin though simply smiles, reassuring his father that he is perfectly healthy. Confused as Kato stands in the background taking care of the family, Norisuke casts a suspicious glare towards his wife. Tsurugi explains that in autumn of that same year, a couple random fishologists who were out looking for turtles stumbled across the body. The examiners quickly figured out who the body was since the kid had run away from home 5 years earlier. It was judged to be a homicide though, due to the contusions found on his skull and the trail of DNA evidence that led directly to Kato. Even though everyone knew Jobin was the one with the motive here, the physical evidence they found only ever matched Kato. Despite being a model prisoner during her sentence, the time was never reduced and she willingly served it all to protect her son. Back in the present day, Josuke and Yasuho board a city bus heading out of town to track the classified plant appraiser. Dolomite's parting words about the Locacaca weigh heavy on Josuke's mind. He had explained to them that in the grand scheme of this underworld, Jobin is no more than a low-level gopher. Dolomite himself didn't care about the politics of it all. He only ever wanted to use the fruit's power to heal his shattered body, so he could finally reunite with his old girlfriend. He tells Josuke now though that he should give up on the fruit. It's just an assumption of his, but there is a far more dangerous faction hunting the Locacaca, a shadowy elite that deliberately left Dolomite alive because he knows absolutely nothing about them. To this group, the fruit is a priceless, invaluable commodity, and because Josuke is the living result of a completely new variety of that crop, Dolomite's final advice was simple: back off while he still can. As the bus rattles down the road, Josuke remembers the nuance in Dolomite's voice and realizes the rock human probably hadn't just been talking to them. He had been communicating with a hidden observer who was actively watching over the shrine from the shadows. At that exact microsecond, the bus driver suddenly jumps upright, goes to walk in Josuke's direction before falling face first onto the floor. Josuke slowly walks forward a bit confused, looking down at the fallen man, only to look up and randomly see the plant appraiser they've been searching for now driving the bus. Casually, the appraiser looks and tells them to not get the wrong idea. He's here because Josuke leaked his info and now they need to protect him. A bit confused, Josuke and Yasuo exchange looks of pure bewilderment, realizing the dude they were looking for is just chilling in the driver's seat. Over the roaring engine, the plant appraiser quickly explains that he has heard from Norisuke and has a bit of info about what's been going on. However, he continues saying he hasn't confirmed he'll work with him yet before casting a sharp glance at Yasuho. He demands to know who she is, noting he has zero record of her. Josuke explains to him that she saved his ass, but if he'd rather drop her back home, then that really isn't an issue. Guessing that it's probably too late for that at this point, the man casually predicts that if Yasuo attempts to return to Morioh or jump off the bus, the probability of her death stands at 95.5%. The reason, as he said before, is because someone is currently tailing him from behind. Behind them, the cabin erupts into total chaos. The passengers scream that the bus is being hijacked by a few randoms and frantically pull out their phones to call emergency services. The appraiser doesn't care. He gets things back on track and reveals that he took the precautions of smashing the onboard security cameras before boarding the bus. Josuke demands to know exactly where they are heading, and the appraiser says he isn't 100% sure and doesn't want to say because someone could possibly be listening to them. The reason they even know about him and this entire situation is because Josuke was overheard openly speaking about it to someone. Obviously, that was probably Dolomite earlier, in that conversation they had, and how the fact, Dolomite was speaking to someone in the shadows. Even though the streets look completely clear out the rear window, the appraiser insists that an invisible predator is actively tracking their every movement, making his personal survival their absolute #1 priority. Swerving the fat bus into a desolate parking lot, he slams the brakes, bringing it to a halting stop. As Josuke and Yasuo are about to leave, he casually mentions that their current chance of survival out in the open is 7.5%. Noticing that a few passengers are still recording their faces, the appraiser tells Josuke to forcefully confiscate their devices, but Yasuo lets him know that her stand has already broken into every single network and completely wiped their video data from evidence. She casually steps out into the parking lot, leaving the eccentric appraiser genuinely impressed with her ability. Curious herself, Yasuo wonders exactly how he even calculates their chances of survival, but Josuke interrupts her. He demands to know what the man knows, the identity of this new foe, and if they're a rock human. The appraiser admits that he honestly doesn't know. He lived in the mountains and was roped into this. He never met Daimo, but specifies that a dark entity has flawlessly embedded itself into the very fabric of human society, and they will absolutely never stop killing until the Locacaca is back in their possession. Suddenly, he points at Yasuo and tells her to not doubt his probabilities. Turns out he wasn't exactly pointing at Yasuo, but instead at the corner of the parking lot. To Josuke and Yasuo's absolute horror, a cluster of trees near the woodline begin to shake before they rotate and shift, physically tearing through the solid concrete as they drive themselves unnaturally towards the trio. Swarming at the churned up roots of the moving flora are mangled corpses of rat, their tiny bodies completely riddled with microscopic holes. The appraiser reveals that whoever the person is behind these moving trees has already launched a direct assault on him back at his place, which is precisely what forced him out of hiding. Due to how parts of whatever it is are digging into the concrete though, the tracking side of this ability is getting slowed. If they step back on the soil, they're sentencing themselves to death. He urges them to move and follow him to a secure stronghold. Turning and getting him to chill, Josuke reminds him that he doesn't even know who he is. Finally introducing himself as Rai, not Rai Mamezuku, a 32-year-old fruit grower who only works with Norisuke. Seizing the moment, Josuke pulls out the secret photographs he took from the Higashikata estate and begs Rai to identify the grafted branch. He thinks the enemy is currently only after him, so if he can find it, Josuke and Yasuo will leave, most probably putting him out of danger. Examining the images, Rai instantly spots the graft, but he refuses to reveal which branch it is. He warns Josuke that the situation is infinitely more complex than his monkey brain even realizes. The hidden syndicate cannot locate the branch, and they certainly lack the expertise to cultivate it, as the only remaining branch would instantly wilt or die under pretty much any condition. Rai is the only master botanist capable of keeping the graft alive, and for that reason, the syndicate needs him. Realizing that he almost exposed him to them, a humbled Josuke sincerely apologizes. To escape the approaching threat, the trio boards a rustic chairlift which slowly takes them up the mountain. Looking down, an anxious Yasuo asks what exactly awaits them at the summit, but to her and Josuke's astonishment, Rai abruptly halts the entire mechanical lift. Leaping gracefully off the chair, Rai scales the metal structure and unlatches a hidden compartment. Inside of the hollow pole sits a fully functioning, meticulously organized kitchen. Quickly, the entire system swings out to form a makeshift dining table high above the forest floor. Flanked by the roaring wind now, Rai deploys a parasol and custom air cushions to ensure his guests are comfortable. With them happy, he then casually begins to cook. He describes his high-end culinary process in detail, mixing rich mascarpone cheese and raw egg yolk inside a bowl. In a separate dish, he whips fresh cream to perfect consistency, smoothly folding the two mixtures together. Finally, in a third bowl, he brings the egg whites and sugar into a flawless, stiff meringue, gently incorporating it into the base to create a decadent Romanoff cream. Josuke and Yasuo sit there flabbergasted, staring at the mid-air kitchen. The reality finally dawns on them. Rai Mamezuku literally lives inside the structural framework of a mountain chairlift, and this absurd high-altitude perch is the safe place he promised them. Completely ignoring any of their questions, Rai places the dessert, explaining that while identifying the Locacaca branch is simple for a master, the true challenge lies in successfully harvesting the fruit. As a final, theatrical flourish to his Romanoff cream, Rai unleashes his stand. The flesh on his hand unravels to form razor-sharp strings stretching out across the mountain air. Reeling back in the stringy flesh, we see Bro used it to delicately pluck wild strawberries to top their dishes off. He proudly explains that this entire mountain is his personal orchard and living above it is extremely convenient for his work. He asks what they think of his Romanoff cream and that they finish up before they discuss the next portion of their plan. Yasuo and Josuke take their first bite of Rai's Mamezuku Romanoff cream, and the flavour is unbelievable. It is so damn delicious that the sheer bliss of it brings tears to the eyes of Josuke. As Yasuo compliments Rai on the dessert, claiming no such bad guy could create this goodness, the conversation shifts to the mechanics of his chairlift sanctuary. Rai casually reveals that his living space is strategically distributed across the mountain's chairlift system, with each pole serving as a different room. The first pole houses his massive collection of analog vinyl records, the second acts as a combined library and wine cellar, the third serves as his wardrobe, and fifth, where they currently sit, functions as his kitchen and dining room. Looking down, Yasuo points out that the orchard on the lower slopes of the mountain looks shockingly unkempt and overgrown. Visibly irritated by this woman's critique, Rai explains the brilliant method behind how he cultivates plants. He deliberately leaves the bottom of the mountainside choked with weeds so that the destructive insects and plant diseases flourish down there. Furthermore, when fruit trees sense danger from other ones, they inherently adapt, producing larger, sweeter fruit to guarantee their survival. Though Yasuo is slightly unnerved by Rai's botanical philosophy, another heavenly mouthful of cream instantly restores her and Josuke's joy. Leaning back in his chair, Rai begins to expound on the history of agriculture, a 10,000-year-old human tradition that served as the catalyst for human progression. Despite millennia of agricultural advancement, humanity has made zero progress in cultivating eternal life. He argues that perpetual life already exists on a cellular level, where the human body constantly replaces dying cells to maintain existence. Rai theorizes that Josuke's fused condition has likely painted a massive target on his back, attracting a dangerous new breed of enemies. These people don't just want to sell individual Locacaca fruits to eccentric billionaires, they want to reverse engineer the biological process of equivalent exchange on a massive industrial scale, a monopoly that would yield unimaginable world-altering wealth. However, Rai admits he has no idea who is spearheading the specific attack, as any number of powerful factions would gladly kill to seize the hybrid fruit. Intrigued by the setup of his house more than anything, Josuke asks what lies in the fourth pole of the lift, and Rai proudly opens the hatch to unveil his private gym, complete with a treadmill and heavy set of dumbbells. Down below near the bus, a pair of local police officers pull into the parking lot near the chairlift. Spotting the unnatural ring of trees closing in around the abandoned cars, they go to radio for backup, but before they can, something hits them and the two guys are quickly riddled with microscopic holes, their bodies turning into husks of themselves within seconds. Up on the lift, Rai spots the flashing lights of the cruiser, but the officers are nowhere to be seen. Calmly, he mentions that the 8th pole is where they are heading next, a spot he keeps specialized equipment that will be able to harvest the fruit off the dying branch. Suddenly striking from behind Yasuho, a road tree tears its way across the earth and whips its branches upwards, striking Yasuho. The impact knocks her completely off her seat, but Josuke lunges forward, barely managing to catch her arm in the nick of time. Instantly, the trees pivot their aggression towards Rai, lathering his hands in a bunch of microscopic crystal-like cuboids. In a flash, shards of the tree's roots are then shot upwards like shrapnel, grazing Yasuho's leg. Instantly, her wound is swarmed by the identical microscopic stands. Those same creatures then begin boring deep holes into Rai's hands, burrowing directly into his bloodstream. Acting fast, Josuke summons Soft and Wet, deploying his bubbles to safely plug the parasites off Yasuo's leg, before using a powerful shockwave-based attack to smash the attacking tree to splinters. Rai himself quickly slaps his remote control, restarting the chairlift motor to force the seat further up the mountain. But as he climbs back onto the bench, a deeply peeved Rai reminds Josuke of something. He has already broken his promise. By prioritizing Yasuo's safety and choosing to protect her first, Josuke completely neglected the appraiser's security. Staring down at his own hand, Rai calmly analyzes the infection. He notes that the microscopic stands are melting his flesh from the inside out, causing the holes in his skin to expand at an alarming rate. With chilling composure, he summons his standard doggy style, before unraveling his own left hand into a string and cleanly severing it to stop the spread. He reminds Josuke to not treat sacred things so lightly. Their first priority is to protect him. Before Josuke can even process what he said, Rai shoves Yasuo right off the moving chairlift, sending him plunging down onto the mountain floor below. From above, Josuke watches, unable to do anything, but Rai's expression doesn't change. He simply wants to test a theory. They don't have a clue where the enemy is, but if they use her as bait, they will. When Josuke furiously announces that he is jumping down to save her, Rai cuts him off with a reminder of their true objective. He snaps that their priority is survival and their Locacaca branch. Rai's indifference though enrages Josuke, who steps up and grabs him by the collar while threatening to knock the plant appraiser right off the lift himself. Unfazed by the threat, Rai calmly estimates their group's survival chances have risen to 23%. The enemy is indeed a mystery, but now he has a front row seat to observe them in action. Down on the slopes, Yasuo manages to push herself up, shaking off the impact and shouting back to Josuke that she's fine. Knowing that the enemy will strike her at any second, Josuke yells down, instructing her to sprint towards the upcoming 6th support pole to rendezvous with them there. As Rai activates the lift's motor to continue their ascent up the mountainside, he notices a bizarre phenomenon. A swarm of earthworms is frantically digging themselves out of the soil in a panic. Deciding to purposefully not warn Josuke, he instead, as they rise higher, has a realization. Because the enemy has the ability to manipulate and move trees from underground, there is a possibility that they might try to undermine the heavy concrete base of Pillar 6. If the enemy is able to get to the pole before Yasuo and the wire loses its tension, it would cause the entire chairlift system to collapse. Suddenly, the ground near the 6th pole explodes. A massive horrifying object erupts from the dirt, hurtling towards a defenseless Yasuo. Terrified, she turns and tries to run, but the terrain is working against her. Reacting instantly, Josuke summons Soft and Wet, launching a cluster of specialized bubbles down to her feet so she can use them as a makeshift floating stairway. But before she's able to get high enough, a volley of rocks shoots out from the earth, popping the bubbles. Yasuo plummets back to the ground, and as she looks down, she is met by a mysterious masked figure who himself is lodged inside a massive subterranean tank-like object. In a flash, the masked assailant whips his hand out, wrapping a vice-like grip around her neck and instantly unleashing a horrific, flesh-dissolving microscopic stand onto her skin. Just as the parasites begin to bore into her flesh, Rai tells Josuke to move as he unpeels his entire right arm. In an instant, the botanist rockets his arm down from above and drives his survival knife deep into the enemy's shoulder. After getting a good reading of exactly how deep this duo is in the ground and how the stand works, Rai starts railing his knife in, causing it to tear through even more of the man's shoulder. Injured and howling in agony, the masked stand user reels backward from the laceration. Getting to her own feet, and with the infection already starting to spread across her skin, Yasuo summons every ounce of her remaining strength to get to the 6th pole. Remembering how she has a few moments before it starts to dig through her skin, she activates Paisley, which rapidly interfaces with the pole's internal plumbing, activating the emergency shower system. Saving her just in time, a torrent of high-pressure water cascades down, successfully washing away the flesh-eating stand. Bursting out of the ground behind her though, the monstrous entity appears to not be a single assailant. It is instead a grotesque symbiotic pair of two distinctly different rock humans. Can't believe while this was going on, Josuke and Rai were also falling from the sky on their chairlift, but with a deafening shriek, the chairlift carrying both of the boys fully starts to collapse. Down in the dirt, the stone men, or at least I think they are, fully emerges right in front of Yasuo. Staring down from his perch, Rai analyzes the duo and realizes that this tank-like creature isn't a rock human, but rather a rare, highly specialized rock animal. Enraged by the wound on his shoulder, the rock human, not even sure if he introduces himself throughout this fight at this point, points at the sky and threatens to hack all of Rai's limbs off. He reveals that he's indeed been watching them carefully from underground this entire time. Seizing the opening, Rai swings down, throwing the knife in an attempt to stab him again, but the man anticipates the move, rapidly retreating deep into the hollow cavity of the armored animal. Even so, Rai's precision is lethal. He manipulates the blade just slightly and successfully stabs the rider in the leg. However, the canopy jams itself shut over the leg, breaking the blade off in the process. With its master now secured, the massive rock animal dies, vanishing back beneath the earth. While Yasuo turns and flees for her life, Rai calmly breaks down the physics of the enemy's ability. He explains to Josuke that the animal processes the ability to literally fuse its front end with the solid soil, pulling the earth through its mechanical anatomy before shooting it out the back, allowing it to travel at high speeds. Breaking into a full-on rant, he brings up something called cryoconite colonies, a type of microbe found near volcanic magma. It's described as minerals and living creatures formed together as one, the origin of biological evolution itself. He's sure that this stand user is emulating that kind of ability. For now, they need to get to the upcoming 7th pole. Inside of it is a power generator which contains highly flammable fuel that they can use to flush the creatures out and burn them alive. But Josuke isn't even listening to the botany god, his eyes are locked entirely on Yasuo. Ignoring Rai's commands to stick to the plan, Josuke lets go of the lift, dropping straight down onto the mountain floor. Watching him fall, Rai's cold expression shifts into a look of quiet respect. He grimly concludes that Josuke might actually be a man he can truly rely on, at least once they get their hands on the Locacaca. With his partner gone, Rai summons doggy style, unraveling his body into tight elastic strings to swing hand over hand along the collapsing guide cable in an attempt to reach the 7th pole. Over with Josuke, Yasuo frantically holds up her smartphone, displaying a digital terrain map of the mountainside. Paisley Park has rapidly analysed the topography, highlighting a dense, massive bedrock formation just a few yards ahead. Sadly, before they're able to make it onto the bedrock, the earth explodes. Josuke pivots, summoning Soft and Wet to launch a dent volley of explosive bubbles directly at the beast's armoured nose, but the strategy backfires horribly. The rock animal's cellular fusion power simply absorbs the bubbles into its moving frame and expels them out its rear before they can even detonate. Realizing his offenses are useless, Josuke shouts at Yasuo to run. The beast is too fast though. It closes the distance and begins violently shredding the rubber off Josuke's new sneakers. Thinking on his feet, Josuke launches another wave of bubbles downward, but they're again instantly shot out the back. Needing a quick escape, Josuke removes his leather belt and loops it over a few of his soap bubbles in the air. The buoyant force inside the bubbles lifts him into the air as well for just enough time that he's able to grab Yasuo by the arm and get pulled to safety. Sprinting on fumes and with both of their legs ragged, they jump for their lives and scramble onto a massive boulder. These microscopic, crystal-like entities operate by clamping onto a victim's skin, breaking through and using feelers to violently drill their way deep into the bloodstream. Acting as a lethal, weaponized toxin, the parasites rupture blood cells on contact while multiplying at an exponential rate to bore gaping, hollow holes straight through the victim's vital organs. This user's name is Urban Guerrilla, and the stand's name is Brainstorm. Rai is trapped in a desperate, agonizing position at the top of the tower. Brainstorm is relentlessly digging into his remaining limbs and face. Screaming into the wind, Urban Guerrilla maliciously threatens to shred Rai's unraveled flesh and turn the appraiser into a literal shoelace. Watching the horror unfold from the stone, Yasuo begins to spiral into despair, tearfully assuming that this entire catastrophe is her fault for coming along. But Josuke sharply interrupts her. He firmly states that their current predicament isn't her fault at all, it is simply a harsh reality. They are at a big disadvantage because of the disparity in raw offensive power between them and the rock humans. Meanwhile, at the apex of the pole, Urban Guerrilla launches into a fanatic, unhinged rant about the impending doom of the entire human race. In his mind, while the Locacaca fruit is treated as a miraculous medicine or a cheap source of income by mere humans, the rock folk have been cultivating and utilizing its powers for a very long time. To them, the fruit is a biological blessing, tailor-made for their species. By contrast, humans share a fundamentally flawed compatibility with the Locacaca due to the severe elemental friction between carbon-based life and silicon-based life, something that also drives a rod between the two species ever getting along. Urban Guerrilla claims that beyond the limited uses the Higashikata family could use it for, the true potential of this new, mutated variety will allow the rock humans to permanently shatter the global hierarchy, forcing mankind to bow beneath them forever. Not even listening to this gonerous rant, Rai instead just starts unraveling himself with a plan in mind. Tightly weaving his flesh into the rigid frame of a crossbow-shaped slingshot, Rai locks eyes with his target. Gritting his teeth, he loads a metal fork into the tension lines and fires. The projectile rockets through the air, striking Urban Guerrilla right above the eye, shattering one of his tactical goggle lenses in the process. Screaming out in pain, Urban furiously commands Brainstorm to accelerate its flesh-melting damage to tear the appraiser apart. Yet, despite the countless bleeding holes now completely perforating his torso, Rai doesn't even flinch. He locks a second fork into the fleshy bowstring and launches it with everything he has left. But the physical toll is too great. The shot veers slightly off target, bypassing the killer and hitting uselessly into the metal frame of the pole. Unable to hold on any longer, Rai slips, his body plummeting to the mountain floor below. Triumphant and cackling with glee, Urban Guerrilla slides down the metal structure. From the ground, Rai looks up in Josuke's direction, unable to do anything. Witnessing the absolute determination still burning in the plant appraiser's eyes, Josuke gets it. He finally understands why Norisuke considers this dude their most indispensable ally. Ignoring Yasuo's desperate, screaming pleas to stay on the safe sanctuary of the boulder, Josuke leaps down into the dirt, fully prepared to take Urban Guerrilla's life if it means tearing his own body to pieces to do it. He charges toward the base of the 7th pole under Urban Guerrilla's unimpressed gaze. Ominously, Urban declares that living organisms exist above rock and soil, but once they meet their demise, they exist below them. In his eyes, short-sighted humans are destined to end up buried beneath the weight of the rock humans forever. On some Dio-level vertical walking, Urban deploys a wave of Brainstorm to liquefy the ground, giving him a hole to easily land in and bore beneath Josuke. Watching him dive into said hole, Josuke summons Soft and Wet to pound at the spot where he just entered the ground. However, the dirt beneath his own feet suddenly liquefies and he begins to sink down into the dark, suffocating abyss of the mountain. Dragged violently beneath the caterpillar's treads now, Josuke is pulled into the subterranean world. To make matters worse, the loose dirt around him is heavily saturated with microscopic parasites of Brainstorm, which immediately begin drilling into his skin. From the safety of the armored cavity, Urban Guerrilla launches into another monologue. He notes that Yoshikage Kira was actually the correct one all along. Kira guided the fruit to becoming a new version, whereas Daimyo was merely a short-sighted criminal who only sold the fruit to make money. Gasping for air, Josuke listens intently to his captor's explanation, piecing together the clues. He correctly deduces that when Urban Guerrilla removes his mask, he must pose as a sort of medical doctor in human society. This deduction hits a nerve, infuriating Urban, who questions how he even knew. Just as Urban Guerrilla prepares to unleash his final attack, Josuke hears Rai's echoing voice piercing through the soil from above. He looks up through the soil to see a thin, unraveled strip of Rai's flesh connecting with a gas canister on pole 7. The fork Rai had fired earlier hadn't missed. It had been a deliberate, pinpoint shot meant to puncture the 7th pole's pressurized gas tank. Now, as his body sits there soaked in gasoline, he asks Josuke if he knows what he's trying to do with his stand. All of a sudden, Rai starts directing the flammable liquid through the hole Josuke was just looking through before. Panicking now as the liquid fuel pours into the hole around him, Urban screams at his pet to dive deeper into the earth. He barely manages to seal the canopy entirely before the gas soaks them. However, to his complete shock, once sealed inside, he notices Josuke's bubbles, filled with the same flammable liquid, start to pop in and surround him. Up above them, Rai gives Josuke a final warning, telling him to defend himself before he places the lit flame up against one of the full gasoline bubbles. In a flash, a torrent of fire rockets into the subterranean cavern, connecting with all of the bubbles and causing a roaring inferno to burst from the surface of the earth. Desperate for answers about his past, Josuke tries to hold the flames back, wanting to interrogate the burning doctor, but Rai shows zero mercy. Moving with a cold tone, he reminds him how his job is harvesting the new fruit. He'd prefer not to be tailed now and have his life targeted any further. As the charred remains of the enemy expire into dust in front of them, Josuke is left in deep reflection, pondering on the dangerous link between Urban Guerrilla's medical persona and the Kira family's multi-generational lineage of doctors. Meanwhile, Rai pops a bubble with his finger and intently examines the remnants of Josuke's floating bubble. Taking a good look, Rai notices how it's just like his ability. The bubbles aren't actually spheres of soap or water at all. In reality, they are comprised of infinitely thin microscopic lines rotating at a high speed, which gives the appearance of a bubble. Josuke's actual ability, according to Rai, is a cord. With the immediate threat done, Rai gets them to follow him over to pole number 8. Reaching the high altitude compartment, Rai opens a hidden hatch to reveal a batch of glass tubes. Inside of the glass, he is carefully breeding specialized moth larvae, the biological key that will grant him the ability to safely harvest the new fruit species before the winter arrives. Meanwhile, back down in the city, Jobin spots a young child loitering in a car park and tells the kid to get lost. Pulling out his cell, he then secretly dials a number. Strangely, the phone begins to ring nearby, and the same boy he told to leave rolls back up saying he's right on time. Obviously, this is not a kid, but a grotesque, incredibly short, elderly old man. The bizarre entity, who goes by Poor Tom, immediately ignores the gravity of the meeting to launch into a vulgar, unhinged rant about a beautiful woman he saw far away who was supposedly trying to seduce him. Jobin, completely out of patience, sharply cuts him off, demanding they get straight to the point. Tom's expression turns serious. He informs Jobin that he's already aware that his two partners have been defeated somewhere near Hanarero Mountain. Therefore, to permanently block Josuke from ever acquiring the grafted branches, Tom has formulated a counter-strategy. He plans to completely seal off the Higashikata family's orchard from the outside world, using the terrifying power of his stand, Ozon Baby, which manifests as an innocent-looking Lego house. Shocked with this, Jobin asks why he'd go out of his way to show him how his ability works, but Tom doesn't really answer. He knows Jobin wants to defeat Josuke and get his hands on the new fruit, so he instructs him to bury the Lego house anywhere on the family orchard. Then his stand will activate. According to him, the syndicate considers Jobin an invaluable asset. Because of this, they personally sent him out here to talk to him, nor do they actually wish to bring any collateral harm to the rest of the Higashikata family when, his stand activates. The target they are after is Josuke, so he'll need them to wait until him and just the plant appraiser get home in order to capture them just inside his stand. Suddenly, a luxury car then drives past, and the very woman Tom had been eyeing earlier deliberately drops a piece of paper containing her cell phone number right at his feet. Following the brutal deaths of Urban Guerrilla and his pet, Josuke, Rai, and Yasuo make their descent down the mountain, heading back towards the parking lot. As Josuke wanders slightly ahead of the group, Rai suddenly pulls Yasuo aside and praises her quick thinking on the mountain, saying he won't call her a hindrance anymore, but his tone quickly changes. He bluntly tells her to go back home to Morioh. Rai's harsh rejection strikes a deep sensitive chord within Yasuo, and she randomly starts to recall a moment years earlier at the Kotodai flea market. The memories take us all the way back to the year of 2005, where Yasuo, while wandering through a local flea market, spotted a hair clip that sparked her interest, and she instantly bought it on the spot. Back home, she tried showing off the purchase to her mother, but was met with nothing but cold indifference. In truth, the young girl was just desperate to look pretty for an upcoming weekend reunion with her father. Her parents divorced at 10, with her staying with her mum in Morioh while her father had moved to Yamagata. After rolling up to school the next day and seeing her friends give someone gifts, Yasuo realizes that she was the only one who forgot to get her classmate's birthday. The petty oversight quickly made her unpopular among her peers, and the intense psychological distress of being ostracized apparently triggered a severe scalp condition, causing her skin to flake and shed aggressive amounts of dandruff. Wishing to look absolutely flawless for her father, Yasuo began treating her scalp with a potent prescription medicine, which works wonders. During the same morning and unable to find her hair clip, Yasuo started rummaging through all of the house drawers. She frantically tore apart the room, her anxiety spiking as she flies into a blind rage. She fiercely demands to know what her mother did with it, and even accuses her of throwing the clip away out of pure spite. Terrified and crying, Yasuo tries to sprint out of the apartments, but her mother grabs her hand to stop her. All of a sudden, the skin on Yasuo's hand flakes off, causing her mother's hand to slip. The sudden loss of tension sent Yasuo shooting forwards, causing her to crack her skull on the stairs balustrade. Lying knocked out on the floor, the true reason behind this bizarre skin condition rolls out and reveals itself. Turns out the hair clip wasn't exactly a hair clip, but a stand-like bipedal creature. Hitting pure demon mode, this tiny stand slithered back into Yasuo's hair and stabbed her scalp, restarting the previous halted dandruff. When Yasuo finally woke up, she was stunned to find her father sitting right beside her. He lets her know that he got the rundown from her mother and compliments her beautiful hair clip. He goes to give it back to her when the warmth in his voice vanishes. He coldly reveals that he wouldn't be spending his Sundays with her anymore. You see, dude's a complete ass and wants to spend more time with his new lover, someone he intends to start a brand new family with. Getting up, utterly heartbroken, Yasuo mumbles out that she isn't feeling well and needs to go to the bathroom. Her father goes to ask if she's alright, when his face cracks and body starts to full on disintegrate in front of her. In reality, the cruel rock animal had manifested a shifting illusion just to torment her spirit. When Suzuo finally returned home to the house with medical help, she found an eerily quiet living room. Entering the hallway, she checks each room before finally finding Yasuo slumped in the bathtub, her wrists slit in a desperate attempt to meet Yamayugi. Fading back into the present day, Yasuo admits that back at the War Eyes when Josuke crawled his ass out, she had no idea what was going on. For some otherwise inexplicable reason, she saved a naked, nameless stranger buried in the dirt. She doesn't know why she acted the way she did back then, but she remembered something very important, that there isn't anything that should be overlooked. Flashing back to the day of her Kermicide attempt, Yasuo had been rushed to the local hospital. As she lay recovering in her room, the doctor, which of course is Holly, girl seems to be the only doctor in town, carefully read her diagnostic chart. Seeing Yasuo just laying there, Holly quietly approached. She got in behind her and softly whispered the exact quote Yasuo had said before. The meaning behind it, according to Holly, was that if there's something important to see and you only look at yourself, you won't be able to see it. Mere moments later, a young carer entered Yasuo's room, politely apologizing for his mother's odd behavior. He held out the fragments of her missing hair clip, explaining that he accidentally stepped on it in the hallway, coincidentally crushing the parasitic rock animal to death and breaking its curse at the same time. He offered a brief, quiet apology for breaking her item, before leaving the broken clip by her side. Due to how cooked she was at the time, Yasuo never got a clear look at Kira's face and didn't realize it was even him. But standing on the mountainside in the present day, the memory finally becomes crystal clear. Yasuo now understands with absolute certainty that she met Kira and it was only for a brief moment, but she's sure the doctor was Holly. Ever since that hospital visit, she had been subconsciously searching for that important something Holly had told her about. In her mind, pulling Josuke out of the dirt was far more than just saving a stranger's life. It was the moment she saved herself. Dramatically, Yasuo exclaims that her life goals are now identical to Josuke's, making it unequivocally clear that whether the appraiser likes it or not, she is coming along to the very end. Thoroughly bored by the emotional display, kind of hilarious that, this massive backstory was used just to link up, some sort of relationship between Holly and, I guess the Kira lineage. Rai stops listening to Yasuo's speech, turning instead to join Josuke further down the mountain. I love Rai, dude was just like, yeah, cool, I do not care. Far below them though, inside the quiet orchard of the Higashikata estate, Jobin starts digging a hole with a knife. Love the dual-purpose knife? Anyway, he kneels silently in the dirt, carefully burying poor Tom's lethal Lego house, sealing the fate of everyone on the mountain. 12 days, 4 hours, and 33 minutes. That is all the time that remains between now and when the boys will be able to harvest the new Locacaca fruit. Back at the Higashikatas, Norisuke bumps his foot against an unknown bag in the middle of the corridor and asks whose it is. Spotting Jobin crawling his way out from inside his goon cave, Norisuke is quickly distracted by Jobin's unusually early rise. Moving forward, he makes his way over to the dining table where he spots Joshu rubbing up a few glizzies. Curious, he asks Joshu what he's doing, and turns out dude has become suspicious of how they're packing the new fish sausage value packs. In order to determine whether or not the value sausages had their original weight changed, he now examines every single sausage individually to determine whether they're smaller than usual. Freaking out though, Joshu turns to notice that his sisters are already gobbling on his unmeasured sausages and demands to know how many they've already smashed back. Not wanting anything to do with some sausages, Jobin quietly leaves the scene to check the surveillance cameras in the laundry, where the family's video feed can be closely monitored. As he walks, he reminisces about a specific day spent at the local baseball stadium with his father years ago. He mentions his frustrations at not being able to secure better seats from the stadium staff, comparing it to the upscale Trasadi restaurant which had flatly refused to book them a table because they were already completely full. Norisuke tries to correct his son's entitled attitude, but Jobin pushes back, explaining that the family business is facing serious danger from growing competition. When Jobin proposes a solution, expanding their trade to mainstream products like imported olive oils or mass-produced fruit goods, Norisuke categorically refuses. He argues that shifting to commercial goods would completely ruin the artisanal spirit of their legacy, and ends the discussion by simply walking away. Frustrated and abandoned, Jobin boils with anger at the thought of being permanently stuck at the exact same social standing as everyone else. But, right at that moment of vulnerability, the young man is accosted by Yotsuyu Yagiyama, whom Jobin only vaguely recognizes from town. The architect smooth talks Jobin, inviting him out for a drink of incredibly expensive wine alongside his own shady companions, Aisho Danijiyama and the Aphex brothers. Cutting back to the present, there is exactly 12 days, 2 hours and 11 minutes before the final harvest. Josuke and Rai sneak onto the Higashikata estate through the dark underground corridors. Josuke warns that the rock humans already know about these passages, but Rai remains confident, unveiling a completely different, highly classified tunnel used to cultivate and harvest special products, a secret only known to himself and Norisuke. As they navigate the narrow passage, Josuke asks where Yasuo went. Having made the plan with her, Rai explains that she went back to her house to investigate the broken hairpin from her childhood. She suspects that it is a rock animal and hopes analysing the components of its corpse will provide them with some sort of clue. It may even be one that could lead directly to the identity of these rock humans. Emerging out of the other side of the bunker now, Rai and Josuke carefully peek out to observe the surrounding trees. Being the botany god, Rai spots the branch and points directly towards a seemingly ordinary tree, indicating that the grafted branch is on the second tree from the right. Josuke looks on in confusion, completely unable to tell the individual trees apart. Pulling out one of the tubes, Rai carefully takes the specialized moth larvae in his hand, then uses doggy style to launch his unraveled arm across the clearing, gently depositing the larvae onto the branch. With the deed accomplished, Rai snaps the hidden hatch shut, announcing that a small fruit will grow in just 2 full days, and that they must go into hiding until it's ready. Meanwhile, back in the laundry room, Jobin ponders the situation, wondering how poor Tom is surveying the land. He isn't sure what the hell the thing is that he buried, but is absolutely certain that if Josuke and the appraiser gets within its range, they'll die. Now, with 12 days, 2 hours and 2 minutes before the harvest, Tsurugi looks up and asks his father about the toy he had seen him bury beneath the orchard. Jobin instantly snaps, angrily demanding to know how long he'd been watching and if he stepped foot inside of the orchard. Tsurugi quickly defends himself, claiming he only saw him from the nearby fence. Softening his tone, Jobin tells Tsurugi to close the door and quietly explains that soon he will fall ill with the family curse, just as he did as a child. He reminds his son that the only person who made him better back then was his mother, Kato. Like his mother, Jobin solemnly swears that when the day comes for Tsurugi's rock disease to trigger, he will be the one to cure him, and that he buried that toy specifically for his own survival. Tsurugi asks if his father has done something bad, but the conversation is violently cut short when the sound of a gas tank right next to them starts to implode like some sort of ocean gate craft. In an instant, Jobin's nose begins to bleed and his ears throb with intense pain. Clutching his own dome, Tsurugi's head rings with the exact same pressure, while Iwasuke cries out in pure agony, frantically scratching at the door to escape the room. Looking out the window, Jobin sees nothing at all. However, all of the sealed containers inside of the room continue to violently implode. Seeing Tsurugi swing the door open, Jobin barks a warning at him to not leave, but it's already too late. Tsurugi exits, stepping right into the path of Ozon Baby's misshapen, terrifying true form. Instantly getting hit by the stand's force, Iwasuke cries out, bleeding heavily from all of his orifices, including his eyes and ears, as he collapses to the ground. Unable to do anything himself, Jobin can only watch as the same lethal pressure begins to take hold of his son. Desperate to save his son, Jobin steps outside of the laundry room shed to reach Tsurugi, but the moment he crosses the threshold, he falls directly under Ozon Baby's lethal influence. As the air is forcefully dragged from his lungs, Jobin realizes that this sudden trauma isn't the result of a poison or a biological disease. The attack was triggered mechanically the exact second he left the sealed environment of the shed. Thinking quickly and knowing he needs to get back into the safety of the shed, Jobin uses the last of his strength to force his body up and touch the car. Instantly summoning his stand, he uses precise thermal manipulation to start the car and uses the force from its movement to throw his own body back through the door of the shed. Once inside, Jobin slams the door shut and immediately notices that his lungs can expand again. With this realization, he understands exactly how poor Tom's ability works. Anyone who opens any sealed space within its radius will trigger an immediate, lethal decompression for everyone inside. While Jobin curses his horrific predicament, the trap springs on the other side of the estate. Deep within the underground tunnel, Josuke and Rai suddenly begin to suffer the exact same severe decompression. Noticing their sudden nosebleeds and splitting headaches, they immediately deduce that an enemy stand is actively targeting them. However, they misinterpret the mechanics of the attack and mistakenly assume their only option is to open a nearby hatch and escape the suffocating tunnels. Back in the shed, Jobin continues to unravel the subtle, mechanical rules of Ozon Baby. The door acts as a sort of barrier, slowing down the depressurization, but if it's opened, they undergo sudden depressurization, causing all of the air inside of them to swell up. Freezing in place, Jobin watches as the goofy-looking stand begins to appear behind him. Acting on pure survival instinct, Jobin orders Speed King to unleash a barrage of punches, but the strikes pass completely through the enemy stand as if it were a ghost. Feeling the room's atmospheric pressure begin to plummet once again, Jobin abandons the useless assault to focus entirely on saving his dying son. I did kind of word it wrong, but he did manage to grab him before the car flicked him into the room there. Using his medical and chemical knowledge, he quickly manufactures a makeshift oxygen tank and breather. By using Speed King to rapidly heat bleach inside of a container and routing the vapor through a tube placed in a water bottle, he creates a crude life-saving respirator. Tsurugi slowly regains consciousness under the mask, groggily looking up to ask his father what his secret connection to the enemy syndicate really is. Not answering it completely, Jobin instead explains that his vision for the future completely clashes with the safe passive traditions of Norisuke. That being said, he swears to his son that he will find the ultimate cure to the Higashikata's family rock disease no matter what lines he has to cross, openly stating his intent to eliminate poor Tom and keep the power of the Locacaca entirely for themselves. Sensing that Josuke and his plant appraiser ally must be hiding somewhere out in the garden, Jobin plans to let them take the brunt of the enemy's assault in order to turn the tables and secure his own victory. While Jobin and Tsurugi remain tightly sealed inside of their storage shed, the rest of the family is systematically targeted. Just outside their threshold, Dia and Hato lay completely unconscious on the ground. The sisters had actually heard the violent commotion from inside of the house and opened the storage door room to investigate, instantly suffering the full, devastating brunt of Ozon Baby's crushing pressure themselves. It is kind of crazy that, Tsurugi decides to just close the door on them and not pull them in. Anyways, and correctly assuming that the same exact fate has already befallen his father and Joshu, Jobin locks eyes with Tsurugi. He apologizes for roping him into this and doesn't mind if he changes his opinion of him, but this is all for the family. He questions if he believes him and Tsurugi says he does. Using this, Jobin states that their only hope of survival is to figure out a way to kill poor Tom. He carefully breaks down the lethal physics of exposing oneself to atmospheric pressure by using water pressure as an example. Knowing that they will probably reach the pressure limit of 21 atmospheres in just a few minutes, Jobin devises a remote-controlled plan that will allow the two of them to strike back without ever leaving the safety of their sealed shelter. Miles away from here, an oblivious poor Tom is lounging at the home of the luxury car driver he met in the parking lot earlier that day. Suddenly, the woman's cell phone rings. She blindly passes the device over to poor Tom, who casually answers the line, only for his smug expression to shatter. On the other end is Jobin holding up his camera feed to show the Higashikata orchard engulfed in roaring, violent flames. Panicking at the sight of the plant possibly burning, poor Tom abruptly abandons the woman and sprints out of the door. Watching the blaze grow from inside of the shed, Tsurugi cries out that the fruit will burn to ash, but Jobin remains perfectly calm. He explains to his son that the impending doom of the branch is a calculated gamble, one that will forcefully spur every faction into immediate desperate action. To fan the flames, Jobin instructs his son to fold an origami fire truck, which he heavily soaks in kerosene. When that same small fire truck gets close enough to the inferno, he sets it ablaze, fueling the destructive wildfire from afar. With the bait laid out, Jobin then sits back in the shadows, waiting to see how Josuke and the plant appraiser will respond to the fire. Meanwhile, deep within the subterranean bunker, Josuke and Rai continue to suffer agonizing pain from Ozon Baby's depressing aura. As the ears ring, Rai frantically commands Josuke to snap the hatch shut to reseal their environment, but Josuke pushes back, arguing that the enemy must be waiting right outside the door, actively tracking their exact coordinates. Rai tries correcting him, reminding our boy that this underground tunnel is a tightly guarded secret known only to a select few. The enemy has no idea where the fruit is yet, and this isn't a direct attack, but rather an automated one set up for anyone who enters its range. Letting an eye on the situation, Josuke peeks through a tiny porthole on the exit, only to stare in utter astonishment as a massive fire tears through the orchard. Rai takes a peek himself and can see the branch is fine for now, but the orchard will burn completely to the ground at this rate. Showing up in front of Josuke, the same apparition of Ozon appears. He swings at it, causing the ghostly figure to dissipate, just like it did with Jobin. This causes Josuke's mind to race, and he guesses that what the enemy is trying to do is lure the two of them out into the open to slaughter them. Back in the shed, Jobin gently reassures a weeping Tsurugi that Iwasuke is resilient and will survive, as he probably turned himself to stone. Coming up with a plan, he asks his kid to fold another origami shape capable of taking flight. At that exact moment, Josuke makes a high-stakes decision to breach the surface. He summons Soft and Wet, deploying a dense layer of specialized bubbles around his body to act as a pressurized shield to stave off the crushing weight of decompression. Rai reminds him that if he does this, the location of the branch will be leaked, and he could instead abandon the property for now with him in an attempt to escape the user's range. Disregarding his suggestion though, Josuke fiercely reaffirms his unbreakable goal to secure the fruit in order to save Holly. In his eyes, if Norisuke gets the fruit, it will open up the righteous path for them all. Not overly stoked with Josuke's decision and how if the bubble pops, he will die, Josuke decides to share the bubble with Rai. He repeats his goal of going over, grabbing the branch, and then escaping, but Rai tells him to chill. He isn't overhyped with the plan, but he likes what he said earlier about Norisuke, so instead of Josuke putting his own life on the line, Rai decides to step outside first in order to quickly snag the plant. Strolling calmly through the distorted orchard, the master appraiser mutters that the ultra-fragile branch must be handled with absolute care. Since the bugs have entered the branch, it has to be broken off in a way that they won't die, and he alone possesses the expertise to safely do that. From inside the shed, Jobin and Tsurugi intently watch the live feed through a smartphone that Tsurugi had seamlessly transformed into a soaring origami crane. At the same time, Rai approaches the target tree and slowly lifts his arm, preparing to cleanly slice the graft away from the trunk. But just as he goes to unravel his fingers, Rai suddenly freezes, his eyes darting sharply to the side. Confused, Josuke wonders what the hell he's doing and why he's now looking in the wrong direction. Emerging from the shrubbery next to Rai is poor Tom, who had successfully snuck back into the garden, his hands tightly gripping his miniature Lego house. Having confirmed his suspicions about the Locacaca's exact coordinates, the old man looks up at the appraiser, telling him he has a final, life or death choice to make. Making a split-second lethal calculation, Rai unleashes doggy style. He uses both of his unraveled arms simultaneously, using one arm to quickly seize the branch, while rocking his other arm across the clearing to tightly bind poor Tom in a web of razor-sharp wire rope. To truly understand the unyielding resolve of the man standing in this burning orchard, we have to take a look back at the early life of Rai Mamezuku. When he was just a child, his parents were master botanists who cultivated legendary, prized high-class pears, crops so flawless they would routinely sell for millions of yen. However, their revolutionary growing techniques were eventually leaked to the public. Exploiting this vulnerability, a ruthless competitor tied to underground moneylenders completely ravaged his parents' orchard, systematically ruining their livelihood and forcing them to sell their ancestral land. Unable to forgive what he saw as his parents' weak-willed incompetence, a young Rai chose to seclude himself entirely on a harsh mountain slope. Against all odds, he mastered the unforgiving climate, learning to cultivate world-class fruits in the wild before eventually catching the attention of Norisuke Higashikata IV and becoming his most trusted, secret business partner. Back in the grim reality of the present day, Josuke Higashikata watches from the fringes of the burning garden as Rai uses his unraveled form to viciously strangle poor Tom while also desperately trying to maintain his grip on the precious Locacaca branch. Rai tightens the wire mesh around Tom's neck, bluntly threatening to snap his spine then and there. Lamenting the sheer pathetic nature of his predicament, a choking poor Tom nonetheless smiles, boldly declaring his ultimate victory. In a horrific instant, Rai's face violently caves in and his internal organs begin to collapse in on themselves. The old man wheezes out the final, lethal rule of his stand. Anyone who dares to make direct physical contact with his body faces the absolute, concentrated brunt of Ozon Baby's crushing pressure. With his body completely crushed from the inside out, Rai collapses helplessly to the dirt. Refusing to let their ally fall alone, Josuke rushes forward into the fray. Remembering Rai's highly specific botanical lecture from earlier regarding the lethal toxicity of U seeds, Josuke instantly encapsulates a cluster of the deadly seeds inside Soft and Wet's bubbles, firing the projectiles directly at the old man. As the spheres close the distance, Josuke's bubbles pop due to the pressure around poor Tom, propelling the poisonous seeds directly into poor Tom's mouth, which had been forcefully pried open by the parting remnants of Rai's doggy style. Forced to swallow the lethal toxin, a panicked poor Tom pulls out a survival knife, but unexpectedly tosses the blade aside. Instead, what he was truly wanting was the sheath. He brandishes the hollow sheath, pressing Rai's tension wire deep inside the column to artificially simulate a tightly closed space. The localized pressure inside of the wire increases exponentially, and with a sickening pop, Rai's head bursts under the sheer atmospheric weight, the botany god falling completely limp, seemingly dead on the spot. From the hidden vantage point inside of the laundry shed, a stunned Jobin and Tsurugi watch the horrific feedback on their monitors, quietly noting the plant appraiser's apparent demise. Unwavering, Josuke continues his aggressive march towards poor Tom, but with every single step he takes closer to the rock human, the crushing decompression forces waves of splitting pain through his skull. Still heavily poisoned by the swallowed U-seeds and coughing up violently, poor Tom ignores the agony, gloating triumphantly as his fingers finally wrap around the prized Locacaca branch. Scrambling up a steep rock formation to escape the burning orchard fire, Tom suddenly hears the echoing, distant signs of a fire engine piercing through the smoke. He quickly deduces that a specialized medical ambulance from the university hospital will undoubtedly be trailing right behind the trucks to extract him. He mentally notes that if the ambulance windows are completely rolled up and sealed, it will be the definitive signal that his elite syndicate allies, the ones who know the exact mechanics of his pressure stand, have arrived to retrieve him. Noticing that a bleeding Josuke is still relentlessly scaling the rocks to pursue him, a desperate poor Tom screams back through the embers, shouting at the hybrid to abandon his kermicidal mission. But Josuke is completely driven by a singular, unbreakable promise, fueled by the desperate need to save his mother, Holly, and entirely unmoved by Rai's brutal sacrifice, he unleashes a specialized multi-layer bubble. Inside the center of the spinning sphere sits what poor Tom perceives to be another lethal U-seed. As the projectile rockets through the air, the internal pressure chambers pop one by one, acting like secondary thrusts that allow the bubble to fly exponentially faster and carve a completely erratic, unpredictable trajectory through the smoke. Completely pursued and haunted by the closing sphere, a terrified poor Tom finds himself utterly cornered at the edge of the estate just as the flashing lights of the fire trucks and the sealed ambulance slam their brakes at the gates. Still heavily poisoned by the U-seeds, poor Tom desperately crawls away from Josuke as the fire trucks and ambulance finally pull into the blazing orchard. The multi-layered bubble continues its erratic, relentless advance towards Tom, who frantically tries to goad Josuke into abandoning his pursuit, but Josuke refuses to relent. Desperate and dizzy from the lethal toxin coursing through his veins, poor Tom almost uses the Locacaca branch as a makeshift stick to pop the sphere, but hesitates. Instead, he resorts to hurling heavy stones at it as it inexplorably flies closer and closer. Reduced to begging Josuke to spare his life now, Tom sees the bubble tracking directly towards his face. Consumed by pure terror, he ducks and voluntarily cancels Ozon Baby, desperately hoping that removing the intense atmospheric pressure will stop the bubble from exploding. However, to his complete surprise, the bubble glides harmlessly over his head and popped against a nearby branch, revealing that it contained absolutely nothing at all. I do like how a lot of the story so far has been about mental games and mental manipulation. A lot of the stands have been stands that really play on the brain and parts of human nature that all terrify us. Tricked into completely dropping his defense, a stunned Tom looks up to see Josuke stepping out from his own protective bubble, confidently closing the distance between them. Panicking, Tom scrambles to his feet and sprints towards the arriving ambulance, assuming that his syndicate allies are inside. He cries his lungs out, screaming across the yard that he successfully secured the prized branch, but mid-stride, 2 bullets violently tear into the back of his skull, completely obliterating his head. As Josuke immediately crouches down to take cover from the gunfire, the branch slips from Tom's fingers, tumbling onto the dirt behind the ambulance. an unseen figure inside of the vehicle clicks the back door open, snatches the branch, hops back in and drives off at high speed. As poor Tom's remaining flesh crumbles away into silicon dust, Josuke realizes that the enemy organization has zero loyalty. Their only goal from the very beginning was to seize the crop. He launches into a dead sprint to pursue the fleeing vehicle, but the physical toll catches up to him and he collapses to the ground before he can catch them. Just before he fully loses consciousness, he barely manages to catch a fleeting glimpse of the registration plate, Ismori 311. Meanwhile, back at the main house, Norisuke surprises Tsurugi, who is quietly observing the dying fire while clutching a potted cactus in his hand. Telling his grandson to back away from the dangerous smoke, Norisuke gently checks on Tsurugi's health. Looking over the property, he correctly deduces that their family was targeted by the rock humans, though thankfully everyone survived without serious injury, and he theorizes that the attacker's primary target was the grafted branch. When Norisuke asks where Jobin went, Tsurugi avoids the question, fearfully asking if his own rock disease will definitely kill him now that the cure has been stolen. Norisuke comforts him though, answering firmly that he will stand by his side and help him face the disease when the time comes. As Norisuke then runs off into the smoke to find his son, the reality shifts, revealing that Jobin was actually disguised as the potted cactus the entire time, completely hidden thanks to Paper Moon King's ability. Jobin now stands in the clearing, proudly holding the real Locacaca branch in his hands. Because of this, he confidently declares total victory for himself and Tsurugi. Meanwhile, speeding away in the ambulance, the unseen driver and their companion inspect their prize, only to realize to their horror that poor Tom was tricked into harvesting an ordinary pear branch. Analyzing the timeline, they deduce that Josuke couldn't possibly have it either, meaning that whoever deliberately started the fire in the orchard must have stolen the true graft. A quick flashback reveals the genius of the plot. One of Paper Moon King's origami creations had suddenly landed on poor Tom as he frantically sought the tree. With our boy also completely distracted by his pursuit of poor Tom, Josuke had also left the real branch behind in the chaos, allowing Jobin to quietly slip in and take it for himself. Carefully now, he grafts the precious Locacaca branch onto a sturdy ferro-cactus to keep it alive. He sternly instructs Tsurugi to keep this a total secret from the rest of the household, stating that he doesn't want his father finding out and ruining everything they've fought for. Jobin looks out over the estate, describing the inherent chaotic madness of the world. He coldly declares that in the end, whoever wins is the one who is automatically in the right. On the other side of the property, Josuke returns to the clearing where Rai fell. To his absolute shock and relief, he watches Rai's unraveled string-like body slowly weave itself back together. But his joy is instantly overpowered by deep despair as he admits the brutal truth: the Locacaca is gone and they have lost everything. Josuke goes on to detail the specifics of the Locacaca fruit, tracing its mysterious origins, its radical healing properties, and how the wealthy, like local baseball star Atsunori Iwakuri, utilize it as a miraculous cure. Additionally, Josuke reflects on his own unique origin, explaining that he is a physical fusion of Yoshikage Kira and Josefume Kujo, created by the Locacaca's power, having completely lost his memories as a result of that fateful equivalent exchange. After the devastating fire in the orchard is finally extinguished, the Higashikata family gathers together to process the destruction. Instantly suspicious, Joshu points a finger at the unfamiliar Rai, accusing him of being the arsonist. However, Norisuke and Josuke quickly step in to clarify the situation, explaining that Rai is a highly classified plant appraiser working directly for Norisuke, and the Higashikata estate was targeted because of the Locacaca. Josuke reveals that the branch was ultimately stolen by a fleeing ambulance driver and his companion, whom Norisuke suspects are both rock humans. Nearby, Tsurugi and Jobin listen nervously to the conversation. They know the truth, that they actually stole the branch for themselves, and because of that, Jobin tries to subtly mislead Josuke, suggesting he focus his investigation entirely on the hospital. Rai then steps forward to declare that their absolute time limit for finding the Locacaca is now exactly 10 days before it fully regrows. He then explains to an incredulous Joshu how such a feat is biologically possible by grafting the branch onto a sturdy potted cactus. Hato anxiously wonders what the family will do now that their ancestral orchard is burned to the ground, prompting Joshu to comically babble about converting their ruined land into a mushroom hunting tourist attraction. As he rambles on about his ridiculous ideas, a supportive Dyer gently notifies him that everyone else has already walked away. Once they are completely alone, Rai turns to Josuke and drops a bombshell. He knows it wasn't poor Tom or the ambulance drivers who set the orchard on fire, but Jobin. Josuke finds this incredibly hard to believe, but Rai assures him that Jobin's defensive behaviour and specific positioning gave the deception away. Because of this, Rai plans to secretly investigate Jobin from the inside. Meanwhile, Mitsuba Higashikata parks her car at the university hospital garage and heads towards the elevator, selfishly closing the door just before an elderly lady can enter it. Once inside the doctor's office, she complains to her physician about a sudden deafness in her right ear and severe breathing difficulties. The physician, who is obsessively eating sheets of dried seaweed for his lunch, examines Mitsuba. He pulls her hair back, revealing that the entire right portion of her scalp has completely hardened into solid stone and is actively crumbling away. Despite this horrific symptom, the doctor smoothly claims that she is in perfect health. Mitsuba looks back on her medical history, recalling how she first came to the clinic for a routine breast lift operation, which somehow led to a mysterious teeth disease that she also had treated at this hospital. Her doctor casually interrupts her story to drink a glass of silicone-infused water before massaging her fears. Mitsuba admits that she had been keeping all of these procedures a total secret from her husband Jobin, who hasn't even noticed anything wrong. However, she is terrified about Tsurugi noticing her condition. Because of that, Mitsuba begs the doctor to fix her and make her look perfectly healthy again, prompting him to make a quick phone call. He turns back to her, claiming that he can grant her a highly classified secret treatment just this once for the staggering price of 200 million yen. He makes it ethically clear to Mitsuba that she is technically healthy already and that the final decision to pay is entirely up to her. Down in the hospital waiting room, Yasuo reads the breaking news about a massive fire in the Higashikata orchard. Having already been notified of the details by Josuke and Rai, she remains deeply worried about the location of the stolen branch. Suddenly, Yasuo winces in pain from intense menstrual cramps. As she looks up to steady herself, she spots Mitsuba being wheeled across the hallway in a wheelchair. To her complete horror, Mitsuba's ankles are visibly crumbling to the bone, and her feet have completely turned to solid stone. From this point in the series, exactly 10 days, 19 hours, and 6 minutes remain until the final harvest of the Locacaca fruit. Seeing Mitsuba bound to a wheelchair and quickly taken away, Yasuo nervously calls Josuke to report on what she just witnessed. Josuke informs her that their lead on the ambulance license plate has completely hit a dead end. There is absolutely no existing registration for any vehicle anywhere. However, he manages to send her a recording from a surveillance camera near the Higashikata orchard, which provides a crystal clear image of one of the ambulance drivers. Nervously looking around the corridor, Yasuo notices an office in the treatment ward and immediately uses Paisley Park to research its occupants. She makes a shocking discovery. The physician assigned to the office, a man named Dr. Wu Tomoki, is a perfect match for one of the two mysterious ambulance drivers who stole the Locacaca branch. Just as she processes this information, Mitsuba suddenly exits the office, looking completely healthy and walking on her own 2 feet. She calls out, saying goodbye to the doctor, though Yasuo immediately notices that the room appears entirely empty. Recognizing Yasuo as one of Joshu's acquaintances, Mitsuba pauses. Looking past her in the vacant office, Yasuo decides to drop the subtlety and directly interrogate Mitsuba about the doctor and the horrific state of her legs just moments prior. However, Mitsuba acts completely ignorant, defensively claiming that absolutely nothing is wrong with her body, not even her scalp. Stepping into the room to investigate, Yasuo inquires about the wheelchair, which has mysteriously vanished from the area. Mitsuba insists she has no memory of any wheelchair, pointing out that she would have no reason to use it since she only came to the clinic for a routine breast enlargement treatment. In an incredibly awkward, aggressive effort to bond over the procedure though, Mitsuba suddenly pulls Yasuo's hand over to her chest while trying to grope the younger girl as well, much to Yasuo's absolute disgust. Brushing off the awkwardness, Mitsuba casually reveals that before marrying into the family, she was actually a promotional model for the Higashikata Fruit Company, which is how she first met Jobin. Yasuo quickly veers the conversation back to the missing doctor, Wu, causing Mitsuba to finally look around and wonder where her physician actually went. Suddenly, Yasuo spots 2 strange, unrecognized shards resting on a surface. As she moves closer to inspect them, a confused Mitsuba begins to visibly struggle to remember exactly why she came to the hospital in the first place. Taking a quick peek inside of the drawer, Yasuo makes a horrifying discovery. The heavy wheelchair has been violently crushed into pieces and hidden away. Behind her, a completely unfocused Mitsuba begins to obsessively drink the same silicone-laced water and eat the dried seaweed the doctor had been consuming, causing the flesh of her fingers to rapidly swell. The moment Yasuo tries to pull out her phone to call Josuke for help, the 2 mysterious fragments on the corner violently rub together, emitting a bizarre high-frequency sound that completely stuns both women. Before Yasuo can react, one of the 2 shards shoots through the air and enters her ear canal, burrowing deep inside her head. Mitsuba's demeanor abruptly changes. Her body stiffens and an entirely different voice begins speaking directly through her mouth, completely controlling her movements. The entity chillingly states that it knows more than anyone else about the boundary between life and death, declaring that Yasuo's discovery is a stroke of terrible fortune. Controlling Mitsuba's limbs, the force violently drags Yasuo deep inside the empty office, snatches her smartphone away, and slams the heavy door firmly shut. At TG University Hospital, Josuke and Rai frantically search for Yasuo, sensing that she is in grave danger because her phone call abruptly cut off. Meanwhile, Yasuo realizes that Wu Tomoko's terrifying ability is extremely similar to what the hair-clipped rock animal did to her in her past when it exploited her weakness to show her a cruel illusion of her father before shattering away into several fragments. Yasuo realizes she cannot move her body at all, but she manages to look back and see Mitsuba pinning her down. Mitsuba is pressing down with an unusually heavy weight, and her hands are completely covered in blisters. Yasuo yells at her to stop, demanding to know if she's an enemy, before Mitsuba finally snaps back to her senses. Extremely confused about the entire situation, Mitsuba looks around, questioning what's going on. Yasuo urgently tells her that she must have eaten a Locacaca fruit, but Mitsuba has absolutely no recollection of what happened aside from paying 200 million yen to treat the allergic reaction on her scalp. Although she defensively claims that her body is now perfect, Yasuo refutes her by laying out the brutal reality of the fruit equivalent exchange process. She begs Mitsuba to quickly look for her cell phone so they can call for help, warning her that they are under direct attack by Wu Tomoki, who is a rock human. Before they can find it, Yasuo is violently attacked by the small fragments that previously entered through her ears. The exact same fragments are also trapped inside Mitsuba's fingers, which explains her sudden blisters and massive increase in physical weight. Mitsuba finally spots Yasuo's cell phone underneath her, but the device has already been shattered to pieces by her crushed body weight. Just then, several fragments emerge from Mitsuba's fingers, multiplying exponentially as they climb up Yasuo's legs, exploiting her vulnerability and attempting to burrow deep inside her. Needing a counter strategy, Yasuo summons Paisley Park. She forces out one of her hands to a nearby hospital computer, allowing her stand to travel through the network directly into the MRI room. At the same time, Paisley Park places its other hand over Yasuo's face to map out exactly where the thrown fragments have invaded her body. The scan reveals the shards are clustering to the right side of her head, actively attempting to fuse with the bone tissue of her skull. Through Paisley Park's analysis, she learns that these fragments are made up of a highly resilient organosilicon compound, forming bonds with oxygen to generate energy. These components form a creature entirely separate from any carbon-based life form. Before the fragments can permanently fuse with her skull, Paisley Park grabs a medical syringe and stabs Yasuo right in the corner of the eye, successfully extracting the dangerous pieces out of it. She then grabs Mitsuba's arm, telling her they need to run away from Dr. Wu immediately. She asserts that the true goal of the rock humans isn't just a simple cash grab, it is the mastery of the Locacaca's equivalent exchange itself. Suddenly, Dr. Wu materializes directly out of the loose fragment pieces on the floor. He calmly states that while Yasuo's deductions are mostly correct, she is also dead wrong about his motivations. Making money is absolutely one of his primary goals, even if it isn't his only one. He mockingly tells Yasuo that she is free to leave if she wishes, but insists that Mitsuba must stay behind because her medical examination is not yet complete. Ignoring him, Yasuo drags a questioning Mitsuba straight out of the room. Refusing to let them escape, Dr. Wu uses a remote control to turn on the air conditioner, using a heavy airflow to scatter his fragmented body across the waiting room. The moment the two women break out into the hallway, they spot Josuke and Rai standing just a short distance ahead of them, though the men's backs are turned to the commotion. With not much time, Mitsuba frantically explains to Yasuo that while she doesn't remember being in a wheelchair or everything that took place in the office, she carries a profound secret she hasn't told anyone in the family, not even her husband or child. She is pregnant, and if her own body is completely cured and healthy, then something far more precious must have been taken away by Wu Tomoki during that horrific equivalent exchange. Fueled by a burning new resolve to discover what happened to her during the treatment, Mitsuba prepares to fight, summoning her own stand to face the oncoming storm. Cutting in though, a sudden rush of memory hits Mitsuba, detailing exactly what happened to her earlier that day. Placed in a wheelchair, she was brought by Dr. Wu Tomoki toward the elevators. When she asked where they were going, Dr. Tomoki flatly told her they were heading to the gynecology department. Though puzzled by the sudden shift in care, Mitsuba didn't argue. Once inside the specialized examination rooms, Dr. Tomoki immediately dismissed the attending nurse, stating he wouldn't need her assistance, and instructed Mitsuba to sit on the table. Growing increasingly suspicious, Mitsuba asked why she was brought to gynecology instead of the orthopedics department, highly doubting that this doctor could seriously practice medicine in both complex fields. To this, Tomoki confidently replied that never once in his life, nor in any aspect of his career, has he ever failed. He explained that his flawless record was born from his raw talent and above all, his obsessive ability to calculate the exact risks of failure. He even disparaged the departing nurse as an example, casually noting that after analysing her personal habits, he concluded her presence would only spell professional trouble. Continuing his philosophy of minimizing all outside risks, Dr. Tomoki performed an ultrasound on Mitsuba and weirdly announced that she was in her 13th week of pregnancy, completely shocking her. Mitsuba was then wheeled deeper into the secure wings of the gynecology department, where she caught a fleeting, bizarre glimpse of a hidden room filled to the brim with the Locacaca trees. But it was there that her memories cut off, right before she snapped out of her daze and bumped into Yasuo. Finally piecing together her history with Tomoki in the present, Mitsuba realizes the terrifying truth. She has absolutely no memory of what kind of surgical treatment she was actually subjected to. Breaking back into reality now, Mitsuba and Yasuo barge straight into the hospital waiting room, still surrounded by the storm of tiny flying fragments. Behind them, Dr. Tomoki's echoing voice explains that his stand grants him the unique ability to reduce his entire body into microscopic shards and cleanly reassemble at will, claiming this is his one and only power. Yasuo spots Josuke and Rai just a short distance away, their backs still turned to the commotion, but before she can scream their names, a nearby male patient suddenly pivots and headbutts her to the floor. Dr. Tomoki had already scattered his fragmented pieces across the entire waiting room, invading the bodies of several unsuspecting patients to trigger violent allergic reactions and controlled muscle spasms, forcing them to attack on his behalf. As the metallic fragments swarm around them, Dr. Tomoki declares how incredibly important Mitsuba is to his organization, both as a massive source of funding and classified information. He goes on to reveal that he is fully aware of Tsurugi's Paper Moon King, which he correctly suspects was directly involved in the recent theft of the branch. To end the chase, he scatters a handful of crushed sleeping pills into the air currents, aiming to knock both women unconscious. Refusing to back down, Mitsuba summons her stand. A glowing arrow instantly manifests in her hand, followed quickly by a second one. The moment she lays the physical arrows across the floor, the surrounding airspace is forcefully cleared of the invading fragments. She quickly summons and places a third arrow floating directly in midair, which creates a sudden pocket of spatial distortion that throws her and Yasuo right into Tomoki's defensive line. Seizing the opening, Mitsuba lands a heavy kick squarely against the doctor, slapping one of her arrows directly onto his chest to violently repel his body up against the ceiling. She quickly explains the mechanics to Yasuo, stating that her stand, Awakening 3 Leaves, allows her to place vectors anywhere in space. These arrows forcefully repel all incoming energy attacking her in a specific direction, and by utilizing several arrows at once, she can redirect that raw energy along the absolute shortest route of the space they surround. Having temporarily immobilized their foe, Mitsuba and Yasuo sprint to a nearby elevator. They hit the buttons to head straight down to the gynecology department. Inside of the elevator cabin, Mitsuba realizes a horrifying detail. Since Tomoki has been manipulating her body the entire day, she must still have several dormant fragments of his stand trapped inside her flesh. Sticking one of her stand arrows directly onto her arm, she forces the vector to activate, violently repelling and ejecting the hidden contents out of her skin. To Yasuo's absolute horror, as the remaining shards hit the elevator floor, she can clearly distinguish microscopic, twitching human arms forming on the ground. And right at that exact moment, the trap springs again. Dr. Tomoki's reassembled face peers down from above, having already crawled his way through the ventilation shafts of the elevator. Yasuo and Mitsuba look down in sheer horror at the elevator floor, staring at what appear to be microscopic, twitching arms of Mitsuba's unborn child, a sight that immediately implies the worst. Completely unfazed by their distress, Dr. Wu calmly expounds on his worldview. He glosses over his own twisted nature, explaining that his position as a medical doctor who technically heals people automatically puts him on a permanent moral high ground. He asserts that the Locacaca is a revolutionary public good, one that must be aggressively kept a secret from the general populace to maintain its value. To push them over the edge, he coldly reminds the grieving mother that aborting a fetus at the 14th week of pregnancy is still entirely legal under the law. Consumed by absolute wrath, Mitsuba and Yasuo instantly summoning Awakening 3 Leaves and Paisley Park to launch a coordinated counterattack, but Dr. Wu seamlessly scatters his physical form to evade the strike. He quickly reassembles a singular arm midair, lunging forward to physically pin Mitsuba's hands and block her from placing any more vector arrows. But he's a second too late. Mitsuba has already slapped her stand arrows directly onto the elevator wall, layering them to triple the localized downward acceleration. The sudden, violent surge of kinetic force slams Dr. Wu's fragmented body straight into the floor. Seizing the opening, the two women grab a roll of heavy medical tape from a nearby cart, rapidly taping the crushed pieces of the rock human firmly to the floorboards. Mitsuba kneels down, carefully gathering the tiny scattered fragments of her unborn child into her trembling hands, utterly distraught by the terrifying realization that her baby might already be dead. However, Yasuo leans in closer, noticing that the cellular fragments still look strangely active and alive. Before they step out of the elevator cabin, Mitsuba makes sure to ground Dr. Wu's tape body form into fine dust, rolls his loose particles into a compact ball, and the moment they reach the gynecology department, hurls him forcefully out an open window into the wind. Hurrying down the main corridor now towards the secure examination rooms, Mitsuba hesitates for a brief agonizing second, terrified of what the fruit might take from her next. Ultimately, her maternal instinct wins out, and she resolves to save her child at any costs. By using the vectors of awakening 3 leaves, she gently presses the living fragments of her fetus back into her own womb. While Mitsuba stabilizes her condition, Yasuo turns a corner and accidentally bumps into Toru, a young man from her past. Recognizing her old acquaintance, she urgently begs him to find Josuke down in the main lobby and directs him up to their 3rd floor. Toru casually accepts the favor, but not before playfully teasing her about their history together. Having skirted away from Mr. Steal Your Girl and you guys are not ready for the thievery to come, once inside their main examination room, Yasuo deploys Paisley Park to scan the room, quickly uncovering a highly secure hidden door seamlessly blended into the back wall. As Paisley Park hacks into the facility's localized network, the override accidentally triggers a pre-recorded video file stored on the database. On screen, Dr. Wu Tomoki appears, explaining in exhaustive detail everything his research team has uncovered regarding the Locacaca. In the recording, Wu breaks down the exact chemical dosage and the rough biological mechanisms of the fruit. For yet unknown reasons, the fruit actively chooses whichever specific body part it pleases to turn into stone during the exchange. He notes that his personal ability to scatter his physical form into microscopic particles was the only reason he could safely operate on wealthy clients, as he could purposefully manipulate his cellular structure to avoid having his own vital organs calcified. Pretty much, bro would break down and make sure that the fruit didn't infect the brain. Watching the presentation, Yasuo ponders who this classified briefing was actually created for, and which faction currently holds the real stolen branch. Breaking through the final firewall, Paisley Park successfully cracks the vault's electromagnetic code, and the two women step across the threshold into a massive, hidden greenhouse filled to the brim with mature Locacaca trees. Down in the crowded hospital lobby, Toru successfully spots Josuke and Rai Mamezuku navigating the crowd. He approaches the duo and lets them know that Yasuo wanted them to head up to level 3. When Josuke and a suspicious Rai sharply demand to know what his connection to Yasuo actually is, Toru offers a casual, confident smile, revealing that he is indeed her ex-boyfriend. I think, out of every single character, now that I'm pretty sure I've seen every single character in JOJOLION at this point, or all of the ones introduced, Toru is definitely my favorite, just looks-wise. Bro is a demon, man. His style is so cool. I love it. It's just so unique. Anyway, enough of me gooning over Toru. We're about to steal me away from my wife, so moving on. Having discovered a secret laboratory where dozens of Locacaca trees are carefully stored, Yasuo and Mitsuba stand in absolute awe at the sight of so many of the precious coveted fruits. Scanning the high-tech laboratory, Yasuo notes that the walls are lined with specialized niches containing cages for small animals alongside rows of test tubes, but she immediately notices one major detail. The newly grafted branch is nowhere to be found. Eager to save her unborn child first though, Mitsuba wastes no time, immediately plucking and eating one of the fruits while completely assuming whatever terrifying risks the equivalent exchange might demand. However, Yasuo's eyes widen as she notices that the fruit and the tree itself are laced with microscopic tiny rock fragments, making her highly suspicious. Before she can voice her doubts, Mitsuba abruptly turns on her, slapping down one of Awakening 3 Leaves' vector arrows and sending Yasuo crashing violently into a nearby wall. Not stopping, Mitsuba relentlessly continues the assault, using her vectors to propel Yasuo through the glass window of a laboratory niche, scattering shards, test tubes, and petri dishes all across the floor. Spotting a stream of familiar metallic fragments pouring out of the automated crop sprinklers, Yasuo instantly realizes the truth. Wu Tomoki has already reassembled himself inside of the room and successfully possessed Mitsuba, taking complete control of her mind and movements. Unable to fight back against Wu's overwhelming influence, Mitsuba's body moves like a puppet, violently launching the sharp petri dishes and chemical test tubes directly at Yasuo. Yasuo barely jumps out of the way in time, taking temporary refuge inside of the shattered wall compartment. Dr. Wu partially manifests his face from the swirling debris, taunting Yasuo by coldly explaining that she is already doomed. The tubes and dishes that she just smashed into contained live, deadly virus samples, leaving her exposed to a horrific infection. He casually adds that this entire hidden laboratory was originally set up by Holly herself, who had built the vault to research how the Locacaca interacted with various diseases. Finishing his smug explanation, Wu forces Mitsuba to summon another cluster of arrows, aiming to crush Yasuo once and for all. Thinking fast, Yasuo grabs a roll of industrial medical tape left in the compartment, using it to physically block the incoming vector arrows before lunging forward to slap the adhesive directly onto Mitsuba's face. The localized kinetic energy of the slap forcefully purges the majority of Wu's invading fragments right out of Mitsuba's skin, though the force of the blast sends Mitsuba flying backwards into the flock of trees. Narrowly evading the appalling viral strains on the floor, Yasuo rushes over to help her ally to her feet. Refusing to lose here, a desperate Dr. Wu decides to pulverize the entire indoor garden into fine, rocky fragments, scattering the sharp particles directly at the women's faces while threatening to force them so much fruit that their entire bodies will petrify into solid stone. But just as the shards are about to strike, Josuke bursts into the laboratory. Summoning soft and wet, he rapidly deploys a dense cluster of bubbles to trap all of the flying fragments mid-air. Having strategically mixed his bubbles with quick-dry medical cement, Josuke traps Dr. Wu permanently inside the hardening compound, leaving the rock human to helplessly drown within the thick liquid. As a deep cloud of the airborne virus begins to rapidly spread from the far end of the room, Yasuo frantically presses the group to evacuate, warning everyone that the stolen Locacaca branch isn't in this vault. Rai quickly scans the surrounding foliage and confirms its absence, realizing that these trees are only the standard old variety. Acting fast, the appraiser unleashes doggy style, using his unraveled limbs to systematically slash the remaining trees into useless pieces before the group dives out of the laboratory. Slamming the heavy door firmly shut behind them to seal the virus in, Rai turns to Yasuo, asking how she can be so absolutely certain that the new branch hasn't fallen into the hands of the other rock humans. Yasuo explains that Dr. Wu's desperate actions proved it. He explicitly wanted to use Mitsuba to help him research the branch because someone had secretly switched it before he could secure it. Looking over at a dazed Mitsuba, Yasuo notes that Dr. Wu clearly had one prime suspect in mind, Jobin Higashikata. For her part, Mitsuba shyly covers her face, revealing that her nose has completely petrified and crumbled away, the price of the equivalent exchange for the fruit she ate. In the immediate aftermath of their chaotic battle against Wu Tomoki, Josuke, Yasuo and Rai assemble to process what they have uncovered. Digging deep into the history and profile of TG University Hospital, they map out the network of the enemy syndicate, discovering that Wu Tomoki, urban Guerrilla, whose real name is revealed to be Rio, something I cannot pronounce and I'm not going to try to right now, Poor Tom and the hospital's unseen head doctor are the only individuals on the record to have ever accessed the secret laboratory. Finding a total lack of personal information on this mysterious head doctor, Rai and Josuke logically conclude that he must be the mastermind currently holding the new fruit branch. However, Yasuo stands firm with her assertion, assuring them that the Locacaca Research Organization does not have the branch. She explains that Dr. Wu's desperate assault on Mitsuba proved he was completely in the dark and was trying to force its location out of her. Upset by her refutation, Rai sharply criticizes her brash, reckless actions back in the hospital, arguing that both he and Josuke saw the ambulance drivers physically take the branch with their own eyes. Josuke sides with the appraiser on this one, adding that the entire Higashikata family was completely locked away from the orchard under Ozon Baby's pressure during the attack, making it mechanically impossible for any of them to have intervened. I do kind of like this here. Josuke has no reason to actually believe Yasuo, and logically it makes sense this way. They do know about Paper Moon King, but they don't know that he even played a part throughout the previous event with the branch. Anyways, and even with this said, the guys push Jobin to the back of their mind and decide to prioritize investigating the head doctor first. Frustrated that her theory has fallen entirely on deaf ears, Yasuo walks away, only to incidentally cross paths with Toru once again. In a brief, emotionally charged moment, she instinctively holds hands with her ex-boyfriend before quickly pulling away as reality sets in. Observing the interaction from afar, Rai playfully teases Josuke about his relationship with Yasuo, but his demeanor quickly shifts back to business as he proposes they look into Toru's background as well. Smart man there. So here we actually, I guess we have like a massive jump forward. We had like 10 days or whatever before the fruit was to be harvested. Well, now we are jumping to a tense 13 minutes just before the fateful harvest of the Locacaca branch. Back at the Higashikata estate, JoJo plays a mean-spirited prank on Hato, using Nut King Cool to detach his own tongue and hurl it directly at his sister, plain entirely dumb when she furiously accuses him of doing it. However, when Dai sends Tsurugi across the room to look for Norisuke, the boy accidentally steps directly onto Joshu's tongue, causing the trickster to double over in agonizing pain and immediately getting karma for what, he was doing before. On his way up to Norisuke's private office, Tsurugi reflects on how stand abilities remain a strictly guarded, private topic even among a tight-knit family like his. He then ominously thinks to himself that there always comes a time when the hidden, darkest feelings of the human heart will inevitably burst to the surface, completely impossible to stop. Tsurugi then steps across the threshold of the office, where a horrifying sight greets him. Norisuke's seemingly dead, severely bleeding body lays slumped on the floor inside of a heavy body bag, one of his arms completely severed from his torso. Showing a chilling, unsettling calm, Tsurugi grabs the bag and begins to quietly drag Norisuke's corpse out onto the balcony, completely oblivious as a small origami frog hops silently out of the plastic wrapping. The timeline here then does some little skibbity and we go back to 7 days, 1 hour and 2 minutes before the harvest. In town, Mitsuba arrives outside Tsurugi's school to pick him up following a class field trip to the Oshiroyama Yamadere Trail. The gathered crowd of parents and teachers is obviously disturbed by the sight of Mitsuba's missing nose, but she brushes off the stares, reassuring them that everything is perfectly fine before calling her grandson. However, the trip leader firstly pulls Mitsuba aside to report a troubling incident that occurred during the excursion. According to the teacher, Tsurugi was relentlessly teased by a group of girls who brought up rumors regarding a murder that Jobin had allegedly committed. Almost immediately after the bullying took place, the apparent leader of the girls, Mina, was startled by a live frog leaping directly onto her shoe, causing her to panic and slip backwards into a muddy puddle. Defending her family and firmly believing that Tsurugi has done absolutely nothing wrong, an aggressive Mitsuba threatens to use her influence to have the teacher fired on the spot. As she turns around to pull Tsurugi away, she spots the boy hiding silently behind the school playground slides. Suddenly, one of the girls who had bullied Tsurugi sprints up to the teacher, crying hysterically and screaming for someone to call an ambulance. Terrified shouts and panicking screams erupt from the school's front entrance as the body of Mina is discovered. The young girl has been horrifically crushed between the heavy iron gates of the school, and a nearby bystander notices that her underwear is deeply stained with blood. Mina's mother obviously breaks down, sobbing uncontrollably as she cradles her daughter's body, fiercely insisting that the massive iron gates were far too heavy to have closed on their own. Someone must have intentionally forced them shut. As the panicked teachers ask if anyone saw what happened, the terrified girl who had raised the alarm points a trembling finger into the schoolyard, claiming she saw Tsurugi physically push the iron gate closed. In an instant, the entire crowd turns their gaze towards the silent boy, leaving Mitsuba standing in absolute frozen shock. Exactly 6 days, 4 hours and 12 minutes before the harvest, Josuke, Rai and Yasuo launch their search for the mysterious head doctor, the supposed final member of the Locacaca research organization. Although she tags along with the group for now, Yasuo remains completely certain that the coveted branch is actually hidden somewhere back at the Higashikata house. Stepping up to the information desk though, Rai bluntly requests a direct meeting with the head doctor, Satoru Akefu. The receptionist naturally refuses to let a total stranger interfere with the doctor's strict schedule. Refusing to back down though, Rai pushes further, demanding to know why there are absolutely no pictures of the head doctor anywhere on the hospital's official website. His intense prying is suddenly cut short when the receptionist points towards the hallway, where Dr. Akefu is supposedly walking away in the distance. The group quickly tries to snap a picture of him, but they fail to get a clear shot and immediately decide to trail him through the facility. Despite supposedly being an 89-year-old man who relies on a walking cane, Akefu vanishes from sight with impossible speed, completely blending into the hospital crowd. Yasuo correctly guesses that the dude must have slipped into a staff-only staircase, but the moment they burst through the door, they are shocked to see the elderly doctor already nearing the very bottom of the flight of stairs. Suddenly, a bizarre, unknown stand manifests on the ceiling above them. Josuke instantly summons Soft and Wet to launch an attack, but the spectral figure vanishes into thin air before the bubbles can strike. Resuming their pursuit, the group's momentum is violently interrupted when a stray hospital bed suddenly rolls into their path, causing a massive collision. Distracted by the impact, they look up to find the corridor completely empty. Before they can regroup, Toru abruptly appears and sidetracks Yasuo, begging her for help to save a nearby choking child before immediately pivoting to flirt with her. Annoyed by the constant disruptions from this man, Josuke aggressively accuses Toru of purposely interfering with their investigations. Unfazed by the hostility, Toru calmly points over his shoulder, noting that the head doctor is actually sitting right behind them on a nearby bench, utterly shocking the trio. Meanwhile, Mitsuba tries to comfort her son Tsurugi, gently asking if he has been keeping any secrets from her. Tsurugi quietly turns the question back on her, asking if she isn't hiding secrets of her own, which makes her incredibly nervous. Flashing away from there and cutting to 6 days, 3 hours and 25 minutes before the harvest, where apparently Mitsuba attends an emergency parents association meeting regarding the schoolyard accident. The director displays a security recording showing Tsurugi standing right next to the iron gates just before they mysteriously moved and crushed his classmate. Infuriated, Mitsuba snaps back, declaring that there is absolutely no direct proof of Tsurugi's physical involvement and insults the entire room before storming out. As a final act of pure spite, she deploys Unawakening 3 leaves, placing vector arrows that force the entire committee to violently splash their own burning hot beverages directly into their faces. But as she stepped out of the building, she began piecing together the timeline of that fateful day. Rushing back home, Mitsuba finds the main house completely empty. Heading over to the extra house that she shares with Jobin, she is suddenly startled by her husband, who playfully grabs her from behind and immediately asks how much she's been spending on plastic surgery lately. For a terrifying moment, Mitsuba panics, worrying that he has somehow discovered the staggering 200 million yen she spent at the hospital. However, Jobin quickly gets sidetracked, expressing his genuine awe and admiration for a newly shaped nose. Scooping her up, he carries her off towards the bedroom to fool around while the rest of the family is away. During the embrace, Mitsuba is suddenly reminded of Tsurugi, who she knows has been hiding a heavy secret from her. She mentions that just the day before, Tsurugi was accused of intentionally getting a classmate crushed inside a heavy iron school gate. She admits to Jobin that their son in fact did have a direct motive. The classmate in question had been mercilessly teasing Tsurugi about his grandmother, Kato, and her infamous murder conviction. Turning completely serious, Jobin drops the romance and indulges in another intense motivational rant. He explains to his wife that, although humanity has constructed lofty concepts like luck, good, and evil, he ultimately believes them to be complete lies manufactured by society. To him, the world boils down to one simple truth: absolute strength. The strong survive and the weak perish. Returning to the topic of their son, Jobin claims that Tsurugi fully understands this philosophy and knows what it takes to become strong. He declares that the Higashikata family will inevitably prevail against all opposition because they are the ones willing to acquire that raw power, and in his eyes, Tsurugi has no time to concern himself with the petty words of a teasing classmate. With that, Jobin takes his leave and heads to his private beetle room. Left alone and deeply puzzled, Mitsuba looks out the window, only to freeze in shock. The hospital's head doctor, Satoru, is standing completely still near the far edge of the estate grounds. Panicking, she frantically tries to force the window open, but her nail violently snaps against the frame. Distracted by the sharp sting of the injury, she looks back outside a second later, only to find that the mysterious doctor has completely vanished from sight. Reminiscing about the information Josuke, Yasuo, and Rai had uncovered, Mitsuba grows deeply confused as to why the head doctor of the university hospital would be lurking near their private estate. Walking over to ask Jobin for a band-aid, she catches a fleeting, revealing glimpse of a newly grafted Locacaca tree hidden perfectly among his potted cacti. Although Jobin acts entirely unconcerned when she walks in, a quiet seed of doubt about his wife's prying eyes begins to grow in his mind. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Josuke and Rai are moving in to directly confront Dr. Akafu, but out of nowhere, they forcefully smash face first into a closed glass door, and the moment Rai tries to recover, he trips over a cluster of scattered chairs. Reviewing the sheer absurdity of these consecutive incidents, Rai logically concludes that the head doctor is undoubtedly the mastermind of the entire Locacaca organization and an incredibly dangerous stand user on top of it. Realizing that they are dealing with a threat here, the trio splits up in order to try and surround the elderly doctor, which, gives Josuke and Yasuo a brief moment to discuss Toru. While Yasuo firmly reassures Josuke that she no longer harbors any romantic feelings for her ex-boyfriend, Josuke remains internally plagued by uncertainty. Eventually, the duo meet back up, but they find that the head doctor has inexplicably and flawlessly slipped past Rai's guard. Turning on their heels to catch up with the target as he exits the hospital entrance, Rai violently trips yet again, this time crashing over a heavy metal umbrella stand. Thinking fast, Yasuo deploys Paisley Park to hack into the main entrance security cameras, but the feed is continuously distorted and always slightly off, meaning she can never get a clear look at Akafu's face. Handing her smartphone over to Josuke so we can watch the live tracking, Yasuo buries herself in investigating all of the exterior camera angles, completely ignoring an incoming call from Toru. However, Josuke cannot resist the intense temptation to listen to the voicemail Toru left behind. Opening the file, Josuke listens as Toru claims that when their hands briefly touched before in the corridor, Yasuo's reaction distinctly showed lingering traces of love. Declaring his undying affection for her, Toru vows to do whatever it takes to return their relationship back to the passionate love they shared when they first started dating. He expresses deep regret for breaking up with her a year ago and begs her to meet him at a specific location while attaching a photo to the message. Looking at the screen, Josuke stares directly at a romantic selfie of Yasuo and Toru smiling together near the coast. But the romantic drama is instantly shattered as Rai suddenly recalls every single time they've bumped into ordinary objects during the chase. Piecing the terrifying pattern together, he realizes they have already been caught in the jaws of an active stand. Before he can even warn the others, the brutal reality of the curse manifests. Rai looks down to find that his legs have been horrifically shredded, proving that the enemy's ability forces everyday objects to continuously and lethally collide with its targeted victims. Collapsing from his injuries, Rai pieces the pattern together, deducing that they were placed under an active stand attack the exact moment they made the conscious decision to pursue the head doctor. He warns the group that Akafu isn't running away out of fear, but is purposefully letting himself be followed to lure them into a deadly trap. Ignoring Rai's warnings to back off, Yasuo spots the head doctor boarding a city bus just outside of the facility, prompting her and Josuke to sprint after the vehicle to snap a clear photo for identification. They track the bus as it slows down near the hospital entrance, and Yasuo prepares to use her phone camera. However, the curse strikes again. As the heavy tires roll over a discarded cigarette butt, the small piece of trash is launched through the air with the force of a bullet, piercing cleanly through Josuke's hand. Wincing in immediate agony, Josuke shouts a warning to Yasuo, but she pushes forward just as Akafu turns his head to look through the bus's rear window. Just as she gets her opportunity, a speeding car swerves out of nowhere, threatening to crush her. Thinking fast, Josuke deploys soft and wet bubbles to cushion the impact against the vehicle, narrowly shielding them from taking fatal damage. Realizing that they cannot push their luck any further against this logic-defying ability, the trio halts their pursuit. Unfortunately, a nearby patient walking on the hospital grounds has been splattered with Josuke's flying blood from the earlier injury. Enraged, the pedestrian stomps over to initiate a fight and throws a wild punch which Josuke easily deflects using his bubbles. In an instant, the curse redirects the kinetic energy back onto the patient and his neck suddenly snaps with a loud crack, causing him to collapse backwards onto stone, dead on the pavement. The horrific incident instantly draws the panicked attention of everyone outside of the hospital. Rai sharply warns Josuke not to touch the corpse, noting that the lethal force was somehow repelled from Josuke directly onto the attacker. However, a massive legal problem has arisen from this. To any outside observer, it looked just like Josuke had committed murder. Faced with imminent arrest, the tension is broken when Toru steps out from the crowd, reassuring the panicking Yasuo that he will act as an eyewitness to testify to Josuke's innocence. Of course he will, of course he will. And I just know for a fact bro's gonna switch up on him as soon as he gets. I just know for a fact it's gonna happen. He works at the hospital, so he has to be a bad guy. The narrative then jumps forward to 5 days, 1 hour, and 5 minutes before the harvest. High on the rooftop of a luxury condominium, a returned Ojiro Sasame relaxes inside a rooftop jacuzzi, inviting his wealthy companion, Meiko Katane, to come join him. I love how her name is Meiko, like implying that she's some sort of like shark or something like that, you know, along those lines, Meiko shark, and it's not spelled like it at all, but I imagine it sounds like that in Japanese. Could be wrong right here, and I've just pronounced the name completely wrong like normal, but either way, Meiko flatly declines, noting she only stopped by to pick up some documents. While she does that, she also pours herself a glass of champagne and launches into an angry rant about Mitsuba Higashikata, seething over the hot drink incident from the school board meeting. Shifting her focus to the Higashikata estate, Meiko comments on how the orchard grounds are worth an absolute fortune. She dreams of seizing the property one day to build a lucrative casino complex, complaining that despite her best efforts to seduce Norisuke Higashikata IV, Mitsuba has continuously acted as a major thorn in her side. Even so, Meiko notes that the dark rumors surrounding the family are highly intriguing, specifically how Kato Higashikata allegedly murdered a child years ago to cure her own son, Jobin, of a mysterious stone affliction. When Ojiro brings up her vast corporate holdings, Meiko dismisses his praise, explaining that the true hidden value lies entirely on the Higashikata terrain itself, which is rumored to possess miraculous healing properties. Hurrying out to pick up her daughter from school, Meiko accidentally steps squarely on Ojiro's hand, forcing him to pull it back and reveal that his fingers have been violently bitten off. Obviously, we found that out way back during the earlier chapters. Anyways, and although he casually brushes off the injury to keep her calm, Ojido's mind races the moment she leaves. He privately recalls the legendary healing properties of a mysterious fruit, vividly reminiscing about the dangerous research Kira had been conducting right before his sudden disappearance and death. Moving now into the commercial district of Morioh, Ojido smashes back an ice cream sundae from the Higashikata fruit parlor alongside a bunch of other convenience store snacks. In truth, his eating binge is merely a cover. He's intensely staking out the parlor itself. When an elderly lady nearby sharply complains about him littering and trashing the public space, Ojido lazily stuffs his wrappers into a plastic bag, then maliciously uses his chewing gum to stick the trash bag onto a random passerby's luggage. Keeping his eyes locked onto the Higashikata family's flagship store, Ojido calculates his next move. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Tsurugi dozes off on a bench near a public fountain, dreaming obsessively about the new Locacaca fruit. Sitting right near him are a mother and a young baby. The infant reaches out, almost touching one of Tsurugi's delicate origami creations, prompting the mother to quickly pull her child away. Tsurugi then suddenly jolts awake. Taking in his surroundings, he gasps in pure panic and bolts from the scene. A second later, the mother turns around in horror to realize that her baby has mysteriously crawled into the fountain and is actively drowning. Fleeing the scene as the first physical symptoms of the hereditary rock disease begin to flare up across his skin, Tsurugi impatiently awaits the final harvest of the new fruit. He remains fiercely determined to keep completely silent about his worsening condition, terrified that if Norisuke finds out, his grandfather will sacrifice himself to perform a traditional equivalent exchange. Spotting a group of older teenagers walking past him, laughing and smiling, Tsurugi solemnly wonders if he will ever be as happy as them when he reaches their age, and asks himself what brutal costs must be paid to guarantee that happiness. Eventually, he walks up to a secluded cliffside path, only to be suddenly cornered by Ojido Sasame. Ojido aggressively exposes the research he has conducted on Tamaki Damo's dry cleaning business, boasting that he knows every detail regarding the Locacaca syndicate's massive money laundering scheme. Insisting on the severe, life-shattering punishments the family would suffer if their crimes were ever brought to light, Ojido systematically backs a distressed Tsurugi right up to the sheer edge of the cliff. Bringing up the fact that his friend Yoshikage Kira died in these exact coastal waters and mentioning the existence of the Locacaca itself, Ojido states he has full proof of Jobin's smuggling operations. Overwhelmed with the stress, Tsurugi looks as though he is about to lose his footing and plunge off the cliff, but in a bizarre twist of perspective, it is Ojido who suddenly loses his balance and goes flying over the edge. Barely catching a hold of the tree pine branch, Ojido looks up in shock, realizing his senses have been violently distorted by Tsurugi's stand, and that he is dealing with a dangerous stand user. Sprinting all of the way back to the safety of the Higashikata estate, a panicked Tsurugi immediately tells his father everything about Ojido's blackmail attempt. Deeply alarmed by the arrival of an unpredictable wildcard here, Jobin frantically checks the perimeters to ensure no one has breached the house before rushing down to check on his hidden Locacaca tree, with Tsurugi following close in behind. At first glance, the hidden greenhouse vault appears perfectly secure. However, Jobin and Tsurugi quickly realize something is terribly wrong. Tsurugi's hand bears a strange, raw friction mark, and he realizes he has been blindly holding a smartphone that doesn't belong to him. In reality, Ojido has successfully used his stand to hijack Tsurugi's hand on the cliffside, using the device's camera to look through the boy's eyes and pinpoint the exact coordinates of the hidden plant. Phoning Meiko Katani, a smug Ojido tells her that he has finally gathered more than enough criminal evidence to permanently ruin the Higashikata family's prestigious reputation, before instantly sending her the digital location coordinates to the fruit. Utilizing his stand, Ojido takes absolute control over Tsurugi's left hand, and no matter how hard the boy tries, he cannot scratch the enemy's marks off his skin. Under Ojido's remote control, Tsurugi's possessed hand forcefully slides open the room's window, brutally smashes his own face, and then yanks his own body forward so violently that he is thrown directly into the window frame, shattering the glass panels. Acting quickly to prevent further life-threatening injuries, Jobin lunges forward and tightly holds onto Tsurugi's flailing left arm, which is now sticking out of the open window. However, this positioning places them right where the enemy wants. From his vantage point on the rooftop above, Ojido successfully lands two of his control markers directly on Jobin's hands, forcing Jobin's hijacked limbs to wrap around his own son's neck and begin choking him. Ojido delivers a cold ultimatum: surrender the new Locacaca plant immediately, or watch himself be forced to murder his own son. He boasts that he has already sent a digital recording of the hidden plant to an outside contact, which will serve as ironclad evidence of Jobin's smuggling and money laundering operations. Out of options here, and desperate to save his son, Jobin finally relents, revealing that their miraculous fruit will be ready for full harvest in exactly 3 days. Pleasantly surprised by this revelation, Ojiro demands that both father and son manifest their stands so he can judge their own raw power. In response, Jobin and Tsurugi summon Speed King and Paper Moon King. Ojiro dismissively slaps Tsurugi's origami aside, noting that he has no interest in a child's toy. Deeming Speed King's fiery presence to be far too dangerous to leave alive, Ojiro decides to eliminate the threat entirely. He forces Jobin's hands to violently slam the heavy window frame shut onto himself and Tsurugi, driving massive jagged shards of broken glass deep into their heads and necks. As Jobin and Tsurugi collapse onto the floor, bleeding profusely beneath the window, Ojiro smugly enters the room to claim his prizes. He picks up the smartphone and coveted plant pot, taunting the dying father by stating that the plant was originally meant for Holly Joestar Kira, and the Higashikata family was never supposed to possess it. As a self-proclaimed friend of the late Yoshikage Kira, Ojiro considers the fruit to be his rightful posthumous inheritance. To add even more insult to injury, he casually plucks a few cash bills from Jobin's wallet before exiting the estate. From here, Ojiro quickly catches a taxi and heads towards Meiko Katani's high-rise apartment, continuously complaining to the driver about the oppressive summer heat. However, the moment he steps out of the vehicle, he notices something is terribly wrong. Within seconds, his fingers, head and tongue break out in horrific, boiling blisters, and the sheer localized pressure causes one of his eyes to violently burst. Dropping the precious flower pot in a panic, a screaming Ojiro runs blindly into the building's rooftop recreation area. Back at the Higashikata household, the brutal scene is revealed to be an absolute illusion, which, kind of makes sense. Dude touched Tsurugi's freaking Paper Moon King. Both Jobin and Tsurugi are completely safe and uninjured. Tsurugi's Paper Moon King had flawlessly deceived Ojiro's perception from the very beginning, altering his reality to make the glass shards appear exponentially larger and deadlier than they actually were, allowing the duo to perfectly fake their gruesome deaths. Reassuring his son, Jobin notes that based on the devastating thermal trap he left on Ojiro, the stolen flower pot should be nearby and extremely easy to recover. Even so, Jobin remains deeply unsettled, wondering how the deep information leak regarding the Locacaca truly runs through Morioh. A short while later, Meiko Katani and her young daughter return to their luxury apartment. Hearing a smartphone buzzing continuously from the balcony, they decide that Ojiro must have already arrived, though he is nowhere to be seen in the living room. Meiko internally praises her accomplice for securing the leverage needed to finally ruin the Higashikata family. Her daughter though spots the ringing phone resting on a table right beside the balcony jacuzzi, and Meiko picks it up to answer. On the other line, Jobin immediately identifies the voice as a woman, concluding that she must be Ojiro's secret contact. Growing uneasy, Meiko frantically calls out for Ojiro to join her, but Jobin calmly cuts her off to explain the true, terrifying mechanics of his Speed King. His stand has the ability to store immense amounts of heat inside any physical object or precise point on a target's body, which is violently released the exact moment that point is touched. Realizing though from the sheer confusion in her voice that Meiko is not a stand user and has no idea what in the world he's even talking about, Jobin feels a sense of grim reassurance. Since she poses no supernatural threat to him, he can simply eliminate her to protect his secret while choosing to spare her innocent family. Before Meiko can even scream, Speed King's latent heat signature detonates across her face. Boiling blisters erupt instantly, her eye bursts from the thermal pressure, and she collapses over the edge of the jacuzzi. Sinking rapidly to the bottom of the bubbling water, Meiko drowns, her body settling right alongside Ojiro's hidden corpse. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the horror unfolding just feet away, Meiko's daughter remains entirely distracted by her own phone. Hanging up the call, Jobin calmly walks over, retrieves the intact Locacaca plant, and begins his quiet walk back to the estate. The countdown to the final harvest of the legendary fruit now stands at a precise 3 days, 1 hour, and 19 minutes. Morioh's police force scrambles into action, launching a massive manhunt for Josuke Higashikata and Rai Mamezuku, who are now the prime suspects in the bizarre death of the patients outside TG University Hospital. Back at the estate, the Higashikata family is trying to enjoy a peaceful day, but Norisuke's quiet afternoon is completely shattered when he opens the newspaper and reads that Josuke and Rai are wanted for murder. Simultaneously, a breaking news report flashes across the living room television, broadcasting the discovery of Ojiro Sasame and Meiko Katani's bodies. Meanwhile, a wounded Rai sits quietly alongside Josuke in a car that they have meticulously hidden up in the dense branches of a large tree. Having managed to purchase basic medical supplies from a nearby convenience store, Rai focuses on stitching up his severely shredded legs. At the same time, the two analyze the terrifying logic behind Satoru Akafu's stand, theorizing that the ability automatically forces everyday physical objects to violently collide with anyone who dares to pursue the head doctor. Their intense strategic discussion is briefly interrupted when Rai looks down through the leaves and spots a municipal worker arriving to prune the very tree they are hiding in. Leaning out, Rai politely asks the worker to postpone his clipping for the day, even thanking the man with a basket of fresh peaches to keep him cooperative. Rai then pulls a promotional flyer announcing a high-profile medical lecture on a regenerative medicine scheduled to take place the following day at TG University Hospital, with Dr. Akafu listed as the keynote speaker. Driven by a desperate need to finally see the mastermind's face, Rai asks Josuke if he is willing to infiltrate the event. Josuke readily agrees, though his attention is briefly hijacked when he notices the article detailing Ojido's sudden death. At Josuke's prompting, Rai then calculates the biological timeline, noting that the new Locacaca fruit will reach peak maturity and be ready for harvest in exactly 48 hours. The moment they both make the concrete internal decision to attend the hospital lecture, the mysterious long-nosed stand from the stairwell instantly reappears on the car's roof. Josuke immediately summons Soft and Wet to strike, but the phantom entity vanishes back into thin air before he can connect with it. Hastily jumping down from the tree to avoid a localized disaster, the duo tries to process the mechanics of the curse and eventually reach a horrifying conclusion. The deadly stand attack is triggered by the mere mental intent of pursuing Satoru Akafu. Before they can formulate a counter-strategy, a passing police cruiser spots the two fugitives and gives chase. As they run, a sudden downpour begins to fall over Morioh. To Rai and Josuke's absolute horror, the falling raindrops begin to slice straight through their skin and clothes like high-velocity bullets. Narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to the face, Josuke frantically tries to deploy a shield of soft and wet bubbles to deflect the downpour, but the supernatural force of the curse causes the bubbles to instantly pop upon contact. Left with no other choice now, the two are forced to ironically dive straight into the back of one of the pursuing police cars for physical shelter. Realizing that the enemy's logic-defying ability makes defensive fighting impossible against him, Josuke and Rai recognize that they must locate Satoru Akafu and eliminate him immediately. Furthermore, a dark realization washes over Josuke as he begins to fear for Yasuo's safety, knowing that if she is tracking the head doctor online, she too is technically pursuing him and is in imminent mortal danger. Their sudden intrusion shocks and infuriates the two police officers sitting inside. The policemen aggressively order them out of the vehicle, just as multiple backup cruisers arrive on the scene, completely surrounding the area. Recognizing that their predicament is nearly hopeless, Josuke turns to Rai and delivers a solemn confession, stating that his identity as Josuke has only ever been temporary. He explains that he feels like a ghost with no true past. Despite half of his physical being originating from Joseph Kujo, he possesses none of Josefumi's memories, and no one from his previous life is looking out for him. Because of this complete void, he declares that he must secure the new Locacaca fruit and achieve a perfect equivalent exchange to save Holy Joestar Kira. To him, curing her is the only absolute proof that his current existence even matters. The intense declaration leaves Rai visibly uneasy about what Josuke might be planning to sacrifice. Resolved to bear the brunt of the enemy's curse alone, Josuke decides to press on towards the medical lecture Akafu is scheduled to give. Steering his resolve, he opens the door and steps out into the open air. The moment that he exits the vehicle though, the weaponized raindrops instantly pierce straight through Josuke's body. The catastrophic injuries cause him to collapse, losing consciousness almost immediately. Watching from inside the car, Rai notices that the localized onslaught stops the moment Josuke loses consciousness. When he reaches out, the remaining rain taps harmlessly against his open hand. As the officers then move in to violently apprehend him, a desperate Rai angrily screams at the police to call an ambulance for his partner. From here, Josuke is quickly loaded into an emergency vehicle and driven away, leaving a detained Rai in the dark about which medical facility he's been taken to, and whether or not Josuke will ultimately end up at TG University Hospital after all. One of the arresting officers mentions overhearing the name Josuke Higashikata and presses Rai for confirmation, warning him that a full-on police investigation will uncover the truth regardless. Rai, though, like the botany god he is, chooses to remain entirely silent. Meanwhile, in another part of Morioh, Toru and Yasuo are relaxing on her front porch, trying to enjoy the afternoon. Gazing up at the afternoon sky towards the coordinates of the Perseus constellation, Toru reminisces about an old conversation where Yasuo remarked that electricity seems to spill out and fly into the air even without holes in the power lines. He reveals that her childhood insight directly inspired him to develop a wireless induction charging mechanism. Though every major tech corporation he approached ultimately rejected his invention, the project defined his youth. Toru confesses that he previously suffered from severe paralyzing anxiety, which is what originally drove a wedge between them and caused their breakup. Dropping to one knee in front of her now, Toru earnestly proposes that they get back together, begging her to remember the genuine happiness they shared during their past relationship. Before Yasuo can formulate a response, her attention is hijacked by a digital alert on her smartphone. Utilizing Paisley Park, she monitors a security camera feed that briefly caught Rai purchasing supplies at a local store, though the tracking signal cuts out shortly after. As she desperately tries to re-establish the digital link to locate her allies, Toru cuts in, mentioning that he noticed her frantically chasing after Satoru back at the hospital. Offering to assist her investigation, he pulls up a collection of digital photos on his own device, finally giving Yasuo a clear, unblurred look at the head doctor's actual face. Just as the shock of the discovery settles in, the storm front finally reaches their coordinate location and the first heavy drops of rain begin to fall on the porch. The countdown to the highly anticipated fruit harvest now sits at exactly 4 hours. Yasuo and Toru both notice the oncoming rain and quickly start heading indoors to escape the downpour. The moment Yasuo brings up the digital photograph showing Mitsuba standing right next to the head doctor, Toru casually brushes it off. He explains that he took the snapshot as a simple commemorative photo just before a routine hospital examination, before immediately offering his full assistance to help her own investigation. Sensing an urgent need to act, Yasuo deploys Paisley Park directly into the telephone lines to scout ahead and firmly asks Toru to drive her straight to the Higashikata estate. As they prepare to leave, sirens wail in the background as a fleet of ambulances and police cars rush past them, heading towards a park on the other side of Morioh. Back at the Higashikata house, Tsurugi opens the morning newspaper and discovers the horrifying article reporting the sudden deaths of Ojiro Sasame and Meiko Katani. The shock causes his face to violently distort and crack, mimicking the chilling symptoms that flared up after his frightening encounter with the mother and her baby at the fountain. Spotting her grandson fleeing the room in a blind panic, Mitsuba walks over and reads the murder report that caused Tsurugi's breakdown. Her eyes then widen as she spots an adjacent article detailing Josuke and Rai's new status as wanted fugitives. Deeply stricken by both reports, Mitsuba stands frozen, desperately pondering the terrifying web of coincidences that have continuously occurred around Tsurugi, Joven, and the elusive Satoru Akafu. Trying to calm her racing thoughts, she heads into the kitchen and begins chopping up a carrot for dinner, only to freeze when she spots Dr. Akafu quietly walking past the window. The mere mental acknowledgement of his presence instantly triggers the curse. The kitchen knife violently knocks off course, slicing 2 of her fingertips clean off her hand. Gasping in pain, Mitsuba quickly uses Awakening 3 Leaves vector arrows to force the severed skin back into place, reattaching her fingers instantly. However, in her frantic movement, she accidentally knocks over a bottle of cooking oil. The grease ignites, causing the stove fire to flare up violently, which rapidly overheats a boiling pot of water. Within seconds, a high-pressure blast of scalding water erupts from the pot, flying directly towards her face. Acting on pure instinct, Mitsuba manages to place another set of stand arrows, successfully deflecting the boiling torrent away. Hearing the chaotic crashing coming from the kitchen, a weak Tsurugi crawls into the room to see what's wrong, but as the weaponized rain above them begins to leak straight through the ceiling, a single, heavy droplet strikes the boy right above his nostrils, instantly blasting a bloody crater into his face. His limbs and spine begin to rapidly twist and contort in agonizing patterns. Fighting through the excruciating pain, Tsurugi looks up at his mother and explains that the hereditary rock disease has finally taken full hold of his body. Even so, he commands his mother not to worry, declaring that the Higashikata family will overcome any obstacles in their path before completely passing out on the floor. Mitsuba wails in absolute anguish over her son's collapsed body, while Joben looks on from the dark hallway in paralyzed horror, just as the rest of the oblivious Higashikata family rush into the kitchen to find out what caused the commotion. Meanwhile, at TG University Hospital, the elderly head doctor calmly walks through the front doors to prepare for his highly anticipated lecture on regenerative healing. In the secure medical wing, Josuke suddenly jolts back into consciousness. He immediately summons Soft and Wet, using a rapid strike to silently knock out the armed police guard stationed at his bedside. Josuke claims a small victory, knowing that by surviving the rain and waking up inside of this facility, he is now one step closer to a direct confrontation with Akafu. However, his relief is instantly shattered. Satoru's stand activates remotely in response to Josuke's lingering intent to capture the doctor. the invisible force takes a hold of the guard's limp, unconscious body, launching it through the air like a massive projectile directly into Josuke's chest. Outside of the facility, the promotional sign confirms that the keynote lecture is scheduled to take place on this very day, meaning that it's 2 days later from when we were last with people, and Josuke is actually woken up on the day of the Locacaca harvest. As the high-profile lecture at TG University Hospital begins, a seriously wounded Josuke, battered from one of the review's latest brutal attack, painfully crawls his way out of his secure room, driven by a desperate need to track down the head doctor. On his way through the corridors, he is suddenly discovered by Holly Kira. Her mind clearly deteriorating, she mistakes him for her late son, Yoshikage. Pointing out the shocking severity of his physical wounds, she casually quizzes him on the exact size of Yoshikage's childhood pet, a Flemish giant rabbit named Cindy, whose aggressive bites had once caused a young Kira to undergo similar traumatic injuries. This also reminds me here of how he first came out as Josuke, and he was on the hospital bed waking up there and everything. He knew the exact sizes of animals and whatnot. I wonder if this is just like a trait from Kira. So I wonder if he does have some form of memories in a way, and we'll get to that later on, but I just don't know right now. As Josuke begins to question whether the woman standing before him is an actual reality or merely a hallucination brought on by blood loss, Holly gently takes his hand and begins leading him to a safer area of the facility. As she does, Josuke notices a bizarre, meticulous list of numbers and words written directly onto Holly's skin. She reveals that she wrote them herself to manually track the progression of the rock disease ravaging her body. Watching the stone-like texture creep up her arm to mark the number 120, Holly mathematically deduces that she has exactly 120 seconds left before she is forcefully thrown back into another deep coma. Determined to use her final moments of consciousness to help him, she guides Josuke towards research room A2 to treat his injuries. Meanwhile, inside of the crowded auditorium, Satoru Akafu takes the stage and proudly reveals his revolutionary breakthrough in regenerative medicine to the gathered press and colleagues. He goes on to elaborate that a 150-gram vial containing a substance dubbed Locacaca 6251, he confidently explains that this formula will flawlessly cure any physical wound once injected into the patient's system. He presents data showing that the development team used mice and cattle as test subjects, boasting a 100% successful regeneration rate that left the animals completely satisfied and healthy. Satoru continues his presentation, noting that he is currently waiting for the official regulatory permission to fully detail the precise biological process behind the healing, before shifting the focus of his speech to a grand claim: how this exact medicine is capable of completely repairing the complex neural pathways of a person's brain. Back in the hidden laboratory, Holly fills Josuke in on the dark history of the hospital. She explains that she was systematically ordered to work less overtime right before the rock humans, Satoru Akafu included, joined the facility's official staff, and that their sudden presence was the direct, malicious cause of her health's rapid deterioration. She reveals that Tamaki Damo's coastal smuggling team were merely unwitting pawns used by the hospital staff, with their dangerous fruit-running operations serving as a ruthless recruitment trial for the syndicate. Holly then forcefully breaks into a secure storage cabinet and grabs a raw sample vial of Locacaca 6251, explaining to Josuke that it can instantly mend any internal wound, though it carries a severe side effect. Whatever it heals will inevitably turn into stone through an equivalent exchange. Realizing that her time is up as her mind slips away, Holly crawls into a nearby hospital bed. With some of her final breaths, she warns Josuke that the head doctor possesses no true authentic face and emphasizes that he must never actively pursue him. Josuke fiercely vows with her though that he has no other choice to push forward. Desperate to heal his shattered body first, he drinks the Locacaca 6251 solution. However, the curse of the exchange strikes instantly. His lips petrify into solid rock, sealing his mouth shut and making it impossible for him to swallow the remaining cure. Thinking fast, Holly manages to grab a second vial and pours the liquid directly into one of Josuke's deep open chest wounds to bypass his mouth. As she feels herself slipping away into a vegetative state, she leaves him with one final, crucial hypothesis regarding Satoru's stand. If Josuke can somehow manipulate the environment so that the head doctor is forced to pursue him instead, the logic of the Calamity ability will have no power over him. As Holly passes out into a deep coma, Josuke pulls himself up and weeps over her unresponsive body, contemplating whether the brief lucid mother he just witnessed was a real person or merely a fleeting dream. With his internal injuries successfully closed and healed by the medicine, he gently moves Holly to a more comfortable, hidden area of the research room. Standing tall, he declares that even though his identity is now legally Josuke, Holly will always be his mother. Summoning Soft and Wet, he unleashes a powerful blast to completely destroy the laboratory wall leading outside, vowing to do whatever it takes to break the curse and save his mother's life. While deep in thought regarding the safety of the new Locacaca branch, Josuke waits inside Holly's hospital room. A courier from a local delivery service arrives at his location, and Josuke hands over a packaged parcel containing mystery contents. The courier expresses hesitation about accepting the delivery due to the unusual nature of the destination address, but his concerns vanish once Josuke compensates him with a substantial stack of cash. With the package sent, Josuke resolves to test Holly's parting theory. While actively chasing the head doctor brings certain doom, manipulating the circumstances so the doctor is forced to come to him should bypass the deadly curse entirely. With nothing else to do, he sits patiently inside the completely wrecked hospital room right beside the wall he previously demolished. Meanwhile, Yasuo pulls up to the Higashikata estate, determined to find the new Locacaca branch for herself. Deploying Paisley Park, she hacks into Joshu's smartphone camera as he wanders through the halls to get inside of the main house. Joshu is currently searching the premises for his older brother, Jobin. However, he first happens upon a completely despondent Norisuke Higashikata sitting silently on the staircase. Joshu tries his best to encourage his father to join the rest of the family, but a sullen Norisuke simply retreats back upstairs towards his private office. Disturbed by the heavy, ominous atmosphere hanging over the household, Yasuo pushes her digital search even further. Peeking through a cracked door via the camera feed, she is horrified to spot Tsurugi looking exceptionally sick as the rock disease takes its toll. Acting quickly, she manipulates Joshu's surroundings to make his phone slip from his pocket, allowing Paisley Park to seamlessly leap over to the active mobile device inside of Tsurugi's bedroom. Tsurugi immediately senses Paisley Park's supernatural intrusion and sharply commands Yasuo to get out. He reveals that he purposefully disconnected his internet and shut down his phone specifically to block her out, knowing she would try to investigate. Undeterred, Yasuo directly confronts the boy, demanding to know the true location of the new Locacaca plant. Before Tsurugi can even formulate a response, Jobin abruptly enters the room and snatches the phone from his son's hands. Recognizing the digital threat, Jobin immediately activates Speed King, superheating the smartphone's internal circuitry to trap Paisley Park before ruthlessly dropping the burning device straight into a toilet bowl. This brutal digital trap takes an immediate physical toll, causing water to violently erupt from a suffocating Yasuo's face. As Paisley Park is ruthlessly forced down the drain, Jobin Higashikata reassures his son that they will be able to harvest the new Locacaca fruit very soon, confidently declaring that the Higashikata family will finally shine and prosper. He reaffirms that once they control this power, their bloodline will never again be forced to endure a tragic equivalent exchange to cure the hereditary rock disease. Meanwhile, a struggling Yasuo desperately tries to pull her drowning stand out of the toilet, calling out to the house for any sign of help. Monitoring the home security camera feed, Mitsuba notices Yasuo outside and is surprised to see her lurking near the estate for Tsurugi's sake. Wanting to check on him, Mitsuba enters her son's room, finding him in a terribly sickly state with her husband standing over him. Recognizing that Mitsuba has now walked into the room with Tsurugi, Yasuo projects her voice through Paisley Park from inside the adjacent bathroom, pleading with her to rescue the trapped stand. Approaching the toilet, a suspicious Mitsuba demands to know what Jobin has done. Jobin coldly dismisses her, telling her to ignore the phone entirely. Despite her initial hesitation and pity for Yasuo, Mitsuba prepares to leave her to her fate, but both women suddenly freeze as they notice Satoru Akafu standing directly outside of the house. They are completely baffled by his sudden appearance and immediately reminded of the absolute misfortune brought upon anyone who attempts to look directly at his face. Terrified by the head doctor's ominous presence, Mitsuba decides to abandon Yasuo completely and slams the toilet lid shut. Reeling from Mitsuba's betrayal, Yasuo tries to drag her physical body towards Satoru, but the escalating curse of calamity causes her to suffer a horrific fall that violently detaches her right arm, leaving her crying out for Josuke's help. Inside of the house, Jobin questions Mitsuba about the old man outside, demanding to know his true identity. She explains who he is while warning him about the fatal nature of his stand's ability. Determined to eliminate the digital evidence, Mitsuba goes to activate Awakening 3 Leaves to flush Paisley Park away forever. However, the mere intent to interfere with the head doctor's pursuer causes the curse to backfire violently, piercing straight through her hand. The stray kinetic force tears a massive hole directly into the wall behind her, which just happens to be Jobin's beetle room, completely exposing the secret cactus sanctuary. Obviously alarmed by the destructive crash of Mitsuba's stand, the rest of the Higashikata family rush upstairs to investigate the commotion. Bursting into the shattered beetle room, the entire family stands frozen in absolute shock as they finally lay eyes on the hidden new plant, fully grown and perfectly ready for harvest. Following the commotion upstairs, Norisuke enters the room and discovers Tsurugi, Mitsuba and Jobin standing over the toilet, actively letting Paisley Park drown. Spotting Yasuo's trapped stand, he immediately fishes the phone out of the water and demands to know what's happening. On the ground outside, a desperate Yasuo begs Norisuke to move the phone closer to an electrical outlet to save her. However, Jobin coldly pressures his father to throw the device right back into the water to secure their secrecy. Stranded on the grass outside, an immobilized Yasuo watches in dread as the head doctor stands nearby, patiently waiting for the next calamity to unfold. Inside, Jobin defends his actions, arguing that the Locacaca must never fall into the wrong hands and that this specific plant is their only hope to permanently shatter the hereditary curse without requiring a human sacrifice. In this moment, Norisuke realizes just how far his son's worldview has diverged from his own. Intrigued yet cautious about the potential cure for the rock disease, Norisuke leans in to investigate the plant, catching a faint, foreign scent lingering on one of the fruits. Activating King Nothing, Norisuke tracks the origins of the unfamiliar smell, reconstructing a spectral visualization of Ojido Sasame escaping out of the window with the flower pot just days prior. The puzzle pieces instantly click together for him, linking this hidden pot plant directly to the recent news reports of Ojido and Meiko's gruesome deaths. As Tsurugi watches the truth unravel, his despair deepens and the physical symptoms of his disease visibly worsen. Sensing the horrifying truth, Norisuke turns to Jobin and demands to know exactly what he did to Ojido. Rather than answering, Jobin reaches out and plants Speed King directly onto Norisuke's neck, quietly begging his father for forgiveness as he chooses to forge his own path ahead. Quickly, he channels an intense burst of localized heat into Norisuke's body, triggering an instantaneous fatal heat stroke. Even as he shows immediate tearful remorse for the deed, Jobin aggressively blocks the rest of the family from stepping in to administer first aid, fiercely declaring that the household will be following his leadership from this moment forward. He then covers his father's limp body with a simple plastic tarp, informing everyone that the final harvest will take place at sundown. Finally, he then retrieves the phone containing Yasuo's stand, allowing a battered Paisley Park to escape into the circuitry and return to her. Though her consciousness is restored, Yasuo's physical injuries remain catastrophic and she bleeds out on the estate grounds, unable to do anything. Locked inside of a police holding cell, Rai sits in isolation, deeply irritating his cellmate with constant, low-voiced mumbling. Driven by sheer desperation, he reveals that he has managed to covertly swipe a cell phone and a small pocket knife directly from the precinct's evidence locker. He points out the small window, trying to convince his cellmate that an elusive figure is lingering right outside the station walls, serving as a physical manifestation of raw calamity energy. To prove that the supernatural threat is real, Mamezuku stands up, and the unseen curse instantly strikes. The cell's single light bulb violently shatters into pieces. Scared, he frantically dials Josuke's number to warn him of the escalating danger, but before the call can connect, a plate of food sitting on the bench suddenly decomposes and bursts into a swarm of writhing maggots. Mamezuku theorizes that this shadowy figure operates like a force of karmic retribution, generating an aura of destruction that scales directly with the past sins of anyone who sets eyes on him. Finally catching sight of the phantom outside, the cellmate panics, prompting Mamezuku to reveal that he used the stolen phone to look up the man's criminal history. Turns out his cellmate is absolutely cooked on his Jeffrey, insert the last name, demonic vibe type shit. The moment the cellmate's horrific past is acknowledged, the aura of calamity instead targets him. In a flash, an invisible force slices open his neck, causing blood to quickly pool around him on the floor. Panicked guards rush into the cell and load the dying criminal into an ambulance bound for TG University Hospital, which is exactly what Mamezuku had banked on. Using the chaos of the medical emergency as a cover, he slips past the guards and sneaks out into the crowded parking lot, firmly concluding that the persistent stalker is an automated stand of unparalleled scale. Meanwhile, a heavily injured Yasuo lies bleeding out on the grass just outside of the gates of the Higashikata estate, barely managing to dial Toru's number to beg him for help. Inside of the main house, Jobin brings his heel down on the waterlogged smartphone, completely crushing the device that had entrapped Paisley Park. Turning to his terrified family, he delivers a harsh lecture on the true, world-altering significance of this new fruit, fiercely swearing that they will defend the plant from outsiders at all costs. He reassures his crying mother and siblings that Norisuke is not actually dead, but merely rendered unconscious by a controlled burst of heat. Under his strict commands now, they carry Norisuke's limp body up to the second floor while scrambling to find a brand new hiding spot for the exposed flower pot. All the while, Tsurugi's physical condition continues to rapidly decline, his skin hardening into stone with everyone helpless to stop it. Suddenly, Mitsuba catches sight of the elderly head doctor walking past the bedroom corridor, and a freezing, invisible presence creeps into the room. Looking around, she spots the doctor's distorted reflection warping across the glass panes, the polished furniture, and various metallic surfaces. With a horrifying realization, she understands that this is a relentless, psychological attack designed to trick them into destroying themselves so the mastermind can simply step in and claim the prize. Jobin himself remains entirely blind to these hidden illusions, but as he catches a glimpse of the physical doctor approaching his doorway, his survival instincts take over. Summoning Speed King into the air, Jobin prepares to unleash a lethal, close-range strike to eliminate the intruder once and for all. Satoru Akafu, or the phantom entity mimicking him, abruptly dives beneath the bed sheets to evade the incoming assault. The moment Jobin rips the linen aside, he finds no trace of the doctor. Instead, a can of hairspray sits there slowly leaking. Instantly, it detonates under the pressure of the Calamity Curse, confusing Jobin even more. As the smoke clears, Mitsuba tries to make her husband understand the sheer gravity of the supernatural force, and how both Yasuo and Mamezuku are likely being terrorized by the exact same entity. She argues that their possession of the Locacaca is the direct trigger for this unrelenting onslaught, but Jobin fiercely doubles down, refusing to surrender the plant that promises to save his bloodline. Desperate for situational awareness here, Jobin brings up the estate security feed, noticing that Toru has successfully arrived on the grounds to tend the mangled Yasuo. Suddenly though, Jobin begins coughing up a torrent of blood. Weakened and gasping for air, he tears open his shirt to reveal a horrific injury. A rigid plastic tube from the exploded hairspray can had launched straight into his chest like a bullet, piercing a major artery and serving as a sort of faucet to drain his life force. Drained now, he collapses to the floor, the impact driving the tube even deeper into his body. Crying out for his son with his final breaths, Jobin tumbles down the staircase. The coveted Locacaca pot slips from his lifeless hands, rolling across the floor towards the garage as he dies at the bottom of the steps. Just outside of the property gates, Toru cycles through a few bangers on his iPod before deciding to jam out to The Wonder of You by Elvis Presley. Meanwhile, across town, the delivery man previously paid off by Josuke reaches his destination, handing over the mysterious parcel to an investigative reporter for Pangea Land. Armed with this new evidence, the reporter tracks down Satoru for a scheduled interview, cornering the elderly head doctor in a quiet hallway. The reporter confronts Akafu with a damning video recorded just 40 minutes prior, exposing a bedridden Holy Joestar carer, the hospital's hidden research laboratory, and a physical sample of Locacaca 6251 formula. With it laid out, the reporter accuses the university hospital of conducting highly illegal human trials on non-consenting patients. Akafu remains completely unfazed, mocking the reporter's presentation and calmly picking apart the logical holes in the accusation. As the confrontation escalates, the news guy suddenly notices that the acne on his face has vanished, replaced by a completely smooth texture. Before he can process what is happening, the sudden onset of the petrification causes his neck to violently snap, killing him in an instant. The stolen sample of 6251 drops from his hands as Akafu steps over his corpse and exits the building. Watching from the shadows of the hospital parking lot, Rai spots the head doctor making his departure. However, after he goes to leave, the doctor follows him, which in his eyes means he's also headed towards Josuke. Connecting all of these pieces of the puzzle together, Toru smiles to himself, realizing that Josuke has successfully flipped it so the head doctor is forced to pursue him. From here, there is exactly 2 hours and 11 minutes remaining before the final harvest. From the shadows, Rai watches the figure on its way to Josuke move through solid matter by effortlessly phasing through glass panels and structural columns before casually riding the escalator up to the second floor. As they draw closer, Mamezuku bears witness to Akafu's true form as a stand-like entity, not some old man. Sprinting ahead, Mamezuku is the first to reach the research laboratory, where Josuke waits in total calculated composure. Simultaneously back at the Higashikata estate, Toru abandons Yasuo and begins making his way directly towards the hidden location of the Locacaca pot. Inside the hospital lab now, Mamezuku frantically warns Josuke that the head doctor is not a flesh and blood human, but an automated tracking stand. Unfazed, Josuke counters that soft and wet's unique properties will undoubtedly be enough to destroy the entity.
I have soft and wet that exists under heaven and earth. Supple and moist, they spin There's a way to beat him.
However, both Toru and his stand instantly sense a strange, hazardous aura permeating the laboratory air. Sensing the shift in power, Toru steps out of the main house just as Joshu approaches a bleeding Yasuo, carrying the coveted Locacaca plant right in his hands. I wonder what bro's gonna do with the plant there. Wary of a potential ambush, Wonder Review hesitates to cross the threshold into Josuke's room. Instead of a direct assault, the stand reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a bizarre folding screen containing a trapped organism. After placing the device on the floor and watching it seemingly merge into the lino, the device rapidly unfolds into a makeshift crane that, without a second's hesitation, swings a mechanical strike directly at Josuke. In a flash, Soft and Wet manages to deflect the brunt of the heavy strikes. However, Josuke is still weirdly cut on the arm. Nursing his bleeding arm, Josuke directly probes the entity, demanding to know if he actually possesses the new fruit. The stand's cold, calculating silence inadvertently confirms Josuke's suspicion. The mastermind does not have the plant. So jumping into a little bit of an explanatory rant on rock humans here, but biologically, rock human females are virtually identical to human women, and human men are entirely capable of reproducing with them. These mothers carry their offspring for a pregnancy that lasts only 6 months, giving birth exclusively during the warmer seasons. Immediately after childbirth, the mother abandons the newborn in the forest. Because the life expectancy of these infants is exceptionally low, they enter the world at an extremely small size. When a newborn is eventually targeted by a swarm of Asian giant hornets, it latches onto their insects without suffering any harm from their venom. Once carried back to the colony's nest, the microscopic child seeks out the queen, burrowing into the soft tissue of her body to take refuge. The young rock human survives in this parasitic state for 17 years, absorbing nutrition and subtly learning about the surrounding world. Upon reaching maturity, the rock human undergoes a sudden massive growth spurt, slaughtering the entire wasp colony before venturing out into human society. Toru possesses first-hand experience of this brutal life cycle, as after all, he is a rock human himself. This alternative evolutionary line traces back 4 billion years. While early life on Earth developed a carbon foundation, certain organisms based themselves on silicon, evolving seamlessly alongside carbon-based life forms. Should humanity ever fall, rock humans are destined to remain as the dominant species. They do not experience the human concept of love, viewing the natural geological formations of the Earth as their true blessings, and they construct homes from specific stones to channel and supply themselves with greater power. Flowing into a flashback and clinging to Norisuke in grief, a young Mamezuku speaks fondly of his father's pear orchard and recounts the strange, unidentifiable bugs that had systematically destroyed the entire harvest. Standing among the mourners, a young Mamezuku spots a strange man he doesn't recognize, though his grief prevents him from dwelling on the stranger's identity at the time. In the present day, Mamezuku stares at the enemy and has a chilling realization. The mysterious man at his father's funeral was Satoru Akafu all along. Akafu finally sheds his human facade, definitively revealing himself to be the stand known as Wonder Review. All of a sudden, the parasitic rock insect that created the crane deconstructs itself before re-emerging back behind Josuke. The moment Josuke attempts to summon Soft and Wet to retaliate, a goopish substance violently spews from his eyes and mouth. Unable to do anything to defend himself, the rock creature tries to shoot a helpless Josuke, but Mamezuku quickly intervenes, saving his ass by throwing his hand in between the attack. Calmly, Akafu then explains to the duo that the rock insect's trait triggers automatically whenever Josuke tries to escape or extend his physical joints. Having a sort of psychological goon sesh here, Akafu looks back on his past and the time he met Rai. He coldly reveals to him now that his father's tragic death years ago was not an accident, but a direct consequence of Wonder Review's inescapable calamity. The animal's asbestos abilities make it difficult for the pair to even attempt to attack Wonder Review. Despite Josuke's efforts to fend off the insect, Doo-doo-doo-dee-da-da-da wraps its string around his neck and begins flooding him with asbestos. Having successfully evaded the lethal trigger of the parasitic rock insect by utilizing his stand, doggy style, to unravel his body like ribbons across the ceiling without extending his joints, Rai Mamezuku drops down and violently crushes Doo-doo-doo-dee-da-da-da into pieces. With the immediate threat neutralized, Mamezuku uses his unraveled momentum to close the distance between himself and the enemy, forcing himself to within a mere 2 centimeters of the doctor's face. Wonder of View is visibly shaken by the unprecedented proximity.
私自身でもこんなのは初めてのことで驚いている。あと1センチか。こんなそばまで災いを受けずに私に近づけた者はかつて 誰もいなかったよ。確かにあと1センチで何が起こるのか初めてだからね。私にもよくわからないんだ、本当に。だが厄災の流れの中にいて私を攻撃できた者もかつて誰一人としていない。それも確かなことだ。ワンダー・オブ・ユー。
Enraged by the mockery of his family's tragedy, Mamezuku defies the warning signs and attempts to pierce the stand's brain with a high-velocity wire spun from his finger. Before the attack can connect, the absolute law of calamity bends the physics of the room, causing several of Josuke's own high-speed spinning soap bubbles, which had been set up as a latent trap, to violently redirect into Mamezuku instead. The unseen projectiles tear through Mamezuku's flesh, boring a massive, fatal hole directly through his chest and shoulders. Collapsing into a pool of his own blood, a dying Mamezuku uses his final moments to impart a revolutionary realization to a horrified Josuke. Examining the circular wounds on his body, Mamezuku deduces that Josuke's bubbles are not physical soap spheres at all, but rather infinitely thin lines rotating at an impossible velocity, which in turn create the illusion of a round shape. Because these lines possess a physical thickness of absolute zero, Mamezuku concludes that they technically do not exist within the boundaries of this physical world. Consequently, because they do not exist, they are entirely immune to the logic of calamity that governs all matter. Elsewhere, Toru stalks the perimeter of the Higashikata estate, idly snacking on live hornets that he caught using his rock human traits. Through the sensory link with his stand, a sudden wave of shock and confusion washes over him as he observes Josuke's bubbles, which are displaying the reality-defined physical properties of the spin. I love how the spin's making its reappearance after literally not getting mentioned for half of this freaking part of JoJo's. But either way, despite this unexpected development, Toru quickly shakes off his unease, remaining completely confident that his absolute mastery over the forces of calamity will guarantee his victory in the end. Simultaneously, a frantic Joshu stands over a heavily bleeding, one-armed Yasuo, loudly lamenting the horrific string of tragedies that has suddenly torn his family apart. The overwhelming stress causes him to suffer a violent nervous breakdown, and he begins repeatedly slamming his own fists into his face. Yasuo desperately begs Joshu to look past his panic and find either Josuke or Rai to help them, but he flatly refuses, hyper-focusing instead on a sudden desire to protect her himself. Driven by the need to be her savior, Joshu insists that Yasuo needs to eat one of the fully matured new Locacaca fruits to restore her missing limb. Watching this from the shadows, an astonished Toru decides to step forward and reveal his presence. Rather than aggressively intervening to stop them from eating the fruit, he mockingly allows the exchange to proceed, eager to witness the exact medical and physical effects of this newly cultivated strain. Dude sounds like someone off Pineapple Express, just wanting to watch someone goon out on his new supply. But anyway, acting without a moment's hesitation, Yasuo consumes the new Locacaca, causing a sudden surge of biological energy to bind her and Joshu's bodies together in a violent equivalent exchange. To Joshu's absolute terror and heartbreak, this is no romantic or spiritual union. As the fruit's curse takes hold, Yasuo's severed right arm completely grows back to its pristine original state, while his own matching arm violently withers away into a useless, petrified stalk. A wave of memory washes over Yasuo, taking her back 10 years to a childhood summer camp where her mother had abandoned her just to jet off to Okinawa with a new boyfriend. Left entirely to her own devices, a young Yasuo found herself targeted by the other children's relentless bullying and was written off as a complete nuisance by the camp counselors. It was during this isolating trip that she first crossed paths with a deeply suspicious boy who would turn out to be Toru. He approached Yasuo with a strange request, asking for help in tracking down an elderly medical doctor whom he secretly intended to impersonate. Utilizing the early manifestations of Paisley Park, she easily located the target for him. As a bizarre token of gratitude, Toru handed her a collection of unique, fire-starting rocks before turning on his heel and vanishing into the thick woods. Back in the grim reality of the present day, Yasuo marvels at the absolute pristine recovery of her physical body brought on by the new Locacaca, even as the horrific trade-off manifests on his screaming Joshu, whose flesh absorbs every ounce of her accumulated catastrophic injuries. Stealing her own resolve, Yasuo turns her gaze to the tree line and directly confronts Toru, who is observing from the edge of the property. Completely unfazed, Toru coldly states his intention to walk away with the remaining new Locacaca branch, bluntly warning her that the slightest intent to pursue or interfere with his exit will immediately trigger Wonder of You to bring a fatal calamity down upon her head. Refusing to back down, Yasuo rapidly formulates a counter-strategy and snatches Chochu's dropped smartphone to put her plan into motion. Watching her reach for the device though, a broken and volatile Joshu undergoes a sudden surge of bitter regret over surrendering his arm for her sake. Spurred into a violent mental breakdown when she admits that she's trying to contact Josuke, Joshu lunges forward to attack her. However, Yasuo's fingers move faster, successfully placing an emergency call to Kei Nijimura just before he can lay a hand on her. By actively bypassing Toru and shifting her focus to an ally, she successfully navigates around the direct trigger for his Calamity Curse. On the other end of the line, Kei answers the urgent call, quickly cross-referencing Yasuo's frantic update with her own mother's medical notes to pin down Josuke's exact coordinate location at the hospital. High above the skies of Morioh, a heavy metal paneling covering an airliner's emergency evacuation door detaches from the fuselage, plunging at terminal velocity towards the ground below. Meanwhile, back at the estates, a panicked Joshu works himself into an absolute frenzy before collapsing down onto the pavement. Yasuo stands alone, staring down an unyielding Toru as the looming presence of Wonder of You manifests to a single impending disaster. Across town at the university hospital, Kei successfully tracks down Josuke inside of the laboratory. Isolated in his room, Josuke begins to fundamentally grasp how the invisible lines of soft and wet can manipulate the explosive power of the spin. In a desperate attempt to force the enemy's hand, Josuke intentionally smashes several glass vials of the Locacaca medicine, hoping to provoke the stand into a reckless direct assault. However, the law of calamity turns the environment against him instantly. Shattered fragments of glass ricochet violently off the floor and slice deep into his own neck. Refusing to back down, Josuke swings a heavy kick at the enemy, but the localized curse forces his own protective bubbles to obstruct his path, causing him to lose his footing and fall backward, impaling his torso on a pile of sharp building debris. Yet, this calculated risk pays off in an unexpected way. Josuke's heavy fall creates a sudden rush of air that forces open a nearby cabinet drawer, meeting the exact condition required to summon Born this way into the room. Moving with blinding speed, the motorcycle stand unleashes a localized gaze of freezing wind and iced over soap bubbles directly at Wonder of You. To the absolute shock of both the automated stand and Toru, the logic-shattering attack completely bypasses the protective aura of Calamity, connecting squarely with and drawing blood from the mastermind for the very first time. Inside of the hospital laboratory, Josuke begins to truly understand the hidden nature of his stand, soft and wet, realizing there is more to his ability than he previously thought. A perplexed Wonder of You questions how it is even logically possible for Josuke to have bypassed his inescapable aura of calamity. Just then, a severely injured Kei Nijimura bursts into the room, fighting through her own wounds to hand her cell phone directly to Josuke. As Josuke tries to comprehend the anomalous spinning projectiles of his own bubbles, Yasuo's Paisley puck manifests through the active mobile phone line, delivering a shocking revelation. The mastermind pulling the strings and controlling Wonder of You is none other than Toru. Reacting instantly to the exposed threat, Toru orders Wonder of You to retreat from the laboratory, shifting his entire focus towards forcefully taking the prized new Locacaca branch from Yasuo back at the estate. Toru advances towards Yasuo to seize the plant, completely ignoring a piece of plane debris that is drawing dangerously closer in the atmosphere above them. A desperate Joshu attempts to step in and intercept Toru, but the law of calamity strikes instantly. A mere falling leaf slices through the air with the precision of a razor, cleanly severing two of his fingers. Relaying these chaotic developments through the phone, a panicked Yasuo implores Josuke to aggressively pursue Wonder of You. Acting on her words, Josuke locks onto the target. Fully unleashing the hidden power of the spin, he fires a specialized bubble directly at the retreating stand, while an entirely separate, logic-defying bubble begins to flow naturally from his star-shaped birthmark. Falling back into the past, memories surface of the fateful moment when Joseph Kujo and Yoshikage Kira merged together using the properties of the new fruit as they tumbled into a coastal chasm. Back in the present, Josuke fires his bubble at Wonder of You, fully realizing that these spheres embody the power of the spin, granting them the unique capability to transcend the logic of the opposing stand's calamities. However, the enemy stand successfully blocks the projectile by releasing a specialized rock insect known as Obladi Oblada. The small, token-shaped parasite burrows deeply into the back of Josuke's hand and begins to rapidly multiply the moment he attempts to pry it out. As Oblada spreads to cover more and more of Josuke's body, the falling aircraft debris draws dangerously closer to Yasuo, while Toru calmly walks away from her with the new branch secured in his hand. Refusing to let him slip away, Yasuo drives Paisley Park through every available digital pathway, forcing Wonder of View's retreat to shutter for a moment. That brief disruption is all Josuke needs to line up one last, decisive shot aimed directly at the face, the true source of the calamity. Just as the falling ceiling paneling above is about to crush both Yasuo and Joshu at the estate, Josuke fires a point-blank bubble directly at Wonder of View inside of the hospital. Unfortunately, the swarming Oblada manages to deflect the projectile, sending it flying harmlessly into a nearby wall. With the parasitic insect now covering the vast majority of his body, a weakened Josuke collapses heavily from the suffocating effects. At the same time, the plummeting panel is a mere fraction of a second away from impacting Joshu and Yasuo. Yet, in that desperate instant, a spin-infused bubble travels directly through the connected phone lines via Paisley Park's data pathways, erupting into the air and barreling straight towards an unsuspecting Toru. Two TG University hospital nurses stumble upon the absolute wreckage left behind by the chaotic clash between Josuke Higashikata and Wonder of View. They trace the destruction to a perfectly circular hole cleanly carved right through a vending machine and the heavy concrete wall behind it. Peeking into the corridor, they spot Josuke, whose body is entirely swarmed by the parasitic Oblada rock insects just as he painfully crawls his way into a nearby elevator. Meanwhile, back at the Higashikata estate, Yasuo braces for impact beneath a massive piece of falling plane paneling. At that exact microsecond, the spin-infused bubble launched from soft and wet rockets towards Toru. The projectile tears directly into Toru's side, launching him backward and leaving a massive, gaping puncture wound in his abdomen. With the logic of the curse disrupted, the massive aircraft panel veers off its course, smashing violently into the main Higashikata house instead of crushing Yasuo. The devastating structural collapse ripples through the estate, wounding all of the family members still trapped inside. Realizing that she has somehow survived the impossible onslaught, a breathless Yasuo screams out to Josuke through Joshu's active phone, but the suffocating multiplication of Oblada leaves Josuke completely incapacitated in the elevator. Across town at the clinic, Wonder of View, still maintaining its disguise as head doctor Satoru Akafu, replicates the exact bleeding torso wound suffered by its user. The entity hobbles down the corridor, violently utilizing the last of its localized calamity powers to strike down the nurses and prevent them from following him. As the elevator descends, Josuke finally musters the strength to respond to Yasuo. He explains to her that he was able to bypass the calamity and strike Toru because her Paisley Park successfully established a direct data bridge between his and Joshu's phones. He desperately implores her to aim the camera at Toru once more so he can channel another spin-infused projectile to finish him. Yasuo screams back in terror that Toru has no intention of fleeing. Instead, he is actively crawling toward her, greedily devouring the very last new Locacaca fruit to save his own life. Recognizing that Toru's ultimate goal is to force an immediate equivalent exchange and absorb her healthy tissue to mend his shattered organs, Yasuo tries to back away as he rushes towards her. Joshu again attempts to intercept the rock human by summoning Nut King Call, but the lingering aura of calamity turns the environment against him. Heavy metal rain gutters detach from the roof and strike the young man with the force of an iron bar, leaving him bleeding heavily from his mouth and ears. With Toru cornering a defenseless Yasuo, Josuke yells through the receiver for Paisley Park to open the digital path one last time. To rid himself of the parasitic bugs, Josuke forces his body to plunge into an underground water bath to violently pry the Oblada off his skin. Just as Toru's hands clamp down on Yasuo, Paisley Park erupts from Joshu's screen and a logic-defying spin-infused bubble rockets out into the open air. The projectile punches straight into Toru's chest and neck, leaving him critically mangled and hovering on the brink of death. Yet, refusing to submit to defeat, the broken rock human drags his bleeding body across the pavement, directly crawling towards the long-absent matriarch of the Higashikata family, Kaito. Following his successful strike against Toru, a somber Josuke wanders through the heavily damaged hospital corridors. He quietly observes Holy Joestar resting in a medical bed before passing the motionless bodies of his fallen allies, Rai Mamezuku and Kei Nijimura, or good old Jotaro, and I guess, she would have been Jotaro. With the clinic secured, Josuke exits the facility, charting a path directly towards the Higashikata estate to finish what was started. Back at the residence, Yasuo frantically tries to warn Kaito about the approaching Phantom of Wonder review. However, Kaito is completely detached from the immediate danger, focus locked instead on the fact that she had lovingly prepared Jobin's favourite meal. As Yasuo's warnings grow louder, Kaito's granddaughters Daya and Hato wander into the space and innocently ask when she arrived. Sensing the impending danger though, Kaito sharply orders the girls to stay away, demanding to be left alone with Jobin. Toru himself struggles to his feet, pulling a sharp tool from a scattered toolbox to point it menacingly at Kaito. Yasuo begs the matriarch to retreat towards the safety of the coastal cliffs, but Toru interrupts, delivering a cold, philosophical monologue. He remarks that a nearby rock remembers nothing but the ancient dreams of the landscape, completely indifferent to the human concept of winning or losing. Yet, he contrasts this with Jobin, who lies dead at the bottom of the stairs without ever accomplishing his grand goals, leaving his mother with nothing but empty dreams and lingering memories. In a swift counter-move, Kaito flings a barrage of playing cards at Toru, officially manifesting her stand, space trucking. The heavy cards slam down, pinning Toru firmly to the floor as the ominous form of Wonder Review manifests on the estate rooftop. Ignoring Yasuo's continuous panicking, Kaito openly taunts the crippled rock human, mockingly asking if he dares to touch her and trigger a fatal calamity. She clarifies that she has no interest in physically attacking him, rather she simply wants to explain exactly what her stand cards are concealing. She reveals that Jobin had previously confessed everything to her regarding the grafted Locacaca branch and its true capabilities. Standing there, Yasuo watches in bewilderment, noting that Kaito genuinely harbours no violent intent towards the enemy. Toru demands to know her true motive for revealing herself, to which Kaito responds that her ultimate goal is already decided, she merely needed to gauge the exact direction the wind was blowing. Suddenly, Toru and Yasuo gasp as they realise Kaito is preparing to pull something hidden right out from between her compressed cards. Tears stream down the mother's face as she falls back into the past though, remembering a private moment shared with her late son. Kaito stepped in to assist him. Instantly though, she sensed that a heavy secret was weighing on his mind. She urged him to cast aside his hesitation and trust her with the truth. Securing the door and peeking out the window, Jobin confessed to her that a dangerous enemy would eventually target their home. He detailed a bizarre phenomenon where one of his Miami stag beetles miraculously regenerated a broken mandible while a neighbouring Hercules beetle suddenly died, its face violently warped through an equivalent exchange to repair the other insect's jaw. Jobin then opened a nearby cabinet to reveal a potted cactus with a grafted branch, identifying it as the prize that Josuke, Mamezuku, and everyone else were desperately hunting for. When Kaito pressed him about the orchard fire, Jobin explained that the rest of the world believed the branch was entirely consumed by the flames, and they had to maintain that lie at all costs. He noted that the public assumed the late poor Tom had successfully stolen the branch before his demise, but warned that far worse enemies would eventually come knocking. She asked if he was working alone, and Jobin admitted that his young son, Tsurugi, was fully involved in the conspiracy, lamenting how heavy the psychological toll had been on the boy given that the family's rock disease curse was slated to trigger soon. Paralysed by the mounting pressure, Jobin expressed a desperate desire to come clean to his father, Norisuke. In response, Kaito sharply slapped him across the face, ordering him to stand on his own 2 feet. She reminded him that Norisuke had never truly forgiven her past actions and argued that his rigid morals would only result in the plant falling into enemy hands. Hato fiercely declared that this fruit was the key to securing the absolute future of their lineage, insisting that their family's ultimate prosperity was far more important than any human ethics. Telling her son how deeply proud she was of his ambition, she swore that they would break the family curse together. She then threw a handful of her space trucking cards around the cactus pot, explaining that they would perfectly conceal the plant if he ever needed to hide it, but instructed him to keep cultivating it in his bedroom for the time being. Back in the grim reality of the present, Toru watches in dread as Wonder Review looms directly behind the matriarch, demanding to know what exactly is trapped beneath her cards. Kaito coldly explains that the cards are carrying the full weight of the Higashikata family's generational curse, and that Toru is going to inherit it right now. Stepping forward, she reveals her grandson Tsurugi, whose body is heavily afflicted and petrifying from the advanced stages of the rock illness. Tsurugi's stone-like hand reaches out and makes direct physical contact with Toru, instantly initiating a forced biological equivalent exchange. Watching the horrific process begin, a stunned Yasuo cries out as the terrifying truth hits her. Kaito's mastermind play all along was to use Toru's dying body as the ultimate sacrifice to permanently cure Tsurugi. Honestly, Kaito came out of this story like top tier for me. You know, she started off like, girl murdered a child, and you know, like it kind of made sense why she did it and everything, and it wasn't really her fault to start with, it was kind of Jobin. But the mastermind of Kato has been absolutely amazing to watch. Inside of the heavily damaged Higashikata home now, a wounded Mitsuba crawls through the splintered wreckage, frantically calling out for her son Tsurugi. Instead of finding him, her search leads to her sister-in-law, Hato and Daya, before she stumbles into the garage and discovers the lifeless, mangled body of her husband, Jobin. Right there in the garage, a mortally wounded Toru undergoes a forced equivalent exchange with Tsurugi, completely ensnared by Kato and her stand, space trucking. To expedite the biological trade-off, Kato ruthlessly crushes the branch of the new Locacaca directly over them, letting the sap drip into Tsurugi's mouth. The fruit's power instantly forces the generational rock disease out of the boy and onto Toru. Blindsided by absolute rage, the rock human attempts to launch a final strike against Kato using Wonder of View, but the petrifying disease takes hold with horrifying speed. And just like with Yoshikage, both he and his stand begin to violently crumble and disintegrate. Desperate, Toru begs Kato to spare his life, but when his pleas fail to move her, he turns to Yasuo, imploring his former lover for mercy. His desperate cries fall on deaf ears though. Yasuo just stands there frozen as Toru crumbles into useless dust, seemingly curing Tsurugi of his terminal curse. As Mitsuba rushes forward to tightly embrace her restored son, a fading Toru experiences a final, passing vision of a giant hornet, the very creature he had first clung to as a microscopic infant just to survive the wilderness. Quite sad, when you think about the lives that these rock humans live and how they just have no love for each other or anyone or anything, and it's probably because they were taught that from birth, they're left alone and they're just raised by themselves by wasps as kind of like the queen wasps themselves. It is kind of sad when you think about it. As emergency sirens begin to wail in the distance, the gathered Higashikata family and Yasuo notice a horrifying new development. Kato has been deeply stabbed in her right side by a small saw from a scattered toolbox. Because her action of crushing the new Locacaca branch to save her grandson technically counted as a deliberate attack against Toru, the inescapable logic of calamity had triggered one last time. Kato, of course, collapses onto the pavement, tearfully thinking of her family's future as her consciousness fades away to the sound of her daughter's weeping. Through a somber, closing narration here, Yasuo reflects on the inherently tragic nature of the JOJOLION story. She traces the history of the Higashikata family, noting how every single member had suffered, bled, and endured unique personal horrors in the relentless pursuit of their goals. Yet, looking at the battered and bloodied survivors standing amidst the ruins of the estate, she ultimately finds the scene to be a hopeful one. Against all odds, they had succeeded in shattering Tsurugi's fatal curse and preserving his life. As ambulances and fire trucks finally flood the property, Tsurugi checks on Norisuke and makes a shocking discovery. The severe heat wound on his neck is actually just a minor burn. Jobin had deliberately held back his stand's power, as I mentioned earlier on, meaning that his father is likely to survive. The relief is instantly shattered though when Yasuo catches a terrifying glimpse of Wonder of You hiding underneath a nearby ambulance, and then appearing again within the folds of Norisuke's medical blanket. Suddenly, violent rupturing blisters erupt across Norisuke's face and neck as Wonder of You's physical hand begins to force its way out of the unconscious man's mouth. Yasuo realizes with absolute horror that even without Toru alive to anchor it, Wonder of You has survived as a rogue, autonomous manifestation of raw calamity. Just as Norisuke's blisters begin to burst, Josuke arrives on the scene. His body bears the physical scars of the Locacaca fruit exchange, yet he stands tall. Without hesitation, he immediately launches a decisive strike against the Phantom, unleashing his evolved stand, soft and wet, go beyond. The logic-defying invisible spin bubble tears straight through the entity, utterly destroying the avatar of calamity. With the nightmare finally over, Yasuo and Josuke tightly embrace, watching the most terrifying stand they had ever faced turn into harmless dust once and for all. Falling back into the past now, the story shifts to 1941, as Lucy Steele, now in her mid-60s, returns to the shores of Morioh to launch a formal investigation into the enigmatic Locacaca fruit. Upon arriving at the train station, her hired driver bluntly shows her a heavy bandage wrapped around his hand, making it perfectly clear that he has no intention of lifting her heavy bags. Seizing on her vulnerability, a nearby stranger steps up and offers a helping hand, only to immediately snatch her suitcase and sprint away into the crowd. Fortunately, a 17-year-old local youth named Fumi, who happens to be visiting the area with his girlfriend, stepped in to intercept the thief and successfully reclaimed Lucy's stolen luggage. Though Fumi initially declines the offer to stay and help the elderly woman with any further assistance, he quickly undergoes a frustrating realization. The fleeing thief managed to pickpocket his own wallet, completely ruining his plans to take his girlfriend out for a nice sushi dinner. Cornered by his empty pockets, he reluctantly agrees to act as Lucy's personal guide and bodyguard to earn enough money to salvage his date. As they travel, Lucy reveals to Fumi that she is a specialized operative representing the Speedwagon Foundation, explicitly clarifying that her organization operates entirely independent of local police forces or government intelligence. She elaborates that her specific fields of expertise lie in advanced botany and geomorphology, lightly mentioning in passing that she also remains single. Turning to the true purpose of her journey though, Lucy explains that she's been tracking reports of a miraculous, reality-defying plant known as the Locacaca. Its properties are too extraordinary to dismiss, and she suspects the soil around the Higashikata estate shares a supernatural link to the legendary Devil's Palm. Hearing her destination, a worried Fumi tries to dissuade her, warning her of a local urban legend known as the Radio Gaga incident. He recounts a chilling event where a woman standing near a specific roadside guardrail inexplicably began talking to herself in a trance. She stripped off all of her clothes and walked out into the middle of the street before vanishing completely out into thin air. Undeterred by the ominous folklore behind it, Lucy insists on pressing forward into the fruit orchard anyway to discover what this thing could be. However, the dark legend proves all too real. The moment they stop to examine the terrain near the infamous roadside guardrail, her hired driver suddenly falls victim to the exact same hypnotic compulsion, wandering off into danger. Before Lucy can even process the driver's sudden disappearance, the environment turns hostile. Strands of a hidden threat emerge as she finds herself under the immediate assault from an unseen adversary. A predator entity, potentially a rock human or an enemy stand user, looking deep within the metal structure of the guardrail itself, its malicious eyes glaring out from the polished rivets. Lucy Steele desperately struggles as an unnatural force drags her towards the narrow gap of the guardrail. Trapped in the creature's grip, she gasps in horror at the sight of her driver's mangled remains, his lower torso completely torn away and his internal organs fully exposed. Just as Lucy is about to be pulled through the deadly plates, Fumi acts quickly, hurling his sandal to disrupt the assault and buy just enough time to pull her to safety. Standing there, Fumi stares in pure disbelief at the sentient, predatory structure. Lucy, coughing up blood from her injuries, apologizes for dragging him into the lethal complications of her Locacaca investigation. Fumi tries to guide her back toward the vehicle to flee, but the entity launches another grotesque counterattack using the driver's reanimated corpse. Driven like a puppet, the barely conscious driver begs to be taken to a hospital, while the underlying monster uses him to mock the survivors. To free Lucy from the corpse's grip, Fumi delivers a heavy punch, only to be entangled in the driver's exposed organs. The force drags him towards the gap in the railing, and he braces himself against the metal to stop the slide. His shirt tears under the strain, and the corpse splits apart, yet a loop of viscera stays clenched around his neck. Spotting the star-shaped birthmark on his exposed shoulder, Lucy yells for Fumi to manifest his stand before he slips through those final centimeters into the gap. Unleashing a mass of thorn-covered vines, Fumi uses his ability to forcefully drive the car straight into the guardrail structure. Breaking the entity's hold, Fumi's attention is momentarily caught by a pair of metallic clackers inside the vehicle, but he quickly tosses them aside. He channels his vines into a ferocious stand rush, violently throwing the corrupted guardrail off the road and down into the lower fields. Carrying the injured Lucy on his back now, Fumi flees the area. At her questioning, he finally reveals his true identity to her. His full name is, of course, Joseph Joestar, the grandson of Johnny Joestar. As they run, Lucy spots a young Toru lurking in the distance with the Locacaca plant and begs Joseph to stop, but he insists on prioritizing her life and pushes forward towards town. Following these events, Joseph would travel back to America under Lucy's guidance, settling there with her for years. He eventually marries a woman named Susie Q, and together they have a daughter named Holly. Back in the current day, Josuke and Yasuo continue through Morioh and cross paths with Kiyomi Kujo, just as she drops her phone while carrying a newborn. Yasuo picks it up for her, and Josuke chooses not to reveal anything about himself, accepting the fact that he is a unique being created by the Wall-Eyes and not tied to anyone's past directly. After Kiyomi leaves, Yasuo admits she used Paisley Park to check the phone's data and found a gallery of old photos of Josefume, proof that she cared deeply for him. She also shares a passing detail that Josefume had coincidentally been named in honor of Joseph Joestar. The duo walks over to the Higashikata fruit parlor, where the surviving members of the Higashikata family are gathered. The family lively debates which cake they should purchase to celebrate Norisuke's upcoming discharge from the hospital, before the accumulated weight of their shared tragedies catches up to them, reducing absolutely everyone to tears. Turning to their newest member, the family unanimously agrees that Josuke should be the one to select the cake. Stepping away to grant them a private family moment, Yasuo watches from a distance. A single, joyful tear wells up in her eye as she witnesses Josuke finally finding a place where he belongs, surrounded by a family that truly loves him. So that there brings us to the end of the series. Make sure to leave a like if you have enjoyed this banger. So much time has gone into crafting this, from sourcing stand-eye catches and making sure the music doesn't get pinged by YouTube's system, which it probably still already has, and hence why there's like a minute or two that's muted in the video at some point. Of course, subscribe if you want more content just like this, but for a multitude of differing series. And if you want to support me even further and get early access to content before I release it here on YouTube, the Patreon is always linked down below, and I can't thank you enough if you do that. Few moments I found absolutely hilarious from early on that, just from throughout the series, that I don't think really had any explanation. The walleyes? What are they? I guess she'll never really know there. The random bite marks also on everyone from Josuke to Joshu in the first like 2 or 3 chapters didn't seem to get an explanation at all, so no idea. The spin making its reappearance had me rolling in my grave. Wonder Review was just cocked strength-wise, and Araki needed to pull something out of the bag to actually defeat it, in my opinion, and the spin, is a proven way of defeating just impossible stands. The bodies throughout the Higashikata house in the final chapters, like what happened with the police, the guys, good old Josuke and Rai were still, wanted at the time, and with even more dead people throughout the house, surely it didn't look great for at least Josuke, who was still alive at the very end. Guerrilla was super confusing on her like little points throughout this series. There didn't seem to be an actual relationship between her and Joseph, but she had these photos of all 3 of them, what looked like at school and stuff. So there's just like this kind of like weird, I don't know, it just seemed a bit weird to me. Plus, she left after the baller dudes, just like vanished completely. Very confusing. There are some more that I can't really remember in these moments as I script these final few lines, but I'm sure you guys will let me know down in the comment section below. So, if you are still here though, thank you so much for sitting through this like 7.5 hour long video, but for now it has been your professional degenerate Diavolo, and I will see you all in a bit. Bye.